Good morning from beautiful Vancouver and welcome to the BMO Vancouver Marathon, Canada's largest marathon race, organized annually on the first Sunday of May by the amazing local nonprofit Run Van. My name is Kate Van Buskirk and I'm so excited to be here at the finish line joined by Steve King and Dave Dorgy. You're in for a full day of coverage. We've started the half marathon, the runners are underway, and the full marathon will kick off at 8:30. There's going to be an 8K kicking off at 9:30. We are under overcast skies, light wind, temperatures right around 8 or 9 degrees Celsius, absolutely ideal conditions for race morning. So this is a unique race weekend in that there are these 3 distance events that are on all different courses. They're all point to point, but they all finish at this gorgeous finish line here on West Pender Street, and that's where we're joining you today. And this is Vancouver's only marathon. It began in 1972 with a mere 32 finishers and has now grown into Canada's largest marathon race, this year welcoming a record 20,000 plus total entries across all of the event distances. It's so thrilling, Steve, because in its 51st year, this event just keeps getting better and bigger.
It really does. It's hard to believe. We're not far from Stanley Park, which is where it all began back in 1972, and back then, 5 laps of the park was the actual race with about 50 people starting and only 2 women.
That's right.
The race has grown a millionfold, it feels like, but it just keeps on getting better and better. And as you mentioned, we're here with not with Steve King, with the legendary Steve King.
The legendary Steve King.
Steve's voice is familiar to any runners around around the world, actually. He's taking off, I think, to Australia to call a race tomorrow, but Steve's going to be calling the runners coming across the line. Kate and I are going to be adding commentary here and commentary out on the street too. My voice has just been amplified. So we're in for a great morning. It's race weekend in Vancouver. The BMO Vancouver International Marathon is getting underway and the field has started. They're coming down this way right now.
And our first athletes to kick off today's action are our 2 wheelchair athletes in the half marathon. They are Kyle Gieni and Leo Sammarelli. And they've started a couple minutes ahead of our elites, and now you see the waves going off with the rest of the field, and that's so that those wheelies can get out safely. And we're going to be keeping an eye on them, particularly Kyle, who we've been told is going after a Guinness World Record for the fastest half marathon in a day chair. So that should be really thrilling, and we'll keep you updated as we go. This race's sort of tagline is stunning running, and it's there for a reason. I mean, look at these shots, absolutely gorgeous.
Stunning running, and when the race gets off on a real decline down a Cambie Street. So once you get out of what beautiful Queen Elizabeth Park, you come around the corner, and then it's downhill. The cityscape is overwhelming. You see the skyscrapers come over the bridge, and we're off to a great start. And it's actually perfect. What do you think of the weather, Kate? You've run more than me. For racers today?
I think this is absolutely ideal. The flags are flying a little bit at the finish line, but the wind is not that strong. I think I was seeing about 10 to 12 kilometer an hour winds were predicted. Again, it's overcast, so that sun's not going to be too much of a factor, and the temperatures are pretty ideal. You see lots of folks out in short sleeves and shorts, so I think it's going to be a great day for all of our events, and it'll warm up a little bit by the time the 8Ks get going, and that'll be great for them too.
And every year we have participants from all over the world. This year we're proud to welcome runners from over 55 different countries. We use the word international marathon, and this truly is an international marathon. It's one of the top destination marathons in the world. And yesterday at the Expo and the day before, it was wonderful to meet people from China, from Mexico, Japan. Many of the entrants, of course, come from the United States. But there they go. First wave is kind of coming to a completion, and they're organizing the second wave of the half marathon.
And there will be 5 waves sent off every 5 minutes. So we've seen the first wave, as you said, and now the second is getting ready to take off. And we're going to be joined by our eventual winners of this race on the elite side, and a few folks to keep an eye on. On the men's side, the Canadian to watch, really, I have to say, is Olympian Luc Bruchet. He has the personal best of 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 12 seconds. He's also a coach with, of course, the famous Mile to Marathon group here in Vancouver and across the country. And he's looking to come out and take a win today on this course in front of a home crowd.
And one of the things I want to mention, Kate, is the 3,000 volunteers that it takes to put this race on. It's actually such a group effort, and so much collaboration takes place. And many of them were up all night long putting up the stanchions, the pylons, the barriers, working with the police. So 42 kilometers of Vancouver have been cordoned off. That doesn't happen by accident. A lot of planning. So big shout out to the 3,000 volunteers that helped make the BMO Vancouver International Marathon possible.
So we want to remind everyone that you can track athletes, your friends and family, by downloading the RTRT, that's real-time race tracking app. You can find that on the website or in the App Store, and that will give you live tracking of the athletes so that you can get a sense of where they are. There are mats about every 5 kilometers, so you can get some updates while they're out on course. And then, of course, there's going to be a fantastic Finish Line Street Festival that everyone can enjoy afterwards as well. So lots of excitement as we get ready for our second wave of the half marathon.
And the months and months of training, getting up early, running in the rain, the dedication to the long runs. That most people do them on Sundays or any day of the week, but it's all coming together. The culmination of all that is now for our 12,000 recreational runners doing the half marathon, and we're just watching in anticipation of the second wave right now.
That's right. Of course, Vancouver, known for some of the fastest races in this country, and one of those being the first half. And this year we saw the half marathon North American record go down. Of course, that is Mr. Cam Levins, who ran 1 hour and 18 seconds, the first Canadian man under that 61-minute barrier. And Natasha Wodak, another local legend, I should say, took home her 4th win at the first half in 1:10:17. She is no stranger to this course, and she's actually out on course right now, pacing a friend of hers to about that 1:30 mark. And she's going to be joining us, Olympian Natasha Wodak, Canadian record holder in the marathon, in the broadcast booth when she's done her race. So that'll be great. We'll be able to get some reaction from her from being out on course with the masses. And they're underway with wave 3, I believe, of our half marathon.
Absolutely fantastic to see all this energy and optimism and enthusiasm making its way down towards Cambie Streets. And look at these runners. It's fantastic.
Again, perfect conditions. Make sure that you're tracking your athletes using that RTRT app.
And these races are put on by the Vancouver International Marathon Society, which is a mouthful, better known as Run Van. And this is the culmination, as I mentioned, of a year of hard work leading up to race weekend in Vancouver. Run Van also runs the Turkey Trot. That's a 10K race, and we also have the Great Trek Race. Those are races that come under the Run Van umbrella. But the big one is the marathon and the half marathon, and today the 8K. And as Kate mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, we have over 20,000 runners all together participating in those 3 different events. It's the BMO Vancouver International Marathon, Canada's biggest marathon. Over 6,000 runners will be taking off at 8:30 from the start line at Queen Elizabeth Park. And the half marathon, now I think I can say, is well underway.
So wave 3 out of our 5 on course now. And as I mentioned, you can use that live tracking app. And in fact, I think we have a graphic for that if you're watching the live stream right now, so that you can know how to download that and what that will look like as you're tracking your athletes. So make sure that you're going to RTRT app in the App Store or on the website.
Yeah, it should be.
And there's that live track website as well there. So it is bmovanmarathon.ca/live if you want to be able to track your athletes. And we're getting set now for wave number 4 of 5. I love that anticipation on a start line. It's just so exciting. It's nerves and it's excitement and it's all the training that's gone into this and the preparation. You see the smiles on the start line. It's just the best way to get going.
It really is. It's goosebumps on steroids. Look at everybody stretching and smiling, and they're just waiting for the countdown. And as you mentioned, perfect weather, great conditions, and they've got 13.1 miles ahead of them and 13.1 miles of fantastic scenery. This is one of the most beautiful marathons that I think there exists. Vancouver with the mountain backdrop and the beaches and the neighborhoods you go through. They're in for, most of them are in for 2 hours of amazing running, and the elite runners, of course, are in for less than 2 hours, a lot less, I hope.
I would hope so, yes.
Some of them are in for 3 hours of running. However long it takes, it doesn't matter. They're all winners as far as I'm concerned.
Well, as far as the elites go, we mentioned local Olympian Luc Bruchet, and on the women's side, we have another couple of Olympians. So Natalia Allen, formerly Natalia Hawthorne, competed in the Tokyo Olympics. She's more of a 1,500 meter, 5,000 meter specialist, but she is doing her debut in the half marathon here today and looking to get out there and get the win. So it'll be great to see so many of these athletes. Some of them have run this event many times, others using it as their debut, and what a great place to kick off your first time at the distance. Another Canadian to watch on the women's side is Claire Sumner, who was sort of a surprise winner of the Canadian Cross Country Championships back in 2017, and also has had quite a bit of success on the track and the roads. And there are a few other athletes, international athletes from the States and other countries, as you mentioned, Dave. So many countries represented in this amazing event on both the half and the full marathon sides.
Yeah, and we're so happy the weather has remained good. It was the sun run, I think, was 3 weeks ago, and I understand I was out of town, but I understand it was pouring rain for that event. And coming in this morning to downtown Vancouver, it was just lightly spitting. There they go. That's the fourth wave?
I believe that's the fourth wave.
That's the fourth wave, and they're waving.
And you see there, again, a shout out to not only the volunteers, but all those pacers on course. Just out of a shot of the camera there was a 2:20 pacing sign. So there's pace bunnies out on course helping people get their personal bests and hit the times that they're looking for. So really good energy on course and a lot of camaraderie. And how great are those blue shirts? They look awesome, those event shirts.
I'll be careful.
I think handhelds would be right here, handhelds is here. To hear the feedback. I can't get any more volume on that.
So you want us all to switch to handhelds or just me?
Everybody.
So as we get ready for our fifth and final wave in the half marathon, we're going to take just a short commentary break, and we're going to, if you're watching the live stream right now, we're going to throw to a flyover video so that you can get a sense of exactly what this course looks like, this beautiful course here in Vancouver that winds its way to the finish line here on West Pender Street. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back here in Vancouver with the BMO Vancouver Marathon. Stay with us.
So here we are, we're presently 21 minutes into the event for the first wave of the half marathon. We'll be giving you some updates fairly shortly as to how things are unfolding out there. Don't forget, amongst the athletes today, we do have a whole host of people who have been doing this for 15, 20 or 25 years. They're members of the Legacy Club. We've got a lot of stories. We hope to be able to bring you some of those during the course of today, of course, but we're also hoping there may be some athletes that are very close to records. We've got a few people, of course, that Kate has mentioned that are Olympians. We've actually got an Olympic champion in the field. He's actually a cycling champion, a bronze medalist. We've got an Olympic champion at rowing as well in the form of I believe it's Kirsten Kitt who's with us, so we certainly wish him well. A lot of people doing their first ever marathon. Of course, it's an honor for us to have people doing their first half marathon or marathon. We've also got the 8K, and when we look at the numbers in terms of registration, there are 10,787 doing the half marathon. We've got 2,562 during the 8K and 6,368 marathoners that have registered for the event. We'll find out later just how many will be starting.
And I understand that with those huge numbers, Steve, this marathon has become the largest marathon in Canada. And I believe that the competitor was, the incumbent was Ottawa, and that we surpassed Ottawa in terms of total numbers. And it's great to be hosting such a huge event with such incredible significance for the community. This event's been going on for 51 years. And the first weekend in May, always the first Sunday in May, it just wouldn't be the same without the streets of Vancouver being taken over by this cadre of athletes, all of them that have been training for the last 3, 4, 5, 6 months, and culminates today on Sunday, May the 7th, up at Queen Elizabeth Park. They're just leaving right now.
Bear in mind, we could be just about 40 minutes away from seeing the first athlete to the finish line already. So wonderful stuff here when you look at what has happened over the years. And we've got our course record holders with Paul Kimagul of Kenya having set that 62:36 clocking. That was 9 years ago. And then the Japanese athlete for the women, that was Mina Ogawa in 1996, set the record at 72:33. That time still holds. But we have had some changes in the course of the years. Kimagur's time in 2014, that would remain, but the course record holder since 2012, that was Jane Maraji of Kenya. She did a 72:53 in 2015. So that's the present record, but we've also got Canadian event record holders in the form of Rob Watson, Natasha, Wodak.
And again, speaking of perfect conditions, wouldn't be surprised to see some of those times go down today, especially those Canadian records. As you mentioned, Rob Watson will be joining us in the booth a little bit later as well. He's coaching several athletes out on course today, but that 104.48, depending on how Mr. Bruchet and others are feeling, might be in jeopardy. Last year, this event on the women's side was won by Leslie Sexton in 1:14.56, and we have a whole handful of women who are trying to break that 75-minute barrier, 1:15, so that could be in jeopardy as well.
Well, I think the organizers are breathing a sigh of relief. Speaking of last year, do you remember last year there was a delay in the start because of a police incident? And today we had no delay, started at 7 o'clock sharp for the half marathon, and the full marathon will begin at 8:30. But it was very unusual. Last year we had a significant delay, and it resulted in runners having to wait around. It was cold, and it was nothing that the organizers could have done about it. It was a police incident, but this year everything is underway on schedule and as planned. It's the BMO Vancouver International Marathon. It's a race weekend in Vancouver, and within the next half hour, 45 minutes, the entry gate here at the finish line will fill up with people and spectators. We've got some out there right now. Thank you for coming early.
It's another reason that we want good weather. It's great for the runners, but it's especially good for the spectators. And as you mentioned, you can kind of get anything this time of year here in Vancouver, so really glad that we have such a great day.
And this finish line here is where we really need the cheers, and that's why we need more people to populate this area, because they come up, quite not a steep hill, but it is a hill to the finish line, and it's wonderful once we get all the energy and the crowds roaring. It's a bit early right now at, what time is it, almost 7:30. People are still in bed, but with the next half an hour, I think we're going to have a much larger crowd here.
And within the next 10 minutes certainly, and possibly within the next 5 minutes or so, we should also be able to give you an update on course about where our leaders are at. So we'll have a 10K split for them on course, and then of course we'll be able to get a sense as they approach this finish line how fast they're running. But about 26 minutes into the race at this point, and they're more than halfway done.
More than halfway done the half, and the organizers at the start line would now be setting up for the full marathon. So between the 8K, the half, the full, the kids run that was done yesterday, there's a lot going on this weekend in Vancouver, but it's all good, and it's all part of race weekend. The BMO Vancouver International Marathon is underway.
So several of the names that we're likely to see today are, as I mentioned, repeat athletes from previous years. Dana Pideretsky will be racing the full marathon today. Was an Olympian in that event at the Tokyo Olympics, and she won this event here in 2019, the half marathon, in just over 73 minutes. So we'll see her taking part in the full. As we mentioned, Natasha Wodak will be joining us in the booth when she's done pacing a teammate of hers, trying to break that 1:30 barrier. And I love that, there's so much of that happens too, where teammates or training partners will show up for each other on race day and sort of put aside some of their own goals in order to help their friends and teammates achieve, some of their personal bests, or if we're looking for qualifications for things like Boston, it's just so neat to see the camaraderie and the sportsmanship, I think especially given that for so long we weren't able to hold races through the pandemic.
It's a pent-up demand for that energy and that camaraderie, because it is so important, the teamwork. And the marathon event and the half marathon, one of the few athletic events where just the masses of people, the mainstream people, can compete along with the elites. It's you can't do that when you're watching the Super Bowl on TV. Go there and be part of it. But for just your regular athletes that make up the 12,000 runners in the half, they're just they're going to do it in 2-3 hours, whatever, but they can run in the same course as someone that's going to do it in a much, much faster time. So it's a really cool event that way.
Definitely makes our sport so unique, and we saw a lot of that yesterday at the Health and Fitness Expo with our elite panel, where there was the ability for folks who were attending the expo to interact with our elites and get some advice, ask them for their best tips for race day and what their journey's been like as athletes themselves. So really thankful and big shout out to all of our elites and all of our participants who are really sharing in that camaraderie.
And I see the people are still leaving the start line of the half marathon. I think these people will be people that are a bit late, and maybe something happened and they they might have slept in. I don't know, but they're not part of any of the heats. So I think the vast majority of our 12,000 runners are well on their way, and we got some stragglers that are going to do a fantastic job and don't seem to care about having missed the start time.
Well, that's one of the benefits of having chip timing, of course, and we're delighted we've got Sports Stats here with us. Thanks to the team. They're giving us updates, and we'll be able to inform you as to how things are unfolding, but it delays the stress. There's already enough stress if you're delayed at the start, but at least they're out there on the course now.
The chip was a wonderful invention, and you're right, it is a de-stressor, because it really doesn't matter when you start, you'll be timed fairly and accurately because of the chip.
And it may give you just that extra incentive, of course, to run well, run fast, but also you've got to be tactical in terms of saving something for the uphill climb here, the slaying climb towards that finish line. But the thrill of having achieved such a thing, whether it's the 13.1 or the 26.2 or the 5 mile, which is 8K, of course, for a lot of people, this is their very first attempt to that distance. We've got others. We've got one gentleman in the field who's done over 500 marathons. We've got a friend of ours, Mark Shorter, doing his 100th marathon, and a lot of people obviously hope to do a personal best, whether that's overall or on this particular course.
One of our former board members, David Carrara, is doing his 200th marathon, and so I'm going to try to identify him as he crosses the finish line. So many personal goals, personal milestones, and personal bests that we're going to be hopefully recording today and making some great memories here at downtown Vancouver at the intersection of, where are we? We're at Butte and Pender.
Well, and I can give you an update now. We've just had our top 2 athletes cross the 10K timing mat. So that's Mo Aagab, our Moroccan athlete, and he is running right neck and neck with Luc Bruchet, our top Canadian. So they crossed that 10K mat in 31 minutes and 14 seconds. So they're running approximately 3 minutes and 8 seconds per kilometer. Expected to come in right around that 65-minute mark for their finish. So more and more athletes coming across that 10K timing mat. We'll continue updating you, but right now it's Mo Aagab of Morocco and Luc Bruchet of Canada running tightly together. So currently in third, another Canadian, that's Dehghan. And he's crossed in 32:04, so just about a minute back from our leaders, and he seems to be sort of leading that chase pack at the moment. Nathan comes in with a personal best of 1 hour, 7 minutes, and 46 seconds from last year, and currently on pace to better that. I think he was trying to break that 66 minute barrier. So those are your top 3 right now: Mo Aagab, Luc Bruchet, and then Dehghan. So 2 Canadians in the top 3 right now.
Nathan actually did a 14:57 clocking recently at St. Patrick's Run in Stanley Park. I think that's just 2 seconds faster than your personal best, Kate. 14:59 if I recall. So brilliant stuff there, and we're now 34 minutes into the event.
Yeah, I think the view that our viewers are seeing is on Beach Avenue now here, probably near the Vancouver Aquatic Center. And
So this can be one of the lonelier stretches if you're watching our live feed for the runners up top, because once you get strung out, it can be hard to sort of keep that tempo up yourself. And it's helpful to have athletes in front of you to sort of chase down. And I always am curious about how athletes feel, whether they like being the hunter or the hunted, because you're either running blind up front, knowing that someone's coming behind you, or you're sort of having to chase down that leader in your sights ahead of you. But athletes a little bit strung out right now, trying to work hard together, and we're going to continue getting some updates across that 10K timing, Matt. So our top two women have now crossed the 10K mat, and leading the charge is American Courtney Olson. She's come through in 36:29, and just about 10 seconds back from her, our top Canadian woman, Katrina Allison, in 36:39. So these women are really moving well, about 3:39, 3:40 per kilometer. Expected to finish right around 76 minutes. Now Erin Snellgrove, our third athlete, another Canadian, is in the mix, 37:33. So we'll continue getting some updates for our top men and top women. And the men certainly within the second half of this half now, and be excited to see them coming up this long stretch on West Pender towards Butte at our finish line in just about a half hour's time.
And Courtney Olson is certainly no stranger to distance running, having gone up to the 100K distances and 50K distances quite often. Also has contested the US Olympic trials, so she certainly knows about confidence out there. And it looked like the gap wasn't too big though, so I think we've just seen the third place female go through there. Katrina Allison herself has done around a 32:47, I believe, for the 10K distance. So again, it could come down to the speed in the final half mile or so.
Well, and she just ran in Vancouver in February. That was her best half marathon, 1:17:19, and she seems to be on track for that now. So certainly looking for a personal best back here in this beautiful city of Vancouver. And talk about stunning scenery. I've done a lot of racing all over the world, and I've got to tell you that when you have a really gorgeous course like this with just breathtaking views, really good crowd support, it makes all the difference. It really adds to the experience.
And I'm just thinking of all the racers that are coming from all over the world. This is an international marathon, 55 countries participating this year, and people from pretty well every state in the United States of America, and many people put this on their calendar and look forward to it. And the organizing committee, Run Van, really have done a great job this year. The Runners Expo, there was no lineups for most of the weekend. People have to pick up their race packets, and they could get in and out of there at the Trade and Convention Center in about 10 or 15 minutes. So it was a well-organized expo, and so far, a well-organized marathon and half marathon. We started right on time, which is probably the most important thing when you organize an event like this. Start on time.
So another reminder that you can download that real-time race tracking app or visit it on the website bmovanmarathon.ca/results if you want to keep an eye out for your friends and family on course, whether you're here with us at the finish line and want updates, or if you're tracking them from home or wherever you are, to your point, Dave, across the country or around the world, you're able to feel like you're part of the action by tuning into our live tracking app.
And this high tech, Kate, it just blows my mind, because when the race began in 1972, you're not going to believe this, but it was 5 laps around Stanley Park. And to track the runners, Dr. Jack Taunton was involved, and he left his medical clinic and grabbed a bunch of tongue depressors, which he numbered from 1 to 50, okay? You with me? And he handed out the tongue depressors with numbers on them to the first 50 runners that came in. That really was the start of this, the incipient days of this event 51 years ago.
Yeah, and there were 46 starters and 32 finishers, and one of the wonderful things was that the man who led the field that day, Tom Howard, he won for the first 3 consecutive years and set a time. The fastest of those was a 2:14:34. That was in 1974, and Tom is with us. He has raced with us the last few years, but he was there yesterday. It was wonderful to see him at the expo, so really appreciate that.
I saw him there, but and last year we handed out tongue depressors to all the runners as a kind of a commemorative way of looking back. And it's wonderful also to see Dr. Jack Taunton is at the start line, and I understand that he started the half marathon. He blew the pistol, or shot the pistol, the starter's pistol, for the half and for the full, and he's been such an important part of the running community in Vancouver for the last 5 decades.
And if you were looking just a moment ago, Brian McCorder came up to say hello, and his wife Nancy was there. Nancy was the winner of this event in 1981. She did a 2:48:24, so we want to welcome them this morning. They're amongst our VIPs.
As more and more folks make their way to this finish line, we want to encourage you to, if you see a volunteer, you see someone out on course or near the finish area, give them a high five, thank them for all of the work that they've done to put on this incredible event. You know, the smoother it looks, the harder it was behind the scenes to put these on. So 3,000 volunteers annually help organizing at the Run Van events at the first half, and of course here at the BMO Vancouver Marathon.
Well, we're approaching the 45-minute mark. Don't forget, we are expecting someone to be inside possibly 65 minutes for the half marathon. The man who was leading Aagab is hoping to do around 63:40 if possible. Has done inside 65 minutes before. Let's say Luke Bruchet. We've got Nathan Dehghan doing very well up there, Romain Carrette out of Toronto doing very well, but he represents France.
talking earlier about the fact that the regular runners compete with the elites. They don't compete with them, but they're on the same course. And the medals that everybody gets are the same medals. So if you come in first or last, you still get the exact same beautiful medal. And this year, the medal is made by the Musqueam artist Daryl Blythe did the design. It's an iconic design that shows all of the different landmarks in Vancouver that the runners will pass by. And everybody, when they come across the finish line, our volunteers bestow one upon you by hanging it around your neck. And we got to see some of the past medals that were on display yesterday at the Expo. And this one is going to be one of the more brilliant ones. It's really a beautiful medal.
And for many people, that is such a draw. You know, we're aware of how many options there are for runners. Again, a wonderful sort of almost embarrassment of riches now that we have so many events returning in person after such a hiatus without them. And we do understand that folks have options about where they race. Can't imagine a much more beautiful place to run, and also, to your point, Dave, a much more beautiful piece of hardware to take home with you than this commemorative medal. Really unique in that way.
Yeah, so many people take them home, hang them up in their bathroom window or something, or have it somewhere to show friends and family when they come over for dinner. They're proud of it, and they should be. They worked hard for it. It's something that you don't just buy. You have to put in the hours of training to get it. It's race weekend in Vancouver, the BMO Vancouver International Marathon. The half marathon is well underway. At 8:30 we will start the marathon. And we're downtown Vancouver. If you're at home streaming us, you have the option of just hopping in your car on the SkyTrain and coming down to the corner of Pender and Butte and watching it live. We'll be here for the next 4 or 5 hours.
I think when you look at the last couple of years, it's been wonderful to see just how fast some of our top females have become at the half marathon distance. Now we have a couple of women that have gone sub 70 minutes in the forms of Andrea Sakafian and Natasha Wodak. Don't forget people like Rachel Cliff, Melinda Elmore and Lanny Marchant. They've all been just seconds away from a sub 70. It would be lovely to see somewhat close to that today. Again, when you remember what the record is here, it's possible we could see that 72:33 broken.
And Steve, you're getting into the mode now of announcing all of the runners as they come across the finish line. And you're a machine. I mean, you are a legend. And how you separate the names, pronounce them properly, make sure you don't miss hardly any names is very impressive. I can't wait to see you get to work in about 10 or 15 minutes time. It's going to be, it gets pretty focused for you. You will not let anybody cross without having their name announced.
Well, I appreciate that, Dave, but it's always a pleasure to work with you, and I'm actually thrilled to work with Kate Van Buskirk here as well. She does a lot of work online. I've seen that, I've listened to it, and I think this is going to be very exciting for us, as well as hopefully the audience that's tuning in with us and the spectators that turn up to watch their loved ones take on this challenge. And the most exciting part of all is that they get safely to that line and hopefully achieve their goals, whether that's a finish for the first time or a PR or setting a benchmark. We're just so pleased that they're here and joining us, and obviously we're delighted. So far the weather is actually in their favor. The flags may be flying, but they're not flying much, so there's not too much wind, at least on the home stretch.
And if you are in the home stretch with us right now, you will see all of these flags. Just a small sort of sampling of, as you've mentioned, Dave and Steve, the over 55 countries represented here on the streets and parks of Vancouver as our runners are making their way through all of the iconic spots. Stanley Park, of course, so beautiful, and the marathon will go by the Harry Jerome statue, up and down the gorgeous streets of this fair city, and then to this finish line where the flags, hopefully it won't be flying too strong, but will be certainly flying proudly.
We're going to get real busy very shortly as the runners reach the finish line. I wanted to quickly mention that there's a charitable aspect to this event. This year over $300,000 was raised for different charities, and over the years through the BMO Vancouver International Marathon, $16 million has been raised for charities like the BC Cancer Foundation, the BC Schizophrenia Society, Canadian Mental Health Association, and the Heart and Stroke Foundation, to name a few. So really an important part of the community that does a lot of good.
We mentioned our elites. Of course, several of the top runners in Canada and across North America competing today on the streets of Vancouver, along with the masses. And it's always interesting when you have some celebrities as well participating, not necessarily the elites, but we should mention that all three Sedin siblings are competing out there today. So of course the twins of Vancouver hockey fame and their sister, Marinette, are all out doing the half marathon. So keep an eye out for those three and other celebrities on course today. Celebrities, they're just like us. So the men are about 16.5 kilometers through this course. And again, this is where the going can get really tough at this point. You've still got quite a bit of racing ahead of you, but you've got a lot of fatigue setting in. And the athletes, like I said earlier, will do well just to really soak in the atmosphere, the crowd support, and the beautiful scenery here in Vancouver to help buoy them to this finish line.
You can feel the excitement here just kind of in the air as we're anticipating the first runners coming through here in downtown Vancouver. At the same time, at Queen Elizabeth Park, they're starting to stage the full marathon. So we're having 6,000 runners being dropped off, parking their cars, taking the SkyTrain in there. And there's so much going on this morning between the half and the full, and we're going to do our best to keep you informed. Steve's going to do a great job at calling the names as they go across the finish line. And Kate, your experience and all of the races you've run, you add such a unique, interesting perspective.
I love the fact too that Dr. Jack Taunton was our starter this morning. He was one of the originals there that took on the challenge in '72, and he was amongst the top 5, which he's established on a number of occasions, and was often around the 2:25 mark.
Dr. Jack, it wouldn't have happened without him. He is true. The word legend, he truly is a legend and has contributed so much to running in Canada and around the world.
Absolutely, and he and Dr. Doug Clement, of course, they were also very much involved in getting the Vancouver Sun Run going, and that's been going since '85. This race, though, since 1972. Lionsgate Roadrunners, still a very viable club, and we're delighted. We'll be welcoming some of their members, and don't forget we've got pacemakers out there, the pace bunnies as they're called, and they'll be helping people achieve the sort of times that they want. They're both involved in the half marathon and the marathon. You'll see those guys running up, usually with bunny ears, and they'll be carrying something that lets the athletes know what time they're aiming for. So if someone's not able to or isn't used to pacing, get with a pace bunny. That's the idea. They'll get you there in time.
Get with a pace bunny.
Such a good reminder. You can think about how hard it is to run at a certain pace and have that responsibility, but then imagine having to carry a sign with you while you're doing it. So those bunnies or rabbits, whatever you want to call them, are doing a great job out on course. And you know, you often see it's sort of like little kids soccer where there's swarms of kids just chasing the ball. So too what happens out on course with these big packs that form around those pace bunnies. So they're working hard and as you mentioned, helping everyone achieve their goals, personal bests, personal records.
It's race weekend in Vancouver, what has become Canada's largest marathon, the BMO Vancouver International Marathon, will get underway at 8:30 this morning, and we are just waiting for the front runners and the masses to come in the half marathon with a field of around 12,000 runners altogether entering this event.
As we mentioned, one of the things that makes the events here on this weekend so unique is that they're all point to point and they all have the same finish line. So the energy sort of follows you to that finish line, and we'll start to feel that as they get closer to us. And we really appreciate all of the folks here on site at the finish line who are starting to fill up the stands and get their spot early.
As you mentioned, it's point to point, which creates a logistical challenge whereby you have to get people back to the start line, because that's where many people left their cars. And what we do here in Vancouver is we use the SkyTrain. I mean, I've been in many races, and so have you, where you have to board a bus and wait, you know. But it's so cool. I mean, you finish running the race here, the race organizers give you a transit pass, you get on the SkyTrain, and bada bing, you're back to where you started from. And Vancouver is such a wonderful city in terms of our transit system. And it's easy to get back to the start.
sort of keeps the party going too. You know, you see so many runners who get on together and just start chatting organically about how their race went, and you know, that energy really continues throughout the city. And on that note, of course, there is the street festival that you can take part in. There was a kids race yesterday. The whole weekend is just really exciting.
It's a real celebration of running and fitness, and a real celebration of this great city of ours. And it's been going on for 51 years strong. This race, as I mentioned, has become the largest marathon in Canada now, and the only marathon in Vancouver.
So our top men are just over 18K into this race. So inside 3 kilometers, and this is where, you know, they're really going to be starting to push. So keep your eyes, if you're at this finish line, keep your eyes peeled all the way down West Pender. You're going to have a great view, great line of sight for our top men coming in very shortly.
What was so impressive last year was to see Justin Kent and Benjamin Priesner coming up the home stretch together, getting the same time. And in fact, Justin Kent this morning set a new personal best at the marathon, 2 hours 13 minutes. So we were thrilled to hear that. Really moves up the rankings. Don't forget that Jerome Drayton held the record for the longest time since 1975 when he did that 2:10:09 in Fukuoka. And then we've seen that record now blasted, of course, by Cam Levins. And some of the others, including Trevor Hoffbauer, they have both bested that time. 2:05:36 now, the Canadian record. Set this year in March in Tokyo, and Trevor Hoffbauer raced to his 2:09:51 in Toronto in 2019. But Drayton still holds the third fastest. But now you've got people like Justin Kent, who's going to be working hard to break that 2:10 barrier. Ben Priesner, Rory Linkletter, 2 others that are certainly getting close to that time as well.
Well, you mentioned earlier about the women's half marathon record here in Canada, and how many women have now eclipsed that 70-minute barrier, running under an hour and 10 minutes in this half marathon distance. And it's so neat to see how there's a domino effect. When one person does it, it suddenly opens the door of possibility for others. You mentioned Rachel Cliff, Natasha Wodak, who is out on course today, and of course our current half marathon record holder, Andrea Sakafian. All 3 of those women broke each other's records in the space of, I think, 7 weeks. So it went down really quickly back in 2020, and it's just continued to grow from there.
It's race weekend in Vancouver. Whether you're a spectator, whether you're a runner or a volunteer, we encourage as many people as possible to get involved. And if you want to come out and cheer the runners, it's not too late to hop in your car, hop on the SkyTrain, and come down to Butte and Pender, which is the finish line, and just get involved on this wonderful Sunday morning as we celebrate a tradition that has started in 1972 and every year has gone strong. Of course, we had our pandemic year where we did the virtual races, but we managed to still stage the event. The 51st running of the BMO Vancouver International Marathon.
We'll be looking for flashing lights fairly soon to let us know that our lead is on his way as we're approaching the 1 hour mark. What's amazing is what has happened over the last few years. If you look at 2020, 2021, the world records have come down considerably. The world record for the half is 57:31. Jacob Kiplimo did that in Lisbon, in Portugal. Kipawat Candy has done a 57:32. Phoenix Kipruto has done a 57:49. And both those times are set in 2020. For the women, though, you look at the times there, the lead is a 62.52. And that's Letten Sebek Gide, Lamsor Viahalal, and Ruth Chepman Gladich. Is also their third fastest ever, but it won't be too long before we see an athlete making their way up here.
Well, they're at 19.5 kilometers, so it is down to the wire. They're going to be turning over fast and strong. And as you mentioned, Steve, everyone at the finish line can keep their eye out looking down Pender for those flashing lights of the lead vehicle. Should be coming into view any moment.
It's hard now for us.
What a beautiful shot that is on camera, running through Stanley Park with the statue of Harry Jerome. That didn't happen by accident, but the statue of Harry Jerome that the runners can be inspired by, another a great iconic runner in Western Canada.
I think the other thing that's fantastic as well is what's happened with charities over the years. The amount of money that has been raised has just been absolutely phenomenal. I think $300,000
this year, yeah.
And this year alone, and something like 16 million over the years. So we really appreciate that. Gold charities include BC Cancer, BC Schizophrenia, Canadian Mental Health, Canuck Place, Children's Hospice, Kenneth Gordon Maplewood School, and the Heart and Stroke Foundation of BC and Yukon. So we're just beyond, or coming up to the record, 62.36 being the record. Paul Kimagul, out of Kenya, hosts that record, and he will retain that. Sorry, Jean, I'll put it over there.
Well, our leader, at least at the 10K mark, which is the last time we had data, was Mo Aagab, our Moroccan athlete. And he set his personal best in Toronto last year, 1:05.24. And at that 10K mark, at least, he was on pace to be running right around 1:05. So, as you mentioned, Steve, course record is safe, but we may see a personal best for our leader and certainly for several of our other participants, elites and recreational runners alike.
So those athletes should be in the last kilometre by now. So we're getting excited here, and indeed they are. So we'll give you the order as we see them, but we do have a visual on Stanley Park, and it's amazing how many runners are heading through there. But don't forget there were 5 waves according to their estimated times. And those waves were 5 minutes apart, so there's 20 minutes between the first of our half marathoners getting underway at the start and the final runners in the half marathon getting underway. All right, Jean, so let me see. Jean, sorry, just move a little bit, love. There we go. Just move a little bit, sorry. There we go, just sit yourself down and we'll be laughing. There we go. I just can't see down there. Okay, I think we might have.
So less than half a kilometre remain for our top male runners in this half marathon.
So let's get ready to give a huge Vancouver welcome to the first person who's going to cross the finish line. Remember, all 3 distances were sold out in terms of the numbers as well.
To that point, record numbers this year, over 20,000 registrants across all 3 of our distances. And we're about to see the winners of that first distance, our half marathon, as they make their way up Pender Street. And we're going to need all of your support, folks, at the finish line. So if you're here with us in person, first of all, thank you. And secondly, make sure that you give a huge Vancouver cheer for our leaders as they make their way up towards our finish at Pender and Butte.
And we're delighted to have stands here, ladies and gentlemen, for some of the audience, but unfortunately you're standing up, so we're not able to see the runners. If there's any chance you guys could sit for a moment so we can actually see the runners from our vantage point, it would be much appreciated. So you can see the flashing lights down there, ladies and gentlemen. That means the runners are just behind. We do have lead vehicles. We have cyclists out there as well.
All right, let's make some noise, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't forget there's money on the line, there's prestige on the line, and there's just a few hundred meters on the line for the first runner of the day that's going to be heading up the home stretch here towards the finish line. Pushing, pushing, pushing. Look at that. You can see, we're able to see the top two runners from our vantage point right now about to come on over. And you can see who it is who's a tremendous job. It is Mohamed Aagab there from Campbelltown, New Brunswick, who's coming down through. He's going to clock in with a 66.53 unofficial clocking. Brilliant performance from him, and we're just thrilled that he's part of the action with us as well. The 29-year-old raced in Montreal as a 67.38 clocking there. We've got our second runner of the day now approaching the finish line, and there's Lucas Bruchet, of course, our two-time Olympian, the man who's won the Sun Run as well, and of course he's won the first half. He comes in second with a 67.15 unofficially. Congratulations. So you see Mohamed Aagab taking the title here, the 29-year-old, Lucas Bruchet, the 32-year-old teacher, in that second position overall. And again, don't forget his race for Canada at the 10,000 meters. So we're thrilled to see those two guys, and we saw those times, 66, 67, and we wait to see as our third place up there. It looks like they opened up quite a bit of a gap up there. So well done for both of those athletes for taking the challenge today and racing to a victory. Don't forget in Toronto, at the marathon, he did a 2:15.19. That was last year, took an 8th position. That is Mohamed Aagab. But of course, Lucas Bruchet, who's raced on a mission, his personal best is 62.12. He retains that. But he's a two-time Olympian, so we've got our third place and now heading towards the finish. He'll be on the podium as well. It's Nathan Dehghan, the 27-year-old North Vancouverite, so we're delighted for him. He's had a great race. He did a 14.57 at the St. Patrick's event, 68.17 today. Well done, Nathan. I think he should be very pleased with that. Yeah, when they go around, he's done a 67.46 before. That is Dylan Quintana out of Ferndale, Washington, the man in the orange strip, the 28-year-old. He's under with a 68.32. And in 5th position, that looks like Gene Beveridge out of Vancouver, the 31-year-old. Nice to see him in action, and they're taking on this challenge here today. He was one of our late registrants, I believe, as well. So really, really pleased to see where he has done there as well. I think he represents New Zealand. And he went inside 69 minutes as well. And so that's the top 5. Mohamed Aagab, Lucas Bruchet, Nathan Dehghan, Dylan Quintana, and Gene Beveridge. Looks as though we'll see the first of our wheelchairs here shortly as well. I know there's one gentleman who was hoping to set a record out there. We had a couple of athletes in the chair event. We wait to see who's going to be the first amongst them. And I believe we had both Gieni and Leo Sammarelli out there in the chairs. But our congratulations. Don't forget we had Sunburn, the brilliant performance there. We do not have Kelly Smith in the race, the most well-known of all wheelchair athletes over the years at these different distances. But you can see really pushing the pace and went off a couple of minutes prior to the runners. So that would mean he's got a 71-minute clocking there on the clock, and a brilliant time Here he goes. Push, push, push is 67 and change. Can he get inside 68? I believe he will as he takes that through Leo Sammarelli. And that is Romain Correct out of Toronto heading through the line. He gets a sub 70-minute clock in with about 3 seconds to spare, the 33-year-old out of Toronto. Congrats to him. That's number 1008. The 32-year-old representing France. He raced in Barcelona. That's where he got his PR, I believe. That was 68.56. We arrived in Toronto last year and he managed a 6th place in the Montreal half marathon, by the way. He went 69.50, so he's faster than that today, but I believe he's done a 2:27, 35 at the marathon. He was a sub 2:27 performer once before. That was his PR at the marathon distance, and right now, again, he becomes, I believe, our 6th athlete in the run portion, and we've seen that one chair athlete go through. Next up, out of Chilliwack, nice to see William Piddock, the 27-year-old, pouring it on there. He's in the orange strip, and look at the time, 70 minutes and 49 seconds unofficially. Congrats to him, again, taking on this challenge here with us today, and hopefully he's a happy camper. His best has been a 69.58, so he was just shy at that, but he did that last year. So William there is raced in Toronto, the waterfront. He was Queen's Track and Field Cross Country alumni. As behind him is Calgarian, the top Albertan of the day to come on through. I believe it's 24-year-old Matthew Skase who's next up there to line. Well done. He wanted to do around 73.41. Did that last year at the BMO half, so he's bested that by a couple of minutes. Nice job there. Graduated from university when all the races were cancelled, so I know he's got sub 15 and a half minutes before the 5K distance, so he's just set a PR for himself there today.
And if you're watching our live stream, you get a real sense there of that hill that they have to come up right to the finish.
And our next one to come on through is Jerry Ziak. Nice, Jerry. Well done. He's our top master of the half marathon as well. Many times he's been amongst the top 10. Excellent job there, Jerry. 46 years of age, still running 72 minutes and change. Brilliant performance. He's got a PR 71.11. Did that in Nanaimo. He was an NAIA cross-country champion 2003. 4 times bronze medalist at the Canadian Championships, 10,000, 5,000, 10K road and track. And behind Jerry, we have Dave Morrissey coming on through, the 46-year-old. So look at that, our top 2 masters now through. Eduardo Acura there from Yacona de Plancati. Next up there, number 10,126 is at the line. Felicitaciones por el excelente tiempo. We got Patrick Bedell, the 31-year-old out of Vancouver, coming through. I believe we've got Alan Brett closing in there as well from Calgary. That's the second Calgarian. We've got Mission's Mark Klassen there next up there. That's number 10.11. Congratulations, Mark. Good to see you. He's got a 68.59 PR to his credit previously.
And Steve, we are within 1K of seeing our top woman come across the line in this half marathon. 20.2 kilometers into this race.
Wow, very impressive. So Mark Klassen, good to see you. He's raced before to 69.38. He's done a huge personal best for some of these guys. As I believe Kyle Kimura is our next athlete. That's the 33-year-old Vancouver member of the VFAC squad. Kevin O'Connor, a very happy camper. He's representing BC Athletics today. But we got Alex Ullman from Waterloo, Ontario, just moved into the 30-34 division. Adrian Cedillo from Nooksack, Washington is under the arch at 1:13.45. Our next athlete in the red strip here looks as though we've got Jeff Folk. Good to see you, Jeff. I really appreciate that. He's the first Okanagan runner to come through the line. Often does our interior road race They've actually got one up there in Penticton today. It was the Blossom 10 miler. It's now a 13K event. That's happening today as well. So congrats to Jeff Folk. He's in the men's 40-44. So don't forget we have Jerry Ziak and Dave Morrissey. So Jeff Folk is our third master, but he's actually the winner of the 40-44 because Jerry and David are in the 45-49 division as our next runner coming on through. through. We've got Chris Roth out of Langley, the 32-year-old. He's got our top female as well coming on in. Let's give a big hand. Natalia Allen is the lady just behind Tristan Hoekstra there. Ran Boston only a couple of weeks ago, but Natalia comes through, the 28-year-old North Vancouver, a sub 75-minute clocking. Congrats, she really poured it on there and has taken the title as well. And don't forget, trials of miles, she did a 77.19. She's bested that easily at the 10,000 meters of Peyton Jordan. So two more runners come through behind Natalia, but she takes the women's event there. And that's Josh O'Brien from St. Peter, who went through behind Curtis Thompson of Edmonton, and Connor Brendan Dunn, the 26-year-old out of Vancouver. So a very convincing victory there for Natalia. Our next runner in the black strip coming in, it looks like we've got Nikolai Morito out of Vancouver, about to pour it on. He's got a 76.05, under the arch he goes. He's got Jordan Arthur from Forest Grove right behind him, the 26-year-old. Look at this, it's so nice when people realise they're only metres away from the finish. That looks like the great Martin Caron, the great triathlete out of Penticton, who's through there in the 45-49. He gets third in that division with Matt Luongo at Port Moody, just metres back of him. An excellent performance. Martin Caron, who's raced around the world at the iron and half iron distance, one of the best athletes in the business. Simon Oborn next up here in the Masters division also. He's out of Coquitlam. Lisa Brooking, who's going to be our second athlete coming on through there in the women's division there. The 35-year-old now under the arch at 76.11. So we're seeing two of our females now across the line, so this is just wonderful to see how things are unfolding here for them. Don't forget, Lisa was hoping to go inside 80 minutes, and she's done that comfortably today, and being second on the podium overall. But Natalia Allen, convincing victory from hers. I believe Nanaimo's Liam Hobbs, the youngest athlete to be finishing so far at 20 years of age. He's going to be a 77.25 performer as he goes under the arch. Again, don't forget, we're only giving you clock times here because they will be adjusted depending on when they went over the timing that at the start. And there are 5 different waves, and those waves were 5 minutes apart. Here we go, we've got another runner about to close on in. Looks like it's Russell Rosenberg out of Victoria, so BC's capital city well represented by the 28-year-old. Their marathon half, and AK will be coming up, of course, in October. They've got a new event this year. That will be a 5K, but right now, I believe we've got John Beatty out of Peace River, Alberta. He's a happy camper, you can see that, because he's under 80 minutes. That's a big goal for a lot of people. We've got Aaron Roberts from Calgary in there. We've got Duran Hurry out of Smithers. Nice to see Smithers well represented here as well. So they've got a 78.20 there for Duran. He's in the men's 35-39 division. We've got Wade Ritchie out of Calgary, who's next to be pouring it on. When you look at the half marathon, the largest division in the men's division is 1,003 in the men's 30-34 alone. We've got Alexander Hill there from Seattle. We've got Hans-Erik Zimmerling from New West. We've got our third place female, Katrina Allison, the 29-year-old from North Vancouver. Don't forget, we've seen her at the Olympics as well. A great track star. She's under the arch with a 78.46 time there. So congrats to her. She is through. She won the 77.19, did that in the Trials of Miles project, the 13.1. She's the under 23 Canadian record holder at 10,000 meters as well. She takes third with Courtney Olsen from Bellingham just behind in fourth position. Caitlin Vale was there as well, by the way. We had Jason Bassour, David Tapia, Caitlin Vale in fourth. We had Darren Milne, Erin Snellgrove from Port Elgin, Ontario was right there. Adrian Lambert from Edmonton. Ian Sharp, the current provincial record holder for 40-44 division. The 43-year-old out of Kelowna. We had Tim Myers out of Calgary, Cameron Pasternak from Burnaby, Tomohito Kurihara out of Lameda, California. He's under the arch with 30 seconds away from an 80-minute clocking here on gun time. Let's see, Alan Ellensgaard from Old Alberta, Ryan May from Surrey, Tom Knight from Vancouver, Gershani Sidhu. Look at that, he took his own camel back out there and he's going to get a sub 80-minute clocking. Well done, Gershan. We have Jonathan Lee Don next up here, the Seattleite. We've got Caleb Graham from Chilliwack, another 20-year-old coming in with Dimitrios Milanos out of Vancouver. He just moved into the Masters division. Behind him is Sam Thrump, the 32-year-old Vancouverite. He's in the blue strip, about to get in. Look at that, 80 minutes on the clock right now as our second chair is coming through. Gieni out of Vancouver, the man who was going for a Guinness Book of Records. There he is with a day chair as well. That is really tough to be able to do that, but he's going to get himself a 1:18:16, I believe that is, or 1:22, because I think they went off 2 minutes ahead of the runners. So we've got Fraser Titley there from Vancouver, who's next behind him. We'll find out if that is a Guinness Book of Records time in a while. We'll see what we've got to do there for him. But Keegan Devine from San Diego, he just got his passport just so he could run this race. Jamie Atkins from Colorado Springs is there. We've got Rice and Stockton Thomas, 17 years of age, his first half marathon now done. Richard Duchamp from White Rock, Declan Colwell out of Calgary. There's Vancouver's Paul Brazy and Jason Choi and Ryan Berkler. Danny Lenski now under the arch along with him at 80.52. So don't forget we have 60 countries represented. Very, very, very impressive here. A lot of those countries represented, of course, in the half and the marathon distance. We're missing some of the top Kenyans and Ethiopians from the years, but we've got a number of Kenyans taking part in the marathon as we get ready to welcome, I believe it's Steve Gilbert who's going to be next up here in the 41-year-old with Dan Lesky went through. We've got Juan Fernando Valencia Fernandez as well. Congratulations, he's heading home and he'll clock in with an 81.30 maybe. There he is under the arch again. Thanks to our photographers that are out there as well. Marathon photos live. We've got them all around the course and definitely here at the finish line to capture the images, and we certainly appreciate you joining us here. Earlier I saw one of Canada's great ultra triathletes and runners, Lucy was here, Lucy Ryan, but right now we've got Warren Myers out of Vancouver, his very first half marathon about to be completed. The man in the black strip, there he is. He's getting right on 82 minutes, just inside with a 1 second spare. He's followed by Warren Myers out of Vancouver, his first half. Alexander Kerberesh out of Vancouver. From Whitehorse, it's Steve Roddick. Chris Callender out of Victoria's here in the Masters division with Mackenzie Punter, the 33-year-old from Campbell River. Nick Palichuk from Vancouver is there as well. And Matt Abbott out of Squamish, the 35-year-old. Don't forget they have a lot of races up there, including 8K, including a triathlon, including the heavy metal stuff that they do, the pedals to the metal. They have a lot of bike races. That's Trenton Lau, the 18-year-old from Richmond. We've had a 17, an 18, and two 20-year-olds through so far. There's Kathleen Saxon, nice going there. She's very well placed, the 31-year-old Edmontonian with an 82.42. Followed by David O'Keefe out of, I believe that's out of Vancouver. Mark Schellenberg there from Vancouver. He's followed by Matt Murdoch and Jorge Parra. He's going to win the men's 50 to 54 division. The man in the yellow strip there. Way to go, Jorge. These out of Vancouver as well with Kosi Gallos from Mission, the second person from Mission to come through. Wrapped up there day with Nicholas Pond out of Vancouver and Sam Matthew there, the 23-year-old from Burnaby. Dan Levitt right behind him. Another Vancouverite in the 50-54 division. Don't forget Jorge Parra won that division, and you've got Dan Levitt in second place in the different 5-year age categories. We had a pass here made in the last few seconds. It looks like Cole Whipple and Andy Summit. Andy Summit from Edmonds, Washington, and Cole Whipple, great job for him. Andy there, I believe, has got parents having cataract surgery tomorrow. Hopefully that all goes well. We got William Rook there from North Van, Claire Summer. Now we heard about Claire, the hometown athlete there who's taking on the challenge here with us today, and we're delighted. She was the winner of the National Cross Country Championships in 2017. First time taking on this event. We have behind her Frederick Olga Moran from Vancouver. There's Gary Irwin from Maple Ridge and Ben Smith. He's out of Vancouver. 17-year-old Stephen Britton. Look at that, 17 years of age. Semiamu Secondary School member out of South Surrey. He's through the line. We've got Steve Britton there, and then Fabian Angel Camarena Romero from Zapopan, Mexico. Felicitaciones, for excelente tiempo. We have Gergely Hegedus from Edmonton. McKenna Jackson was there as well out of Sarnia, the 23-year-old. She's had a great day. Andy Kessler was just ahead of her. I think he's got third in the men's 50 to 54 division. We have Thomas Morrison of Northland, Joshua O'Neill from Roberts Creek, and Justin Kaya, 16 years of age, the youngest athlete so far, 1:24.33. Brilliant job as James Sutherland, a Laurentian University varsity swimmer and two-time Ironman at 70.3 is through. We've got Nathan Fowler, 17-year-old through there as well. Alejandro Curio Gonzalez from Zapopan, our second Mexican to close in. Tom Michi, nice to see him. He's out of Kelowna as well, but living here right now in Vancouver, I believe. He was injured for the last year. From Portland, Oregon, there's Paul Noah, the 30-year-old. There's Katrina Lynn coming in. Under the arch she goes, the 27-year-old out of Burnaby. 85 minutes on the clock as our next runner is Matt Gill, the 27-year-old out of Richmond. He's going to get an 85.10 clocking as he comes under the arch. And you can imagine how good it feels to see that arch and know you're about to close on in there. As we've got Katrina Lynn from Burnaby, we have Matt Gill, we have Takanabu Goto there, Nicholas Thomas, Matt Dorset, we've got Finley Heppenstall next up there as well. And then Alan Sorrell, Stephen Callier, Eric Paulson. We'll be shifting shortly to the marathon start, by the way, because we're getting this film live, but Eric Paulson is under the arch. He may well be on the podium in terms of the men's 45 to 49, but don't forget, we had two men in there early. We had Henrik Sedin, ladies and gentlemen, one of the twins, there he is. He and his brother are both racing with us as well, so we're delighted to see that. Don't forget Henrik, we got also his brother racing as well, and I believe he's number 22. So behind them it looked like we had Daniel. So Daniel's also gone in. They were very close together with Ian Hartley separating them. Walter Downey is also there. Carlos Humberbrino, Jessica Bottiglieri, Alexander Antiel, and I believe Socia Brown is next up here, the 42-year-old from North Vancouver. Nice going there, is under the arch at 86.17. Our next rider coming up through, that looks like so is Mitch Newsom, I believe, with Brian Gallant also closing on in here, the man with a beard, the 44-year-old out of Vancouver. He's going to be followed by Alex Marincelli out of Abbotsford. That's the man you see with the yellow strip there. And 4 or 5 more athletes, including one in the women's division. Let's see who we've got. Juan Felipe Breton from Miami, Florida. And we've got Jesse Kirby in there. We've got Masamichi Shibata out of Vancouver in the 56-year-old. Well done. Mariko Sanada is there as well. We also have Mariko, followed by Mike Cohen. There's Coram Hughes, Simon Cunningham, Michael Yonker, 65 years of age. Look at that. What a performance there. That's an 87-minute clocking. We got John Hayfurk there, the 31-year-old. There's Taylor Whitcomb from Vancouver, Gavin Holobacken out of Duncan, Jason Chu from Albany, California. We hand it over now to Kate and to Dave, who are going to give us a start of the marathon.
Well, Steve, if you want another career as an auctioneer, I think you'd be very well suited for it. That was unbelievably impressive. And we will continue to keep an eye on some of these half marathon finishers, of course, both on our stream and in person. But we're going to be shifting our attention back to the start of the full marathon. If you're just tuning into our live stream, you are watching the 2023 BMO Vancouver Marathon, Canada's largest marathon race, organized annually on the first Sunday of May by the local nonprofit run BAN. I'm Kate Van Buskirk, thrilled to be joined by Steve King and Dave Dorgy, and we have just seen the winners of the half marathon come through. That was Aagab and Natalia Allen taking home top spots in the half. But Dave, we're going to shift now to the big boy.
We certainly are. The big boy, 26.2 miles, the one that is the largest marathon now in all of Canada. And it's impossible to start both races at the same time. So it's 7 o'clock, we started the half marathon. We're coming up to 8:30 right now. So the 6,000 runners will be at Queen Elizabeth Park, and I think the camera shot is going to reflect that at any moment now.
And there we are. We see the top runners just getting their final preparations done as we are within about 90 seconds of the start of this full marathon. Again, this event started back in 1972 with only 32 finishers, including only 2 women, and it has grown exponentially. Over 20,000 participants across the 3 distances here, and sold-out fields across the board, including this full marathon that is going to be, as is true with the half and the 8K, a point-to-point, finishing here on beautiful West Pender Street.
And it's a bit colder than we anticipated. If you're coming out to watch, throw in an extra jacket with the light breeze and with just the nature of the weather in Vancouver, which is changing. I bet those runners that are all lining up at Queen Elizabeth Park now are really hoping that the start is going to go off soon, because standing around waiting is not something that you want to do in the cold weather. And we didn't really anticipate it being this cold on May the 7th in Vancouver. It's chilly out there.
Well, just to the outside of your screen, if you're watching our live stream there, you're going to see Mr. Evan Dunphy, of course, World Championship and Olympic medalist in the race walk. He's going to be walking this marathon, something that I can only imagine how his hips are going to be feeling after that. But you'll be seeing you'll be seeing Evan Dunphy come through the streets of Vancouver walking very, very quickly.
We have seconds to go now. Any second now, the gun's going to go off. Here they go.
And they're away in the 51st running of the BMO Vancouver Marathon.
It's race weekend in Vancouver. The event organizers are breathing a sigh of relief. When you put on an event of this magnitude, getting it started on time is important. And at exactly 7, we did the half marathon. At 8:30, the marathon is off. So we're off to a good start.
And look at that big sprint finish going through there. We admire Venkataraman, there Chris Hall, Moses Tang, Hori, as Ryan Casting as well out of Maple Ridge. But good to see a Japanese athlete going through there as well. Delighted to see that they're here in Canada in the holiday, Tanashinde Kudasai. And don't forget we have the number 1 man as well, who's won the Boston Marathon. He's out there right now amongst those athletes that are taking on the challenge of the marathon that is now underway. Nicholas Nutting out of Tofino just went through there. Diagos Steele, Simon Ewan, Taylor Pomponio out of Kelowna. There's Adam Fellows, Arturo Flores Ramirez there from Sahaia, Mexico. We got Jared Tom and Daniel Hicks closing in. Eric Wainwright from Vancouver. Hilary Spires, the 37-year-old out of Delta in the black strip. She comes up to the arch with a 91.15 clocking. I believe we've got Mr. Binder out of Berlin. Good to see his girlfriend Julianne, hopefully ready to welcome him as well, with William Hollis and Katie Afanikos out of Honolulu, Hawaii. First time race in Canada for her, so nice to have you with us. As Travis Inno is here from North Van. We've got Dave Juriday out of North Vancouver. There's Ethan Weinberger from Seattle. Noah Fail out of Vancouver is here as well, with Jose Antonio Velasco from San Pedro. Nice to have you with us. Behind Jose Terminasli Contordo, there is Kevin Caitliff and Carolyn Chan, Bennett Vanderloo. We've got Annika Richardson, Patrick Keogh, Jesse Riddler, Jay Smith, Josh Allen, Jeffrey McAllister, Victoria, and another Mexican represented in the form of Ms. Montero. At the line, it looks like Mariana Montero Torres is there. Andrea Liu. We've got Monica McDowell, Kaiting Cheng, and Doug Evans came in from Canmore to join us. He's in the men's 60-64. Don't forget, we've already seen one athlete in that category before, but it's 92 minutes presently on the clock. So thrilling to see as we've got Fergal Slurry, nice Irish name. Pat Neal from Penticton there. Elijah Wickmore, 2 Seattleites, because we also had Emily Ransom. And we have Raymond Christian Lorraine out of Toronto. We've got Akila Dearnose from Helena, Montana. Hopefully the family will travel with them, but they're at the finish line to welcome her. We've got Manuel Solis as well, great triathlete out of Calgary. They've got a 70.3 coming up in a couple of months. Sebastian Harper next up from Esquimalt. Matthew Howard. We've got Katriana Skulski, blew in from Barren Island. Now under the arch there's Brendan Itt, Andrei Tokarev, Christian Stoltz. We've got Rob Dixon and his wife running to celebrate their 10th wedding. So congrats to Rob and Alina. We've got Kendra Sadrovec. There's Ken Gray, the 63-year-old Edmontonian. We've got Ryan Johnsonius, Paolo Tolonea. There's Kaylee Connolly. Steve is alongside the 2 Seattleites side by side with Kayleen Coleman, David Ness, Ivan Atlow, Daniel Silverson, the 49-year-old from Langley, is last year in the men's 45-49. We've got Carson Hewlett with Ari Burke, Mick Khalil out of North Van with Raymond Tang. He just moved into the 50-54 division. Eden Murray, Carlos Alexis Garcia is next up there as well, so we congratulate him. Felicitaciones por esta tienda Posta Llegada, Marathon Vancouver. There's Joyce Sue. We've got Antoine Du Bois, Emma Billington. Next up with Jennifer Shield, Mary Edgar, Ian McKay, Leslie Abu from London, Ontario. There's Jennifer Ferris, Steve Ensring, Pearson White Lodge next through with Greg Gascoigne out of Chilliwack. Diego Sanchez D'Antuano is next up there from Zapopan. He runs in honour of those who cannot run, but we'd like to welcome him as a visitor here, and we certainly hope he enjoys the rest of his stay here as well. Pues bienvenido a la línea de llegada Marathon Vancouver. There's Sean Deacon, Maxime Barbier from Vancouver. He's a Frenchman who is out of Burgundy originally, and his wonderful Lily is here to welcome him as we see Leonardo Gomez Navas Acevedo coasting in. Another gentleman out of Mexico. We've got Steve Fairbanks from Manchester, England. He's enjoying beautiful Vancouver and now finishes with a sub-95-minute clocking for the halves. Scorpio Lamb, Rene Dinter there, Ryozaki. We've got Lanhu Mustafa out of Montreal, 69 years of age, just went through the line. Camilla Shimka coming in from Calgary, her husband racing as well. Meredith Team from San Francisco, first up. We've got Sean Conlon, Virgo Money. Pietro Tierney is here. We've got Antoine Pignat at 37. Hopefully his three kids here to witness that. It's Heather McPherson next up from Canmore. Dave Mercier is there. We'll go back to the marathon here in a moment and find out what's happening as they continue to go over the start line.
Okay, so with all the excitement happening at the half marathon finish line, we can't forget the marathon has just started a few minutes ago, and we are underway with wave number 2. So with the event of this magnitude, there are several waves, and wave number 2 has now left, seems quite far away from here, Queen Elizabeth Park in central Vancouver. We're in downtown Vancouver at the corner of Bute and Pender. Over to you, Kate.
Well, that's right. As you mentioned, wave 2 underway now. There's 4 waves in the marathon going off every 4 minutes. And there you see runners passing by that gorgeous, iconic Harry Jerome statue, of course, one of the great sprinters of all time in this country. If you're on our live stream, runners continuing to come across the line in our half. But again, thousands of runners participating in this full.
And that shot of the live stream is quite interesting because you have the Trade and Convention Center in the background too.
And a nice shot if you're watching our live stream right now or here at the finish line of our top 3 women in the half marathon being presented with their trophy. That is Olympian Natalia Allen, formerly Hawthorne, who is your victor today in the half marathon in her debut. What a place to do it and what a way to do it, winning her very first half. And a shot back to the anticipation of our 3rd wave of 4 in the full marathon. Runners just getting lined up and ready to take to the streets of Vancouver.
And so much going on. We're handing out cups and medals right now to the winners of the half marathon, and the marathon is well underway with the 2nd wave. And here we are. It's starting to rain a little bit in downtown Vancouver. The forecast is called for clear skies, but we are feeling it spinning a little bit.
Overall, pretty excellent conditions, though, for race morning. The waves, the flags are starting to fly and wave a little bit more in that breeze. Luckily, it's a tailwind if you're coming into the finish right now, which is great. And there will be some protection in the masses out on course for the full marathon. And we've seen so many of our athletes come across the start line waving flags from their home countries as the flags are waving here. Again, over 55 nations represented, folks coming from far and wide. This is truly one of the great destination marathons in the world. So wherever you're joining us from, in person or on our live stream, we thank you very much.
And one of the great local marathons, starting to fill up here with people. I've mentioned there's probably about 700 or 800 people at the finish line, and there's plenty of room to fill the streets on both sides of the sidewalks all the way down Pender Streets. And that's where the athletes really need the help on Pender Street coming up that hill.
So as we get set for wave number 3 to take off in our full marathon, we're going to send it back here at the finish line to the great Steve King.
Thank you very much, Kate. And ladies and gentlemen, you just said that I just saw Susanna Duval go through there. Congratulations. I know it's, I believe, her 44th birthday today. We just saw her yesterday because we had the Run Van Kids event yesterday, and her son was part of the action there. So good to see you coming on through. She told me she was hoping for a sub-140 clocking. She's done that with 138 on the clock with Joshua Weiss. There's Lindsay Primrose going through. Emanuela Bandol, nice to see her. A great triathlete and a lady who loves the mountain bike We got Caleb Bruchet, Garrett Winkleman is here, Paige Sullivan, we got Dylan Mullen, there's Malcolm McIntyre, Nick Vaughan, Radek Rocek, we got Adam Van Est out of Vancouver, we got Aidan Caves, Commonwealth Games bronze medalist and 11-time national champion as well. That's a great cyclist. So Aidan Caves here, the ex-Team Canada member. We got Nicholas Gautier, we got Barry Saucer, John Downs from Port Moody, Barry by the way in the 60-64. We got River Hutchison Brewster from Vancouver, Lauren Traver heading through, Carlo Galvez, Ian Kerr next up there from North Van. Chris Porter, his first big race, who's recovering from a broken hip a year ago, I believe. We got Samuel Simoni Gindelli. There's John Tang out of Vancouver. We got Cesar Mendieta from Portland, Oregon. Jesse Ropat from Toronto. It's great to see so many Ontarians that are here with us. When you look at the sheer volume, it's absolutely amazing, because I think when we look at some of our, I think 555, you imagine that, 555 people have come all the way from Ontario, but we've got people from every one of our provinces. We've got one of our pace bunnies coming in with a 140. You can see, look at that for pacing, 139.33 off 34, and he was aiming to get people inside 140. He did a brilliant job. We had Andy Boyce in there, Joel Marquez from Littleton, Colorado, Chloe Derenbacher from Syracuse, New York. We got Abby Mercier, Jingdong Kiyu. We got Yao Chuan Ma from Toronto, Jinhee Schwartz out of Edmonton, Lachlan McMichael, Dexter Kim, Jamie Pitblado, nice to see you, Jamie. Declan Chung, we got Jordan Staple, Bob Birdsall. I believe Shay Vaughan Brennan there, another Vancouverite. She just moved into the women's 35-39 division this year. There's Erwin Tang out of Seattle, Gabe Wong, Lindsay Warman. We got Sahar Sivasangi out of Burnaby, Beatrice Siganya from Kamloops. They're quite a contingent. Don't forget they used to have the meeting of the Waters Marathon many years ago. There's Ruben Garcia Costas, came in all the way from Panama to join us. Brendan Favara, Angela White from Fort Nelson. There's Vince Lynn, Shane Gregg, Rogelio Guillen, Peter Stanger, Elizabeth Snyder from San Francisco. We've got Matt Turner next up there, running with Mining Digs Deep. We've got Oksana Stepenko. There's Javier. We've got Baptiste Bouchereau from Vancouver, Emma Bowen, Javier Carlos from Penticton. Nice to see you, Javier. Just 18 years of age. There's Billy Blackwood, Alexandra Arnaud. We've got Maddie Campbell. She's a physio from Saskatoon, I believe. There's Faye Belduck, Serena Slater out of Montreal, Tristan Macarenius, Andy Milne. We've got Caleb Strickland there, Daniel Vasquez Padilla next up, and I believe Kieran Dixon. We've got Andrea Wilk who's heading in. We've got Taylor McGregor. There is Alexander Monsell from Coquitlam, Santiago Lapart from Seattle, actually from Mexico, but he's here racing with us today. There's Brendan Russell, Central Okanagan represented there, legends and leaders for Okanagan. We've got shout out Dylan Freen, all the Irish are there here from Port Leash, I believe. There's Denio de Gual and many action. Nice pledge shirt there. Emerson White is there. We've got Matt Hill, his first official half. We got Katie Meyer, and we got John Aboud in there, Daniel Halpring, born and raised here in Vancouver. Nice to see him running and taking on us. There's Kian Kearney next up there. We got Sven van der Wettering out of Poco, I believe, Elias de los Santos, Julian Pueblo Castro. There's Rocky Banks, nice name for a runner, of course. Rohit Pentapati out of Seattle, Chino Akbari, member of the Silver Fox team, the Endeavour squad out of Edmonton. There's Sam Anderson, Nico Smits is next up with Jamie Ellis, Michelle Bobbin. We got Ryan Petrie, Ben, I believe that's Ben McDonald, it is indeed, another man from the Okanagan with Kelowna well represented, 1:42 on the clock. Don't forget, we'll have a lot of people who are aiming to go sub 1:45 here with us today. Thomas Shukabek there is first half, and he's going to do that. Natalie Selvage next up, two 17-year-olds with Tyler Spencer on side, both out of Surrey. There's Kelsey Conley, Marco Chan, Honwai Waitang, Eric McGill, Adia Hassan is there, Min Lee from Coquitlam, Rob Kukowski, Matt Halitsky, that one's for the Mayor of Minnow Lake, I understand. Out of Kelowna, there's Ash Holmes. We've got Jody Rice out of Waterloo. There's Sargon Barrage. We've got Duncan Wade from Vancouver, Marina Nichols, another Kamloops runner. There's Sonia Lilik Nelson, came in from PG or Prince George to run with us. Masood Siddiqui, his wife and son are here with us as well. We've got Pat Cowell, Nicholas McMillan out of Poco. There's Andy Dineen from Vancouver. From Regina, Bryn Latimer, she too has just moved through, the 26-year-old. We've got Ryan Craddock out of Vancouver, Jay Spadafora, lifelong runner and fitness nut. We've got a third half for Amir Nikravan. Hopefully you enjoy that one. We've got Sarah Castro, Ardith Watson approaching. Genevieve came in from Austin, Texas, one of my favorite places, the Lone Star State, well represented there. Sheila O'Byrne from Poco. We've got Srivathan Gopalan, first half marathon for him. He's a Vancouverite. Lara Reid next up there came in. We've got Jennifer Page, I believe, out of Anchorage. There, Mary Danu from Toronto closing in. We've got Noel Wright, the 52-year-old Chinese, got Brandon Mark right behind him with Chris Deverick, and then new Sandu, there's Marco Capelli out of Toronto, the 23-year-old, 1:43.30 on the clock right now, so less than 90 seconds for anyone who wants to get a gun time of 1:45 or less. There's Daphne Chu coming in, Erin Propos, we've got Emily Moon, Bradley Cleese, Annie Cliff. Looks like Mark Herber there came in from Singapore. Now he's racing to line. This Alejandro Silva out of Alvaro Obregon. Maximiliano Horvath, Genevieve Martin from Nelson, Mara McSweeney out of San Francisco also about to close on it. We'll shortly be the winner here in the half marathon, and we'll be able to do an interview there for Trevor Dumner. Is next up here. We've got Emma Green, Wang Hakin, we've got Tom Andrews getting married next month. Good luck to you, Thomas, and his partner who is hopefully here watching the 32-year-old close on in. We've got Zoe Nguyen, also Tuakiyin. We also have Caleb Lane-Gap and Wakio Holman there. Stephanie Bedell from Vancouver. We got trail represented by Courtney Babcock. Tana Bullock, nice to see you, Tana. I haven't seen her for quite a while. She's out of North Van, just moved into the 50-54 division as well. There's Brad Jervin, and we've got Maria Schultz, Shannon O'Keefe is there, Karen Trent Lance from Coburton, turning 40 this year. Last year in the 35-39. There's Steve Jameson out of Vancouver, but originally out of Ontario. There's, I believe, Tom Baxter from Sussex in England. Nice to have you with us. He's a registered massage therapist, and some of these guys are going to need that afterwards. So Corey Grayle there as well, and we'll hand it over right now to Kate, who's with our champion.
Thanks so much, Steve. So I'm here in the booth with our top Canadian in the half marathon. This is Mr. Luc Bruchet. Let's give him a big cheer, please. So Luc, you're moving a little rough. It was hard for you to get up these stairs, and you just warned me that if you sat down in a chair, you might not get out of it. So I'm hoping that you're feeling okay. This was your first time racing the half marathon here. How did you feel?
Yeah, you know, it's a home race for me. I live in the city, and had to get out there, you know, give it a go, but it's a challenging course. There's a lot of downhills in the first half, so I think I'm going to be sore for a few days.
Not surprising and well earned. So you ran your personal best of 1:03.12 2 years ago, I believe, and today was a bit slower, but I know it was a really tough course and there was some wind out there. How did it feel overall?
Yeah, it felt solid, felt pretty reasonable, I guess. I've kind of put the elite running behind me over the last year, and still doing enough to run, I guess, still quick, but not running it enough to not walk away from the race, not being sore. So.
Well, again, well-deserved, a very universal feeling. Of course, you're also a coach with Mile to Marathon, and I know that you have to get back out on course and cheer on some of your athletes and, of course, contribute to this hometown crowd support. We want to thank you for joining us up here. Congratulations on your Canadian victory here at the BMO Vancouver Half Marathon, and best of luck with everything that comes next.
Thank you, Kate, and great job to everybody running hard today.
Sincere thanks. We really appreciate that as more athletes are heading in. We've got Graham Brown amongst them who's gone through there. Kevin Van Vliet is next up, the Calgarian. And don't forget Calgary, we've got a marathon there. We've got a triathlon there, 70.3. Then we've got Andy Ricoruck, Benjamin Blanc from Bamberg. Nice to have you with us. Is racing for his senior and his daughter. Hopefully they witness that finish. There's Yuta Kinoshita closing in. We've got Stella Mozan in there, and side by side I can see Sarah Pisgeek out of Calgary and Patrick Belbin. Nice to see you guys. Pat Belbin out of Penticton often does the sun run along with his wife. And there's Aaron Knudsen next up there with Josh Anderson. Out of Seattle is Kareem Hilali. John Angus next up. We've got, he's out of Georgina. That's in Ontario, I believe. We've got Seattle's Alina through. Priscilla Benetti is there. Mabel Clements as well doing the first half. We've got Paul Matson out of Alberta. He's gone through there. Actually graduated, I believe, from SFU, but now lives in Phoenix, Arizona. We've got David Cano from Seattle, I believe. Olga Timofina is there as well. We got Anna Victoria. There's Sung Min Lee from Whitehorse. Camilo Ross is there. We've got Vanessa Maurice from Sechelt as well. And we also have Brianne Waldron from Coquitlam. There's now Trianne, 16-year-old. Nice job. There's Sean Kai, I believe, going through with Mark Thompson and Miriam Miller from Vancouver. There's Johan Dobransky next up there, third-year medical student. And don't forget, we've got our women's winner here with us as well at this time. And we'll hand things back over to Kate.
All right, I'm here with Natalia Allen. I've known you as Natalia Hawthorne. You've gotten married since I last saw you, so congratulations on that, but also on your victory today in your debut half marathon. How did it feel?
Thank you so much, Kate. It was very fun, especially running here in Vancouver, where it's home, and it was just so fun with the atmosphere, and it definitely burned, but was very fun.
Well, I know that your goal was to run under 75 minutes. You ran 1:14:58, so you did it by 2 seconds. That's awesome. Now, you come from a mid-distance background. You're an Olympian in the 1500 meter. How did it feel moving up in distance to the half marathon?
I love this distance. It was typically my long run distance, so even though I raced the 1500, I think I've always naturally loved these longer efforts, so it's really fun to be on the road and push myself in a new way.
Well, speaking of being on the roads, can you tell us a little bit about the crowd support out there? Because as you can see at the finish line, if you're here in person, we're 3 or 4 or 5 people deep in the crowds. How is it in terms of crowd support out there?
It was fantastic. There was people all throughout the course, but then especially the end, you had the Brooks Run Happy crowd and the On running crowd as well, and those are just little kind of energy speed bumps for me. And then obviously coming into the finish with everybody here was awesome. And the live music, that really pumped me up as well.
Well, we know that you just finished your first half marathon, so not trying to get too ahead of ourselves, but do you think we might see you outrunning the BMO Vancouver full marathon at some point?
Nowhere in the near future, but the goal is after I have a baby, come back to the marathon. Maybe that's inspired by Melindy, but we'll see.
Absolutely. Well, lots of time. Congratulations, Natalia. Thanks so much for joining us. Recover well.
Thank you so much, Kate, and thank you for Vancouver to come out and cheer.
Our sincere thanks to
Allen,
Natalia.
ladies and gentlemen.
And it won't be too long before we've actually got Aagab, who's going to be joining us here shortly as well. He's just below us, but we'll call in some more athletes before Mo comes up here to have an interview. We've got Megan Smith from Delta heading in. One double loss is there. Gurpreet Shocker, his favourite niece alongside him, I believe. Mauricio Munoz Arana just went through. We've got Kyle Ingham next up there. Alexandra Latta from New York, the 25-year-old. There's Kira Pedersen. We've got Devon Taylor in there. Aled Thomas. There's Paul here, his father of Shannon Aiden. Hopefully they're watching the action. As Jordan Baker is running with his good buddy Stefan, first time for the Campbell River runner. There's Sarah Harbottle is also clocking in. We've got Giovanna Brownlee, Ezekiel Martinez, Emma Fontaine. There's Myra Webbing and I believe Kara Stebbings next up with Wendy Lynn and Claudette Auger from Edmonton. Dustin Chow next up there running for his brother. His daughter Reese also here as well, and completing the first half is Kyle Chow from Burnaby. Vicky Farrell also doing her first half. There's Edmonds Daniel Smith gone through the line with I believe Eleanor Waring just behind him. Andy Ingers there. We've got Patrick Friedrich from Guadalajara next up there with Vernon Sarah Patterson. Great to see the Okanagan well represented. Ellie Morrissey has raced in Amsterdam, Berlin, Lisbon, London, Paris, all over the place. Good to have you with us. Came in from London to join us. Cameron DeWitt, a mechanical engineering student. There's Fort McMurray, I believe, represented. There's Francis Majuri from Toronto. Francesco is heading in. We've got Monica Marina Mondragon Israela out of Mexico. Also there with Max Newson, Tyler Patterson. We've got Matthew Huey, Jamie Foote from North Van about to close on in as well. Glenn Nichols, drummer and bass DJ, the 63-year-old North Vancouverite. We've got our own DJ. Don't forget, we have what is going on there for the people. The street party is going on, but right now we're looking at the streets as these people are heading up and pushing the paces. We're still about 7.5 minutes plus away from a gun time of 2 hours. So many people will aim to go 2 hours or less. That's a video coming in. I know he's running for his son there. Benjamin Ansari has gone through. Jess McIndo. We got Marzana. We got Luke Lavelle there from New West. Michelle Polin. Gibson's Lindy Joy Theron has gone through there as well. Kevin Hare next up. He moved in the 50 plus this year. Riley Alexander first half there for the 23-year-old out of Vancouver now completed. Jean-Benoit Deschamps from Kelowna. He's raising money for cancer. We really appreciate that. We've got Edouard Antillas from Richmond. There's Eric Ransom from Delta. Mitch Bussier next up. Alongside him is Reese Chappell. And again, our pace bunny is doing a wonderful job for these athletes. As you can see, we've got 7 minutes now for a sub 2 hour gun time, and it won't be too long. We've got our overall champion here this morning. He's going to be interviewed very shortly. And as well, what a great job for him. And that is Mo Aagab, of course, that we spoke to you about earlier. earlier. I think he's a very happy camper because what he did out there today, the man who's raced in Montreal, in Toronto, came to Vancouver and comes away with an overall victory. We've got Carlos Domingo from Kamloops heading in. And that's Erica Nienach out of Vancouver. I think that's her 7th half marathon now completed. There's Richard Dizon. We've got Robert Yent from Kitchener. Zapopan's Axel Rodriguez is there with Carlo Ramos. They went through the course together. Matt Corbett, Morgan Sana, Lance Rogan out of Kamloops, the 22-year-old finishing first half marathon. There's Sammy Schranz from Kamloops alongside as well. We've got Peter Clark, 75 years of age. Peter Clark, who's out of Saturna Island, he's coming into the line as well. I think the only athlete from Saturna with us is Oleg Lizarov from West Band. We've got Gillian, I believe that's Julian Timmermans out of Kelowna. It is indeed. We've got Seha Suwanda. The Kiran Miami Milan is here to witness that. His wife. We've got May Chan. There's Chase Pope from Houston, Texas. Nice. The second Texan I've seen so far come on through. As Joanne Powell from North Van is here. Anna DeCorby is next up. And we await some information from the course, and we'll find out how things are happening in the marathon, because the marathoners now are 24 minutes and 25 seconds into their event. We've got Jivan Sahota next up there, Mackenzie Nicol, Colton Wright, Rosa Colbert, the 18-year-old North Vancouverite, with Tim Yem. There's Kerry Medema. There's Ben Russell next up there as well, with Erin Jacqueline of Seattle, Ivana Truong. We've got Sandeep Reddy, second birthday for Rashvir Gill, and hopefully the youngster is watching Dad. We've got Gina Piskey from Texas, Edward Stevens, Lisa Carter-Shaver came in from Toronto to join us with Mark Lee of Richmond, Amayan Khan from New West. There's Klaus. We've got Leela Austin, Christy Klein. I believe we had an Edinburgh runner closing in there as well, Dustin McCall out of New West. Good to see Hope represented by one of our athletes. A lot of athletes, obviously, that come from the north of there, including the Okanagan, and go through Hope on their way through. As Gillian Lamming out of Seattle heads in with Dhruv Kumar from Vancouver, Andy Kosashi with Sinevan Belatoy, Satyavelu from Vancouver. There is Joel Couture. Good to see you. We've got Max Masters and Shane Batson, Igor Borba, Edmonton's, I believe that's Craig McNamara. Leslie Hill is here. Maxime Stevenson is next up. Again, we've got some more interviews that are going to be happening for you fairly shortly. We'll put some emphasis on the marathon in a while, but we want to continue to welcome these athletes. You can see now, just over 4 minutes away from a sub-2-hour gun time. Rachel Torres from Squamish, Jesus Garcia from Zapopan, Mexico. Again, felicitaciones por excelente tiempo a Posta de Llegada, Marathon Vancouver. There's Roberto Miguel Espinoza Vaca, 20-year-old out of Vancouver. Daniel Holiday is there. Hoa Chan. We've got Michelle Preble. Lance Harvey from Van. We've got Naomi Cowie. There's Simone Barford in the Masters division, second year in that division. As Kendra Smith comes through. Maddie Porter is there. Haley Enns, I see next up there looking towards. We got Luana Camilla Doroca, a Brazilian woman who's here in Joinville, I believe, but studying in Canada and now racing to line under the arch she goes with Michaela Gur out of Burnaby. Chelsea Stanimir is there also with Danny Brewer. We got Ethan Matadora, Matt Pelchevsky out of Maple Ridge. There's Jennifer Blasco alongside him with Jennifer Packett, Kevin Jackson, West Point Grey, I believe, represented by him as well. Dave Downs next up there. We've got our own Dave Dorhe. Don't forget to buy the book. Check out the man with the bees as well. He travels the world informing people. Not only does he inform people in terms of studying, and he is a great prof, by the way, but he also cycled around Taiwan. Good to see Taiwan was represented at the expo. I believe we have 2 people from Taiwan that are part of the action with us today. We got Kulip Kaprup around there going through the line. We got good to see. It looks as though that's Sean Punton, I can see from my vantage point. There's Carlos Fabian Adia Rueda from Calgary, Nikki Patashima. There's Chris Behan and Julieta Perez. We've got Ariane Grill. We've got Johanna Robertson. And running in honor of Cornelia Terrian and Gordon Russell, we have David Marsh next up with Carly Queering. Guadalajara's Margarita Zemek is here as well. Don't forget, we have a lady from Mexico who's placed half a dozen times in the top 5 amongst the females that we have with us today. And that will be in the marathon. We'll tell you more about that later. But hopefully Paula from Chile is here. It's Vincent Sanchez.
And congratulations, excuse me, Steve, to Stephanie Grauer. Just crossed the finish line, and she came up from Stanford, California, San Francisco, and congratulations, her first half marathon.
Excellent job. Thanks. There's Ben Lynn there from Langley is next up there as well with Saj Sanger. We've got Gillian Wood, Susan Leon, Jocelyn Stacey, Nico Hall, Sim Warrior. She's gone through with Karen Alejandro Osuna Diaz out of Mexico. There's Karen. We got Jennifer Hoa, Amanda. Good to see Barb Scatcher and Amanda together there. Two dear friends out of Penticton. We got the half marathons, we've got marathons, we've got Ironman races. In fact, Barb has been the top female on in Penticton there at the race on about 10 times. We got Mo Bleeways, and both those guys sometimes will do the park run that is hosted there. That's on Saturdays by the beach at 8 o'clock. Come and join us if you're up there in the Okanagan. As Madeline Harbour goes in, Zoe Clark, Tiffany Mallon, we got Dave Shaughnessy, Justin Locker, Colin Roche, we got Frederick Laurent from Vancouver, Jeans Pollard Flamande out of Kelowna. Next up is final year in the men's 25-29. And look at this, we are coming down almost to the final minute in terms of the 2 hour mark. Vanessa going through there. I know she was a childhood. Oh, look at that bare-chested runner there. Oh man, that makes me feel cold as we are countdown. Now, let's have a big cheer for these guys, many of whom are trying to get sub 2 hours on clock time. You can see the clock at the finish line. 50 seconds left. Give it everything you got. We know you've been working hard, pushing towards the line here, ladies and gentlemen. We know the training you've been doing, putting in big miles, hard work. 40 seconds left. If you want one of the great photos from marathonphotos.com, we'd love it to show a 1:59 and change for those people who are now 30 seconds away from being able to do that. If you're within the final 150 meters, go, 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 hard as you can. Come on, look up at that clock, look up at that sign. The BMO finish awaits you in the half marathon. There's Mark Crowell, Gaz Zale, we've got Matt Wilson, Tyler McDonald, Devon Lawrence, Jenny Kim, Jack Williamson, he's out of Wales. Nice to have you with us, never fails. A 33-year-old Vancouver. We're in the final few seconds before we get to a 2 hour gun time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 2 hours on the clock. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Others closing in. Sharon Watkins, Samantha Campbell is here as well. We also have Lauren Bowman, Andy Atsugo. We got Harriet Finlay, Reed Chaycrop. Nice to see you. Franco Guevara, the 17-year-old out of Vancouver. We got Sonia Sobi, her first half marathon now completed with Abigail Reid is there. We got Michael Guo, first time taking on this with another Toronto athlete closing in. It's Victoria's Angela Ewer. First half we'll see her maybe in October taking on another one in her home city. But here we are in the big city, in the beautiful city of Vancouver, as I believe we're going to go over once again to Kate.
Thanks so much. Can you hear me? Check, check. Can you hear me? All right, ladies and gentlemen. Woo, that's loud. If you're here by our finish line, I would like you to look over to the announcer booth. I'm waving my arm, and we're going to do a special awards presentation for our top male and top female in the half marathon. You just heard from Natalia. And presenting the trophies is elite athlete coordinator Lynn Kanuka. She's a staple in the running community here, and she'll be presenting the trophy to Natalia Allen, the winner of the women's half marathon. Official time 1:14:58 in her debut. Congratulations, Natalia. And our men's winner, our overall winner, fresh off a victory at the Toronto Marathon just a short time ago in an official time today of 1:06:55. This is Mo Aagab. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, Natalia Allen and Mo Aagab.
And as the athletes continue to pour in, I'll tell you the top 10 with Mo Aagab, the men's winner, Lucas Bruchet second, Nathan Dehghan third, Dylan Quintana fourth, Gene Beveridge fifth, Roman Corrette sixth, William Piddock seventh, Matthew Skase eighth, Jerry Ziak in ninth, and Dave Morrissey, our 10th placer in the men's division. And for the women, as you know, Natalia Allen took the win, Lisa Brooking second, Katrina Allison third, Caitlin Vale in fourth, Erin Snellgrove fifth, Courtney Olsen sixth, Jamie Atkins seventh, Kathleen Saxon eighth, Claire Summer ninth, and McKenna Jackson wraps up that 10th place. So our congratulations to all the athletes who have closed in so far. As you've just seen our two winners, Natalia Allen and Mo Aagab,
the podium here as we continue to call in the athletes that are presently underway to complete their half marathon journey. Nice to see Frank Stepner down there as well. He's following the action. We've got Dom Ryder also with us. There's Chris Spiewak from Sturgeon County. We've got Hokie Mir. There's Kevin Kamer, and it looks like Jesse Taylor-Lewis next up with Samantha Singal. James Wirtz is there as well. We've got Rebecca Hansa, Ricky Al from Richmond, Rocky Ramirez Cerrillo from Querétaro in Mexico. He's about to close on through, and certainly hope we enjoys the rest of his stay here. Deseo que pasan bien el resto de sus vacaciones on Canada. There's Stephen Jones from Vancouver. We got Massey Preston, I believe, came in from the UK. And don't forget the UK, of course, celebrating the coronation yesterday. As a lot of people around the world were tuning into that. Right now, a lot of people are tuning into what's happening on the streets of Vancouver for this year's event. An event that's been going, as we mentioned to you, since 1972. The great Tom Howard, the three-time winner of the event in 72, 73, 74, set a 2:14 mark that was only bested years later by Gary Henry of Australia, but we do have a different course from that, so when we say course record and event record, they are two different. Here we go, we've got Kevin Hart who just went through this, Sarah Bouvier out of Coquitlam, there's John Weems, I believe, there's Mike Chang next up there. Adlin Wong and Ralph Vulcans next come through with Jonathan Peters. I believe Christina Peer is there as well. We've got Jen Roberts. Happy birthday, Jen. She's out of Whitehorse. Just celebrated number 50. So the Yukon Rail representatives, Richard Lee, his friend Nicole, are doing their first half. They come through together, I believe. It's Nisha Hennessy, two little boys here. Hopefully watching Mum as she's come through. Adolfo Garcia Veitia from El Carmen is there as well. Sarah Marie Chan from Seattle. Next up, we've got Nathan Marr with us, Kristen Kubas. John Pang from Richmond. We've got Matthias Kubacek there from Vancouver next to him. Mike Renikin from Kelowna. I believe Edmund Tam, Rob Barrett. We've got Nevada Newsom from Vancouver. There's Rebecca Atkinson, came in from San Diego to join us. And Megan Dunn from Northan is there. Yuki Yoshioka from Burnaby. We've got Jose Jimenez, Spanish guitarist, by the way. He's out of Richmond, the 57-year-old. There's Corey Bum. We've got Henry Ma, Amon Chata, Olivia Adamczyk, and Marvin Alves. We've got Adriana Romo from Guadalajara. Felicitacioni is there. There's Craig Wilson. Next up there, we've got Stephen Lears out of Vancouver with Jan Romans. There's Pedram. We've got Laura Baker and Benjamin G. There's Tobias Farrell. And I believe Jem Welsh. There's Curtis Lupoya. Just 13 years of age as well. We've got a very young athlete that's clocked in there with Tom King next up there. Chia King Ning. And there's Nick Lee from Kamloops. He's got a Torontonian right alongside him. We also have another Kelowna athlete in there. I believe it's Ben Haywood who's gone through with Jenny Meyer. Jen's from Kelowna, Ben's from Maybridge. We've got Stephanie Hart from Rochester, New York. Nice to have you with us, of course. The New York Marathon, the Boston Marathon. Don't forget some of the athletes that are out there doing the marathon right now have done the Abbott Majors right now. Though we look at the clock, it's 2:06. But remember, some of the athletes will be 20 minutes after the leaders in that time because of the 5 different waves, 5 minutes apart. Jen Lawton just heading through there. We've got Chris Obiana, we've got Jamie Zhu out of Jessica Susi from Northbound, Jim McKay there, the 62-year-old out of Kitchener, Ontario. We've got Layla Toledo, Sean Hudson from Squamish. We've got Isa Ekisi, and that looks like we also have Melissa Misurka going through with Alexander Matthias from Langley. We've got Doug Becky, and I believe Doug's got 4 daughters here that are witnessing his finish as he pours it on with 2:06. There's William Merritt. We've got a cheeky Jared Holm, I believe, the race director from the Icebreaker 8K. That, of course, held in Steveston. We got Sarah Whittle from Northbound in there as well, running for a friend Jacques, who hopefully is witnessing the action with Jessica Whalen. Of course, her first race since having little Amari, the baby that was born just a few months ago, so we're delighted you're back in action. Went to the start line. There's Tony Wong, the 75-year-old from Richmond. He's heading up the home stretch right now with Micah Burns. Next through, we've got Anastasia Kusiak out of Calgary there. We've got Dawn Barroso from Coquitlam, Jacob Taylor, and looks as though Kaguya Yeldon. Next up, we've also got Mantrin Lee. I believe that's the fastest for him there. The first, Caitlin Belrose, Annie and Emily, the twins here. The lady from Langley is also about to go through, and we'll hand things over now to Dave.
And this is the sort of the peak of the half marathon, around 2 hours, 2:07, with the masses coming in. And this is really the most exciting time because the marathon is well underway and the peak of the runners for the half are coming through. The 8K is about to begin soon. It's race weekend in Vancouver, so much going on, and Steve, got some more names to call.
Yeah, we do want to thank, of course, all the people that are directors here at Run Brand. If you look at the blue shirts a lot of people are wearing, they are the official Run Brand shirts for this year's event. That looks like someone I know. Megan Lynn has gone through. Dennis Robertson is there. Fernando Grimaldi Rojas out of San Jose. Del Cabo, lovely place to visit, of course, on the Baja. We got Jacob Clancy next in there with Claire Doheny. There's Isabel Denny. Don't forget Isabel Dipburn many years ago. I think it was like 1987. She was the winner of the women's marathon, and I remember her in 89. She won the women's marathon in Seattle as well. There's one Carlos Akotoye out of Vancouver. Brittany Burns next up there. We've got Marnie Armstrong, the 65-year-old from North Van. She too now running through with Karen Burns, running with her daughter today is Caitlin Roger, came in from Toronto. Wing Wong out of San Francisco is there. Flew in with Mary Walsh next up. Her 2-year-old grandson is here watching the action. Is Adele Benhara, the 61-year-old from Calgary, next through with the we've got Kevin Mulvihill out of Rochester, New York. There's John Wolf from Seattle, Ryan Misham. We've got Emily Shumka and Graham Hooton is going through there as well. Is Alexander Kobe, Leticia Viana from Peace River. We had an athlete, that's Chris LaRue, I believe. There's Earl Paxton, I believe he's run the Boston Marathon before. A number of people doing their first, though. Olivia, one of them, she's through. We've got Kwong Yin, Darren Leonard, Terry Merritt Warden out of Ladysmith, just moved into the 60-64 division. And behind them is Kathleen Bird. We've got Wilfred Lai out of, I believe that's Vancouver, and Kirkland, Washington. Sabine Groen represented. Brendan Graham is Babies Beckett and Emma, I believe, are here watching. There's Jody Ostrop there. Matt Marr doing his first one. We've got also Nassim Peach out of Seattle. There's Maureen Jennings. Happy 25th, Maura. She's coming through the line right now as well. Joanna Holiday. We've got Ryotaro Sukamoto there from Vancouver. There's Marina Chan. And lots of action. You can see people pushing the pace. And look at these guys pushing into the line. Well done, guys. We really appreciate that. Has had a good trip around the streets of Vancouver, and they come in under the arch at 2:10. Shian Marcel is there, Blair Irwin, and we've got Madison Lipset. There's Carmen El Masari, Max Kobaba there, and Amanda Mastronardi, I believe, next up with the Fiania, and then we've got Kristen Fung, hopefully boyfriend's here as well. Alyssa Toimi from, I believe that may be Panama. We've got also a first time and the first race there from in Canada. It's the first half for Arnold Okpani out of Vancouver. There's Cami Eastep from Walla Walla. There's Paige Ewan, another first timer. Diana has gone through those, originally out of the Ukraine, so we're delighted to have you with us with Braden Gill now. And from Zamora, Mexico, Luz Maria Zaragoza Olivares is now out the finish line. We've got Sean Harris out of Abbotsford. Katie Ashby just moved into the master's degree. And when you look at the sheer volume of numbers here in the women's division, our largest contingent with 1,179 runners is in that 1-5-year age category, the 25 to 29. In the men's division, it's the 30-34 with 1,003 runners in that one division alone. As we've got Vincent Rosenfeld in there, we've got Cassie, Kelly Burns, Chris Murray, Casey Ponak next up with Aaron Eng, Sarah Dolman, Lisa Ujimoto, there is Tommy Watanabe, Marley has gone through, that's Marley Anderson. I believe Maxim is here, Maxim Brokoff. There's Sasha Rowland, Mila Marash doing a half Ironman, I believe, later this year. So this is a good build-up because it's the same run distance that they will do here today at the half marathon. Because when we're talking 70.3s, remember that's a 1.2 mile swim, a 56-mile bike, and a 13.1 mile run. There's Duncan Elsey, who's done the rock and roller, the Salt Spring Islander now in the 50-54 division. And Jan Lewis there as well with Torin Warwick out of West Vancouver, running for Bubble Goose. Hopefully we'll get some after this with Fabricio Busso doing a half and looking for the marathon later on. But the marathon right now, yeah, they're about 41 minutes and 45 seconds into their event. We'll give you updates later on. Right now we want to keep some focus on what's happening here in the half. As we've got Darryl Sanford, Tiana West from Penticton. Nice to see you. We've got Megan Taylor, Ryan Ida, Tom Herbicum. We've got Sarah Montgomery in there as well. Jarek Barroso, his two beautiful daughters are here, and hopefully they're watching the action as he's coming through. We've got Ali Curry from Burnaby there as well, the 29-year-old Amy Middlemiss. We've got Jason Bird, James Miller's there. We've got Laura Semeniuk. There's Alex Sessai, Isabel Granados from Coquitlam, and it looks like Kleinberg, Ontario represented there. As Christine Wongard from Delta has gone through, wanted to be assisting Catherine Jarvis, I believe that is. I'm not sure if Catherine's along with her or maybe ahead or behind. We've got Erica Santos next up there, came in from Brazil to join us. And again, you see the flag flags of the nations that are represented. Good to see Tim down there, by the way. He was our pacer yesterday for the Run Van Kids event. So they did a great job with 300 athletes who were part of the action there. And their ages were anywhere from 5 to 12 years of age. So the attention yesterday was on the kids. Right now the attention is on the adults, or those 16 plus who are doing the half. We'll have plenty of athletes younger than that will be doing the 8K. And don't forget, the 8K is probably scheduled to go in about 17 minutes, I believe. And we've got records for that as well. We'll tell you more about that in a while. Right now, we have to focus on what's going on with the athletes that are here. I think 25:49 was the clocking for Chris Wallace. He's been the fastest ever we've seen. After Yakir Friedman from Penticton just coming up to as well. Ragbir Singh Gurn from Surrey, is it? Daniel Said, Mike Pedersen, his family are here, and watching the action up the line as he comes on through to that finish line. There's the Andrew Chen, we got Leyland Young, Dana Hangai, there's Andrea Giles, we've got Nicholas Brony next up there as well. He's looking for some poutine after the event. I'm not sure if that's available at the 7-Eleven right behind us, but we want to thank them for being open for us early this morning. As Emma Talbot is here, we've got Shishi Xiang from Burnaby, and Amy Watson next through. We've got Phil Lauer, he's 64-year-old, he's last year in that division, the Vancouver right now. And look at the sprint finishes. It's wonderful to see some people who have got plenty left in their legs as they realise there is the line. That's what I've been waiting for. You've got plenty of aid stations out there and support for the athletes, but you can see some of them take their own camelbacks out there. We're looking at the clock now. Some of these guys want to go sub 2:15. You've got less than 40 seconds now. Hammer, 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 like you've done before. We may have a pacer there at 2:15. I'm not sure if a pace bunny is on that time, but look at the athletes. They can see the clock. Again, some of these athletes may be 5 or even 10 minutes faster than what's recorded up there because of the wave they would have gone up at. But this is for a gun time photo that you're going right now. We've got Riley Bonshaw there, Angela Arnold, Sarah Schaefer, Sam Foss, Dave Bryant, we've got Braden King and Paul Kennison. Toronto represent Michael Chen, I believe there's Babu Chako is Jurlia's wife, and Chris, his daughter is here. We've got Jacob DeVries, Jeff Swanson. We're 5 seconds away from 2:15. Here we go, 2:1, 2:15 on the clock right now as we next up see Sherry Budram out of Toronto. We've got Lauren Schmidt there as well. We've got Ramesh Lokanathan out of Prince George. There's Taylor Brinkhurst, Shavon Gleason out of Toronto, I believe. We've got Olivier Senecal coming in. That's Montreal represented there. We don't forget a number, including our men's winner today, so Montreal, by the way, or as a race there. Victor Gonzalez coming up. Aviva Rappaport from Burnaby. We got Rachel Leung and Michael Bush. Andrea Constantinescu out of Toronto, the 31-year-old. There's Anna Ma. We got Debbie Smith from Langley. She's a nurse and I think has 3 daughters. Hopefully they're here watching the action today. As Gustavo Franca clocks in his first half in honour of his parents. Hopefully they're here to see that with Stephen Shibata pushing the pace, looking up. There's one para from Richmond, Corey Hancock, Tiffany Wang. We got Jeff Tam in there with Grace Vendiola from Parksville. I believe that is Travis. Well done. Leon Kim clocking in with Stephanie Locke out of Seattle. There's also Daniela Aguirre, Kwan Chung Lim out of Andrea Musin, Amanda Heisman from Courtney. Nice to see the island well represented here, of course, as we're now 2:16 on the clock. But some of these athletes will be checking their watches. They'll get their official splits. I told you earlier who the top 10 were in both the men's and the women's division. It's Casper Chen, Cheryl Yip. Looks like Mackenzie Mills is there from Bourne, Washington. And Darcy Bruno has got company with Molly McGuinness and Evelyn Hyde. Dagmar Glab from Vancouver, the 57-year-old. He too now pushing the pace. As we got Willem McMee out of Rhode, I believe that may be Rhode Island represented. Good to see the Japanese flag there. Canada Day no holiday Tanashinde Kudasai. And we look forward to seeing the Japanese contingent because we've had many winners from Japan over the years. And when we look at the first time we ever saw a Japanese taking the title, it was in 1986. Hiromi Nishi took the title, but we had a Japanese female ahead of that in the form of Kikui Tashima in 1985 who did a 2:55. We've had plenty of Japanese winners over the years. Hector Castillo from Guadalajara next up there. Taylor Yushishen. We've got Keith Venderguide out of Bellingham. And Bellingham some years ago hosted the women's division of the Olympic trials for triathlon. Susan Williams was the lady who got the 3rd berth on that team. She went to the Olympics and got the bronze medal for the US in the sport of triathlon. There's Samantha White. We've got Jenna Donovan next up with Sharon Chatney out of Agassiz. First athlete I've seen today from Agassiz that's crossed that line. We've got Brime Camo and Martha Casolio from Vancouver next up there. Sergio Garcia is Rebecca Morley from Surrey, and of course when you look at Surrey and you look at the sheer volume of athletes that we have that have come in from a ways to join us. We also have Danielle Valley out of Vancouver, and we are looking at Seattle's Maya Cauffope. I've done Seattle Marathon many times over the years. It always seemed to rain or be pretty nasty with the winds today. Those things are holding off. We've got the flags flying, but they're not flying too much, which is pleasing. Mika Hayashida from Omuta in Japan is there coming up the home stretch. Again, we congratulate you and hope you've enjoyed your day with us. Otsukaresama Deshta, Vancouver Marathon Council Omedeto. We also say the Vancouver Marathon Council Gokurosama. Of course, we want you to know you've done a very good job here with us today. As Catherine Quinn is closing in, we've got Clayton Boone, we've got Aaron Conn, there's Melanie Cheong out of North Van, Mississauga's Nam Andin is there, we've got Heidi Fenton next up, Andre Van Wyk, we've got Joshua Bradek next through with Daniela Phillips, I believe that is. We've got Zach White, Tackman, there's Erin Broughton who's closing in, Alberto, Sherry Hamilton from Salmon Arm. Good to see the group from Salmon Arm clock in. They have a race up there. They also have the Larch Hills event, of course, the Reino Keskisami Lopit. And Reino himself, who's sadly no longer with us, he was a great marathoner. His first ever marathon, he did a 2:31 clocking and won the Kamloops Meeting of the Waters event. We are now about 49 minutes into the marathon, so we'll be getting some updates in a while. And I think we're ready for some of those updates right now, so we'll hand you back over to Kate.
Thanks so much, Steve, and I think your voice could probably use a little bit of a break. We appreciate all the work that you do here at the finish line. If you're tuning in on our live stream, you'll see that we have some picture-on-picture there, so you can continue watching the half marathoners come across, throw their arms up, celebrate, as well as our full marathoners out there on course by that beautiful Harry Jerome statue. So the overall men are 15.8 kilometers into the full marathon. We are over 2 hours and 15 minutes in, and in fact, we've now surpassed the time that Yuki Kawauchi won the full marathon in when he set the course record. So that was back in 2019. Yuki is out on course right now, and we can let you know that he is in the lead at the 10K mark. He went through in 31:21. So that's 3:09 per kilometer, and he has about a 50-second lead right now on second place, who is our first Canadian, Sergio Ráez Villanueva. Okay, thanks.
It's the BMO Vancouver International Marathon, the 51st running. We're so excited to be celebrating this wonderful event with all of you here again today. We are in downtown Vancouver at the corner of Butte and Pender, where it's all happening.
If you're here in person with us, thank you so much. Keep that energy high. Keep cheering on all of our finishers across the half marathon finish line. If you're joining us on the live stream and you want to track athletes, just a reminder, you can do so by downloading RTRT, the tracking app that is real-time race tracking. Get updates on course from your loved ones, friends, family members, and then of course visit the results tent at the finish line or bmovamarathon.ca/results for all of the results in the half and the full. We're about 9 minutes away from the start of the 8K, so there is truly an event for everyone here in Vancouver. We mentioned that Yuki Kawauchi is out on course. Again, he is in the lead at the moment. And he holds the course record. Again, he set that back in 2019, 2:15:01. So we'll see if we can get some sub-2:15 performances today. And we're going to be joined shortly by elite athlete coordinator, Lynn Kanuka, and she's going to tell us what other storylines we can watch for.
We're not supposed to have dogs and look at this for camaraderie as they're helping the athlete out here to make sure she's able to finish giving the athlete the best time so that he can get support. But let's get it through the line there safely as the athlete. Thank you very much for taking care of that run. We went down with about 50 meters to go as they now continue to move on through. Thanks to our medics supporting the athletes and those athletes that are now charging on through.
And for those who are finishing, we want to remind you about our Show Your Bib program. So you can show your bib to claim special offers from Downtown Van members. You can also enjoy one celebratory 16-ounce sleeve of beer, if you are of age, at Stanley Park Brewing Restaurant and Brew Pub. So lots of excitement on course and lots of ways to celebrate when you're done.
So here we go, more athletes closing in. Lisa Marie Mahoney out of Toronto is there. Brendan O'Loughlin is close in with Sarah Drost and Brigitte Gemi. There's, I believe, Anna Garan, Briga Langarica out of Mexico. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a Boston Marathoner winner who's leading. No surprise, he's won our event before, so we're really pleased to see Yuki Kawauchi. The Japanese athlete has got a best of 2:07.27, so amazing stuff. He's our present leader out there, but at this time they're about 53.5 minutes into their event. We'll get some further updates for you in a moment, but Kimberly Fuller is next up there. Nicolette McMurtry, Nicole now through under the arch. We've got Yihang Chen, Danny Lee, along with, I believe, Leanne. They've come in together. Holly Demare from Lethbridge. Nice to see them here with us. Lethbridge hosts some major events, including a 6K and a 10K, known as the Moonlight Runs. That's usually in February. Sometimes they have snow on the ground there. But Kip Kangogo, who's one of the athletes and one of our favourites in the field, we got the big banana coming in here. Look at that, banana in each hand as well. Nice to see that. Don't forget, there's a place called the Big Banana that is in Coffs Harbour in Australia. We'll be there next week. Kyle Bigger is next up there at the Richmond, the fourth time at the BMO Half, I believe. And it looks like we've got Clayton Burns wants to thank his sister and friend. Andy should be there out the line to welcome him with Jodie Mostyn out of Vernon and Samira Alsina out of Northland clocking in with Rohil Siddiqui, Ross Laird from Delta, who's got company in the form of Rowan there side by side as they head to the line. Maria Elia is here. We've got lots of VIPs watching the action, including one of our former winners that I mentioned to you earlier in that women's division. So we're delighted to see her joining us here once again. And congratulations, that's Nancy McLaren, the winner in 1981 with a 2:48.24 clocking, I believe it was. Brian and she do so much over the years for BC Athletics, and it looks as though we've got one of our pacemakers just went under the arch. We've got 2:25 on clock time. Don't forget, that pacemaker would have likely started 10 minutes after the first wave, so that was right on target for that person. Matthew Yip now coming on through. Pamela Simpson from Illinois. She's a breast cancer survivor, so it's great to see she's out there racing, running, and made it to the finish line. Had a few bare-chested runners coming. My goodness, it's not the sort of day I would have been doing that, but we got 2:25 and change now for the athletes. As there's Courtney Oscarson, we got Claire Stempion in there, Omar Khayyam as well, and hopefully Omaid and Hila are here as he clocks in with his family alongside there outside watching the action. Plenty of spectators, plenty of action, plenty of people filming themselves as they come up the line. We've got Barman Sangha there. He's going to be doing his first triathlon later this year, and that will be in Victoria. Don't forget, 2008, Vancouver actually hosted the ITU World Championships in Stanley Park. Yesterday, the kids were in the location where that was held as well, doing their 2.5K. Today, 21.1K the distance for the athletes who are wrapping up their day. And we're only about 4 minutes away now from the 8K.
We sure are, and we can also give you an update on the women's side in the full marathon. Through 10K, it is Dana Pideretsky, the Canadian. She is the defending champion and the course record holder, and she has a huge lead on the field, about 4 minutes advantage to her over the rest of the field. And in second, third, fourth, and fifth, it's Amy Shackelford, Callahan McKenzie, Rosalind Boutin, Margarita Quintero-Petras, and Joanna Brown. So a big chase pack, but in the early phases of this full marathon, it is Dana Pideretsky, Tokyo Olympian in the marathon, who is leading the charge. And as you mentioned, Steve, we're less than 4 minutes away now from the start of the 8K. So the shorter distances at the back end of the half marathon will start inside Stanley Park. And again, Run Van really does offer races for everyone. It's a local nonprofit that also hosted a kids fun run yesterday. It offered a free 2-day health, sports, and lifestyle expo. There is truly something for everyone here, and the sun is starting to come out.
We have Vanessa Ferraro there from Fruitvale going through. We've got also Tanis Pedersen out of Calgary, Oliver Chen, Dave Fong, Anna Dowling from Bellingham. We've got Germany represented by Jonas Heinz. We don't forget Uli Steidl, by the way, who's represented Germany internationally. What was amazing over the years, Uli actually won this event on numerous occasions. He's the only athlete who's won it on 5 different occasions. Don't forget, we told you Tom Howard has won it on 3 occasions. We had Thomas on Wengu, who's won the marathon on 4 occasions as well. And when it came to the women, we had Eniko Feyer from Hungary, who won on 4 occasions. The last time for her was in 1997. And another athlete who's won a couple of times. We had Angela Strange, who's won it twice. We had Kristina Piszulis, the Polish runner, who won on 3 different occasions. So we wait to see how things are going to unfold for them. But Rigoberto Flores from Poco now coming on through, originally out of Colombia, I believe. We got Vivian Singh next up there, Chio Yamakawa from Delta. There's Kyla Ellenthorpe. And out of Port Moody, Camilla Parks is next to come through with Erin Ma, the 18-year-old in there, Meredith Sanderson. We got Ellen Engberg from Normandy Park. That's out of Washington State. Nice to see you. Don't forget Les Pereira. We Tri BC, Hiam Reese just celebrated an anniversary, by the way. We also saw him at the Vancouver Sun Run. Man who's done a lot of work for triathlon. Good to see the Indian flag flying there, as well as we got Karen Veer Singh, the 26-year-old from Surrey, about to close on in. There's Lana Lineker from Edmonton, first half at 59. Nice to see you. We got Kate Rosney there from Langley next up as we go, I think, to the start of the 8K.
And less than a minute now until the start of that 8K. And we should mention that one of the people running in that 8K is Tom Howard. We've talked about him quite a bit so far on the broadcast today. He holds the Canadian record for this full marathon distance at this event in 2:14:34. That was set back in 1974 when it was Loops of Stanley Park, Dave.
Unbelievable. So the 8K is now underway. The half marathon is kind of finishing off, and the full marathon is about into an hour. We can safely say 20,000 people have been pounding the pavement either for a couple of hours or are just starting. This is what the weekend is all about, a race for every different level of ability.
And if you are in our finish line area, we're going to need you to keep the party going and keep those cheers loud for all of our incredible finishers in this half marathon. We'll continue giving you updates in the full as well.
Just finished her 7th time at this particular BMO half marathon, so we're delighted with that. We've got Yvonne Guild here. Her parents, Norman Joan, are also here, I hope, as she dedicates a race to them, as Carlos Aiden Cordes de la Fuente is through. We've got Shanna Graham next up there, Bruce Six from PG. We've got a fellow PG runner in Rob Milton, I believe, alongside Alison Fettis. I'm not sure she's related to the great John Fettis, but Mr. Fettuccini, we used to call him, from North Vancouver. There's Christina Yanez out of Mexico next to there. We got the Australian, Rachel Lane from Western Australia. Hopefully it's somewhere like Perth, Western Australia, or Broome, or one of those gorgeous places there. Fremantle, of course, has hosted one of the greatest world's yachting events before. There's Aidan Yin out of Vancouver as well. Aidan, just 17 years of age, running as a hobby, and now that hobby includes a finish and a time at the BMO half. As we've got Sungi Kangura, we got Dana Fallis getting married in 3 weeks, by the way, the 30-year-old from Vancouver. There's Christy Semenuk from Kelowna. Dan Malignok, he's celebrating his 39th anniversary. So we got a couple of people here. One person who's a friend of ours, he's out there doing the marathon right now. He's 101 into his race, but he's doing his 100th event at the marathon distance. Jay Bactus is here with us, coming into the line. Juliana Carrero. There's Amor Camacharo. And, of course, Lynn Kanuka, who looks after our elites, the bronze medalist in the Olympic Games, and a 5th place, by the way, in 1988 at the 1,500 metres, as well as winning the Vancouver Sun Run, as well as being one of the most brilliant people you could ever meet in your lifetime. Here we go, 2:31 now on the clock. It's Anthony Sturgeon from Richmond. We've got Jason Tang out of New York. Joseph Merced is there as well. We've got Avril Shepherd, there's Kate Donnellan, and it looks like Ruslan Zubkov as well. Happy to be in Canada. We're happy to have the Seattleite, the 25-year-old, with us as well. Matthew Payek from Puyallup, Washington. And looks as though we got Another flag coming on through here. We've got Port Edward represented by Madison as well. We've got Joshua Chen closing in there. We've got Maddie Marshildon, inspired by Dad Rudy. James Messick is next up there to the line. It looks like Jeff has got Kenny Lee from Coquitlam right, but Patricio Israel is here as well, one of our Ecuadorian runners. Good to have you with us. Again, it's great to see the flags flying for some people out there as well. Don't forget, a number of people left their gear at the start line, so that can be given to others. As Etienne Ferreira, we got Jocelyn Burrows in there, Jennifer Lee, Leanne Duchamp. We got Nick Medeiros from Ladysmith clocking in. Heather Ping at Nicholas Gate is there, not Gage Gate. We got Dave Duggan there from North Van. We got Mansi Josamara del Rosario from Port Moody, first half marathon coming up for him. Jamal and Camelia Espinosa de los Monte from Burnaby, the 24-year-old with Anya McGee. We got Allison Tracy there from San Jose, California. You've got a number of members of different clubs that have taken on the challenge. Some are wearing their club gear. Good to see the Ukrainian shirt being worn there, as we've got St. John, New Brunswick, represented by Jacob Espander-Lingen. There's Sydney Schmidt from Abbotsford. We've got Yang Di Jiang out of Edmonton. From Black Creek, Jennifer has come through. There's Rachel Pedersen. Alexia Lee next up there, first half. We got Chrissy Echo from Kamloops. Nice to see you. Muriel Singleton from Courtney. Raphael Chin. Wing Z Fan next up with Mei Cheng and Courtney Higgins. She and her friends have been together for about 30 years, taking on different challenges. We got Erin Bieber there, Ksenia Yakovenko, Janine Wilson. It looks like Angus Kong has gone through with Seattle's Carter Rogers and Noel. They're alongside each other as Israel Phil Mohamed. There's Kathleen Bujar. I believe Alex Martins, James Rand. We got Shivdeep Pal out of Ottawa. There's Lisa. And don't forget, with our 8K underway, I think they've been going for about 4 minutes right now in the 8K. And when you look at some of the fastest times we've seen for that, Colin Wallace in 2011 did a 25:49 clocking. Julia Rudd has done a 29-minute clocking. But I believe we did see a faster time. That don't forget, our own Ellie Greenwood in fact won the event a while ago, a couple of years ago. But when you look at last year, Bailey Salas did a 34:25. And it was Lishan Sharp, who was a triathlete who won for the men in the 8K last year at 28:12. Monica Pamela Garcia Aguayo closing in. Annabelle McGray is there. Kira Hart next up, as well as Pedro Solis. We got Laura Moore. We got Tian Jiao Kai. There's Emma Rogers from BAM. We got Mike Bonshaw out of Surrey racing for St Michael's Residential School for the survivors, and we appreciate that. As Kimberly's Bruce Wilson just clocked in there. His first year in the men's 60-64 division. Paige Annaconi is clocking in. We got Joe Sandberg. There is Emma Ferris, and it looks like Samathi Mamdar, Ruby Alundra, Cruz Herrera, Playa del Carmen represented as well. Lovely. We got Ivy Cannon now, first half. Her cheerleaders, her husband Tom Daughters. Tom and the daughters are here. We've got Michelle Kwong from New West. There is, I believe, Jessica Volpe from Poco. We've got Stephen Shunk in there as well with Hannah McGarity. And looks like we're Repetigny represented. Vlad Mancash from Van is coming in. Shui Fong is there. We've got Dennis Jadis. There's Sam Dittmar. Karen Soddy from Richmond has got company. Pamela Keefe, I believe. Grateful to be here. We're grateful to see the lady from Coquitlam joining us. As Rachel Jackman, Jennifer Gillis, Chantel Kovacic is also there. Talking about Kovacic, do want to thank Arnaldo Cobo Valdivara Jr. from Vancouver. He says he's the latest one. We've got Dharmesh Gadwala in there. He dedicates that to his daughters. Hopefully they're watching the action or tuning in. And we really want to thank the people who have bought Athletics Canada to join us, of course. A great event that we've got here. It's one of the Athletics Canada Road Race label events. The other was Mississauga. That was April 30th. And the next one is going to be 20 days from now, the Ottawa 10K. And that's going to be great to tune into that. But right now we're tuning into the half marathon. The marathon's en route. They've been going, as you can see, for. It looks as though that's an hour and 6 minutes for the marathon. And that means it's 6 minutes and change for the 8K. As Lemai Tamui, I believe, a new mama making her come back to running. So she's about to wrap up her half. We've got Kaylee Dawn Audette there. Diane Robles is clocking in. Nihal Yapichi out of Ottawa, the 19-year-old. Kevin Long. We've got Amanda Carrion from Chilliwack. Kian Elahi out of Vancouver is followed by Corey Serby. We've got TJ Valentor from Portland, Oregon. They put on a great marathon there. They have a triathlon there, of course, as well. And Portland, known for its track and field athletes. Pre, of course, Steve Prefontaine, probably the most famous. He's actually had 2 films made on him. If you want to see a great film about running as well and about Canadiana, don't forget to check in and see the film Drinkwater. It is presently on Amazon Prime as we go back over to Kate at this time.
Thanks so much, Steve. So I'm here with Olympian and elite athlete coordinator Lynn Kanuka. Hi, Lynn.
Kate, it's such a privilege to sit up here with you and talk about running, talk about the marathon.
Absolutely. And speaking of the marathon, we have an update. Our leader in the men's marathon has gone through halfway. It is Yuki Kawauchi continuing to lead. And Lynn, he is running fast.
Oh, he's having a good day out there. Yuki is so full of personality. It's been a joy to have him visit our city. He's been so happy to have his first experience in Canada here in Vancouver. Of course, 2 years ago, that was, I'm losing track of the years, 2019, he won beautifully, set the course record, and now today, he's definitely on pace to break his course record. Super exciting.
It really is. So he went through halfway in 1:06:47. So that puts him on about 2:13:30 pace, and that would be a minute and a half improvement on his own course record. That would be unbelievable.
It's amazing. And, you know, that split time is actually faster than what our boys finished in the half today. So it gives you an idea how quick he's going out there. He's really going for it. He said maybe some of you were at the elite panel during the expo, but we asked him, how do you feel? There's no better feeling than when you can enter a race knowing you're really prepared, really ready. And Yuki said in his, broken English but good English, I am ready. I will break the course record. I hope he's able to hold on.
Well, and not only is he ready, but the other thing that he said that really struck me was that Vancouver is one of his favorite places to run. He absolutely loves this course. He loves the crowds. And I think it really speaks to how special the BMO Vancouver Marathon is. You've been involved with this event for many years in the past. Tell us about what makes it so special.
Oh, everybody talks about just how iconic the course is and the experience. Here at Run Van, we've strived to just provide exactly that, the best possible running experience. So the course, it's challenging. There's no secret about that. It's beautiful if you have time to check out the view. Yuki even said, take time to look when you can, take a break from the focus of your pace and what you're doing. Enjoy the experience, but yes, when he came here in 2019, he and his wife, Yuko actually won it that year as well. So the two of them, they had a secret engagement here in our beautiful city. It was their dream to come to Vancouver. So they came, they won that race, they went off and got married. They now have a little boy, and Yuki's come back to do some more running.
Well, and running he is. Again, a huge lead over second place, which we can let you know is David Mutai. So he's got 1:08:07 at halfway. He's about a minute and a half back from Yuki at the moment. And then in third place currently is our top Canadian. That's Sergio, Ráez, Villanueva. And all three of these men are on tremendous pace. Sergio has a 2:18 personal best, and he's on track for just over 2:16.
Which is so great to see. And Sergio has never run the Vancouver Marathon, so he was excited to come. He wanted to come earlier on this week, but he just arrived yesterday. But, super excited to be here and to face the competition. And, in that mix, too, is our returning champion. They know each other, Sergio and Chris Balestrini, who won here last year. And Chris is a medical student out there in Waterloo, Ontario, and, got a lot on his plate. He's had a little niggly problem in his back. Those of you that are runners know that that's not a great thing, but he's tough. So it's still early days in the marathon today. Like, you never know how it's going to unfold. that doesn't begin till what, 35K?
Well, that's it, especially on this course. We talk about how beautiful it is, but you mentioned it, it's not a very easy course. There are some rollers, and we heard from Rob Watson yesterday at the expo, and he said, if you go out too hard on this course, you're gonna suffer towards the end. I think that's true in every marathon, but particularly on a challenging course like this one.
Oh, you got that right. When they come off Jericho Beach, onto Jericho Beach from the height out at UBC, they come down, down, down. And the tendency there is to fly because you think, oh, I've got this downhill, and then I hit into the flats around Stanley Park and the seawall, but oh my gosh, so often those dead legs hit you. And I know Chris Balestrini, he now has experience, of course, having won last year. He said, my goal is to feel good when I get to the seawall.
Sound advice, and we'll get some more updates from the men over the next couple of minutes, but we have to talk about the women because another huge lead on the women's side. Dana Pitoretsky has 4 minutes up on the field at 10K. She's running 35:38 through that 10K split, and she has come back to really put her name on this course.
Oh, she has. I'm so thrilled for Dana, and just the way these local Canadians that are our champions and Olympians choose to support our local events. And you know, Dana has raced around the world. She's an Olympian. She had a tough experience in Tokyo with some injury and the whole pandemic thing. And so then this year she thought, I'm going to have an experience that's positive here at home. It's my course, my record. That's how she feels about it. And so she wanted to go out today and perform here at home, and she's certainly on pace to do that.
Well, again, we'll get a halfway split, but we will just let you know that her course record is 2:34:30. She set that last year. In doing so, she blew away the former course record set by another local hero, Kim Dorkson. So well on her way to contest that. And then we've got a few other really strong women behind her. Amy Shackelford, the American, same with Callahan McKenzie, and then a number of other Canadians and internationals. Who else gets you excited in this women's race?
Well, I love a gal from Mexico who has returned. This is her 4th time now, Margarita Quintero Petres, she's now married and brought her family here, but 4th time here. She's been 2nd and 3rd in the past. She's having, at this point, a solid run. You can never count things out, though, at this point in the race. So she's running now in 5th place, but she's one to watch. What about Callahan McKenzie? She's a young, or Mackenzie Callahan, I think. Anyway, she's just a young gal. You know, Kate, in this field, we have athletes that are range in age from 21 to 41 in the elite division, which is really interesting. So Mackenzie Callahan's a young gal. Then you've got experience in those that have run many, many marathons. She has not, so you just never know what to expect there. We've got a couple of Americans in there. Another one is Erica. Just a second here.
We've got John
Erica
and Grace
Shell.
Moran coming in there, by the way, 75 and 80 years of age, about to come under the arch. Sorry to interrupt you there, just impressive.
Awesome. Awesome to see all the locals. So many come back year after year and just love to run in our city. And you know that sun's trying to peek out, which is nice too, warming us all up a little bit. But Erica Shell comes all the way from Detroit, and she was really excited to choose Vancouver, wanted to come to the West Coast, and a lawyer, you know, just fitting her training in like many people do, but wants a berth at the Olympic trials in the United States, so here to qualify.
Incredible. Well, if you were watching the live stream, you just saw a beautiful display video of our finishers medal this year. It features gorgeous Indigenous design on the front by Musqueam artist Daryl Blythe, and then unique designs on the back with iconic locations that all of these runners are passing by today. An incredibly cool commemorative keepsake, and elites and non-elites alike are all going to go home with that beautiful finisher's medal for their efforts today. We'll keep you updated on how the elites are doing up front, but Lynn, Kanuka, thank you so much for joining us and for putting together this incredible elite athlete organization.
Thank you, and good luck to those of you watching your family members out there. Have a good day. Enjoy all this passion in our sport.
And on that note, just a reminder that if you are wanting to track your family members, you're going to go to the RT app. That's in the App Store or on the website. And we're going to hand it over back to Steve.
Thank you very much, Kate, and thank you, Lynn. In fact, I think I just saw Lynn's former coach down there just a moment ago, Thelma Wright, one of our great guests. Both these athletes have been third place at the World Cross Country Championships, so we're thrilled they're both with us, and been a long time in the sport. They know how to put things together. Both great coaches as well, obviously. Natasha Wodak, of course, she says a big thank you over the years for what Lynn has done for her and many other of our elites, Canadians and respected Kenyans, Ethiopians that she's taken care of when they've come over here to race. As you can see, many athletes who are arriving right now wearing their official Run Van blue shirts. We've got Mackie Birds there, we got Holly Jareski, Dominique Boutin, we got Tiana Harding, Trevor Stokes, Cameron Stenmark came in from Port Moody to join us with Brad Creek's Peter Roca. Wilson Whitlock, just 19 years of age, also coming on through. Don't forget we had Kristen Kitt, the Olympic champion in rowing. He's still with the Team Cox, I believe, on the national team. He was taken in the half here with us today as well. Others celebrating their first halves and birthdays, and a 10th anniversary is Daniela Lopez. We got Kate Chong, who was doing the event, and a kidney recipient, by the way, had a transplant, mother of two, and hopefully they were here watching the action today. But that action going to continue right the way through, because we've got people, Annalena Isaac from Auburn, Washington, Dorothy Eamon there from Edmonton clocking in, Yang Gien from Coquitlam, Stuart Graham out of Toronto. We've got Andrea Middleton from North Saanich, Kansas represented. I think that was David Schultz a moment ago that we saw. Most of these athletes now, you can see some of them are 20 minutes faster than the clock time. You can see we're getting the clock set for the 8K. I think we're 19 minutes and about 15 seconds into the 8K at this time. We'll let you know when the leaders in that, as you see, the athletes in the half are directed to the right-hand side of the chute, courtesy of Mr. Jeff Butner himself. And Margaret both here with us as great guests. And you can see we've got also members of our committee here. We want to thank the Run Van board that are putting on the event, BMO representatives that are here as well, and a lot of famous names in terms of those people who have done the legacy. In other words, they've been here 15, 20 or 25 consecutive times, not necessarily consecutive, but 25 times in total at least. Some of them are continuing to run today. Others we haven't seen for a while, but maybe they're here watching the action. Some of you have been watching the action over the years. You would have known that people like Lucy Pepe, Carol Peters, Mark Shorter, he's one of our legends as well. He's actually out there, a legacy spot runner. He's got his niece alongside him, but we've got Yang Yang Zhang out of Vancouver clocking in with Marnie Hamilton from Toronto, Abdul Rahman Bushaban out of Vancouver is there, Marie Gretchen de la Cruz from Edmonton, Kaito Oshima. We've got Sarah Clark out of Campbell River. Looks like Jenny Lynn Gieni out of New York in there. We've got White Horses, Hillary Simpson. Lauren Pratt, Maylee Witz is clocking in here. Maricel Lario as well. I think originally from the Philippines. We got Lexus Laroque from Poco. We got Dave Heater from Seattle, Shawnigan Lake, represented by one of our runners as well. They have a half marathon there. They used to have a half triathlon or 70.3 there as well. Kai Nakamura next up with Angel Kim. We've got Andrew Hechanova from Markham, Ontario. Looks like Hilda Diaz. There's Leah Burgess as well. 16-year-old. She's out of Burnaby. Good for you. Well done. As Luciana Brewer is finishing her first half as well. There's Chelsea Burlingett from Kamloops, a 20-year-old. That's her first half. And I think she's at Thompson Rivers University. TRU up there. And one of their profs, Neville Flanagan, was a one-time winner in the Masters division here with us. He was a 2:30 marathoner in his time. Brian Bates closing in. Oksana Lazarova from West Van. We got Amy Mai Mai Tang, I believe that is. We've got Taylor Nicholson in there, Jennifer Stapleton out of Seasheld approaching that finish line with Ariana Aman. First half closing in there as well. We've got Peter Lowe, he and his wife both racing. We've got Stephanie Kinal from New West, Anna Ing from Richmond, Darryl P there. Raised donations to support people with babies in the NICU Foundation. There's Dave Chauvin, the 74-year-old out of Victoria. Again, their event comes up in October. A big gap between these races as the great Ferg Hawk is here. I don't think Carter's racing today, but Ferg is here. Of course, one of Canada's all-time greatest ultra-distance runners. Had a documentary made on him, and I was fortunate enough to do the soundtrack or the voiceover for that one because it was a privilege. I hope you get to see that event as it talks about his journey. Top 3, top 2. At the Death Valley, 216 kilometers. So here they're doing 21. That man did 216. Andrea Tarbo is there. Maria Fernanda Santana Gonzalo out of Mexico City is also there. And of course, good to see Tara. She represents the Run Van board. One of the people was with us yesterday at the kids run. As we see Annie Looney, Oscar Maciel Jimenez from Guadalajara. Felicitaciones por el excelente tiempo. We thank you and welcome you to the finish line. Bienvenido a la línea de llegada, Marathon Vancouver. There's Rowena Cariaga from Burnaby. We got Amanda Findlay out of Kamloops. Don't know if she knows Peter Findlay from Kamloops. He's another one of our great ultra runners. In fact, he's been the top Canadian ever at the Western States 100. There's Cassie Taylor. We got Isabel Joachim, Theo McFarlane, Emily Jewell, first finish at the half distance. The lady from Langley, I believe. There's County Nanyin Chin out of Vancouver. Tamsin Sittler is there. We got Christine Koulas from Winnipeg. Nice to see them. Winnipeg, of course, has previously hosted the Pan American Games. We were there for the triathlon. I believe that's where Canada got gold and bronze in the women's and bronze in the men's in the great Simon Whitfield, who went on in 2000 at the first ever Olympic triathlon. He took the gold medal. There's Jin Yu, the 18-year-old through there. We got Shu Dan He out of Seattle closing in. We've got Pearl Chen from Richmond, Masaki Kuboki, 70-year-old Tom Dirch from Burnaby clocking with Molly Lavacum out of Whistler. Originally out of Sydney, Australia, though, I believe. There's Maurice Carrier, another 70-year-old. He's out of Penticton, my hometown. Good to have you there at the line. As it won't be too long, we're 24 minutes now, so probably in the next 3 or 4 minutes, we're likely to see the first of our 8Kers coming on through. And that will be on the left-hand side. You can see we're asking runners in the half to stay on the right-hand side at the finishing area. So we've got Kevin O'Connor along with, of course, Jeff, who's going to make sure that our runners stay on the left for the 8K. That's where we got the clock showing, 24:42. That's for the 8K. And again, a reminder, when we look at the records, Colin Wallace set a time of 25:49, 2011. And Julia Rudd, I believe, did a 29. But we've had that beaten before in terms of a women's division. But that time was set by her in 2010. She was out of the US. Right now, we've got Yu Yan Cheng from Richmond, first time at the half now being completed. Laurie Wong, a 34th consecutive Vancouver Marathon, and she moved into the 70-plus division this year as well. So we're thrilled to see her racing with us. There's a couple of Seattleites here, Terry Kung and Sarah Yoon. They come in together. Vivian Wallace from Vancouver, just there them. Maria Zalavega is also in there, and Louise Wells traveling from London. She's staying in Langley, I believe, the 26-year-old. She's followed by Joshua Lynn in the 70-74 division. Who's that for?
And a big shout out to our volunteers, all 30,000 of them. Right now we've got them handing out water. You ask how much water? 300,000 cups of water are being distributed on all 3 race courses right now, the 8K, the half K, and the full. How many bananas, you ask? 15,000 bananas have been purchased, and they all have to be fresh. They're being handed out. And this is just to fuel all those amazing runners. 20,000 of them here.
We've got a member of the Heisler Nation out of Kitimat, by the way, Howard Smith. Then we get the great Ben Thorne, our Olympian race walker, who in fact has done like a 5-minute 41-second mile for race walking. He beat Evan Dunphy by 2 seconds in a mile walk a couple of years ago, but imagine that. when you think of sub 6 minute miling, and those guys were race walking at 5:41 and 5:42.
Unbelievable. Just looking at some of the other logistical stats here, we have got a lot of traffic control personnel out there. 195 people that work for the marathon in a traffic capacity, 150 members of the Vancouver Police Department, and 150 medical team members. So that's almost 600 people worrying about traffic and medical.
Well, look at this. We're at 27 minutes now and change, so we're keeping our eyes open. We got Logan Arthur from Stony Plain. There's your first 8K man coming on through. Well done. What a great performance from him. Looks like a 27:22 clocking unofficially. And that was Logan Arthur, the 23-year-old Stony Plain, Alberta, the home of the murals, the home of the Great White North 70.3 event as well. Our own friend Wade Church, he used to be the race director of that event. So you've seen the first person across the line in the 8K, and looks like a convincing victory. Not able to see the second person yet heading up the home stretch, but we are able to see Chantal Vinola, Keke Belsos, Joshua Francis, Larkin Root, Andrea Chiang, Carolyn Mullin, Lauren McLaughlin heading to the line. Seattle are represented there along with Christine Dury. We wait to see our second 8K here shortly as Erica Garza comes in. Kevin Hartwig is here as well from New West with Nisha Mainra. Erica has got Naomi Mulokwa just ahead of her, and Tamara Carlos. Catherine McLaughlin there, another Langley run. Another from Kitimat, that's Cato Zero, I believe. Maria Gonsalves, Silvana Ferraz Gonsalves as well from Moringa. Luis Eduardo, Boran Gonsalves. We're still waiting for our second person in the 8K to come through. So a massive victory as we got Kel Knutson, Aladuke County, and Janice Cuizon clocking in. Lisa Heiss from Edmonton. Here we go. You've got plenty of support on the far side there. Great supporters that are in the stands watching the action with Celia Chan from Richmond, Pavel Gladik. We got Louise Lewis, Ksenia Smith, Holly Klassen, Alan Phillips, Cindy Fodor, Pedro Armando Rosado out of Merida, Viva Mexico. We got Kareem Marsha from Castlegar. Christian Bilodeau, no relation to Mathieu Bilodeau, the other great 50K Olympic walker and World Championship race walker. Shane Nelson from West Bank is here, or West Kelowna as it is now. Anita Narang out of Nanaimo next up there as well, as we look at Lindsay Wilson, Earl Decaney, Hayat Chan out of Vancouver, Sylvia Beeman-Sturfer from Fair Oaks, California, clocking in with Jazz Cook, Alex Rosette, Kelly Bystedt, Lillian Cook. Again, what a victory in the 8K. We're still waiting for our second athlete. We going to get anyone else under 30 minutes. That was a 27 plus clocking for our leader there, but he really charged through the field. As here we go, we got Donna Stevenson, I believe there, Larry Lau, Benjamin Massey, Evan Bryant, who moved into the 70 plus division along with Elaine. They're coming up the home stretch and they're about to clock in. The Bairnsdale representatives, Matt Kaiser went through there. Donna Stevenson from Maple Ridge, Singh Guan, Natalie Law. We've got Ari Khan, we've got Nolan White, Jaspreet Dart, Kelly Crawford, and Nahi Rodriguez. Two more athletes there from the Okanagan. Kelly, a mother of two as well. We got Bev McKenna, I see, the 72-year-old. She's heading through with Jeremy Bayek. We got Cheryl Simmons, her first half now completed. Emma Tones from New West, or agree. We got Kareem Palmer, Mary Jensen, Wana Yang, and Junji Wen. Minnesota represented, by the way, by Mary Jensen, I believe that is, out of Isanti. There's Anis Vendazandi out of Canmore, of course, the home of the 1988 Winter Olympics, and they do some great hill running there. A lot of the action there. They've hosted the National Mountain Running Championships before there as well. And we got a great team. Here's our second athlete in the 8K coming in, Aaron Thomas, I believe it is. He was second in the Vancouver Beer Mile last year as well, the 32-year-old Vancouverite. We got Stephen Breyer, the Ottawa athlete in the 55-50 plus, as our third place. And Mitchell Hamer there. Michael, a nice job there coming on through. Michael Hamer, the 31-year-old Vancouverite. He's clocking in. So nice job. We've got our top three men now in the 8K. Looks like we've got Jessica Gibson, Fiona Olsen, Alexis Hill, all there. Hossein Bataille, the 55-year-old going through the line, and Tomoka Sweet approaching Maushiera Beck. Harvey Labro from Terrace. Terrace has hosted the BC Triathlon Championships quite a few years ago. We've got Natasha Wodak up here as well, of course. Canada's all-time greatest marathoner now in terms of time. been a winner of the half marathon here as well. We got Dory Iverson from Coldest Lake, Asina Kassam, we got Rena Brown going through, Kirsty Hack, I believe we've got Adeline Boschuk from Poco, Gina Tolentino, T. Yutong, we got Miriam Abechik from Koblenz. Nice to have you with us as we got John Schreimer coming in, the 4th place person in the 8K, the 28-year-old from Kelowna in the all-black strip. There he goes. And Philip Finlayson, nice to see the 48-year-old. Here he is. He's pushing the pace. That's a 5th place for Phil. And first in the men's 45-49 division. Behind him is Krysta Boyer, the women's winner in the 8K and the all-black strip. There she is, the 39-year-old from New Westminster. Guyana clocking with a time of 32:03 unofficially. We got Darren Karasabeli there from Vancouver. He too about to clock in, the 29-year-old. And Craig Costantino. Nice to see Craig. A brilliant duathlete. He's won a number of duathlons 10 to 12 years ago. We used to see him on the circuit, but good to see him running again. He comes through at 32:21. We got behind him Topher Wong going through the line there as well. He's a 39-year-old Vancouverite clocking in at 32.5 or just under that with Stefanos Vias Patroliotis next up here, the 35-year-old Vancouverite. He's a happy camper, the man in the orange strip. He's there we go. Stefanos now coming under there. We also have, I believe, Matthew McFall out of Seattle approaching the line in the 8K. Our next person to close on him, Robin Dickinson, 39th completion of the Vancouver Marathon. There he is, one of our legacy athletes there, now 65. We've got Ji Xiao, Zach Marine there closing in the 8K, the Kirkland, Washington. There's Genevieve Cauffope, nice to see her. She takes second, the VFAX member, 33:06 her time. Second in the women's division. Here's our 3rd place female, Aida Valevicius. That was Leo Hines just ahead of her. Aida from North Van, she clocks in 3rd place. Well done. So we've had the top 3 men, at least half a dozen of them, and we've had the top 3 women, as I can see Anne Alley coming through. The 64-year-old from New West is coming on in. We also have Aaron Reed, Bettina Rasmussen is clocking in with Lauren Cook. We got Jenna Bryan. I believe that was Linda who went through to the line there in the 8K with Heather Sarsens approaching the finish line in the blue strip. They're 35-year-old Vancouverite. We've got Ed Illing, 56. He wins the men's 55-59 division. Ferg Campbell, the 32-year-old, also about to clock in there. Now, the greatest Ferg of all that's here with us today is Mr. Ferghawk. He's here watching the action right now, just 20 meters before that finish line. I know everyone wants to watch him, but you can see him in a great video. Go online and check that out. It's Oliver Carroll there from Duncan, I can see in the 8K with John Mason of Vancouver. We've got Evelyn Gia next up in the women's division. That's a top half dozen for her. And Connor Reagan, I believe, as we're ready to go back to Kate.
Thanks so much, Steve. So I'm here in the booth joined by 2-time Olympian and the Canadian marathon record holder. She has run 2:23:12, Tasha Wodak. How's it going, Tasha?
Hi, Kate. It's so good to be here. It's a beautiful day in Vancouver.
Well, we're going to talk about the full marathon in a moment. We're going to do a little bit of a recap of what your race was like today and then a bit of a preview for what the marathon course looks like. You are a 4-time winner of the half marathon here. And today you ran with a friend, Julie. You were pacing her to, I believe, a 1:30 goal. What was it like running with the masses instead of up at the front with the elite pack?
Yeah, it was a totally different experience. You really got to enjoy the course a lot more. Usually when I'm out running full tilt, I'm not looking out at the water, I'm not really listening to the crowd, but today I was waving and I had a job to do. I took it very seriously. I wanted to make sure she was hitting the right splits, that she was feeling good, and that she was having a good time. So I had a lot of fun out there, and I have so much respect for everybody that was out there working so hard. Like everybody, even though I'm an elite, everybody was working just as hard as I do. Like it was incredible, and everyone was just trying to get PBs and do the best they could. And I love to be back there and watching everybody work so hard firsthand.
That's awesome, Tasha. And I know that you know this course very well. You live about 15 minutes from here, so this is truly a local course for you. But for those who maybe haven't done it before and keep hearing that this is such a destination race, what is it that makes this course special?
Well, it takes you through almost all of the most beautiful neighborhoods in Vancouver. You start at Queen Elizabeth Park, which is phenomenal. You go down Cambie Street. You're up to UBC, one of the most beautiful universities in Canada, in the world. And then you're rolling down Jericho Beach, Spanish Banks, looking out at the water, you know, over the Burrard Street Bridge into downtown Vancouver, like absolutely like legendary. And then, you know, you got to go over the bridge.
Yeah. You gotta get over the bridge. Yeah.
And then on the seawall, like the seawall is one of the most beautiful places to run in the entire world. And I have had the privilege to run in many, many countries all over the world. And I can confidently say that Vancouver is one of the best places in the entire world to run. And so to be here to do this race is a privilege. And that's why I think it attracts people from over 50 countries we have here. And I think every year we're going to see more people from all over the world coming here because it is just truly so breathtaking. And the terrain is rolling, so it's challenging, which is, you know, people like a little challenge.
It's very Canadian. So if you're on our live stream right now, you're seeing a flyover view of the map of the course for the full marathon. And we can give you an update right now that our men have just gone through 30 kilometers. Yuki Kawauchi is still in the lead. And at this point, Tasha, again, you've run several marathons. You're the fastest ever Canadian woman at this distance. I've heard that the marathon starts at 30K. So what are they feeling right now, and what is your best advice for someone who starts really struggling around that 30K mark in a full marathon?
Yeah, when you hit 30K, it's go time. And I hope that you've saved a little something. So this is when you need to start talking to yourself. So, yes, I can. I have trained for this. I am ready. I can do this. You actually have to say those things out loud. Like at the Olympics, I said out loud, yes, I can. Like I screamed it. And I don't care if I look like a crazy person. It helped me. And so you really have to talk yourself through it and also trust that you've done the training. You're ready for this. So when the pain starts to set in, instead of saying, oh, I'm not fit enough, I can't do this, you say, I've been waiting for this. I have trained for this. We are ready. Let's dance, pain. Let's go. And then you're on the seawall and it's flat and you can just get into a groove. You can get your cadence back. And before you know it, you're off the seawall. You got 1K to go. And we're here screaming to bring you down the backstretch.
And in the beautiful sunshine that has finally come out. Beautiful skies here in Vancouver on Pender Street. Natasha, before we let you go, we're 16 weeks now from the World Championships Marathon in Budapest, Hungary. How are you feeling about that, and what are your goals for this summer?
I am nervous and super excited. I've raced 3 World Championships, but this will be my first marathon at a World Championships. I have big goals. I want to place in the top 8, and I want to qualify for the Olympics next summer. And I'm really excited to just train here in Vancouver this summer. I can't think of anywhere else in the world that I would want to train than in this city, and just really enjoy the experience of training for a marathon and then go and be a part of Team Canada, which is such a privilege, as you know, and just enjoy being there with Team Canada and cheering them on. And I'm the second to last day there, so I will be inspired by our other athletes and Evan Dunphy, who's out here walking today. I'm hoping he's going to get another medal, and I'll be inspired from him.
That's fantastic, Tasha. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, 2-time Olympian, Canadian record holder, Tasha Wodak. Let's give it up for her.
Thanks, Kate.
And we will just give you an update that at halfway Dana Pitoretsky continues to lead the elite women's field. She has a 6.5-minute advantage. She went through in 1:15.55. So she is on fantastic pace to run faster than she did last year. Defending champion Dana Pitoretsky in the lead of the women's field, and our men have also gone through 30K, and we will give you an update on them shortly. Back to you, Steve.
Thank you, Kate, and thank you, Natasha. Don't forget, Natasha's also a 4-time winner of this half marathon, beginning in 2012, and went as fast as 72 minutes, which would have been, of course, a winning time again today. But we congratulate her. Her fastest time here was 72.56. However, she's the second fastest at the half marathon for Canada, just 3 seconds back of Andrea Sagapian's time. As we continue to welcome those athletes through. In the 8K, by the way, the winning time for Logan Arthur was 27.22. Aaron Thomas second at 30.42. Michael Hamer third at 30.53. In the women's division, it was Krysta Boyer at 32.04, taking the title ahead of Genevieve Cauffope at 33.07 and Aida Valevicius at 33.15. Those are the top 3 athletes in the 8K. Plenty of 8K runners now coming in. Some more half marathoners are coming in. And of course, you just got an update from Kate about what's happening in the marathon, and it looks as though we could be close to record time in the men's division. Dana seems to be on record pace right now in the women's division. She is the owner of the record for the course, and we look forward to hopefully seeing her taking a big victory here today if she can hang tough.
Well, we're using information from that live tracker online, and it looks as though through 30K, we're going to need to wait for confirmation on this, but it looks as though Kip Kangogo is in the lead of the marathon at that 30K mark if the tracker is to be believed. So we'll wait for confirmation on that, but early indications suggest that there has been a major lead change and major drama as Chris Balestrini is now showing up in second position overall.
Well, they may have missed somehow. Something may have happened, but we'll try and find out, because I would doubt that he would slip back unless something dramatic has happened, and that can certainly happen in a marathon. But I met with Kip yesterday, and he told me that he wanted to hang tough with Chris to see how things unfold. And let's bear in mind that Kip is 43 years of age now. He's represented Canada at the Pan American Games at the marathon mark, and he's won a number of events. He's been first, second, and third at the Vancouver Sun Run. He's been top 3 here with us a couple of times as well. But right now you can see Marlene Dong from Vancouver clocking in the half. We've got Boyan Milish there in the half in the 8K. Soko Song, I believe Emily Rochelle Sim is there. Cole Harris, just 12 years of age. Emily, just 14. They're clocking in the 8K. Brianna McCutcheon is there as well. I don't know if Murray McCutcheon or if they're even related, but same name if you are. We wish you well. Amanda Villalobos is there from Vancouver in the half with Jinghua Lee of Richmond. Jason Weatherall finishing the 8K along with Amy Poirier. Ramona Cook from Montreal, the chunky nurse, as she calls herself. That's not me saying that, but that is Nicola Kraus, the 16-year-old from Kamloops, and racing with her mum, Katrina, I believe. There's one of our pacers as well, the 45-minute pacer. And look at the clock. That's how good these guys are. He's got 25 seconds left on the clock for a sub 45-minute clocking at the 8K, and he's helped people out, including Hoya Hin Kwok of Burnaby, including Jim Budge, the 71-year-old out of Whistler. Nick Pimlott is here, came in from Toronto, the 63-year-old. There's Samantha Maika. You can see how happy these campers are because they're 10 seconds to the 45-minute mark for the 8K. As we've got Shura Kahushi finishing the half. Pedro Carlos Souza from New West finishing the 8. Xiaokyun Kim out of Burnaby. Boyfriend of Misa, who's hopefully here. We've got Michael Mosher there from Ottawa next up there. Good to see you, Les, my man. He's here. The man from Maui and, of course, Lake Tahoe. Good to see. I hope he met up with, of course, Gordon yesterday and Anne. They were meant to have dinner last night with Kevin as well. So we got Frank Wan in there. Aman Motsudade from Coquitlam clocking in. Brittany Suderman there from next to him is Wen Lee from Singapore. It's great to see them represented here. We've got the retired ultra runner Porn and Grang clock in with Ryan Tackett. Seattle is Erin Duke Tour from Edmonton finishing the half, along with Mariah Tasker-Smith out of Abbotsford and Deshen Sherpa from Vancouver. We've got Pavitra Viswanathan there from Portland, Oregon. Krista Mate finishing a first half as well. So lots of action. We'll be interested to find out if anything has happened to Yuki out there on the course, because he may have missed a mat. Something could have happened that we're not aware of. We'll try and find out.
Well, that's such a good point, Steve. And if you're watching the live stream, you will have seen David Mutai go through the 32K mark, and it looked as though he was behind the lead bikes. He's not showing up on our population here online, but it did look as though it was David Mutai in the lead, and then potentially in second was Sergio, Ráez, Villanueva. So again, we'll do everything we can to get accurate information on that, but if that's true, major drama.
And this being an Athletics Canada event as well, we got Maurice Wilson here with us, formerly with BC Athletics. He's now our technical delegate for the event, by the way. So he's going to give Kate and Dave Dorey and myself some information and updates as we get ready to welcome Randy Primo and Laura Primo together. They are Windsor and Chilliwack representing, I believe, in Vancouver. So came in from Ontario. Good on you, Randy. I think that's father and daughter. We got Kathy Emros, Carlisle Bart, Jenny Austin, Adam Yoshida out of Toronto, Sarban Sidhu from New West, Tom Howard. Ladies and gentlemen, there's your original three-time champion, the 74-year-old Tom Howard, who won in 1972 at 2:24:08, 1973 at 2:21:45, 1974 at 2:14:34. 3 wins. First, second, and third wins were all consecutive in the very first one. Your original champion coming into the finish line. Well done, Tom. So good to see you again, my friend. We got Carol Roberts clocking in here as well, the 65-year-old out of Vancouver. There is a 17-year-old, I believe, alongside. We've also got 19-year-old Grace Carley out of Toronto. There's Matt Edge. We've got Stanley Shee, Alex Yu coming up the line close together. Darcy Dean in the half with Yvonne Dean. 2 Lady Smith runners. One Yvonne doing her very first half. We got Viridiana clocking Viriada Valdez. We've got Joanne Hinojosa. There's Kate Pasula, Amber Mallet, Samantha Gleason. We've got Natasha Moore from Vancouver. Marie Railton is also there. Shayla and Kelvin Leong out of Seashell there as well. They're clocking in the half together. We've got Dave Galloway from Abbotsford clocking in with Brooke Rashish out of Seattle. We've got also, I believe, Tracy Stuntz out of Fresno, California, heading up the home stretch. Behind them in the half, we've got Renee Ayers, Sayasan Rebello, Herbert Noriega. There is Melanie McCready. It's her 38th birthday today from the lady from Bowen Island. She's a happy camper, the lady in the blue. We have behind her Anup Sond, and it looks like 77-year-old Kenny So from Richmond is there. Behind him is Roberto Cabanillas out of Cabo San Lucas, the 28-year-old is clocking with Kate Saunders of Vancouver. Gal Cleverley is in there as well, as I believe we've got Stephen Fowles approaching, Angie Call and Kelly Newell all doing the half. And beside them in the 8K on the left-hand side, Bianca is there, Bianca McNagall, Anthony Swaybick is there, Mitch Hendry heading home as Holly Edwards and her daughter Amy are completing their half together, I believe. They're coming up to the line. There we go. We got Adrian Timbang, Christian Samido finishing the half with Larissa Dundon in the 8K. Scott Fisher from Powell River is also in the 8K with Deb Goldstoff, Felix Serban, and I believe Alan Balos. He's a PhD student, by the way, at UBC. His first time doing a half. He's coming in with Katie Kim. There's Cindy Yu, Angela Wapus out of Thunder Bay. Nice to have you with us as Diane Dazzler finishes the 8, and Chung Tin from Shoreline, Washington, the 67-year-old, wrapping up the half. We've also got Caroline Gorski, Alicia Gowan, Tracy Zimmer from Sherwood Park in the half. We have behind her, I believe, Xiao Jun Wang out of Vancouver in the half, and 8Kers, Chris Grasick, Nina Goose, Daniel Salen, Qualicum Beach representing there, Sharon Matthew from Vancouver, Spicy Habanero. That's what we like to call it. We've got also Pat Ryan in the 8K. We also have Kim Tom out of Burnaby in the half marathon with Catherine Cartagena. Next up there from Port Alberni, Noah Strangway, part of the Walsh King team, by the way. And we got Chiu Pong, I believe, from Mercer Island in Washington. There's Andrea Stark. We have Martha Valencia Lagunes. Donna Discos out of Coquitlam is next to close in. So it's nice to see the sun shining here. There's lots of happy campers coming in there. Looks like a familiar face from Victoria clocking in there. Yes, indeed. Under the arch she goes. Well done doing the 8K. Good to see you, as she and her husband Jonathan will be joining us, of course, in October. They are a big part of the action there as we look forward to seeing, I believe, Julian Julie Ballantyne next up from West Kelowna. Jennifer Sorda, Gina Bonifacino out of Seattle coming in for the 8K. Lauren Dahl, Eric Quinn, Amy Edwards doing her first half marathon with her mum. We've got Nana Umbach. We've got Mackenzie Sakaki Hodder from Kamloops. We've got also Morgan Sakaki Hodder doing the 8K. There's Terry Voldbrecht from Bend, Oregon. Last year for Terry in the women's 65-69 division is Brennan Karasak from Vancouver. His backpack parties are running for raising money. We appreciate that with Lloyd Purdy out of Bowen Island in the 8, Rhea Clark and Rhea Chack and William Lee both doing the half today, as Kakiu Lee is approaching the line in the half with Sarah Lee, Vivian Tai and Stefan Kubashek. Behind them, Erin Galtima is clocking in the half with Joan Butici arriving. We've got Janelle Rosley-Kyan out of Surrey also in the half as 8K is coming in. Ashnor Kaur, very first long race at 5 miles or 8K. Nadal Idden alongside with Yuri Liu of Delta wrapping up the half for themselves. As you can see the half time right now, 3:21. It means the marathon, we're an hour 51 minutes into the marathon right now, so we could see someone within half an hour is my guess. We'll hand things over back to Kate.
Thanks so much, Steve. And we do have confirmation now that Yuki continues to lead at 34K. Apparently some of the athletes missed some of the timing mats, so that's why they're not showing up on our leaderboard, but it is Yuki still in the lead. So he is looking to break his own course record. As we heard from Lynn Kanuka earlier, he said that he is ready to do it. He has shown up, ready to run hard today, and that is exactly what he's doing. So we'll continue to get you some updates as those results come in. The women have also passed through 30K, but unfortunately we are not able to give you any updates on them. However, at our last checkpoint, Dana Pitoretsky had an absolutely enormous lead and every reason to believe that she is still maintaining that.
Anastasia Siavlotsky a moment ago just went through line the 8. We've got Kirsten Hewson there as well, running for Auntie Maureen, who helped plan this race for Montserrat Soriano Vergara next up in the 8K. Kendall Young, just 15 years of age, and 11-year-old Mason Chow from Bellevue wrapping up the 8K with Amanda Wan, David Gutierrez, Anna Jerfy from Vancouver wrapping up her half very shortly with Chelsea Fung in the 8K. Ed Yoshiyama from Maple Ridge, he's doing the half. We also have Anne McIntosh, trains with Soul Experience. We got Anna Pavliata out of Nanaimo, I believe, her first time running this event. Shavon Barry is there from Vancouver, first race with us. We got Saeed Rasuli Cesari in the 8K. There is Louis Castro and Rui Wee in the half marathon. It looks as though another half in Karina Rigby out of Nelson, who's about to wrap up with Caitlin Sparks in the 8. Shayla Herb is there. Osha Renua. Aya Gabusi out of Vancouver, clocking in with Eric Ilish. Mohamed Jaffrey, don't forget it was a Mohamed today, who took the victory in that men's race. That was Mohamed Aagab out of Campbellton, New Brunswick. We've got Seung-Wook Kim next up there from Burnaby in the 8K, along with Jodie Hoppins, who's finishing the half right now. The 54-year-old came in from Ferndale, and this is her 25th. So we appreciate you doing that with us today. As Liam Kelly, a lot of people in benchmarks. Liam out of Fort St. John, by the way, where the Sub-Zero Club up there. And that's a running club. As we've got Evelyn Lee, Rebecca Gertson. We've got Juliana Ambrosini and Molly Vimini out of Seattle. Renee De Leon. Aileen De Leon are also there. They're both coming in through the finish line for the 8K. In the halves here, Kyung Hong out of Vancouver is there, the 27-year-old, with Lianji Shang out of Poco. We've got 16-year-old Jay Xu from San Francisco in the 8K, just meters away now, coming under the arch. You can see we've got 54:30 on the clock for the 8K. Gary Young out of Richmond, wrapping up his half with Fosti Nuko out of Cochrane, Alberta. 11-year-old Peyton Chow, I believe that was, in the 8K with Vince Ty there. Back to running again, his first race in 6 years. So we'd delight to see you on the starting block now, coming under the arch there with Amanda Cousins, the 49-year-old out of Seattle, wrapping up the half. Chris DeLima, the 16-year-old Vancouverite in the 8K, clocking in with Lou Littown. We got Heather Montgomery in the half. Camelia Chartrand from Montreal wraps up the 8K. Carolyn Kratz, her hometown of Seattle, she's the Sounders fan, no doubt, of course. We've got Lily Hoppenshield from New Hazelton, the 14-year-old, I think the only athlete I've seen so far from New Hazelton. But we had a number of athletes from Kitimat, Smithers, areas like that, Maria Gutierrez, Hiroshi Nakashima, all coming on through with Carrie-Anne Sakaki out of Kamloops. BC Recovery in motion there. She's a member of that squad and helping raise funds, of course. And we want to thank those charities that are involved. We want to thank BMO, Destination BC Sport hosting Vancouver, and of course the Vancouver Parks Board. Don't forget, these athletes lucky enough to run through some of the most beautiful areas, not only in BC but in the world, including Stanley Park. And I know, Dave, you know Stanley Park very well. What do you think is the most scenic part of this particular journey through town?
Well, when you look at the North Shore Mountains and the majesty of them and just the heights and the grandeur, it's inspiring. The ocean, the mountains. This is the most beautiful city in the world, and we're so happy to welcome people from all over the world and to welcome people from just down the streets. You can just get into your car, drive down here, soak up the energy with us. We'll be here for a few more hours. We're at the corner of Buttes and Pender, and this is the 51st edition of the BMO Vancouver International Marathon.
And I believe we just saw Carl Leers out of Belgium. His son and daughter are also here with him. And I think we've got Dr. Jack Taunton down there. Good to see you, Jack. He was our starter this morning. Don't forget, that man's been top 5 here numerous times. He was here, one of the originals from 72, as we told you, that particular year when we had just about 32 finishers. And I think we had like 46 starters that year. But he's like a 225 man. And he and obviously Dr. Doug Clement, and we want to say a big thank you for them because of everything, and Diane, of course, for everything they've done for the sport of running. But it was great to see him get the half marathoners that are still finishing right now. One of them, So-Young Kim, clocking in, Amit Bangu of Langley, but he got them underway, fired the starters gun this morning. And as you know, the 8K's underway, many are finishers closing in. Nancy Fung amongst them, Cassie Rosette, who came in from New York to join us. Sai Quen Jung is there, Kevin Sanchez, Yixi Louis out of Burnaby, wrapping up the half shortly with Allison Kruger out of Saskatoon. Her first ever race, so thank you for making it right here in Vancouver. Joshua Long, Alison Long, they are together, the two Kelowna runners.
There he is. The good doctor is in the house. The doctor is arrived.
And Will, of course, we're so pleased that he turned up, as he always does, to watch the finishers, as we had the Penner family clocking in. Gerard Raby is there, Kerry Yang. We got Anurag Marwa from Vancouver. It's a tribute to his loving father, who sadly passed away a while ago. We got Kupavaz Butter there from Surrey. We had 2 members of the Butter family racing yesterday in Stanley Park at the Kids Fun Run. I can see it looks like we've got Ruby Dodd there from Coquitlam closing in the half. Marianne Musavi out of Port Moody also clocking in the half with Paul Rung of Richmond. And I believe it looks like Rishimir Puri, the captain of Team Misfits from New West, the 6th run for that captain. We got Ridvik Dodia, the 15-year-old just ahead of him. And Gieni Hayo out of Richmond is closing in the half. We've got Vanessa Jimenez Sanchez next up here. We're only about a minute and 30 seconds away from the 2-hour mark in the marathon as well. So things are fast and furious here. But don't forget, some of our marathoners may take 7 hours. It could be up to that sort of a time. Once we were here, I have to tell you, the longest we stayed around, 10 hours and 39 minutes. And Gene and I were at the finish line. No one else was around except the family who was still waiting for that athlete to come in. By then, they had taken the stage down. We were reduced to a bullhorn at the finish line, but it took that person 10 hours, 39 minutes. So hopefully that's not the case today.
But it doesn't matter. We will stay till the end.
And crowd support is great right now. Again, there's a nice tailwind for these runners as they come into the finish line. Make sure that you're cheering loud, folks. Make sure that you're keeping an eye on your loved ones through the tracking app. That is RT app. We can confirm, as we said, that Yuki Kawauchi is still in the lead on the men's side. Dana Pitoretsky is continuing to lead the women. And if you're tuning into our live stream, you're getting a beautiful shot there at 32 kilometers right along the seawall. And there's quite separation between these athletes right now, but Dana Pitoretsky with a huge lead over the rest of the women and working hard with some of the men out at English Bay. Gorgeous shot there. And we'll get a 40K split for the men coming up very shortly. They're currently at 35.5 kilometers. And we can also give you an update that Mr. Evan Dunphy, Olympic and world champion medalist, he split 10K in 44:57 walking.
And don't forget, he holds a Canadian record at 10K. He's done like 38 minutes, 40 seconds. He holds a record for the 5K as well, 18 minutes and 39, I believe it was. But that 50K record, Marcel Jobin held the record for many, many years. Marcel is now like 72 years of age, and he recently did the World Championships Masters Seniors Division. There's a Ukrainian flag coming into the line, so we really appreciate that. Thanks very much. And we've got Krysta Timmermans there as well. We've got Natalia Sulski, Sierra Madone. We also have, I believe, David Nelson finishing the half. He's out of Vancouver. We have Michelle Goldberg from Vancouver. We have Leslie Bryan clocking in. Arena Schneider there, best running club in Sweden. So we're delighted to welcome her to the line as well. There's Narain Wong. I want to thank Marco. They did it. Chantel Yen is there. We've got Michelle Burke, Tristan George out of Vancouver. Tarinda Greywall came in from Penticton, my hometown. So it's nice to see you heading to the home stretch. There's Pallavi Aaron Shah. We've got Jennifer Adam there as well. First half being finished there as I believe Alexandra Chiasson is next up there with Robert there alongside. White Rock New West represented. As we have Danielle Lynch and Christina Soto Quintero. Alexander McMillan, Delon Shan, he's finishing up with Yingling Chen and Christine Noai Chan, I believe. There's Clarissa Herman out of Coldstream, Julianne Matthew, her first official run for the 35-year-old. There's Aditi next up there, Aditi Dehghan, I believe, from Sammamish, Washington. Washingtonians here en masse. When you look at the sheer numbers that we have, we're just thrilled that they're so well represented. In fact, from Washington State, we've got 1,067 runners there, Dave.
That's amazing. Some marathons don't attract that many runners in their entirety. We have 1,060 from Washington State.
We do indeed, and if you look at some of the other states as well, 555 have come in from Ontario, California 274, and Alberta. We're delighted, our closest province, 1,180 runners.
Well, the marathon has bounced back. Our numbers are bigger than ever this year for the first time. If you take the full, the half, and the 8K and you add them up, we have over 20,000 entrants, and we're very proud of each and every one of you and all the training that you've done to make it to the finish line.
And don't forget, the last couple of years as well, we've had a number of people who did virtual runs. We've got some youngsters there. Isaac Curl, I believe, at 11 years of age. Jaden Chew at 13, just coming to the line as well. And Holly Bartimus in the half from Portland, and Sarah Elizabeth Jones, also from Seattle, I believe, looking in. We have Aina and Andy. Henrique Villanueva clocking in there from North Van, I believe representing Rwanda as well, though. So thank you, Kenny. We got Claire Altaris from Victoria in there as well, born and raised in Fort McMurray, nice place to be. And they once hosted our national triathlon championships up there. Some people like Mark Bates were racing away up at that particular time. Mark, who's a brilliant photographer. We do want to thank our photographers here, by the way. Marathon Photos Live. We've got plenty of them at the finish line here, including Henrik Olsen, Dane, Dennis, Eddie, Tim, Michael, Qatar, and Joanne. They're the ones that are looking after the finish lines and the medals. Getting the finishers' medals, photos, Brianna, Maria, Eden and Johan. They're out on course en masse, and plenty of athletes. It's like we've got a kilted gentleman about to come on through here as well, as we got Danielle Duggan out of Vancouver clocking in. We got Christopher Passmore. Li Yong Ding is about to clock into the line. Sophie Zhang out of Coquitlam also heading home towards the finish line. So it's great to see so many people that have turned out to embrace the athletes taking on the challenge to come to the line. Lots of different reasons for taking on these challenges, of course, whether it be the 8K that you're seeing plenty of finishers right now, whether it be the half. Most of the halves have obviously finished at this point, but we've got Roxanne Rowe from Sherwood Park. Almost a decade since Roxanne has done her last race, so we're delighted to welcome her back as Silken Chu closes in with Anita Hui, Kathy Sue Irving there as well, clocking in with Han Omon, Barry Monkman, Twyla Salis, Yu Chien Cheng is next up here to the line. We've got Faithful Low from Chilliwack, the 72-year-old. She's about to wrap up her half marathon as we got a young man there, 14-year-old Karine Albert. She's coming on through, but there was a young man just went across the line. We got Amy Zhang, a 15-year-old, finishing the 8. We've got Susan Wells and Sam Mitchell wrapping up their halves, along with Xin Jiang. So all 3 of them out of Vancouver, by the way. And Susan Wells, currently battling cancer, but we really appreciate the fact that you've taken on this challenge. Hey, look who's here. We've got a lady who was a brilliant, Rainey Kent is down here. The lady who did the Giro de Burnaby for years. She was the host person. She is now in charge of making sure our runners in the halves on the 8 stay on the right-hand side, because we are 2 hours, 5 minutes into the event, and probably inside the next 10 minutes, we're likely to see the first of our runners. So I'm going to hand things over to Kate to bring you up to date.
Thanks so much, Steve. So if you're tuning into our live stream, you will have just seen that Yuki Kawauchi has a huge lead over second place. He's at 37 kilometers into this race, and he is continuing to extend that lead over David Mutai, who is just barely in the camera shot. So our current course record holder looking very, very strong. And if, again, you're tuning into the live stream, you're starting to see some of the athletes come by that penultimate live shot before we get back to the finish. But 37.5 kilometers in for the men, and the women are 32.5 kilometers in. Try to get you some updates there. We do know that Dana is continuing to lead, and although he is a fairly distant second at the moment, we should mention that David Mutai, you talked about having really good range with Evan Dunphy. David Mutai in the fall ran a 5K at the Road to Hope Marathon weekend in Hamilton, Ontario, and the next day ran a solo 2:17 marathon to win it. So he used the 5K as a warm-up and ended up crushing the marathon. And so he's having a really great day as well in second place. We were looking for some really fast times, and several of these men and women on pace for, if not course records, certainly personal bests.
Hey, and a big shout out to our sponsors. The marathon, of course, would not be possible without the Bank of Montreal. This is, after all, the BMO Vancouver Marathon. Shout out to Brooks, A Kiss Water, Pharmacy by Young, Genevieve Life Science, and Stay Vancouver Hotels, and Big Steelbox Company. Those are just a few of the many companies that year after year put in value in kind and cash and help this marathon build and grow and grow.
Well, and grow it has. We've mentioned it a few times now, but over 20,000 people taking to the streets and parks of Vancouver today as participants, and then so many more of you out here showing your fantastic support on what is turned into an absolutely stunning day. The wind is continuing to blow, but it is warmed up. The sun is out. The energy is loud. And it's a great day here in downtown Vancouver at the corner of Pender and Butte.
And can't overemphasize that sunshine. Many of these runners, like, was it 3 weeks ago the sun run was on, or 4 weeks ago? Many of these runners, as they experienced the finish line of the sun run, were drenched. But we have no control over that. But it is an absolutely beautiful spring day in Vancouver.
So less than 5K to go now for our leading men. And again, if you're watching the live stream, you're getting shots that are alternating back and forth between about 37K and 32K, both of them absolutely stunning. It is such a scenic course. It is one of the world's top destination marathons, half marathons, and 8Ks. And we're going to make sure that we give you all the action as these runners get closer and closer to the finish line. 4K left for our top men. Again, that time to look for is 2:15:01 for the course record. That's Yuki Kawauchi's course record. And Dana Pitorescu setting the record last year on the women's side, on pace to break that as well. And there's some good prize money on the line too. $1,000, $750, and $500 for the overall finishers, and then some nice Canadian bonuses as well. And then Masters runners, of course, we never want to forget about our fantastic Masters, $500, $300, and $200 on the line for the top three there. So well within 4 kilometers now of the finish for our leading men at the BMO Vancouver Marathon.
Big shout out to our 3,000 volunteers. up in the middle of the night, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Barricades had to be put up, stanchions, markers, wayfinding signs. It all got done overnight, and we started all 3 events on time.
That's right. So a good reminder that if you see a volunteer, give them a shout out, give them a high five, give them a thank you. Events like this couldn't happen without our sponsors and without all of our volunteers, all of the hard work by Run Van, starting yesterday with that kids race and the expo over the last couple of days, continuing with our 3 separate start lines, 1 finish line, 3 point-to-point distances, and a huge street festival that's going to keep going for hours to come. We're going to keep that energy high as we get ready to welcome the top runners in the marathon to this beautiful finish line here on West Pender Street. Exactly 2 kilometers to go for Yuki Kawauchi.
Okay, so our leader, the Japanese athlete, with 2 kilometers to go, ladies and gentlemen. So that could be around a 2:17 clocking. At this point, we've got Azar Zoklan there from Bellevue, Washington, who's wrapping up the half along with Ty Lamb and Paul Gilbert. They're both about to close in. Nicole Cherry from Boko on her way to the line in the half as well. In the 8K, Valerie Lee, Omnia El Zahara, Karine Lavoie, all closing in here as we have Kevin Henry along with Jennifer Barbosa. She races for the Mamas for Mamas. We appreciate that. I know what that's all about. Having a few members of our community locally involved with that. There's Gabrielle Tornado, by the way, just got married a month ago. So our congratulations to him and his partners. We've got Elizabeth Seidel from Calgary clocking in and up with Naomi Schmidt out of Coquitlam. Wrapping up the 8K, Benny Carr from Surrey is here, Naoko Takahashi and Tanis Baratan out of Bowen Island. We've got Nancy Hernandez from Everett, Washington, her first half marathon about to be completed. Jamie Munioka from Calgary along with her. Juan Doko Cruzada Nunez here from Covington, Washington, actually originally from Mexico. Viva Mexico Cabrones. We've got Sylvia Ferguson there and Jess Sutton. And his running partner Tracy clocking in. We got Fresno, California represented. As you can see there, we got a cheer section here. We got Rainey Kent. Joe, nice to see her. Mr. Turtle himself is here at the line to support the athletes, along with Jeff Butner, his wife Margaret, also one of our great supporters, does so much in terms of social media as well. Do want to thank BC Athletics representatives that are also here, and Athletics Canada represented by our own Morris Wilson. He was out there on course at the start, along checking out Evelyn Lau there, I see from Port Moody, wrapping up her up with Victoria Whalen out of Burnaby, the 65-year-old, and Lee Wish, who just started running after 50, dropped it during COVID, now back in action and now back at the line after getting 5 miles or 8K behind her.
If you're one of our spectators here on Pender Street, and if you came to cheer, this is your cue to cheer with our marathon front runner about to come running up Pender, and that's when he will need your support. So make some noise and get ready to get loud in the next few minutes.
And it is going to be Yuki. He is 2:09.55 at 40K, so that puts him on pace for about a 2:16.35 finish. He's got 1 minute and 50 seconds up on David Mutai. Those are your top leaders. If you're watching our live stream, you're seeing the pain and the strain on Yuki's face. He is making his way towards this finish line, rounding that final turn and trying to avoid the crowds. He is cruising with exactly 1 kilometer left in this full marathon here in Vancouver.
And this is a world-class event, and Yuki is a world-class runner, having won a race you may have heard of, a race called the Boston Marathon. And it's so wonderful to have him back on our Vancouver course. Yuki.
Yes, indeed. We have Christy Rossignol and Drew Scolan there. Drew running for his daughter Charlie Ann and Canuck Place, and we appreciate that as Charlie Ann is now approaching the line, of course. Christy Rossignol alongside in the half with Sherry Ealer. We've also got Una Arnold, the 71-year-old with, I believe, Krysta Katanach out of Vancouver, and Joan Parker, 2 48-year-olds are about to wrap up their half marathons. William Allen Coe from Sammamish wrapping up the half for himself with Anthony J out of Coquitlam. Krysta Katanach also has gone across that line now with Sanchit Carvey from Bellevue. And LP Case is next through with Alice Helliwell out of Vancouver there in the half with Erin Gladue, Jenny Lee, Yuki Kawauchi out of Vancouver, and I believe first ever race for Anne-Marie Natoile. We got Philip Lai there and Sharon Zheng, member of the Grant Thornton run band team as well. We got Milia Jovanovic out of Surrey, the 69-year-old, along with Michelle Ho, Adalia Yang, Ben Ing. Ben and Laura both were doing the event today. Alejandro Lewinsky is there, 7-year-old, now move and through to the line. We got Savannah Wing, first 8K from Taiwan City. So thank you for joining us as Laura Hall is about to wrap up with Parbinder Narman doing his very first race, a 49-year-old. So we'll establish a benchmark time as we're looking at the time right now, 2:15:26. So we're not going to see a course record. But of course, we do have Kate looking down the road there to see if we can see the lights, the flashing lights. We can see them. That means the man is on his way, and we'll get ready to welcome him as we're able to look down the home stretch ourselves. And imagine how good it feels when you're on West Pender here and you know that that finish line is just meters ahead. And don't forget, there's nothing like the prestige of winning a big city marathon. This is one of the greatest marathons definitely in Canada and North America, and it's earned a lot of accolades for good reason. When it comes to the line and when it comes to finishing, you can see the flashing lights of the motorcycle out there. You'll see the runner right behind. So it looks like another Japanese runner that will be taking the title.
Here he comes. Make some noise.
Remember, I told you, ladies and gentlemen, not too far away now. You're about to see a time. We said between 2:16, 2:17. He's maintained that pace and he's pushing hard as he can. He knows he's got the title in hand. And there we go. The bikes come through and they have got over the timing match, but it's the racer that we'll see over that timing match shortly. So let's get ready to welcome the 2023 BMO Marathon Men's Champion. As here he is, I can see him right now. He's all by himself out there. He's alone. He pulled to the front very, very early on. And this is a man who's run in a panda suit before. Yuki Kawauchi of Japan, now about clocking his second victory in Vancouver. He's going to be our champion with a 2:17:05 clocking. He breasts that tape. Well done, my friend. Don't forget, he has been a Boston winner before. He raced as a citizen runner in London and was the first one across there as well. He's done over 80 marathons in his time. I know he did a 2:08:14 in Seoul in 2013, but he has got a personal best that's even faster than that, a 2:13:30 and a 2:07:27 in Lake Biwa in 2021. But what a performance from him once again. And we are just absolutely thrilled. Subarashi Marathon finish Omedetou. Certainly hope he enjoyed the course out there as well. Wow, that is so thrilling to see. Otsa Karasma Deshita, Vancouver Marathon Council Omedetou. Wow, we're thrilled because as you heard earlier on how much he pulled away out there. Don't forget, he once ran a marathon in a panda suit, by the way. And when you think of Canadians, our own Adam Campbell once ran in a business suit and set a Guinness Book of World Records with a 2:35 clocking. But this man, we're so pleased. You can imagine he was the first Japanese athlete in the 122nd running of the Boston Marathon in 2018. He was the first Japanese to finish and win since 1987. And here he is coming back a couple of years after his previous victory here with us to take the title once again. He was our pre-race favourite and he's lived up to that today. And he won in course, as we said, 2019. He did a 2:15:01 clocking then.
And Steve, I can tell you that we have our second place finisher in sight. I believe that's Mr. David Mutai making his way up this final hill towards the finish line here on Pender Street. It's a long, straight shot uphill to this line. He's working hard. He's been all alone in second place. He'll be buoyed on by these crowds and by passing the half marathoners on his right. It is David Mutai making his way towards the finish line with about 200 meters to go. Let's show him some support. After that fantastic 2:17 in the fall, it won't be a personal best, but it's going to be very close to sub 2:20.
Awesome stuff here. You showed your major support for our champion of the day. Let's get ready to welcome our second placer as we got 8Kers closing in at this time. Hayden Kay, Kyla Ross, Kendra Blackburst, Cole Anderson, Sheena Robson in the half, and Mirjana Korolish in the 8K. But here we are just meters away, and you can see that clock now. It doesn't look like it's going to be a sub 2:20, but it will be just over that as that person is heading to the line. Again, fast and furious. Let's bring him on in. You can see, there we go, pushing the pace fast. It's a brilliant performance. David Mutai out of Etobicoke right now, the 37-year-old racer number 5. Magnificent performance for him. So again, it is so pleasing to see how well these athletes have done out there. Dave Mutai, I believe, is now going to be at Trinity Western, by the way. Had that 2:17.47 set last year. And as you heard Kate say earlier, he was the person who did the 5K one day, won that in Toronto. The next day, he won the marathon. And here he is taking on the challenge with us today and pushing the pace all the way through. And we wish him well, because he'll be in the lower mainland now for quite a while. So the originally out of Kenya, of course, and we're just thrilled that he's taken on the action. And so we wish him well in his own language, in Swahili. Hope he enjoyed the course. Sisi Nataka, Kujua Kama, Oma Furana, Namachesi Yeto. And welcome to the finish line there. Karibu Uko Koa Mwishu.
And if you're one of our spectators here down at Butte and Pender, we're just welcoming the front runners of the marathon. It'll be at around 12:30 that we're going to have the bulk of the runners come through. The race began at 8:30. Most runners do it in around 4 hours. So at 12:30, you'll still be here, and that's when hundreds and hundreds of people per minute will be crossing, and Steve will be calling every single name as they complete their marathon journey.
Don't forget, for those of you soup lovers who tend to get some ichiban, in Japanese, ichiban means number 1. So we're delighted, of course, that gentleman, Yuki Kawauchi, has taken his second title, 2 out of 2 for him. And don't forget, his partner also was with us a couple of years ago, and she took the women's division, Yuko Mizuguchi. She did a 2:41.28. Again, that was 2019 when he was last with us.
Ichiban number 1, fantastic. And domo arigato means thank you, and we need to thank him for coming back again.
Well, Steve and Dave, I believe I have eyes on our first Canadian finisher in the marathon. If my eyes don't deceive me, that is Sergio Ráez Villanueva in the red kit, making his way towards the finish line. About 150 meters to go for him.
Well, Sergio's certainly done some half marathons in his time. I know he's looking at 2:18.04 before. Here we are, 2:22 on the clock. We got Alexander White from Mission finishing off the half marathon right now as well. We've got 8K runners. Jeff Stafke from Gig Harbor closed in a moment ago, his third half marathon, and we're going to see the man in the number 3 position arriving here very shortly as well. So let's get ready to welcome him. We'll check to see the number, and it is indeed. He's heading towards us, Sergio Ráez Villanueva out of Mississauga, Ontario. And of course, representing Canada now, he's done the half marathon, working full-time as a clinical trials coordinator at the Princess Margaret Cancer Centre in Toronto as well. Ran his marathon debut in the TC there as well, in the classical music. A great volunteer coach at track and field. Did the NACAC 10,000 meters in Toronto 2018. Got a 4th place there as well. So here he is with a 3rd place in Vancouver with a 2:23 clocking.
And incidentally, I gotta say, my former teammate of the Mississauga Track and Field Club. So kudos to Sergio, our top Canadian in the marathon, as we continue welcoming our finishers to the line and keep our eyes on our women. They are at 37 kilometers, so they'll be joining us at the finish line very shortly.
And we just saw Shik Yuan Lee from Coquitlam, the 75-year-old, finishing up the 8K. We also have 70-year-old Cauffope there from Toronto in his first 8K as well. Heather Hilson from Preston, that's in the UK, her first overseas race, the 58-year-old, wrapping up her 8K. We have Maya Sulkelen, Thomaso, Sonia Joseph, wrapping up the half marathon, Bellevue, Washington, Richmond, North Van. Represented there is some more, Marianne Pragnall out of Vancouver, Mona Abdirahman finishing up there. She's Mona Lisa, of course, wrapping up the half with Emma Adriano. And she's out of Edmonton. Of course, Edmonton also hosts an event here. Is that John? I can see John Mahoney down here with us as well. He and Sherry both racing with us today. Sorry, I didn't see you earlier, my friend, but lovely to see a man with over like 600 marathons to his credit. We got Wilbert Moore, a four-time Ironman finisher there, Canadian Death Race finisher, wrapping up the half, the 53-year-old Vancouverite. That Canadian Death Race is 125K out of Alberta, of course. We have a lot of ultra runners here. Don't forget, we've seen next athlete that's about to close on in. I think it's Kip Kangogo, ladies and gentlemen. He's been first, second, and third at the Sun Run. He's the Sporting Life champion previously. And there he is with a fourth place finish at 2:25 today. He's been on Canada's national team at the Pan American Games. And there's Gerardo Shea Zaradi Rangel from Guanajuato. There's Brendan Wong right behind him. Look at those guys there, finishing in the top 10. And we got 2:25 on the clock, as I believe that may be another runner coming on through. Matthew Newman, it is indeed the 33-year-old out of Canmore. He's gone through with a 2:25 as well. Look how close that was. Kip Kangogo, Gerardo Zaire, Zaradi Rangel. We got Brendan Wong, Matthew Newman, all in the marathon within about 30 seconds of each other. Four runners there. Lethbridge, Mexico, Coquitlam and Canmore represented amongst them. And Kip, of course, can't talk enough about him because he has done so very well over the years. Has a 28-21 to his credit at the 10K. His best marathon was a 2:10.56. His half marathon best was 60 minutes. I believe BMO half champion. He's been with us before in 2010. He was like a 6 times champion at the half in Stanley Park at the Scotiabank event there. He's won the TC 10K, Sporting Life 10K, Alberta Road Race Male Athlete of the Year. As we get ready to welcome Bob Munro to the half marathon finish, the 73-year-old. We got Kirpord Carl, the 55-year-old. We got lots of support for the next runners. Chris Balestrini, here he is, the man who was our champion last year, the doctor who had like 3 24-hour events that he had to do at work before he could take on the challenge here. But he's done our half marathon before. He's been top 5 in the half, as well as taking a victory last time out with us. So we're really pleased that he's here after those long shifts in terms of his work. He is a doctor, by the way.
And I can also give you an update that at 40 kilometers, Dana Pitaretsky is at 2:26.28. So 2K to go for our leader on the women's race, and she has a healthy lead over the rest of the field. So expect to see our top Canadian and top woman coming through any moment.
And I do want to tell you about Chris Balestrini. Not only is he a great marathoner, but he holds a Canadian 50K record. He did a 2:48.32 a couple of years ago. So we're thrilled that he's with us after having to run another marathon as our reigning record holder in terms of his PRs here and the win here. And today he's amongst the top 10 once again. We had Diane Pankoska there from Silver Spring, Maryland, clocking in the half with Amanda Ebert, Lindsay Walker from Revelstoke. They used to have a race that was in part of the Interior Road Race Series. We had Kiera Martins, Yen Zhu, Shirley Blaine, Kyla Martins, Roshan Thomas, Jordan Francanel, Nate Jessup. They also clocked in a moment ago in the half marathon, as the focus now obviously remains on the marathon, because we'll find out what's going on. Back to Kate.
Well, thanks, Steve. And I think we're going to see a very close course record possibly on the women's side. Dana set that course record last year at 2:34.30. She went through 40K in 2:26.28, and she's been running 344 kilometers. So if she can maintain that, she is going to be really close to that 2:34 mark.
And there's Joe Berger from Bellevue, Washington, the 31-year-old in the black and inside 2:29. Can we get anyone else inside 2.5 hours? We've got a minute and about 5 seconds left on the clock because these would be amongst the first wave. Don't forget, like the half marathon, we have 5 waves, 5 minutes apart at the start line. I think you may have seen 10 athletes so far to the line, maybe 9 or 10, but we'll find out shortly. But again, congrats to those people closing in the half. Faye Harris, Tep Myra, and Dunn. She and Brent are walking on his 60th birthday. So Brent Dunn and Ann, they're closing in together. Well done, guys. They've got Brad in there as well. Wilson Wong, Brenda Wong. We got Blanca Shaw from Cornell wrapping up the half along. Faye's alongside them. Again, Joe Berger just went through. We'll see who's going to wrap up the top 10 in the marathon. And look at that. That's a nice looking gear, though. We've got Casti Miller from Seattle, Samaya Valizade from North Van, Deborah Cato, Blanca Short. These guys all coming up to the half. Deborah doing the 8K. 3 athletes together here. The Mortensons amongst them. Jeffrey and Susan and Pamela. Edmonton and Vancouver represented here. So nice going there, guys. Great to see the families celebrating together, hand in hand as behind them. We'll see who's next up. I believe it's 77-year-old Edward Tam coming in to wrap up the half marathon for himself out of Burnaby. And behind him in the 8K, we've got Whitehorse, the Yukon represented in the form of Linda Brandbow. Let's give a big hand to Edward. He's in the blue strip wearing the Adidas gear there as well by the looks of it. Others closing in from North Vancouver, Salah Sadi, the 39-year-old. We're looking at the clock. You've got 4 hours since the first half marathon went underway. And don't forget, there's 20 minutes between the first wave and the 5th wave. The same with the marathon. We're now over 2.5 hours into the event. Snoopy Sum Sum from Surrey wanted to get to the finish line. He's about to do so, the 61-year-old. We also have, or she is rather, we got Xingjing Li from Vancouver and Menindipal Gundu from Winnipeg about to wrap up in the 8K as well. And again, Winnipeg has hosted some great events. We were there years ago. I think it was like 1997. We hosted the Pan American Games there. We got Kip Kangogo has represented Canada at the Pan American Games as a marathoner as well. But again, at 43 years of age, there he is challenging all the leaders. Ken Elmer, ladies and gentlemen, a sub-4-minute miler, and the man who also hosted and got the Sun Run underway. We saw him in the Sun Run once again just a couple of weeks ago. There he is coming up to the line, now 75 years of age. So what a great reunion with Dr. Jack Taunton here. We've got Glosia Bonizoni coming in. Became a Canadian citizen recently, and the first marathon wrapping up in the 8K. Carol Blomke, the 78-year-old, right there as well as Thibaut Mouchard from Vancouver, about to wrap in the marathon. 2:31:38 his time. Well done, Thibaut.
Well, we just saw Dana turn on to Georgia, so she is within the final kilometer. She's going to be awfully close to her own course record. Again, she set that last year to take the victory. She is the 2019 Canadian Marathon champion, and at that time, she ran 2:29:03 qualifying for those Tokyo Olympics. Had a really rough go of it there, dealing with a COVID scare. She and her husband had to be in isolation while they were in Tokyo. Had a really difficult time, but is coming back strong and looking for a defense of her victory here at BMO Vancouver International Marathon and possibly a new course record.
Bear in mind the course record that she bested when she took that, we had that 2:35 that was set a few years ago, and she ended up besting that record, so we were thrilled because Claudia Camargo out of Argentina set that time in 2007 at 2:35:50, so we were delighted to see that was beaten. And ladies and gentlemen, it looks as though she may now be on that home stretch. We can see the cyclist, we can see the runner. She's got a little ways to get here, but she can also hear you. She can see the line of runners and walkers that are on the right-hand side. She is solo on the home stretch here on West Pender. Again, a few hundred meters away from coming to line and claiming the title. Looks as though we have a one in the men's division just ahead of her as well as getting directed over to the left. So we've got 3 or 4 people now in the home stretch. When I talk about the home stretch, you can look down there. You can see just how far away that is as they come on through. We've got Morozano from Richmond wrapping up his half. Sunny Wu, Felina Keegan also in the half. They just came on through. And coming on through very shortly is another gentleman in the marathon about to arrive and join us to take, I believe it may be a 10th position. We've seen 10th through. This will be Evan Elder, the 30-year-old Vancouverite who's pushing the pace there to the line. Well done, Evan. He's got a 2:24.11 to his credit. The California International, remember UBC Thunderbird cross country and NAIA All-American in track and cross country. He won the Auckland half marathon some 7 years ago. And let's get ready to welcome the 2023 BMO Women's Champion. And look at the time, 2:34 and change on the clock right now. She did 2:34.30 to set the record. She's got 15 seconds to get there to beat the record. And look at her pouring it on. Canada's Olympian. Push, 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 hard as you can. Dana Pidereski. She is setting a new record by like 4 seconds. Wow. Well done. My goodness, that is brilliant to see. Anytime you can see a record, especially when an event has been going since 1972. The original women's record in 1972 was 3 hours, 39 minutes, 23 seconds, set by Patricia Loveland. So you can see how far that has come through. As we see another finisher in the form of Jeff Dumbrack there from Whitehorse in the Yukon. I think that was a 12th position in the men's division for him. But Dana Pidereski, no doubt about it, the 36-year-old taking the title and really back-to-back victories and back-to-back records. And you can imagine how good that was and how great it was for us to be able to witness there. She could see the clock, and I know you want to comment on that, Kate, so take it away.
Well, this is typical Dana fashion. Back in 2019, she knew that she had to break 2:29.30 to qualify for the Tokyo Olympics, and she ran 2:29.23, I believe, at the time, just barely getting under it. So this woman knows how to time a race perfectly, and she's done it again. Back-to-back champion, back-to-back course records, and in a marathon, it doesn't get much closer than 3 seconds.
And the fact that she's gone 2.5 hours, remember years ago, that would be an amazing job. She's done that 2:29.03. And right now, Sergio Paredes Quintero from Puebla, Mexico is coming to the line there. Congratulations to you, and I think he's going to be one very happy guy. Out of Mississauga as well. He's got a 63.57 half. He's done a 2:25.32 before. We've seen him race at the Toronto Marathon. He's not a pro, by the way, but he's done 12 marathons with that PR 2:25. He was the fastest Mexican at the Boston Marathon before as well, when he did a 2:31.06. Also raced Toronto 2 years ago with a 2:25.32. He's now at that line. We just saw a couple more in the 8K wrapping up. Lisa Steinman, Kayla Sept, Vicky Arjulakis, Lisa Bremner, Chris Wynn, Marcin Jansen just finished her first 8K, and Cindy Q of Manville, Texas, the Lone Star State, now about to come up to the finish line in the half. And in the marathon, it's Vancouver's Neil Parker, the 32-year-old, storming through with a 2:36.59. I hope they give him that 1 second, as behind him is racer number 8, Rodrigo Villegas Garcia from Mexico. He storms on through the line there as well. Well done, my friend. He's done Amsterdam Marathon with a 2:17.16 personal best. He is a professional biologist, by the way, so we're delighted to welcome here, and I certainly hope he enjoyed his journey through to that finish line. El Comité de las Carreras Voluntarias Patrocinadores y Espectadores, muchas gracias por su participación en esta grande carrera. Our thanks, of course, to all those athletes that have come from South America or Mexico. We appreciate you joining us here. Again, often over the years, when we look at the Mexicans that come to join us, we see just how many have come on through. When you look at the fact that 517 Mexican runners between the 8K, the half marathon and the marathon have come to join us here in Vancouver, you can tell they come because they've heard all sorts of good things about the marathon. As we just saw Angela Ferroni from Superior, Colorado, along with Boulder's Monica Halseman and Lorraine Lattis. They're just under the arch for their half marathon. Others in the 8K, Kathy Price of Langley, the 75-year-old, she's arriving. Kara Ned from Vancouver arriving, and another marathoner arriving in the form of Imran Koja, the 32-year-old Vancouverite. There he is, number 21. Nice game. He's done a 2:35.26. He's done the Boston Marathon a couple of years ago as well. And we're delighted to welcome him. I know, I believe he had a goal to go sub 2.5, but the 32-year-old would have more chances to do that, but he's top 20 amongst our guys here, I think in the top 15 actually. And it's great to have some locals. Don't forget, there's a lot of prestige in being the first Vancouverite, the first from BC, or the first Canadian. And winning your age category, of course, Dave.
Very exciting, and we've seen the winners come through, but they're all winners here today. There's another 6,000 winners coming through, so please stay where you are, keep the energy high, and let's make sure to cheer on the rest of the people that have been training very hard for today.
We just saw Ilana Segal from Bourne, first Vancouver half for there. Charlie Norelowitz from Bourne also wrapping up. Marjorie Tahalangit from Richmond. And a first-time half marathoner there for 62-year-old Kathleen Donaldson of Maple Ridge. And Wen Kai Xiao about to close on in the half, the 45-year-old Vancouverite. He's at the line. So I think, look at the family closing on here. Let's see who we've got. I think we've got Joel McLean, Suzanne McLeod, Jennifer Alexander, Sawyer McLean, just 11 years of age. Nice going. Running for Kenneth Gordon there's Luis Eduardo Benitez Ramirez, the 28-year-old Vancouverite. He wraps up his day. That's number 463 with a 2:40.09 clocking.
It's the BMO Vancouver International Marathon, Canada's largest marathon, and I think Canada's best. What a wonderful day we've had today. The excitement has been incredible.
And we now have a 40K split for our second place woman. It's Rosalind Boutin. She is in second place going through 40K in 2:39.27 after that huge win by Dana Pideretsky. But Rosalind is well on her way towards this finish line, and behind her, Callahan McKenzie.
And that is Alistair Gardner from Beaumont, Quebec. It's in fact the co-owner of Exact Nutrition, our official on-course energy sponsor. So we're really delighted with that. Congratulations, Alistair. As Wendy Prince from Surrey is about to wrap up her half there, the 43-year-old. Behind her, we've got Amelia Marquez doing the 8K. And here's Mr. Tom Howard, your original 3-time winner. We might get an interview with him in a little while. We're going to bring him up here to say a few words to you in a while, but we've got Eduardo Gonzalez across the line, 2:41.15. Behind Eduardo, Nick Welsh of Seattle coming in, Ellis Gray from Vancouver, Chris Bewley from Victoria, Eric Wu from Markham, Ontario. Look at the times as we've got 5 athletes in the marathon there within seconds of each other, all around the 2:41 mark. Behind Eric Wu is Martin Odendahl from Victoria. From Boston, Manitoba, Daniel Raboyne is about to clock in here as well, the 31-year-old. So you've got now winners in a whole host of different divisions, including the men's 2024 with Eric Wu. In the 8K, we've got 4 more athletes. Tatiana Pinto from Brasilia. I believe we've got Simone Jeske from Maple Ridge, Sue Allison from Sammarelli, Washington, along with Redmond's Kim Renninger. Again, it's great for those guys to come up the home stretch. I know they've got a battle. They've got head-to-head competition all the way through, with Dave Phillips now from Vancouver is going to be our next athlete to clock in here. Mile to mile, coached by, of course, people like Rob Watson. And we are hoping that we might get an interview in a while with Tom, but we've got plenty of action in the women's division. We'd love to get the top 5 or so at least through the line. As we got Wick Hon Woo from Surrey clocked in there. We got Ian Callison of Seattle who clocked in. You'll be able to follow him on Strava. Ladies and gentlemen, look who's down there just behind Fur Cork. Alongside him, getting some high fives here, is your men's champion from Japan, of course. As we want to welcome him once again for taking on this incredible challenge and taking back-to-back victories. And as we say, Yuki and his family as well. As we've got, I believe, Tyler Goff here from Edmonton clocking in, the next athlete in the 25-29 division. He had Ian Callison in that same division just ahead of him. So the Ichiban himself is there getting a lot of handshakes. Gordon Rogers, I can see Kevin Halicki down there. So hopefully Gordon Rogers is with us, the man who was part of the Association of International Marathons for many years, but the man who won Boston, the man's a two-time winner now in Vancouver. He's here at the line. He's done a 2:07. We'll get an interview with him maybe later on as well, but we want to wish him well and thank him for being here. Canada Day, no holiday o Tanashinde Kudasai. Here we have Bob Roth of Calgary, the 39-year-old. There's Jose Alberto Cordes Galeana out of Villa de Alvarez in Mexico. Felicitaciones por el excelente tiempo.
And I believe that's Rosalind Bouten, if you're watching our live stream, who has just made the second last turn. So we're going to see our second place woman coming through very shortly. She'll make that turn on to Pender and that long stretch home. When she comes into view, ladies and gentlemen, she's going to need all the support she can get from you. Rosalind won the Victoria International Marathon in 2022. And it won't be a personal best, but another great time for her.
It is indeed, as we're closing in on 2 hours 45 minutes. I think our first pace bunny is probably going to be 3 hours, but we have no one in sight, but we have someone else in the women's division we're able to see on our screen at this time.
So that's the young American Callahan McKenzie who's made that second last turn.
So that's exciting, of course. We've seen her do, someone told us she could do around a 1:15 for the half, but we got another marathoner in the form of Lewis Bailey there from Calgary in the 25-29 division. His final year in that division, by the way. We also saw Liam Jose Guillen of Mexico clock in a moment ago in the 8K. Rafael Santos from Markham, Ontario in the black strip. He's about to come in with a 2:45.26 clock in. Well done. Lorraine Landsberg of Newton, Manitoba, first-time visitor to Vancouver, clocking in the half with Yonkil Swan. And in the marathon, Daniel Powell of South Salt Lake, Utah. Salt Lake City, that is, the 24-year-old in the black strip. He's clocking in right now under the arch, 2:45.43 his time. Look at this side by side. You've got Kyle King here. You've got Bo Ebding from Walla Walla and Yucca Valley, California. They hold hands, just like we saw in the half marathon with Justin Kent and Benjamin Priesner last year when they came across the line at 64.54 to both take the titles last year in the half marathon. It's good to see that. Congratulations, Bo and Kyle. One from Washington, one from California. Don't forget we got a gentleman as well who was Kyle King, by the way. He was a winner, the active duty Marine. He won the Marine Corps Marathon. Dave Proctor, nice to see Dave. He was the man who ran all the way across Canada, set a new record, a trans-Canadian speed record. I've seen him do 24 hours as well on a, yeah. That was at the Calgary Marathon. He continued to run there for 24 hours, but he ran right across Canada last year. The 42-year-old from Oaks. We got Nicholas Kosmenko from Cranberry Portage, Manitoba. Jordan Heinrichs there from Calgary going across, 2:46 on the clock. But Dave Proctor did a lot to raise money. He was on a treadmill as well before that for many, many hours. Here we go. Ron Thornton of Vancouver, our next man up in the orange strip. Good to see that. He's about to clock in with a 2:47 and a couple of seconds change on that. But great times. It's always lovely to see just how many people we can get inside 3 hours. Another one to do so. Alejandro de Jesus Martinez Lopez from Leon. He's about to clock in from Guanajuato. He's clocking in there. Felicitaciones, 2:47.18. His clocking. He's got Chris Mayman out of Calgary just meters back of him. He's about to come on through and claim a finish here at the BMO Vancouver event. We're going to see the second place female here very shortly, ladies and gentlemen, pushing the pace on the strip and able to look up here. Kate's taking a look over. We're also on the screen able to see what's happening in Stanley Park, but we want to look and see what's happening on West Pender as the athlete will be pushing the pace. Don't forget there's money, there's prestige, there's being on the podium. Is going to be Rosalind Bouten. Wow, what a performance from Rosalind. She's about to wrap up her day. Racer number 54. She must be absolutely thrilled, as we are as well. There she is, a 29-year-old, has a 2:46.49 in Victoria last year. and she was the BC Marathon champion there, 2:48 and change for her today. Others right behind her there, we had Crick Smith of Vancouver, we had Prida Impala from Carcross in the Yukon Territory as well. So tremendous stuff. We also saw Brian McCurling from Gibson's, by the way, his daughter Kimberly with him. He wrapped up the 8K, or the half, by the way, and he's in the 80 plus division. So thanks for being with us, as Nikolai Gower will be next with us here in the marathon. He's coming up the home stretch. That's the 39-year-old heading to the line. And we saw Nikolai there. Here we go. We got another soon-to-be finisher at the marathon, Mitchell Leroux. It's the 50th anniversary since his dad ran it in 1973. So nice going there, Mitchell. Nathan Johnson of San Diego is going to get passed by Shoei Soga in the last few meters. The VFAX runner, the 21-year-old, just comes on through as Nathan. They're in the same division. Nathan at 24, both 2:49 finishers. We got our third female finisher that will be coming in shortly as well. Callahan McKenzie from Whitehorse, the brilliant enduro runner, the 34-year-old. Look at that for a performance for her. And she's done the sun run, did about 35 minutes there. Does the Yukon Trails, the Enduro for 3 to 4 hours today. Callahan gets a time, sub 2:50. Well done. And don't forget, Maurice Wilson said, make sure you look for this lady as well to be on the podium. We had a chat with him yesterday about that, and we can see Dana, Roslyn and Callahan. We wait to see if Joanna Brown could be amongst the top 5 as well. Canadian Olympian, but at the sport of triathlon. So nice to see Yuki Kawauchi down here watching the action, enjoying the action. We'll get him up here later on to say a few words to you. What a brilliant performer. No panda suit today, but he ran another brilliant run. 2 out of 2 for number 1. Ichiban, as they would say. Gambari, Gambari. Here we go. Another marathon finisher in the form of Carter Blair from Vancouver. He's wrapping up the 23-year-old with a second-time Vancouver marathon finish for Sherwood Parksy and Klein, the 30-year-old. And from Garibaldi Highlands, John Dean in the black strip is about to close on in. We got 2:50 on the clock, less than 10 minutes to the 3-hour mark for those doing gun time. Felix Moser will be comfortably in there as well. There he is, the 38-year-old from Vancouver. He's followed by Travis Buck-TV out of Chilliwack. Don't forget, we've had a Chilliwack runner years ago win the Victoria Marathon, by the way, when he did like a 2:27. So great stuff here. We've got plenty of runners now to come. Nathan Olson from Lacombe is one of those. He has no worries behind. He's just looking at the finish line ahead. It's going to be a 2:51 and change for the 28-year-old. And then from your host city out of Vancouver, there is Clyde Harrelson, the 31-year-old with that lime green cap. He's got a 2:51.20 for himself today. Again, we're going on clock time. We're going to see the 4th place female coming in. It's Joanna Brown closing in here. Canada's Olympic triathlete there coming up to the line. Congratulations, Joanna. She has done a 50K before, did a 4:37 in the Chucking Up 50. Canadian Olympian, as we said, and we are wishing her well, and we're so glad that she is here with us. I believe coached by Melinda Elmore, but we'll get a check on that. But a 2:51 benchmark for the 30-year-old out of Ottawa. Melinda, of course, out of Kelowna, the lady who set a new record in the 40-44 division at the Vancouver Sun Run. There's Logan Flanagan. We got Talib Jiwani from Vancouver, JP Aquino from Edmonton, Logan Flanagan from Kitchener, and Tom Murphy out of Vancouver. Logan's first full marathon, and what a benchmark split he's got there at 2:52 now on the clock. And Katrin Jones, who's representing Canada, one of our top all-time runners at the ultra distances as well. We're thrilled to see her at that line. She's been on the top 3 with us before and got a bronze medal in the 50K at World Championships in Doha some years ago. The 44-year-old now has made it to the line. That's race number 57. Has a PR of 2:42.34, set 2014 in Ottawa. She is still the Canadian record holder for 100K and 50 mile. Behind Catherine, we have Jean-Denis Lapierre from St. Polycarp in Quebec, Curtis Holloway from Calgary, Carlos Ruiz out of Guatemala originally but lives here in Vancouver, Jason Connolly from Dundas, Ontario, and Hayato Shimizu from Ann Arbor, Michigan. His first marathon as a master, and Christian Faisi Puente, the man in the blue strip here from Santiago de Querétaro. He's visiting from Mexico with his son Andre, and lives here. His son lives here in Vancouver. So we welcome you, and we hope you have a good time. Again, we hope some of these people will come back and join us here as well in Vancouver. But we welcome him to the line. Deseo que pasen bien el resto de sus vacaciones en Canada. As Christian Paisi comes through, and it's Hong Duan out of Surrey next up with a big push to the line for him. He's got Ian Craigie out of London, Ontario, meters back of him. He's mile to marathon as well. That's about to clock in. Well done, guys. So Hongduana under the arch there in different age categories, just 2 years separating them. But you got 40, 44 and 45, 49. Another sprint finish here between these guys. Look at this. It looks like we've got Johnny Bullock overtaking Curtis Young and Noah Prost going under the arch here as well. Amy Shackelford now coming in. Look at this. She's amongst the top 10 in the women's division. The 35-year-old out of Colorado Springs, the home of the Olympic training camp. So we're delighted with that. It's Ben Hankey from Vancouver in the black strip. He's pushing the pace there, the 43-year-old. And from Seattle, it's Igor Pudel, the next man in. And Igor's in the men's 35-39, the same division as Robert Christensen of Edmonton. And Ricardo Ráez from Gustavo Madero there, the 42-year-old. He's in the orange strip with Para on the back. And next behind him, Sonny Tiara from Vancouver. He's in the black strip there, the 35-year-old. He'll get a 2:54 and change. Don't forget, we're 5 minutes plus till we get to 3 hours. Margarita Quintero Petrus from Guadalajara. She's been second, third, fourth, fifth, and she comes back year after year. So we are thrilled to see her here with us. And let me remind you that she got engaged in Chicago after running the marathon. She had a family there and a bachelorette party. Her father ran the 8K with us the last time she was here with us. So we're delighted to welcome Margarita Quintero Petrus back to the line here in Vancouver. The 32-year-old. She had Devin Delaney from North Van doing his first marathon in 10 years just behind us. Next up here, Michael Lee out of Surrey, or Huey Lee, the 53-year-old. Well done. That's a great performance. That will bode him well on the podium in the men's 50 to 54 division. Don't forget, we have 5 age divisions all the way through. That's what we need. Where's the cowbells when you need them? We got Jeremy Ober there from Vancouver. His sub-3 coming up. That was his goal, and a PR with a 2:55. That's Erica Shell, I believe, from Beverly Hills, the 33-year-old. She's through there as well. That's number 55. Nice going, and we certainly hope she enjoys what happened out there. She has a 2:48.30 to her credit in Houston last year. Indianapolis did a 2:50.18, and now she's with us at the line. We got Tony Zhu from Kamloops, who just went through, the 32-year-old. We got Nadine Robinson from Vancouver about to clock in. We got Enzo Carabanti Uribe from Osorno. There we go. And thanks you very much, as the man in pink gets a 2:56, so we're less than 4 minutes away from the 3-hour mark. I believe that's Andy Wagner from Seattle, who's just made it in time as well. 3 minutes 45 seconds left. I don't know if we've got a pace bunny out there, but we certainly have another man in the form of Canmore's Theo Engman. Stick to the plan. That is what he has done, as we can confirm. Yuki Kawauchi's official time, 2:17.05 gun time, that is. There's I believe Theo Engman. He's gone through under the arch. That was Greg Edgar, by the way, who's just going under there now, 2:56.35. The women's winning time, we told you it was close to that record. The record was 2:34.30. It is 2:34.27. And that is gun time. Chip time, it was even faster. 2:34.25 on chip time. So look at this. We're next up there. Yannick Letailleur. Good to see you, Yannick. Jack Haining, Steve Binning. We have Mark Boner. And Yannick Letailleur, by the way, a fabulous cross-country skier. We got Philip Wong from Coquitlam. We had Jared Armstrong from the Flat Out Running Club out of Calgary. There's Greg Sawyers from North Van. Martin Mollman from Coquitlam. We got Alexander Coffins out of Vancouver from North Van. Aaron Brown, Pierce Brennan coming up to the line there in the yellow strip, the 29-year-old. Look at the clock. We've got 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. This is when you can give your support to these athletes as hard as you can. Let's help them out. We want as many as possible inside 3. Chris Phillips, next month, Banff will host their marathon. He's out of Banff, the 31-year single, ready to mingle. There's James Newell from Vancouver, Mark Elliott from Vancouver, Taylor Leewald from Surrey, Sonny Ing from Surrey, Colin Wallace out of West Bank or West Kelowna. We've got Reed George in there from Mississauga. And don't forget, today we had a great Canadian, that was Justin Kent, did a 2:13 clocking today at the marathon. That is a PR. So it's great to see one of the men who's got a big future in marathon. Right now, we've got 2 minutes left on the clock. Let's get ready to call them in. We've got Reed Belasantis from Saskatoon, Dante Luciani from Hamilton, Ontario, Logan Tacoma, from Vancouver, Jacob Melville from Edmonton, Alexei Durkash. He wanted to thank the city of Vancouver. Now he can thank himself for going sub-3. Kate Ashton from Vancouver. Both those guys are masters athletes. Look at the clock. Come on, guys. You can support them, help them out. Samuel Veervan is there from Vancouver. Nate Turk from San Francisco. His first marathon, and he's going to claim a sub-3. We've got Alex Plavash out of Vancouver. From Brooklyn, New York, Matthias Seal is clocking in. Claire Kornienko from Calgary. He's clocking in. Reed Bush from Seattle is pushing the pace. They can see the clock. They know they've done it. This was a big goal for these guys. You can help them out. Mile to marathon. Eric Thompson, the 23-year-old Vancouverite, is pushing the pace. He's got Reed Bush at the cross line. Hassan Lofty Paul, way to go. The 54-year-old from North Van. He's done it once again. 1 minute left on the clock. 1 minute if you want to get a sub-3 on the clock. We want these guys to get it. We have Mike Thompson, Jack Davis, Jeff Russell, Nathan Murray, Brendan Christensen, Brian Lacaneo from Lethbridge is there. We've got Andy Reid, another 52-year-old. He's out of Canmore as well. His first marathon. He's done it at 40 seconds left on the clock. Jake Beacom out of Vancouver. Graham Warren from Houston, Texas, the Lone Star State representative. Two men in black. We got Graham and Matthew Aspo from Richmond Hill, Ontario. 30 seconds left on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Have we got anyone within the last 150 metres? Come on, guys. From Dublin, we got Peter Mullane, Carl Dewar from Edmonton, Liam McClellan out of Vancouver, Peter Menny from Vancouver, Rick Hassner from Houston, Texas, Michelle Sapien from Coquitlam, Carl Skelton from Seattle, Max Seeley from Duncan, Abhishek Shukla. Look at the time, the last 10 seconds. Let's count it down for them as we count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Look at the line. Wow, 3 hours exactly. We had Yat Tim Chu, Eric Osomo, Joshua Pang, Boston Colley, Byron Malloy. His son James was out to try and beat him today. We've got Justice Cephas, Alex Jackson, Rob Hill, Jack Cotter, Mark Bancroft. And don't forget, some of these guys may, of course, have gone faster on chip time. As we told you, there was 3 seconds difference even for Dana Pidereski in terms of chip time. Oh, there's Carlos. Good to see you. Hector Carlos out of North Van. He's actually out of Penticton. I see him run every day pretty much down Government Street. And don't forget, we saw the 10th female through there as well, under 3 hours, which was really nice to see. Michael Serrani went through, Lloyd Dorwood, Andre Dandridge Evancio, Loic Letailleur, another great cross-country skier from Kelowna. I often see him doing races, including the race there from Silver Star, or actually finished in Silver Star, Sovereign Lake to Silver Star. They had a 21K and a 40K race there, back-to-back. One day they're doing classic, the next day it is free technique. Ian Thompson went through. Chris Hauser from Woodinville, Washington, 59 years of age. He went through a moment ago. We had Chris Clark in there. He's looking for his son Joel. I don't know if it's finished, but Luke Montero from Victoria, he goes under the arch with 1 minute, 15 seconds to spare.
I imagine most of the people here now are here to see friends and relatives cross the finish line, and they will be here maybe in an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Let's try and keep the energy going because they are the true unsung heroes, and they're all winners as far as we're concerned. So we'll be here till the bitter end, and stick with us. It's the 51st edition of the BMO Vancouver International Marathon.
And I certainly hope that Willa and Theo were able to witness Barry Ding come across the line. He's their father. We got Sean Parker who crossed a moment ago with Graham Pinder at Port Moody, Joel Greco and Luke Montero out of Victoria along with Chris Clark. We had Connor Wilkins from Vancouver, and Haiteo Sheng is about to come under the arch with a 3:02.8 clocking. Good to see Les here taking photos. We're sorry that Gordon Rogers couldn't join us this morning, but they were together last night supporting the event as he did every single year as a member of the Association of International Marathons. We've got a great reputation here in Vancouver for putting on this event, as Lorenz Grunenbel from Germany is our next man to come on through there. Congratulations to Lawrence. He's going to clock in at 3:02.30 and change. James Tremblett is next up, the Burnaby athlete. Michael Ogloff from Salmon Arm. He wants a Boston qualifying time. Again, these are the sort of guys you'll see in large fields doing trail runs or cross-country skiing. Ricardo Ontiveros from Guadalajara. Felicitaciones por el excelente tiempo, my friend. We got Keela Stark. She goes through there. Nice job. That's a racer number 60. Don't forget, she's out of Kelowna. She's done a 2:59.01 in Victoria last year. She wanted to go, and that was a 16-minute PR, by the way, the last time she did that. Tim Threlfall from Burnaby wrapped up his day. This course was his nemesis, but the 40-year-old got a 3:03. He had another 40-year-old behind him in the form of Jesse Wolfenden at Port Moody. There's Ráez Onipache out of Vancouver, and Ryosuke Kubo doing a BMO Marathon once again, was aiming for a sub-3 to less than 3.5 minutes away from that time today as we're back to Cape.
Thanks so much, Steve. A quick update. So Olympic medalist, the king of Canadian race walking, Evan Dunphy, has just split through 40K in 3:02, meaning that this man is set to cross the finish line in approximately 3:12 for the marathon walking. So keep your eye out for Olympic medalist and World Championship medalist Evan Dunphy, who will be making his way up this home stretch in a few moments' time.
And of course, he had a fantastic team that race walked to top 3 in the World Championships in terms of the team event as well. As we get ready to welcome Zachary Yamaoka, Ali Ang, Alejandro Marino, Yuki Candelier. We also had Eduardo Juarez from Mexico crew the line. Terrence Palmer is 26 marathon now completed for the Edmontonian. Noah Faust Robinson there is at the line. Out of Victoria, but raced with us for a long time is Craig Gilbert and Nina Dauburn. Nice going for Nina, the 27-year-old Vancouver Bright. 34-year-old. We got James Moore from Nottingham. That's out of the UK. A lot of people know Nottingham Forest, of course, but we got a marathon there. We've got Sean Wraith here. He's a Calgarian. That is Matthew Kastner I'm referring to. Sean Wraith is out of the host city with Seattle's Scott Pierce clocking. Richard Casasilla from Vancouver is there, the 53-year-old. There's Rick Juarez last year in the 45-49. He's from Sydney on Vancouver. And oh, man, that makes me feel cold just watching them. There's Bryce Gladys, a PG. Well, if you come from Prince George, I suppose this is pretty warm. Daniel Bruton from North Van is there. Nikolai Reed from Vancouver. And the man a beer. That's what he wanted once he finished. That's James Allister next up there, doing it for the kids. That's Uncle Jimbo there out of Vancouver. We got Ben Baker next up here in the 35-39, the West Vancouver. We got Shane Terrelon from Vancouver, the 27-year-old, and Ben Barrera from Mexico. He's about to complete as well. Again, we're delighted. Looks like Trevor Callis along with Juan Jose Lacanda. Trevor out of Vancouver. Matthew Lacasse was just ahead of them. Hopeless Romantic from Vancouver. Don't forget, some of these guys are single. They want to mingle after this event if they have the energy to do so. But we do have a lot of people supporting them. We have a street party going on as well. We've got Braden Evans coming under the arch with a 3:05.50 clocking. And behind him, I believe Brendan Riverson out of Garibaldi Highlands is going to be our next athlete to arrive. Some people took their own music out there, their cameras out there, but they also took their speed and their history in terms of benchmarks. Previous runs here as Vancouver's Daniel Skerritt hit that finish line, the 35-year-old, his first year in that category. And when you look at the marathon and you look at the numbers in the men's 35-39, we had 590, but the largest division was the men's 25-29, 852 men in that one category alone. Alex Reed of Victoria will be our next finisher. He's coming under the arch. He's got Juan Pablo Rodriguez Vega from Zapopan. He's going to Boston, we hope. We've got Adi Epp from Surrey. We've got Nate Walsh also clocking in. Xiu Wang is there coming up. I think was a late starter in the 8K. There's Gareth Kaskowski from San Francisco. The 26-year-old is wrapping up. Josh Welsh, the 44-year-old out of Canmore. Papa is there. There he is. He's about to come under the arch. Look at the clock. 3:07 approaching from Senegal, West Africa. Now living in South Carolina. Andrew Bradford. That's Kelly Challenor from Kelowna, just at the 27-year. Unfortunately, Kelowna no longer hosts its marathon, but we want to thank John Stanton and the entire team from Running Room, by the way. They put that on for many years, and that was also on the side. Patrice LeBihan, I see, from Vancouver. Graydon Church from Victoria. His wife, Katie, hopefully here to witness his finish, as Reginald Gillette from Vancouver will be next up, and I believe that's Joe Devine from Thunder Creek, Saskatchewan, and now living in Edmonton. Michael McNulty from Vancouver.
Well, it's absolutely wonderful to be breaking records today, Steve. And this is the record-breaking field, 20,000 plus. And we've had a record on the women's marathon time. And what other records have we broken?
Well, we got a first time. That's all I like to see as well. San Luis Obispo's John Kawashima, his first time Vancouver. And some of these people are getting PRs. Some are doing their first. We just saw Sheridan Walker there out of Kamloops. Somebody get Kamloops started a marathon in about 1980. It lasted about 10 years, the Meeting of the Waters, it was called. There's John Clune from Coquitlam, who's now clocking in, the 33-year-old. Again, start to look out for pace bunnies, probably around 3:15. We hope they can stay on track because they did a wonderful job in the half marathon, as did Dave Murphy of Hope, one of the two people from Hope that are taking on this challenge. There he is, the 44-year-old, about to come on under 3:08:35. And look at the sprint we got here. We got Ho Choi of Calgary, Dave Murphy there, Cody Sadler from Victoria, Josh Olsen of Vancouver, Patricio Bishop from Mexico, Viva Mexico, Kim Bennett, she's there as well. Look at her coming up through there, the 34-year-old Vancouverite. There's Nelson Lee from Calgary. There's Nick Spisher from Vancouver. We've got Roy Maloney, Josh Seafarth. I know he knows that winner in the women's division very well. Adam Vorak, Justin Dinser, first marathon from the Maple Ridge Runner. Hiromitsu Namba from Beaverton, Oregon. Matthias Delhay, Patrick Peng from Seattle, Chad Bobrovsky, Fraser Bjornsson of Williams Lake, Adrian Tadio Canito. We got Dave Leckie from Sherbrooke, Montreal, La Belle Provence represented. There's Brent Rice from Squamish, Brian Febo from Prescott, Arizona, Ian McMahon out of Vancouver, his first marathon, Alexander Nikiforov. There is Andy Suderman from Calgary, Pierre-Olivier Magoo, they're pouring in, the 21-year-old is through, Q Choi, Keaton Bushberger, Masato Kondo. We have Greg Wenger from Squamish, Jiwoo Fu from Vancouver, Adam Buzinski, Madeline Cummings. What a great performance. That's a second marathon, the Edmontonian, the 32-year-old, with three Vancouverites behind, including Guy Smith at 66 years of age. Look at the man poured on. Look at that performance. A member of the VFAC squad. A sub 3:10 performance at 66 years of age. We had Garrett Marr just ahead of him with Lewis White, and there's Sebastian Evans from Salt Spring Island, and Jeff Brown comes under the arch. Wow. Man, that was a stream of runners, but what a performance from Guy Smith. At 66 years of age, a sub 3:10 performance, and it would be even faster on chip time because he wouldn't have been one of the first closing on in. And ladies and gentlemen, we got a whole host of athletes closing in, but from our vantage point, if you look at the bottom end there, you're going to see one of the world's greatest race walkers, and we're delighted. He lives in Richmond. He was with us yesterday, but we'll call in a few more before we get to that. We've got Kelly McQuaid, Carl Barrett, Jeff Brown in. Carl Barrett from Penticton, the 52-year-old. We've got Kelly McQuaid out of Lethbridge, Mackenzie Walker, Reese Davis, 19 years of age. I think that's the youngest finisher we've seen so far. Julio Montalvo of Surrey and Montreal's Lucas Silvestri, first marathon for Le Quebecer. We have Michelle Wang out of Seattle, Adam Nishi from Richmond, Pierre Moreau. Good job, Morty. Great job. It's Andy Kwan there from Vancouver, and Mike McCormack out of Vancouver clocking. Third time running for Peter Van Dyke, the 59-year-old. That'll put him on the podium in the 55-59 division as well. James Pierce, Olivier Ladieu, Alex Dew from Vancouver, Nicholas Dobaruka out of Vancouver is also there. We got Kate, who's looking out right now to see, as we got Oleg Ivchenko from Vancouver clocking in. We've got Isaac Boudreau from Calgary. We'll let you know when he gets closer and closer. We do have, of course, Yuki Kawauchi. We'll be seeing him in a while here, making presentations. But we got Con O'Brien, we got Troy Jones, we got Salman Ilyas, Samashi, Santi, California, his partner Jason here as well. We wish you well, guys. We got Con O'Brien there, the Irishman out of Vancouver, the 27-year-old. Don't forget, we got a number of Irish pubs here. You can, and from all the way from Aalborg in Denmark, there he is, 30-year-old Christian Werner Pedersen. He's a happy camper. He's going to get around a 3:12 clocking day. It's Mark Long from Seattle, Connor Tazier, Victoria, Michael Louis out of Vancouver, Port Moody's, Braden Matthews, and Anil Parashar. They're all heading home. And don't forget the other man heading home. We'll see the race walker shortly heading towards us. The greatest Canadian race walker of all time, Marcel Jobin, held the 50K walk for a long time. That looks like Aaron McGuinness going through. From Halifax, we have Pat Gill in there. We have Joseph Stacey. We've got Jin Fu from Coquitlam, Andrew Giasa from Hafford, Saskatchewan, Pablo Costachizia, Vancouver, Cyril Tomlinson, Corey Nislau. And nice job there, the 57-year-old Vancouverite. What a great job. 3:12 on the clock. And don't forget, Evan Dunphy will be shortly joining us, the greatest race walker of all time. He holds the Canadian records. He's done a 5:41 mile. He's done under 19 for 5K, under 39 for 10K. He has race walked to a done a 35k Canadian record, a 50k Canadian record, 4th at the Olympics, and then 30 at the Olympic Games. A bronze medalist out of Richmond. What a time. He race walked 3:13. And don't forget, he's done around a 3:06 before, as we see Sarah Thornburg from Victoria coming in. Behind Evan, Naoki Yamada was there as well. We've got Jaydeep Singh from Toronto in there. I believe now Nobu Oku, he went through his 7 times running here in Vancouver, the Kelowna athlete. What a job. As we also saw Corey Nislow just ahead of Evan Dunphy, but what a race walk. Some more finishers. We've got Tyler Mancino, Mike Wan, Jean-Luc Colombi in there, and I believe alongside them Richard Cotter, Jonas Liang. He's out of Origine, and nice to have you with us. Alexander Hartwood out of Pender Island, another 19-year-old coming up there as well. We have Johnny Atkinson. Johnny, where are you? Johnny Fox, my man, he's just turning 50. What is his 27th marathon? He's a keto athlete. Andrei Kopyek from Kiev in the Ukraine was just along with him. But I know Johnny's celebrating his 50th. Got a lot of people partying with him. Theo Paul is there from North Van. Jose Maria Rodriguez Quintero is there. Dedicates this to his family. Clayton Denny from Squamish. Scott Jones of Vancouver. Mark Bayancourt is there. Tyler Milley from North Van. James Cesaro will give him some bacon after the race. There's Paige Dean. She's going through. What a performance from her. She's got Anthony De Lorenzo from Whitehorse alongside with Martin Corbett and Nelson. Caleb Cheng, Jeff Morris, Rodrigo Romo from Zapopan. His 2nd marathon, and we're delighted it's right here with us in Vancouver. So great job. We got some of our champions up here, as we got Matthew Moran from Quebec here heading in with Miguel Ramirez, Papa Bear from Toronto, but Viva Mexico, my friend. As Gary C. Yin Seng, we got Let's Stand for Ukraine and Hong Kong. Lehan Tommy from Abbotsford is also there at the line. Blaine van der Wetering from New Hazelton, his 2nd marathon, and great to have you with us. Osvaldo Sanchez Lima from Zacatelco, he's coming through there to the line with Kang Soon Park of Vancouver. Joel Inman from Coquitlam, his first BC marathon ever, as well as first marathon ever, with Braden Thorburn of Vancouver just meters back. And we hand you now back to Kate, who's going to tell you about our champions that are here with us.
Thanks so much, Steve. So if you could please turn your attention to these announcers' booth as we recognize our champions in the full marathon. Joining us again on stage is the elite athlete coordinator for the BMO Vancouver Marathon, an Olympian in her own right, Lynn Kanuka, and she's going to be presenting the beautiful trophies that end up in the Hall of Fame. That's right, Lynn. So we'll start by recognizing our men. Our first Canadian man in a full marathon for this edition 2023 of the BMO Vancouver Marathon in a time of 2:23:21, Sergio Ráez Villanueva. Put it up. And our overall winner in the men's race, he won in 2019. He set a course record then. It wasn't a course record today, but it was a distinct victory in a time of 2:17:05. Yuki Kawauchi. And on our women's side, our overall winner is also our Canadian winner and our new course record holder. She's chattering. We'll get through this really fast. She won last year. She won this year. She set a record by 3 seconds in a time of 2:34:27. Dana Pideretsky. Congratulations to Sergio, Dana, and Yuki. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations to our champions.
Thank you very much, Kate. Thank you, Lynn. Congrats to our champions. There are the trophies raised in the air. And they celebrate as we see Aaron Graber from North Bank come to the line. From Morden, Elliot Reese is there. Fernando Miranda de la Cruz from Villamosa. We had Scott McCausland, Cole Nagy, Edgar Alejandro Soloria Luna from Apodaca. Rona Davis, Katrina Herbiel, Henk and Frank. Hopefully a 1- and 2-year-olds here to witness her. As it looks like we've got Anne Fifield out there, Seattle coming in. Karen Weirman Portsmouth from Victoria was there. Nicholas Kane, the 21-year-old Vancouverite. Dave Connop Price arriving. That's 15 or 16 marathons to his credit. Jose Luis Medina from Puebla, the 59-year-old. First marathon in Canada for the man in the orange strip. There's Rami Nader right behind him in the black strip, the 47-year-old from North Van. But again, Dana and Yuki here, our two great champions, as we also see Ethan Lear, Ming Xu, Jesse Inkster from Duncan. Nice to see the flowers given for the finisher there. As Colden Van Orman there, the 28-year-old. We've got some milk for you at the finish line, I believe. As Celine Hanhart, you can see, took a pack out there with her to make sure she had enough to get her through the line. But we had all those aid station, another man with the camel back right there. Looked like it was Luke Fawkes to me. Matthew Griffiths was there. Mitchell Weber from Kelowna. Celine Hanhart was out of Ut. I believe that's in Germany. Steve Walensky, Lucas Nolly, Alejandro Cardenas Balcazar. So Lucas Nolly, just 18 years of age, out of Prince George. We've got Sam Pankyu. We've got Early Best out of Vancouver. North Vancouver's Benjamin Crawley with Ashley Graham. Ashley's from North Van. Benjamin from Seattle. Youngil Kwan is next up there. His first full marathon was in 2005. Been running them ever since. Christoph Wittig from San Francisco, the Team Hornet squad member, along with Jorge Alejandro Angulo Perez from Gomez Palacio. There's Anthony O'Brien, Levi Dvorak out of Vancouver. His mum's here watching the action today as he gets a 3:19 and change. Now with Dan Hancock, Gavin Stroh, Evan Redding. We got Joshua talking about Evan. What a performance in the race walk. From Evan Dunphy. We'll talk to him later maybe. Dave McNamee is there as well. As we've got Dominic Bosa from Langley Township, Cody Edgington, we all Paxton Lynn, Roy Delgado. Paxton, by the way, the co-curriculum runner, just 19 years of age. We've got Craig Gardner from Saskatoon. Gerald Gardy, his ninth BMO Marathon. His first time since, I think, 2013, though. So we are with Dana Pidereski at this time. Over to you, Kate.
Thanks so much, Steve. Well, she is absolutely freezing, so I'm not going to keep her too long here, but I am with our overall and Canadian women's champion, Dana Pidereski, Olympian in this event from 2021 in Tokyo. Dana, you won last year. You set a course record then, 2:34:30. You won again this year. You set a course record again, 2:34:27. I have to ask, when did you know that it was going to be close?
I think at 30K, I knew it was going to be a tight one and just kept thinking, no regrets, keep the pedal to the metal. And at 40K, I think I was about 2 seconds slower than I went through last year. And I thought, I think I can do this, but as soon as that uphill hits, it's really, really hard. And for some reason, it felt even harder than last year because I just had the pressure of trying to get under that record, and I just saw the time ticking down. I gave it everything I had because I just didn't want to look back and think, oh, you missed it by a couple of seconds. That would have been so tragic to work so hard for the last half of the race and just miss it by a bit. So I'm so pleased. I don't know if I want to come back because it was a true time trial, and mentally that was so challenging, but I know I'm better for it. So happy.
Well, as you should be. And as you mentioned, it's a long uphill to that finish line. You can see it for a long ways out, and you saw that clock ticking down. You knew you were going to be mere seconds on one side or the other of your record. We've talked so much about how fantastic the crowd support is here. What kind of impact did that have with all of those challenges in the final 100 meters approaching the line?
Oh, man. I specifically remember Kevin O'Connor just yelling at me, like, go get it, knowing that I was going to be so close. And I just think, like, there's so many people I look up to who are on the sidelines, and I'm just trying to emulate their toughness, and my eyes were bulging looking at the clock. Everything I had to the end.
Well, I'm sure lots of other people will be emulating your toughness out there today. Two-time champion, two-time course record holder. We do hope you come back and lower it even further. But for now, enjoy your victory. Congratulations, Dana.
Thank you, Kate.
Our sincere thanks to Dana. Congratulations. Our thanks to Kate for doing such wonderful interviews, and our congrats to the athletes as they continue to hit the finish line. Kathy Slevin there, who was doing the marathon. Her first run started at 15 years of age. Here we are 50 years later. Kathy Slevin of Seattle comes in. We got Robert Zalisco, Danny Barsh, Paul Ellis, Allison Heafy from Troy, New York. We also had Connor Williams, Cameron Miller in there, Toby Costanzo, Devin Gunesh, Hayley Medell from Gibson's, her final year in the 25-29. John Ross went through, Pierre-Marie Pershock out of Toronto, he's through. Tom Crasson out of Paris, France is through there. So we appreciate you being here with us. As Eric Fernandez, Kanta Nakahara, and from Zina Katabek, it's Eli Munguia Noria, Leah Polyphronopoulos out of Vancouver went through. Axel Smith from Ukulit. Liam Harap out of Edmonton. We got Bree Murphy out of Toronto. Ryan Johnson, she's out of Kelowna. She's coming up as they head in together. We got Franz Lauer from Coquitlam. Hopefully Heidi, Sergio, Isabella and Matthew here to witness that finish as Joshua Shepherd of North Van. And the Mad Dog, Mark Calabrese himself is there. Andy Hochtaler from Van, along with Sonia Eglert. She's shooting through, along with Cole Sugden, Megan Matz from Victoria, and Troy Forsland out of Victoria. They go through together. We got now about 6 minutes left till we get to the 3.5 hour mark as Jenna Christensen, Gang Chen from Mississauga is heading through. Don't forget, it's a man from Mississauga who holds the record for having done more Ironman races than anyone else, by the way, with nearly 300 to his credit. But that's not the man. But we got Dustin Cameron, second athlete from Banff there. Jenna Christensen of Creston went through. We got Matthew Wilcox from Ottawa. We had Joseph Camilleri, the 73-year-old. There he is under the arch. He's out of course, Victoria. His first ever marathon here was at 2017 when he was 67. Liliana Rodriguez is there. Jesse Gastaldo. We have Xiaowen Chen of Vancouver, first marathon in Canada for him. Logan Mulligan, Victoria. Picard Mandeville, the 27-year-old from Ottawa, his first marathon. We have Dane Gagnon from Alsford, John Slevin from Seattle, Corey Barton, Zhu Dong Wu from Port Moody. There's Colin Cheng, we're Yun Duan. We've got Brian Castaldo. He's a physiotherapist from Port Alberni, I believe. Adam Bystep from Lake Forest Park, that's Washington State. Aidan Atchison and Adam Bystep together at the under the arch there. We got Ben Taylor, Francisco Tavera from Puebla. We got Leah Blasis out of Victoria, member of the Capital City Run Crew. We got Ian Caulfield there from North Van, Mining Digs, squad member with Mitch Perry. We got Omar Solorio, another Mexican runner there. We got also Ana Karen Hippolito de la Cruz from Mexico City, I believe, as well, with Nicole Despirito, Ted Hunter, Kevin Parrish, Andy Baxter, Andrea Foote from Toronto. We have Mike Morris in there from Vancouver, and Doug Myers, his first official marathon finish for the 31-year-old out of Coquitlam coming up, and it will be inside 3:26 as we're now 4 minutes 20 seconds away from 3.5 hours. We should have a pace bunny probably out there that's going to support them in doing that. As Doug Myers comes through, Gary Fitzsimmons from Dublin, Ireland, out of Clongalkin, I believe, as well. He lives in Vancouver right now. We got Scott Crump from Maple Ridge, and Wei Wang just moved into the 50-plus division. There's Harry Marshall of Squamish from Gatineau, Quebec. Fred Vachon is there. Pat Heaney, his final year in the men's 25-29 coming up. We got Portland's Thomas Moosberger there coming on through with Langley City's Kim Bronge. She's in the women's 45-49 division. Great race from her with a sub 3.5 hours. That's Chris Godin. We got Colin Scott, and look at the sprint finishers, those two guys. Jose Garcia, 62-year-old from Mexico. There's Tyler Molenbeek, the Saskatoon runner, along with Chiol Julie. They got Caitlin Jurgensmeyer from Seattle. There's Tian Wen from Surrey, the 59-year-old. There's Lucas Piaczynski from Banff. Charlie Cox is there. Joshua Stevens, Xi Feng. Jack Greer's Carla England, the best athlete, as we hand things back over to Kate.
Thanks so much, Steve. All right, I'm here with the third place overall in the marathon, Canadian champion at this event, Sergio Ráez Villanueva. You ran 2:23:21, and you're coming off of the Mississauga Half Marathon just last weekend. What a turnaround. How did that race feel for you?
Yeah, it was a good builder for this race coming up. It's a fun spring season for me, where I'm just kind of trying to get in every race that I can and have a good time. So when the Vancouver Marathon showed up as an opportunity, I said I gotta jump in as well. So yeah.
So you said it's a fun spring. What do you have next on the calendar?
Oh, I'll be in 2 or 3 weeks hopping in the Ottawa 10K. So it's a great field to run some fast times. So yeah.
Well, you're the 2018 champion in the 10,000 meter on the track. So you're very familiar with that distance, and you're familiar with the marathon, but I know this is the first time you actually ran the BMO Vancouver International Marathon. What did you think of this course and the crowd? What was it like being out there today? What was the experience?
Like I mentioned to some other athletes today, that course is very gnarly. They definitely weren't kidding with the hills, and even the downhill putting a bit of a toll on your legs too. But honestly, what made me keep going was the crowds. Whenever there are people cheering, I swear I went a little faster each time. So I definitely got to owe it to the Vancouver people. What amazing, welcoming people they are. I'm definitely going to come back some other time too to try to improve that time as well. So yeah, thank you.
I think they heard you. I could hear the crowd energy tick up a little bit. Let's keep it up. Let's throw it up for Sergio, top Canadian today in the marathon.
Thank you everybody.
And our congrats to Sergio, our thanks to Kate, and also congratulations to our top masters of the day. Kip Kangogo, Alistair Gardner and Dave Prochnow, 1, 2, 3 in the men's masters division, and Catherine Jones, Eric Osoma and Sarah Thornber, 1, 2, 3 in the masters for the women. We just saw Daniel Stein, Daniel Gogolin clocking in, and there's our pacemaker. Look at the pace bunny. We said 3.5 hours. Look at the clock. That's how good these guys are at adapting to the pace and helping others get through. We had Chris Parkinson, Simon Torpey, Kieran Egan in there, Alex Tang, Alexandra Lednev came through the Ironman. Sasha, we got Ethan Barber next up there from Oregon City, the 22 with Etienne Durocher from Northam, Rob Holloway, Matt Bales, Danny Simpson. We got Kenan Huang out of Westmount, Quebec. There's Daylene Hobshaw. We've got behind him Bonnie Shooter, the 52-year-old from Richmond. A great run from her. Pravin Gurung was also there with Adi Chalevan and Stephanie Kenner out of Surrey, the 36-year-old. Now we're down to 20 seconds till we get to the 3.5 hour gun time. So is anyone left there who can look up? 15 seconds left. Push the pace, guys. Come on. Let's get you under the arch in time for getting a sub 3.5. We've got our photographers there from Marathon Photos. They love to capture the images, and we love to see you do. Lee Buckley does so. Quentin Guar, Brad Bettles is also there at the line, and I believe we also saw in the women's division going through just a moment ago, looked as though that was Kelly Henderson approaching. Timothy Summers was there, as we're just seconds over 3.5 hours now. Daniel van der Velden, Jim Lien Tai from Portland, Gonzalo Mata from Addis Ababa, Mauricio Garcia, Riley Tashi, we got Brandon Scott, Kiefer Zeffley. Good to see Brent and Zephyr. I think Brent and Kiefer are going to be doing maybe the Peach Classic in Penticton coming up later this year in July. We got Cindy Nosher in there from Richmond, the 26-year-old. Connor Jadis. We got Fazlidin Rick Siboev there out of Vancouver, all the way from Uzbekistan. Just came through the line. There's Matteo Gerwin. We got Morgan Price in there as well with Dave Papineau now in the men's 50-54. It's his last year in that division. Mike Danduran from Poco, Devon Duffield and White Horses. Amberly Doucette, she's now clocked in. We got Eric Soy from Maple Ridge. Jankos van Staden there, first BC Marathon ever for him. There's Erin Dopko from Victoria. And Bowen Island's Adam Banner now, the 48-year-old, is through with a neuroscientist right behind him in the form of Michael Gordon, I believe. His first marathon now completed at 47 years of age, with Don Wheaton in there, his first marathon, the Edmontonian. We have Wenjun Lau, Aislinn McKay from Toronto clocking in. We have Devon Armour. And it looks like the man from Christchurch, New Zealand. This 15th marathon for Anthony Ems. There's Jake Moody. Javin Sissons came in from Dallas, Texas. Actually is Alberta originally. Hillary Jansen's is there. Jeffrey Mack is there. We've got Jeffrey Moody as well. I'll give you the top 10 shortly in the marathon, but we're going to continue to call these guys in. We've got the ambassador of Lithuania to Canada, Darius Gestavicius there from Ottawa coming up the line. We've got Randy Robinson from Timiskaming First Nation in Quebec. He dedicates the run to Claire. So we're sorry about that. As Maria Fernando Lopez Fagoa from Oaxaca comes through with Patrick Paredes, Coquitlam, did the Boston Marathon 5 years ago, running New York this year. Ernesto Miranda de la Cruz is there as well from Mexico. Timothy Bleaney, we've got Duncan McCum. Lisa Din is also up the line. We've got Ben Rosine. Ben McAdam went through the line. From Cranbrook, a third marathon for Rachel Weeb. Leonard Carroll from Vancouver is also there with Jack Yin and Ruslan here too out of Toronto. There's Graham Bevan from Seattle along with Santon's Francois. I believe we've got Kelsey Under alongside him with Gillian Neufeld. That's Kamloops and Vancouver represented with those two. Denver, Colorado, represented by Cy Fix and Heather Wilson. Kevin Smith is there. Flora Wing Yi Ching from Hong Kong is coming in. With Colin Wilson of North Van. Roberto Caravati from Israel. Good to have you with us. He's out of Italy. Ran the marathon where his daughter is studying. That's his daughter Greta. We've got Beckwith from Seattle. There's Braden Ward at Port Alberni with Kevin Tung of Portland. Isidro Gonzalez Arias from Guadalajara. His 6 major marathons have completed. We've got Sean Watkins of Calgary. Marcus Van der Leek out of North Van. We got, I believe, Nicholas Kozachuk in there, Paul Dupuy, Alejandro Riego Gomez from Mexico, Eric Louis, Craig Linsky, Josh Garubilla Jacob out of Toronto from Puerto Vallarta, Fernando Castro Rubio, Karen Malacara Bustamante from Puerto Vallarta. We got Adrina Slakers, don't forget baby girl Maury is watching the action. That's out of Mount Bridges, Ontario. Marco Caraguro is crossing the line with Isabel Hendry, Yuki Inui from Cranbrook, Sasha Tills out of Seattle, John Allen and Pierre Dubé. He's out of Canmore. There's Chloe McDonald. We've got Kevin Nunn raising money for kids with cancer. We thank you for that. It's Ben Tiffin, Tom O'Hare, Carl Williams, Mitchell Hughes are all through. Sarah Bukavash out of Vancouver. The 43-year-old is through with Blake Lavin out of Penticton. Good, the first marathon for Blake. He's out of my hometown. Nice to see that with Bridget Wiki of Kirkland. The second marathon, and twice they've been here now in Vancouver. Jin Lee and Dylan Wall, Nathaniel Chandler, Christian Oliver are all there with Esther DeYoung. First time in Canada, the lady from San Francisco, and her first marathon as well. We got Darren Gilmore. It was 350. This is Dow's first one. He's well inside 350. There's Fei Kong, Justin Lee, Albert Krakel, Emily Puamala, and looks like Case Doy. Nice to see you, Case. We used to see him at Ironman Canada. The man from Sunnyvale, California. We got Dave Van Dier right behind him, the local man from Gaithersburg, Maryland. We got Chris Tomilevsky. There's Casey McFadden, Jay Wetherell, and Aria Shukuhi from Burnaby, the legendary Aria. We got Pamela Gonzalez Satella out of Vancouver, John Cappis, Michelle Davis, I believe, Jun Shan out of Portland, Jiraj Babik, and Maple Ridges, Dave Caselli closing in with Jack Eakham just behind, and Kevin Dowling there. Hopefully Shaz, Milan and Riley are there to witness the action as the 55-year-old closes in. As Bernice Joshua Manuel Cordova Juarez is there, and Miroslav Kovacek. His partner, Christina, supporting him on the journey as the 30-year-old hits the finish line with Matthew McAuliffe from Seattle behind him and Nathan Hardy, the 22-year-old Torontonian. There's Jacob Sirks out of Vancouver, Dan Rasmussen out of Chilliwack. We got Cam Kinso out of Richmond, his daughter Hannah here, as long as his wife Lorraine. We hope they've had a good day, and we hope you'll stay around. As Eddie Chan, Luis Yanez from Vancouver, Tom Hyde out of Windsor, Ontario is there from Camas, Washington, Gao Feng Zhu. We got Ed Botham of North Van with Will Williams, Andy Keefe out of Winnipeg. We've got Toronto's Kevin Sanabria and Carlos Javier Ruiz from Merida, and Colt Brechtel there from Hyattsville, Maryland. I believe Ontario's Nick Leonard just went through. That's out of Braeside. And Ebenezer, well done, Anna, from Vancouver. He's been waiting a long time for to be able to do a marathon. You can see he's a happy camper as he comes up the line with Robin Lucidama, Vancouver, alongside. And then Ivana Perkerson, the Toronto runner in the all-black strip, under the arch, 3:35.54. Behind her is Dora Velasquez out of Surrey. Didn't want to do this again, but now she is, and she's at the line with Shane Miller, Toronto. Kings County, Simon Pinsky is coming up. That's Eric Chen from Kings County. Jennifer Gardry, Nicole Apmer are there. We've got Todd McCrindle, Tom Arnold, Isaac Jacobson, Joel Ortiz, Julius Lasky, another Torontonian. There's one Pablo Perdomo Linares out of Vancouver. His first time completing a marathon with Jack Roberts, Squamish, and Jack Delaney, Colin Chan. We've got Adam Herchek of Poco there with Deru Deng, Mitchell Bennett, Alan Brukanovic out of Vancouver. There's Javier Dominguez Zamora from Vancouver with Adam Woods. We've got Christina Mikulova, Edwin Leung. He's out of Dublin, California. His first ever marathon at 50 years of age as well. So way to go, Edward. There's Jason Fu from Surrey just behind him with Mark Vandenberg from Richmond. Sophia Romero's there. Jackie Lai from Richmond also with Gay Tansell, Katie McGregor, Jim Rooney, Francois Forestier. We got Miriam Mercado Sheram out of Mexico. Alejandro Antonio Oliveira Garcia. Felicitaciones por excelente tiempo, my friends. We got Martin Bouchard, a first marathon for the Coquitlam runner with Andrea Wheaton and Charlie Ventura from Winnipeg. Caitlin Gordon, Kathleen Crawford from Somerville. And that's in Manitoba, by the way. We've got Jeff Miyashak here in there as well with Barbara Juergensmeyer out of Kansas City, Missouri. There's Jonathan Lee out of Coquitlam in the men's 30-34. Just moved into that division this year from Beaverton, Oregon. Yan Wang, the 41-year-old, is there. She's now made a move under the arch with Mark Victor from Vancouver and Andres Sanchez. Hongji Lee from Rancho Cucamonga out of California. There's Brian Chapp from Coquitlam with 2 more Vancouverites. Trevor Smith and a first-time marathon for Nicole Warren, 32-year-old. 33-year-old Leslie Chan. He's just behind her. Michael Soto is there, back to his second marathon finish here in Vancouver. There's Jacob Williams, the 20-year-old out of Whistler. Don't forget, they used to host the marathon in Whistler. The first time they hosted it, they had just 13 finishers. As we see Larissa Zarini from Edmonton clocking in. We got Naji Arnold there. She's from Delta. We got Ian Kent, Kevin Russell from San Ramon, California. Shen Long out of Seattle and Manchester United fan, I believe. We got Shen Long followed by Art Wolodka out of Vancouver. Chloe Rank is there. Rene Vergara from Santiago in Chile. There's Sean Petrusek from Nanaimo. Jamal Nababi, Taylor Goldbeck, Saskatoon, Coquitlam, represented by those guys. It's from Long Island, New York. 64-year-old Peter Flore is arriving at the line. Maya Painter at Bethel, Washington, 24 years of age, also there with Yasuhito Minami. It's going to be, I think the first time was here last year, but now lives in Vancouver. So second Vancouver Marathon for Yasuhito is Kevin Dean from Wesleyan, Oregon. Also wrapping up with John Locke, Victor Tam, Tiago Gomez de Sousalagi out of Vancouver with Harry Evans, Milenia Lancerin, Mike James and Dave Cerezo. Dave's in his last year in the men's 35-39. In the men's 50-54 from Calgary, there's Rob Mott and Carrie Skase, a Toronto Harrier. Don't forget, they have the Hashil Harriers that are all over the world, and those are the guys who are the drinkers with the running problem, as they would say. We got Eric Fritt there from Seattle as well. Hopefully Bisbee the Cat is here to witch the action as well, as we look at 3:39 now on the clock. Alex Miyahara from Vancouver will be wrapping up, is blowing in from Bowen Island. That's Sheila Jelena. It's nice to see her. Juana Guia Zamorano from Seattle, his third marathon about to be completed. Erin Gildea from Maple Valley, Washington, also on the home stretch, along with Maris Schneider, Dan Haddon, Connor Trainer, Benjamin Maron. And you can see the cheers. You can hear the cheers. You can see they're getting support. There's another runner here having some difficulties, but getting support from friends and other runners. We've got Graham George, Emily Gilberto Angel Rivera Morales, Reese McGrath, Helen Young, and we got Jeremiah McAdam, Scott Penner, Linda Lapp, Carl Gladys, Sam Wells, Cosimo Barney, and out of Florida, we got Estelle Piero represented. There's Jeremy Dresner from Summerland. And don't forget, Summerland has a Giants head run coming up as well. They also have a run up there, which is for cancer, for the Chris Wilson Fund. And that, of course, is the Giants End Grind. We got Fabian Garces, Jordan Schroeder from West Kelowna. Tanya Hadaway is also there at the line, and we'll hand things back over to Kate.
Thank you, Steve. And as these runners continue across the line and those cheers continue amplifying our finish area, I am here with local legend, Mr. Rob Watson. I think some of those cheers are for you, my friend. Rob is one of only a couple of athletes to win both the BMO Vancouver Marathon and half marathon. You won the full marathon in 2018, you took the half in 2015, and of course, as a coach with Mile to Marathon, you're also out here year after year. I believe you had over 100 athletes competing today, is that right?
Yeah, we had about 110 Mile to Marathon athletes out there rolling with all the other 20,000 people, so it was awesome.
Well, 20,000, that's a number we've been repeating over and over because it's a record number of participants across all three events. You've been at this race for years now. Given that today was record-breaking in terms of our numbers, how did it compare overall in the environment?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it just gets bigger and better every year. You know, the quality of athlete, the organization, the crowd support. It's a world-class event. It's a world-class city, and it takes so many people to make it happen. So everyone out here is part of it. So thank you.
Awesome words. You were at the elite panel at the expo yesterday, and you had some excellent advice about how to run, or maybe I should say how not to run this course. I've heard it be described as gnarly. I've heard all kinds of different words that make it sound incredible, but also really challenging. We've seen some people looking like they're struggling a little bit to the line. what was your best advice about how to run or not run this race?
Yeah, I think with any marathon, and especially this one, you just have to be patient. You have to let the race come to you. You can't chase it. You know, come through half in control, get on that seawall with running in your legs, and then you just got to finish it from there. But you know, anytime you're running 42 kilometers, it's going to be a challenge. And this course may be more difficult from some, but it's definitely more beautiful from pretty much any marathon in the world. And that's why people show up year after year after year.
Such a good point. And for those who are maybe visiting from out of town, what are some of your best suggestions about how to celebrate here in Vancouver when you're done your race?
Oh, there's so much to do. First off, just sit down, relax, and soak it all in. Like, you finished a marathon. That is an amazing feat. So be proud of yourself. You know, touch base with your loved ones, and then getting some food, getting some drink, and do whatever makes you happy because you deserve it. You know, some people want to go sit on the beach. Some people want to go dancing. Like, good luck with that. But if that's what you want to do it. You know, just enjoy your day because you've really earned it and you really deserve it.
Fantastic advice from a true expert of this event. Rob Watson, thank you so much, and congratulations to all your athletes today.
Thanks so much, Kay. It's great to see you, and it's great to see everybody out here. Thanks for showing up, Vancouver. Have a wonderful day.
Awesome.
Our thanks sincerely to Kay and to Rob Watson, of course, our 2018 Marathon Men's Champion, and with 110 athletes from miles to marathon out there on the course, it's great to see him watching them as well as coaching them. Susana Hernández-Amarena from Mexico comes in, dedicated to Roger and James, who sadly are no longer with us, but plenty of you are with us. I don't think we've ever seen such a big crowd here before at the finish line. So please continue to show your appreciation as Patrick Hamlin from Melbourne, Australia comes in. Vasco Rapol from Burnaby, Brad Bissonette, Yong Tang, Carl Wall. We got Madeline Ireland went through, Sayuri went there, Ryan Stein, Kenneth Thatcher, Will Edwards, Neil Lloyd is coming on through, Jacques Buchholz from Maple Ridge, Sonny Yao has got Jeff Roker from South Bend, Washington. He was last in the New York City Marathon some 4 years ago. David Facilia from Surrey. We got Robert Kyoto there, his second marathon. He's just 20 years of age. His girlfriend hopefully is here at the finish line, as Andy Ritchie is here from Duluth, Minnesota. We got Brianna Lewis in there from Langley. We got Jody Moore, Erin Barkley, Christina Lamb. It looks like Rodrigo Gomez Cuentas from Naucalpan. He's a newlywed triathlete, by the way, with Caroline Barrow-Sphere Browns alongside the Johns Creek, Georgia athlete, Run Carol Run. We got Fiona McNally, originally from Monahan Island, now lives here in Vancouver. Flavius Shizani is there. Hamid Aziz. We got Thomas Tang, Dave Lingskog as well. Nadia Mendoza from Huida, that's Mexico City. That's Harry Philpott. There's Alex Chan, Chi-Wen Zhao from San Jose, California going through. Nick Uenico Quitlam with Bernard Lee alongside with 66-year-old Perry Lee from North Van. Norm Wong, Diana Alejandra Mendoza Cantu from Monterey. We got Daniel Braylish, there's James Komalov, there's Chris Russell, Craig Rowan, Paige Munro from Penticton, the 30-year-old alongside Craig, also the same age. We got Al Cannon from Hornby Island. We got Dwayne Benatar, no relation to Pat, of course, but he is an Ironman athlete. We got William Blakeman of Vancouver in there as well, doing it for Yorkshire. We got Pascal Belanger from Terrebonne, Quebec. There's Paige Quinn, Gabriel Paul Castillo Rodriguez, Rob Starkis, third marathon out of Victoria. He'll be back in Victoria doing that one later on in the year. But right now we got Brandon Wynn, Andy Skinner, both from Vancouver. Two-time intramural champion, by the way, Brandon. We got Gordon Denhard out of Richmond, originally from Steveston, I believe. Great place. We've got a race there, of course, every year. Aaron Birch, Tia Study, Rohit Rawad. We got Kevin Kwan, Conrad Easby, Charlie Chow. There's Yingxian Wu out of Vancouver. Oliver Aranika out of North Van. We got Jalen Sekon, Franklin Yu, Young Fen B from Coquitlam, from Caledon. Cody Green is there as well. We got Cody Cradish just behind him. Two Codys, 1:27, 1:38. There's James Unthank out of Vancouver. Jesse Tang. We got Jen Casey. There's Vancouverites Tatiana Farfan and Emily Bourque. We got Ottawa's Claire Hendrickson Jones closing in the 24-yard with William Shen. Gia Chowdhury from Grants Pass, Oregon. There's Pascal Muller from Sells. Nice to have Austria represented with Fergal O'Neill, a nice Irish name. We got William Dodd. There's Heather Van Munster, Lee Cooper, Mo Farah's cousin. Literally. Luca Raffaello, Dave Pearson, Milenis Acosta Diaz from Merida. We've got another Mexican there right on the line with Jay Edgar as well. And we've got Matthew Graydon, Justin Requino, Jose Luis Ocampo from Mount Vernon, the 60-year-old, another athlete from Hope in the form of 24-year-old Justin Requino. Parminder Randhawa from Abbotsford is there. We got Danny Provencher. He's run every Canadian province doing this year. That's what he's doing. This is the one in BC, of course. There's Mike Begolis. We got Claudia Chen, Zacharias Ekman, Michaela is there. We got Jack Kitson, Jeffrey Nicol, Brent Gervison, Carl Vance, Adam Farrell is there. We've still got 12 minutes plus to get athletes inside 4 hours. Jeffrey Chan, Paul Murray, Pest Weststein out of Edmonton. Vladimir Pavlenko is next up with Ivy Sang and Adam Stacey, Barry Armstrong, Sarah Chu. We've got Seattle's Ed Goodall in there with Jesse Andrews, first timer this marathon. We got Charlie Barnbrook from Chilliwack, Josh Moore, Tesla Tayer. Don't forget Loic was with us as well today. Ming Zhu and Martin Austin, Michael Top. We got Aaron Aquino, Grimaldo went through with Danielle Latayer, another member of that family with Nelson Allen, Jingu. There's Matt Randhawa from New West, Anthony Zhu, Cheyenne Lindsay from St. Albert, Mark Perez from Oak Harbour. We've got Rafael Reef from Rotha. There's Ryan Nikita. We've got Darren Stanek, Richard Barquez, Jeff Osborne, Adam Vassallo, Ryan Lloyditz, Trevor Pemford is there, Sergio Franco. My goodness, they're coming in fast and furious. Tanya Brown Barrett. So look at these. These are happy campers because they know they've claimed a sub 4-hour performance today. That was a big goal for many of these athletes. Lucas Yee, we've got Ethan McFadden. There's Chris Ross, Anne-Marie Boisvert from Victoria. Aileen is there, Jack Hodson, Ben Jones. I believe Flo Gregson is going with the flow. There we go. Mark Blythe, Andy Pocock, Sammy Lee, Connor Hellawell. We've got Stephen Flynn, Gareth Williams. There's Ukraine. There we can see our 345er. And don't believe that is gone inside 345 because they were... Remember the second and third and fourth waves, 5 minutes apart. We got Doug May of Penticton. Nice to see you. David Hawke from Omaha, Nebraska. There's Rohini Venkataraman out of San Francisco, a second marathon. Matt Bagnall, Adam Hardy, two Vancouverites. One of them an Irish Gaelic footballer in the form of Matt Bagnall. There's Emily Robbie and Cosimilio is next up there with Keith Parks. There's John Vanderleek, Colin Newcomb, Simon Chen. Krista Pelasti out of Kamloops and Michael Rosario from Richmond, third marathon. Michael, 11th marathon for John Vanderleek. There's Matt Holthausen out of Kelowna. We've got Alex Untuk from London, Armando Armentera Alvarez from Mexico City, Liam Madonahue there from Victoria. We got Diane Butler, Julieta Palacios Ramirez from Guadalajara is next up. Mr. Evan Dunphy is right here with us as well. We got Jose Berelson there from Victoria, Gemma Isaac. So don't forget the man was around the 3:12 time there today. One of the greatest all-time race walkers in the entire universe, let alone here in British Columbia, let alone here in Canada. Marcel Jobin even bows down to him. As we got Simon Rashot, Diane Pants, Selwyn Ankdale, Christopher Onch has come through with George Hofsink of Richmond, which is the home, of course, of Evan Dunn's. He's got now 3:49. We're now 10 minutes to the 4-hour clocking, ladies and gentlemen. But don't forget, as we said, some of these athletes are well inside 4 hours because they went off in different waves, 5 minutes apart. We got Melquiades Lima there from New West, first marathon after 6 years. Last one was in Niagara Falls in 2016, I believe, with Nathan Stewart, Connor Sloyer. This Nathan Stewart is 18 years of age in Vancouver. In fact, next weekend, Nathan Stewart of Australia is going to be doing an Ultraman there. Same name as Jorge Hernandez of Richmond and Tion Barron, the 18-year-old from Whistler, is through. Michelle Hill out of Yellowknife next up there. He's in the men's 60-plus division. Jeffrey Principe is coming on through with John Berman of Chicago, the Windy City, but it wasn't too windy today. It's come up a little bit for them now. Igor Kashin from Port Moody is there as well as Adam Hemstock, Corbin Lowe. We got Derek Young, Nicole Carton, the 27-year-old. It was Honolulu represented by Nicole, by the way, with Philip Shard of Ottawa going on through with Richard Taylor and Northland's Taryn Haggerstone coinciding with Nora Daly, Mike Chaput from Montreal, Sean Van der Kerbrooke. There's Kyle Howe, Jennifer Stinson, Mike Chaput, Danuta Gigliotti and Kyle Howe. We got Prince George represented by Danuta and Nikki Shack out of Abbotsford, Sadie Gosney, Steve Reiki, his first marathon about to be completed. We got Olivia Gemmell at 18 years of age, the Victoria runner coming through with Brigida just there. Brigida's out of Saskatoon, I believe. We've got Steve DeFoss in there, Rainer Reyes. Talking about DeFoss, we've got Roger Rufos, who's like in his 80s, who's doing the marathon as well. We look forward to seeing him later.
So a big shout out to all of our spectators. You know, we have about 4,000 or 5,000 of you lining the street here on Pender, and we want to feel the energy. We want to hear you shouting. The runners really need it now more than ever. Come on, come on, louder, louder. Fantastic energy. Thank you.
And we just saw from Bellingham, Washington there, Dan Sulak, his first marathon here with us, but his first ever was in 2010. Jamie Totten of Comox on the island, of course, just there. 1985, they hosted the very first international triathlon between the US and Canada. Hiyasoshi Shibahara from Oyamashi, the 58-year-old is there. Brandon Lutweiler. We got Tom Walsh, Luis Eduardo Moren Caballero. There's Marcos Eduardo Gonzalez Estrada from Zapopan. Russell Mayett. Matej Makia from New West is coming on through with Nathan Short. Vicente Santos from Marikina City. There's Tanya Hoopman, Mike Rinsmer, Tiana Murray. Laura Gibney closing in as well. From Revelstoke is Gord Mason. We've got 15 marathons now complete for Bradley Huygens out of Victoria. That's a lot to do at 25 years of age, as we're 7 minutes now and about 10 seconds left till we get to the 4-hour mark. Rob Leone is there. Becca McKay from Toronto. Zhang Long Wei. We got Guillaume Paquette there as well. Kelly Rigby, John O'Brien, Sean Larson, his 20th marathon, first one in Canada. So we got Cheryl Lee coming in with Hayden LaFrance. Bennett is there. Yukbo Papak. There's Melanie Horner. Michael. My goodness, look at them pour on in here. There's so many athletes who are in the streets. So a couple of athletes we've had go down in the final few meters as they're trying to give their all. And now it's a matter of not cramping, getting support, as they will come up and still be official finishers and get that medal around the wreck. It may take a little while to recover, but Matt Marwick is there. Pete Prochowski is there. We've got Philip Suki there as well with Matt Dutton, and it looks like we've got Hogan Kwang and Pat Ki Wong from Hong Kong. Shira Daltop has gone through with Tim Fin Yu, first ever Vancouver Marathon in his hometown. Jose Miguel Hernandez is there through to the line. John O'Hara, and I believe Liam Coulson, James Heffy, Xiao Min Chang. We've got Alex Laforge from Pitt Meadows. Chris Sharon next up, as well as Miguel Angel Ruiz Gomez. We got Paige Bellow from Toronto clocking. Chris Hartinger from Princeton. Nice to see Princeton, and we certainly hope the water doesn't cause too much trouble this year for them. You can see a 350 pace bunny coming on through. Again, that is a sub 350 for that person, because, and the people who started off with her and stayed with her, because of course they went off in their second, third, fourth different way. Jenna Miller has come through. She was a track runner in school. There's Priscilla Sarabia from Merida. And I believe we've got Thomas Shrini from Vancouver in there with Samuel Spinelli. Isaac Caversham next up with Connor Clancy, Tom Barlow, Miriam Nava Gutierrez. And it looked like we had an 18-year-old there at the line with. And next up is Adam Sage, hopefully graduating medical school this time. We've got Jason Liu next through with Ryan Toppy. We've got Alex Mason, Natalie Foy. There's Alex Dalazana. And the first official marathon for New Westminster's Mitchell Erzinger. There's Tommy Reyes from Coquitlam, Taro Yiki, Connor Healy, Edward Chan from Waterloo, 66-year-old Hardio Singh Atwal. We often see him taking on challenges at the ultra distance as well. Lucas Gage is coming on first time. Devon Cody is next up there under the arch with Tucson, Arizona, represented by Ben Yates from the Canyon State. There's Santiago Santa Cruz from North Van. Natalie McKay of First Marathon with Bonnie UM. Also, there's John Gray from Alberton, Ontario. Stu Craig next up from North End, and another first-timer. We've got Matt Redicott from Langley clocking in with Riley Dornian. Penticton's Jared Maeda. Nice going there. We've got Kelowna, two men there from the Okanagan. With Waltham, Manitoba's Jessica Ertzot. John Goranson of Vancouver. We've got, I believe, Hugh McDonald as well, dead and gate in his face. Or his race to his late father, sadly no longer with us, but we do have Diego Aquino, the airline pilot, loves running out of Mexico City there, the 28-year-old. We've got Jean-Francois Dessonnier from Laval, Quebec, Eduardo Gutierrez Joaquina from New York, Gwyn Polisiluco from Penticton, good friend of my wife, Jeans, is there just through the line, the 61-year-old local in Penticton, and does a lot of running club stuff there, including track work on a Wednesday. We've got Daniel Sidsworth of Prince George, Maria Friedrich, Rob Allen from Coquitlam, Julian Casales. We've got Connor Griffin out of Kelowna. I believe he's a Maple Leafs fan, but we've all got Ryder Brooks closing in. But that was the first for Connor, by the way, with Marco Ferruz, Braden Hall, Brock Shatley, Dave Parsons. We got Daniel Godoy behind him, a first marathon finish there. We got Bailey Davidson, Luke Roberts, Steve Davidson, Sean Gordon, Ryan Duhane. We got Matt Whitehead out of Vancouver, Ademir Ricardo Diaz, and from Leon, Mexico, Andrea Alicia Mendez Espedia. There's Emilio De La out of Toronto as well. He's through the line. Sue Rath is there. Kenley Hagstrom, and we got Kenley Eng and Lorinda Hagstrom from Renton. There's Benson Chan of Richmond. Marjorie McWilliams is there. Erica Crample. We got Sean Marlin. Ran Boston in 2018 and 2019. Then Muriel Lacroix out of Montreal. We got Tai Yun Choi. Chun Seng Yang is there as well. Michelle Engel out of Nanaimo. Frank Lynn from El Segundo, the 63-year-old, is followed by Kelowna's Owen Patrick, I believe, a UBC med student as well, doing his first marathon at 23 years of age. We also have Liam Bellonish out of Vancouver at 20. There's Ling Ding, Kai Ting Wang is there. Tristan Winfield from Sawasan. There's Patrick Schwartz out of Seattle. Marcus Cambo from Amboy. There's Carla Benson, North Band. Steve Clark out of Kelowna. Guillermo Castillo has come through with Jorge Nieto in there, and Lemon headed on the first full marathon for him. And the Calgarian is through with Ken Bauer, Toronto. Neil Kleinfeld, Kevin McMurray, they are both there. Sebastian Ray from Los Gatos, California. Songra Punjam Bajan out of Victoria. His wife and two daughters are hopefully here at the finish line to witness that one as Andre Suarez finishes his first marathon. The co-Quitlam runner in the 50-plus division just moved into that division this year. Here we are, less than 2 minutes to the 4-hour gun time mark. So again, we want you to please continue to support the athletes as they continue to push the pace on through. Shalisha Elder, Nathan Hart is here. Ana Julia Gutierrez from Guadalajara coming on through with Alexander Oslev. That's Johnny Serrano, Marcus Sari, George Rotsitis. That name, I don't know if it's related to Chris, of course, but he was one of the original finishers of the Ironman distance race in Penticton in 1983, and he was back with us last year. There's Davy Chin, the 61-year-old, going on through with Dula from Toronto. Mum of two finishing her first marathon. Well done. And Hayley Gilbert from Langley behind with KU, Stephanie Sandilands. We've got Justin Yap, Glenn Spinelli from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Shay Thorne is here. Carl Van Eck is here, first-time marathoner. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We've got about 70 seconds left on the clock. If you want a sub-4, that is a biggie for many of these athletes. We've got Tom Howard showing his appreciation. Don't forget that man himself is a 2:13 marathoner, and he's here with us once again. The original winner for the first 3 years of this event continues to show his support after doing the half marathon with us today as Gabriela Topoledo comes on through. Bing Yang, Hannah Sweeney, Kathleen Curry from Boise, Idaho. Julia Dunlop is through there. We've got 40 seconds left on the clock here to get a sub-4. As we call in Glenn Castellano, Omar Cruz, Michael Imla, Andre Odette, Nicola Parker. We've got Rebecca Pierce. This is it. Push, push, push. 30 seconds left on the clock. Let's give it everything you've got. We know you may have done sub-4 by a big chunk of change, but we want the photo to show that. We're down to the last 20 seconds before we hit the 4-hour mark. Matt Kitko is there, Sebastian Katanga, Elizabeth Funk, Tom Elgie, James Rundle, David Coe. We've got Jeff Kirby, Mark Dickinson, Angie Polis from Kamloops is there. First marathon. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. There we are, right on the line. We had two athletes of 4 hours, and I hope they give them that 1 second, but it'll be more than that because of that time, of course. But we want to celebrate the beautiful memory of this lady's dad, TK Choi. That's young Chio Paul Choi from Richmond who went through. So congrats to you, and I'm sure your dad will be proud of what you achieved there today with Eric Peach and Yang Gao just behind. Mizuki Chimayuka.
Well, what a fantastic turnout. Thank you very much, one and all, for coming out. It means a lot to us that you took time out of your day to cheer on these athletes. We're here for 2, 3, 4 more hours. The fun and the energy will continue. It's the 51st running of the BMO Vancouver International Marathon. And a shout out to all our volunteers, over 3,000 young men and women and old men and women. Everybody came out last night. They were putting up barricades and safety cones, water stations until 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And guess what? Later on this morning, they started taking them down. The race is well on its way. We started at 7 o'clock with the half marathon, 8:30 with the marathon, and we'll be here until 4 or 5 this afternoon.
Don't forget, very shortly we're going to have an interview with Canada's greatest race walker, and he's a fantastic runner as well. He's done like 71 minutes, inside 71 minutes for a half marathon. We're at 4:01 right now, and we're going to get Kate very shortly to do an interview with him, but continue to show your appreciation as we've got Catherine Breen of Yellowknife doing her first marathon. We've got Dave Panigua racing for his son Axel is here, the Coquitlam runner is there. We've got Brandon coming through, Brandon Henderson from Kelowna. We've got Anna Yealing-Metzger from Mexico City coming on through. We also have Rob McCarthy. We got Andy Peterson, his second marathon 5 years after the first one completed. Plenty of PBs. And look at the sprint finish sometimes you see here as they continue to surge on through. We got Andy Hensleit from Kelowna, Rob Rossetti out of Calgary. Don't forget from Calgary, we had an impressive performance by the man who ended up taking second in the Masters division as well. We had Dave Proctor in third. He did a 2:46. That's in Masters. And Dave Proctor set a brand new record, beating Al Howard's time in the run across Canada. So we're ready to hand things over to Kate Van Buskirk, who's going to talk to the incredible man who's sitting right beside her. She's going to introduce him.
Well, I called him the king of the Canadian race walk, and I think that is putting it mildly. I'm here with Mr. Evan Dunphy, who just walked a marathon in 3 hours, 12 minutes, and 50 seconds. Let's show him some love just for that. 3:12:50 walking. He's from Richmond. He's an Olympic medalist. He's a World Championships medalist. He's a Commonwealth Games champion. He's all kitted out in the old school red and white. I gotta say, you look fly. Why don't you stand up and give our crowd a little show?
Thank you, everyone. It is so awesome being out here. Just the crowds and the people around me. Like I love this race. I'll come back every year until I can't walk anymore.
Well, you did this race back in 2017, I believe. That was the last time, and a lot's changed since then. I mean, we went through this thing called a global pandemic. We've rebounded. We've come back in bigger numbers than ever. What was today like compared to the last time you were here?
Every time, it just seems like there's more and more people out there cheering, and I cannot understand how so many people are out there congratulating me on the Olympics and cheering for Evan and all that. And it's so cool because when I started as a race walker when I was 10 years old and no one knew what race walking was and we would get laughed at and made fun of and now to be out there and just feel the love and support from everyone, it's the coolest thing ever.
I know that community is a really important thing for you, especially in the province of BC and in the city of Vancouver and in Richmond, of course, as well. You walk around with your Olympic medal and you let people hold it and touch it and be part of that with you. Maybe you can speak a little bit more to the role of community and the support that you have, but also that you give back to all of the folks out here today.
You know, I'm the person I am today because of sport. You know, chasing this dream from the time I was 9 years old has turned me into the human I am today. And you know, we all have goals out here. We all have something we're shooting for, and it doesn't matter if it's winning an Olympic medal or breaking 4 hours, 4:30, whatever it is. We're all putting that same effort in towards that goal. And for me, that sense of community, that power, that the collective sense of chasing those goals brings us all together and gives us something to shoot for, and it makes a really strong community. And what other sport can you be out there on the same roads as, you know, same roads as Dana and Yuki that are maybe they finished a couple hours up the road from you, but you're walking in their footsteps doing the same thing, chasing after just as important goals to you as their goals are to them. And I think that's the really special thing about being out here and doing this.
Well, you're a pretty special thing about being out here and doing this, Evan. I know that you acted as sort of an unofficial pace bunny. You had a group of guys and women running around you at the same pace that you were walking, and you were telling me about all the great conversations you were having. So I know that we're getting ready for the World Championships. Those are coming up in about 16 weeks' time. And then, of course, the Paris Olympics are next year. But we hope to see you back out on this course, or at the very least out handing your medal around and giving support to all of the people who are competing. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations.
Thank you so much, Kate, and thank you everyone out there for cheering, and keep it going, keep on cheering, everyone coming in. It's such a great feeling when we're out there hearing the last little bit of support, pushing us to the line. So thank you so much.
Canadian athletic royalty, Evan Dunphy.
And our sincere thanks to Evan for joining us up here, and we certainly wish him well as he will head hopefully to Paris for the next Olympics next year. As right now we continue to call the athletes to the line with Ben Lee, Robin Whitaker, Peter Mardler, Ryan Faust, Hernando Josko. There's Del Corner. His 9 grandkids are here, hopefully to receive another marathon medal. I think 8 of them have done so far. Yuki Kawauchi is first time marathon finishers. Brian Templeman, Johan Visser is coming on through with Darren Fileko, Jenna Hatter, Aaron McLean from Cambridge, Manitoba. There's Kamara Ackley out of Richmond. Thanks to Rob Mealer and Micah. There's Sean Evans, Alex Yen, Phelim no doubt is there. A nice Irish name with Aaron Fowler, Sarah Cartwright, Daniel J. Yang, Edward Hall, Calvin Carbonell. We're looking out for Georgia Braithwaite and Rob McKay closing in here together with Martin Prachal and Tim McPhee. Guillaume Chouat out of Montreal with Jacques Zidoun. Also from Montreal, La Belle Provence represented there as we got Stu Emery closing in with Anne Laurie Vakiroff there, a Parisian girl living in Montreal, came back to run this marathon with us. And now at the line with Jamie Cusson, Mark Eckler, Benedict Chang, Emma McDonald, Andy Kim is there. Runner's choice, of course, Nanjim Kim. We have Derek DeAndrea from Coquitlam, Brooke Bourne from Lillooet, Jai-Jin Lee. We got Ravi Devavarapu there from Shura Park, second time Boston Marathon finisher, has done over 150 marathons. There's Kenny by from Barbados as well. We've got Dave Poppet with Andrea Cruzy, Byron Ty, Jan Ma from Coquitlam. We've got Lincoln Carl Shen, he's out of Burnaby, the 62-year-old. We've got Theodora Siman from London, Ontario. She's through the line with Roberto Garcia. Shibin Jimmy Huang is next up there as well. The 18-year-old Vancouverite is Sam McFadden. There's down here Ramos Rodriguez, Jason Hong, Navte Pranu. We've got Niall Jones from North Van, Ben Smith, Ada Lamb. She's out of Edmonton, just turned into the Masters division. And don't forget, Catherine Jones took the Women's Masters division this year. We've got Rob Collins in there as well. We've got Alan Cham, Ryan Brown, Robert Salvatella Santana next up there with Veronica Statinska out of North Van. Morton Johannesson is there. We've got Yatin Singh Tam with Ryan Mock, Mark Lafleur from Cornwall, Ontario, Clint Gaspar, Pete Summers, Colton Champeau. We got Scott Shan. We got the neighbour Jeff Tish here. Thank you, I appreciate it, Nada. The Vancouverite who's clocked in, just moved into the women's 50-54 division. Zhao Becker and Cole Ecking there with Scott Griffin. Chris Dorton is also through with Alex Payne, Sebastian Gutierrez, Ella Barzell from Seattle. And we got Mike Gorsinski there as well, the part-time savage, as he calls himself, with Emily Perrins, Veronica Bellina from Port Moody. We got Alexander Sattenstein representing Wakefield, Quebec. We got... And it was good to see David through there as well. Don't forget, he's out of Penticton. And the Mazrin family say a big hi and congratulations. Zachary is through. We've got Saji Jarakawara, Aaron Vidas, Poyi Yao, Jacob Vu, Ching Hung Chan from Taipei City in Taiwan. And of course, our own Dave is from there as well. He just cycled all around Taiwan with, I believe, his sister and brother-in-law. There's Rebecca Parnell, first marathon complete with Julia Morris, Emery Mindana. We got Aaron Markin, another one of our pace bunnies under there with now coming up 4:10 on the clock. And that was for that first wave of runners. Some of these runners were 5, 10, 15 or even 20 minutes back because of the 5 different waves, 5 minutes apart. Grant Dinier there from Pender Island went through. Brian Lanou, Monica Lackram, Chance Pachulik. We got Shane Williams, April Olsen from Sherwood Park, Marina Macnack. We got Brittany Morgan, Daniel Finese, Jack Fraser and Sean Strang. Good to see Merritt represented with Sean. Quite a few years ago, they used to have a guy on our Olympic team who was a 110-meter hurdler. Jafar Khatib is next up there with Tomislav Kurevia. There's Juan Pablo Jimenez Aguilera from Aguascalientes. I was actually there just a little while ago, by the way. Beautiful city indeed. I was there to be in Fresnillo, where they hosted an Ultraman distance event. We have Juan Cabrera, Tony Calastro, Julia Calasurdo, Vincent Hildemeyer from Paris. It's good to have you with us, Vincent. We also have Alex Burns here from Vancouver, who came in all the way from Cork to be with us, by the way. But anyway, bienvenue à la ligne de finish, dear Romain. Or Marathon Canada, we appreciate the fact that you've come to Vancouver specifically, but we got lots of Vancouverites, including Nick Field, including Emily Hay. They're coming up. We also have Michael Reinhold, the 46-year-old from Trier. Lovely to have you with us with Gillian Parker from North End. Don't forget Gillian, I think one of our BMO squad. Was that the same Gillian who was with us yesterday at the kids run, maybe? She did the big warm-up for us. if that's the same. And Maria Hui, I want to say a big thank you to her. She sang the anthem yesterday for the kids, and I believe this morning as well for the start of the half marathon. Good to see Tara there as well. She was with us yesterday in the park from representing Run Van, one of the great people who's on the board. Here's Lindy Bailey. We've got Kathy Pang, Kaylee Smith in there, Jaroslav Reback, Dave Huntley. He's doing Ironman Coeur d'Alene this year, the man from Cowichan Bay. There's Scott Roth from Seattle, Tiago dos Santos Marion from Kelowna. There's Sam Dunkley and Yun Sik Kang, Jimmy Ngo. We got Johnson Chen, and lots of support here, as you can tell there. They're raising their arms. You can see the sprints going on. They're giving in everything they've got left there as they pour it on. As we have Kate Morris coming in, Terence Twang, Gina Forlidi from St. Paul, Minnesota. Don't forget, they've got the Twin Cities event going on there. Zamora represented by Hilda Karina Ayala. Meander Sabarin from Penticton is there. Good to see you. Michael Bazan next up with Casper Jensen. He likes to be on the treadmill with people like Cardi B in the background for him playing songs, as we appreciate the fact that we've got Eric Ross, Rob Redmond from Barrie, Ontario. River Phillips is there. We've got Carol Sinisak. We've got Matt Stoltz and Ellie Ortensoltz there. I think that's father and daughter. So good to have you with us, guys. As Corrine Bince and Cole Connolly are clocking in with Sean Gwynn from Whistler. We got Evan Healy, Mercer Yang, Brett Cuthbert, Rory Rock out of White Rock. He's a cool dude. And don't forget, that's also our good friends that are here with us, Cheryl and, of course, Ferg Hawk, as we say goodbye to them, I think, right now. But we wish them well. Okay. I know what he's about to do. We've got Katsuki Makita and Singshi Tan there as Katsuhiko Mori and Wenjun are together at the line. Tamara Sweetenham from Yucca Valley, California. Nice to have you with. And from Beijing, China, that's Guriyu Liu, the 47-year-old, with Suris Yaobai Li alongside. Carol Thielman from Chilliwack is there. And Max Gardner, the 19-year-old from North Saanich. That's a friend of ours. His grandfather, Scotty, sends the very best wishes. And Wynne, his step-grandfather, is here. And his aunt, Andrea, sends you all the very best. That was the first-time finish for Alex. Nice job there. Alex Gardner through to the line, his first ever finish. We said we'd try and see him at the line, so I'm pleased we did. As Aidan Fediev is there. I'm not sure if Mark Schulder has come through, but Mark, I know he was running with his niece. He's the man doing his 100th marathon. We got Sophia Lynn and Mariko Kelly from San Francisco, along with Abigail Tarquinio. They've run together, I believe. There they are, all three in a line with about 10 meters now to run. They'll come inside 4:15 on clock time. We got also Jan Lee, Anya Zifus from Chicago, Urs Forster from Verenfelden. We got Richard Hull, Darren Wader, Javed Haki is there, Rich Sabo next up there. Good to see you, Rich, from Kelowna, the 27-year. We've got Brianna Petrick, who's a kindergarten teacher, and they'll be happy to see that the first-time marathoner is now through with Maxime Berthier. Out of Vancouver, we've got Ilse Lorraine there. There's Lorne Schottenthaler out of Calgary, the 67-year-old, with Carla Layton out of Surrey. Leah Jenkins and Jamie Perkins there, Regina and Seattle represent. Jerome San Jose from Surrey. We also have Christopher Chen, Andrei Rastagayev, Tamir Rahman next up there as well. She's running for Aunt Tania, who survived cancer. We thank you for that. We've got Stephen Mackhurst, his wife, I believe, is supporting him in his running and triathlon. There's Dylan and Joel Marte. Nice to see you, Joel Marte. His father was a great marathoner as well. Used to be out of Penticton. There's Mother Dorothy. I worked with her for over 30 years, so it's nice to see he's back in action. There's Alex Gray from Coquitlam is there. Francis Brenton, Vladimir Bondarenko out of North Van is there as well. Harry Smith, congratulations. Yep, Castle Martyr. Yep, the parish. Good to see you, my friend. Hassan Salim, Yoji Takano from Satagaya City is there. Yonsin Siao from Sunnyvale, California. Peter Krypton, Liana Wojcik out of Penticton. There's Christian Rene Lopez Navarro from Mexico. Felicitaciones por el excelente tiempo. So we congratulate the athletes who have come in. Look at that. We got Jason Erston, Nicholas Creighton, Nick Dean, first marathon. Alex Serg, first marathon. Wow, nice going, guys. guys. We got Austin Bergeron in there as well. Dominic Garrell, 68-year-old from North Bend. We got Oliver Cartmel, became a citizen of Canada this year. Congratulations. We're happy to welcome you to Canada, to BC, and especially to Vancouver. As Doug Bennett, not the Doug Bennett from Doug and the Slugs, no longer with us, but if you look, there is a great documentary right now that you can see on Netflix, of course, as Michaela Gatto from Edmonton is there, Manuel Tuffel from Vienna is there, Kelsey Sharp from Minneapolis, Evan Martin is also on the line. We've got Alex Campbell. Remember I told you about Adam Campbell, the man who some years ago, he raced to a 2:35 clocking, wearing a business suit and carrying a briefcase. That is a Guinness Book of World Records. There's one, Manuel Esparza from Guadalajara is next up with Erica Miller, and third marathon for Emily Chapman of Edmonton, closing in with James Cowley, finishing for his brother Nick. The Vancouver right there at the line with Alexei Cheniuk out of Vancouver. Sharia Masood is there. Katsumi Takamura next up with Leonardo. Leah Biachlev has come through. Millie Tankasic from Brisbane. Nice, I'm off to Brisbane tomorrow night. Actually, tonight. We've got David Cronin, Seamus Christie, Randall Sugden. From Rocky Mountain House, Lillian Everest, good job there. As Christine Delorio, Christina is there, the lady from Squamish, first marathon. Her last race was BMO 2013, but she didn't finish, unfortunately, so she's back in action and now at the line. There's a third marathon for Minnow Kimmer. Port Moody is now crossed with Lauren Ritchie, Sean Brophy and Janice Corbley. Good to see her back in action with us. Simon Shue, Kerry's son, Amanda Funk, Dario Esposito are here. We've got Krista Shalansky, Louise Mattis and Simon Shue, Faye Wow. Craig Rhodes next up there, first year in the 50 to 54 division for the Burnaby runner. And Michaela Girard, the three daughters of dear Evangeline and son Ezra are here. Max Abel, Sarah Mayman. We've got Alex Yee next up. Don't forget, there's a very famous man in the sport of triathlon by the same name. He's won all sorts of things, but he's out of the UK. Good to see the Mexican flag flying to the line as we've got 4:18 on the clock. And we've got also Sandra Adriana Higuereda Huesca closing in with Jordan Wilson, Zoe Anderson, Corey Chu. Akira Hamada from Hiroshima, the 21-year-old is there. Joel de Jong is closing in with Dave Wonder. Alexandria Miller from Edmonton is there. Boyang Fu. We got Leyland Briscoe, Mahmoud Shabani, Carissa Gaudier Goodison, and Mosul Gami with Kate Kiampang of Coquitlam. They are together with Jessie Raywood, her first half marathon, vowing never to run a marathon, but she's done so now. Tim Weeks, Aaron Campbell, Lawrence Swan clocking in. It's his birthday, by the way. 49-year-old, wanted to go around 4 hours. He may well be inside 4 hours if he was in that final group of runners to get underway. As Sophia Haydaz and Jalen Goodson are clocking in. It's the first marathon for Sophia. Came in from Mexico but lives in Vancouver, I believe. As Byron Fulkov is there, Laura Blackwell. We got Adriana Carrero from Mexico City, the 20-year-old Jasper Deasy. Next up there with Catherine Force and Junker Likubo. We've got a first-time marathoner in the form of Michelle Donaldson. Brian Cochran, the 75-year-old Calgarian, is there. Carlo Baird next up there. Penticton's Brittany Willman coming to the line. There's Lynn Yi, Alan Lai. We've got Jenna, Jung Ying, Waylon Salican, I believe, Amy Reed, George Pavarosniak out of Richmond is there. We've got Anna Zhu, David McCaffrey, Adriana Miranda Jimenez from Gustavo Amadero. There's Andy Colton out of Langley. There's Joseph, I believe that's Dave Dodge behind him. We've got Darren DeRosier, Monica Larayson, Culver City's Valencia Day on there. That's California, of course, with the 24-year-old. There's Lauren Dvorak there, third full marathon, a second being part of this race with us. As Dane Campbell, 19th Vancouver full marathon in a row for the 45-year-old Vancouverite. Congratulations, Dane. Guang Ming Shi from Gibson's next up with Waimao Leung and Annalisa Cisneros Nunez from Bothell, Washington with Sarah Nuttall, the 27-year-old Victoria, now had a son and now she's back to racing, now back to the line with Juan Carlos Urrutia Madero from Vancouver, Sean Irving from Klulit coming in. Mariah Damon and Ellie Reed from Richmond. We got Hugh Johnson, Luisa Marcano from North Van and Spencer Cholak, Connor Latchid, Vancouver's James Smith now. Cosmo the dog not with him today, but they often train together. There's Peter Lai from Surrey is there, Tara McLennan. We've got Anna Jefferson, I believe, with Amy Jankovic and Erin Power, moved from Ireland, I believe. Steve Allen is there, Alicia Allen watching the action for the man from Penticton. As we got Sarah May Dale, John Griffin, his first ever marathon, has been Kim from McKinney, Texas, representing the Lone Star State, and a big, strong finish here. And the crowds, I don't think have ever been bigger here on West Pender to welcome these athletes, especially up the last 500 meters or so there, Dave.
The crowds have been fantastic. The weather has been better than we thought. Sunny, cloudy, sunny, bit of rain, but that's Vancouver. What an amazing day. A record-breaking field of runners, records on the course, and the event just keeps on getting better and better. It's the 51st edition of the BMO Vancouver International Marathon, and this is it. Let's hear you cheer for our athletes as they make their way up Pender towards Butte and towards the finish line.
And thank you there today. So we congratulate him again. He and some members of his family cycled thousands of kilometers recently around Taiwan, being great ambassadors for Canada, and brought in a few of the Taiwanese runners here with us today. And he's one of the lucky people. As they go through Stanley Park and other areas, you're able to see some of the beautiful boats that are located here. We see some of the cruise ships heading out. But this man lives on a boat. I tell you, he's one lucky camper. And we hope to visit him one day. As right now, Dynamic Boating is there. Valentin Beaumont from St. Aubin is there. Chris Smith, Helen Cheong, an Ironman and occupational health and safety person. Manolo is there. Susan Tmaya. Kyle Craven is there from BAMP, the 21-year-old. We've got Matt Cordova and Kelly Heap with Jason and Gam from Edmonton. Sean Leclerc. We got also Jeremy Hone and Dean Curtis, Trevor Stowe, Jeremy Hone. Good to see Trevor from Halifax, Nova Scotia, the 52-year-old on location with Tobin Gladys and David Lowe. We got Sherry and Jaden Gamble, Christopher Grimes, Darren Bryce from Salmon first ever marathon. Carmen Nadro, good to see you, Carmen. She's a friend of mine out of Penticton, and she's doing another marathon for herself. Kyle Mitchell, his first marathon coming out. Mary Jo Devine from Saskatoon, 60 years of age, and just moved into that category. Kaya House, Brad Jameson, James Knott, Emma Anderson, Justin Lee, they're all coming on through. Matoshi Suzuki, the stick man from North Vancouver. I got Sensi Chen out of Surrey. Megan Louis from Vancouver, member of the Windermere High School Run Club. There's Stephanie you met. We got Karen McWilliam next up. A lot of high fives going on here at the line and a lot of supporters. I'm glad we got the bleachers here for many of our volunteers. As you can see, 67-year-old Jody Raby from Calgary in the red coming on through. Logan Bromwich, Saya Tamaki from Whistling, Dustin Sears. We also had, I believe, Joseph Cran, Joey and Claire celebrating 5 years together this week. Benjamin Seamer is here. We got Wade Lightheart representing the Wade Lightheart, representing the Bio Optimizers. There's Kerry Takita, Carly Kempe, and Wade Light has gone through with Trevor Baudry and Farzad Felfelian out of West Van. There's Sam Biffart from West Vancouver. He is out of Kelowna, by the way. Ethan Ast is there. He's at the University of Toronto, I believe. Maria Olashikaya from Vancouver with Ola Fitzgerald and Margaret Marks. We've got Gustavo Ibarra. And he's got Nathan Gervich just behind him with Sonny Boutal, his first marathon for the Surrey man. And we got Jeff McEwen in there as well. He's got Katie Aragani from Toronto, along with Robert Brooks, and he's out of Lumbee, the only athlete I've seen from Lumbee so far. But Gordon Ngok is great D-Fam of Coquitlam with Brent Strelier. He thought 10K was tough, but this is now a finish at the marathon with the Rita Wada of Burnaby and Jordan Footer, Lawrence Chang. We got Murrow Hawkins in there with Bal Palmer and Torontonian, I believe Fiona Ryan, the 27-year-old with Nicole Van Stekelenburg out of Vancouver, Cornell Bernard out of Chase, Harry Dillingham, the 21-year-old Vancouverite with Nicholas Miller, Reed Carlson, Daylin Miller is there as well, Jamie Cardenio Barra, Anthony Dominique Philippe is there. And a good strong finish, Hannah Tracy, Alex Lieber, Stephanie Moore, first marathon for Alex and Stephanie. We got Sierra Rowe next up there as well from Vancouver, the 29-year-old Mount McDonald. We got Jordan Harris of Penticton, Brandy Links of William Lake, Liam Farrelly from Surrey, from Windsor, Ontario, Sophie Daniels, Sandy Chan. We got Sebastian Stow and Wade Bolzans, Scott Gurney as well, Theo Gerbhardt as well as Rachel Geiger from Vancouver, Robert Bonas, the 56-year-old from Port Moody, your first marathon coming up for Stuart Prest. He's about to go under the arch. We've got Chris Klassen next up there, the myth, the man, the legend. He's made it to the line, the man from Calgary. There's Christina Hadley from Issaquah, Washington. Juan Pablo Garcia from Mercoland. Christina Hadley has come through. There's Kevin Wan, Jose de Jesus Gonzalez. There's Thibaut Champel, Nicholas Cumming, Sarah Thacker, Daniel Plourde. Next up from Vancouver, first marathon for him with Patrick Horse, Cindy, and the kids are here for Hilbert Ing. So Walter and Jonah and the dog Nairobi. Again, representing Kenya, of course, we've had Kenyan runners here take titles, but our top Kenyan and our Canadian, of course, is Kip Kangogo today. Ricardo Ignacio is there. We've got Steve Kelly from Kelowna, Darcy Saharichak from Sherwood Park, Tatsuya Yamashita out of Richmond, Samantha Withenshaw from Surrey, Andy Baum out of Waltham, Manitoba. And we got Alexander Pang, two daughters hopefully are watching the action with Kenneth Datong, Jessica Gardner, Vinny Tang, Cameron Gillis, Shenwei Liu, Dylan Stokes. Next up, we've got Daniel Chen, born and raised in New York City. Stefan Zworik is next up with Alfredo Lopez Sherman. Aria Haro, Maria Fernandez Cruz is there at the line. Austin Murray finishing a first marathon from Picture Butte, Alberta, by the way. There's Josh Chu from San Francisco, Seneca Kubodo, Wesley Mosiman. First marathon for him is Ying Zhao and Wesley Morrisman through. Bradley Warholm is here as well. We've got Mark Humphries, Derek Lee, his last year in the men's 50 to 54 division. Joseph Mensah from the Latimer Elementary School in Surrey. Derek Heyman is there. Victoria come through with Jennifer and Kurt Vanderhorst out of Chilliwack. We've got Danny Blank from Lucknow. Nice to have them represented. We've got Nada Williams. NATO is at the line there. We go Fergus Beatty, we're Irish, and he's got his driving test on Wednesday, so good luck for that. I hope he recovers in time as Jessica Manson is through, Mitch Ellis, Emma Beck, Larissa Juby. Good to see Oliver represented. Don't forget they have a 10K that's part of the Interior Road Race Series. And this year we had two men inside 34 minutes for that event. There's Carl Scholparik and Frederick Medioni have clocked in with Amber Zheng. And just a reminder that the lady that we talked about before, the lady from Kelowna, who's done so very well, Melindy, she actually, her and her husband, Kevin, who are part of the action with us, they're both Olympians, and they were 1 and 2 in Oliver at the 10K a few years ago and set records. We've got Riley Vandermoorn from Lacombe, we've got Sarah Hampson, Jonathan Salazar, Ibarra from North Van is here with Jonathan So. Looking at the clock now, we're only less than 2.5 minutes away from 4.5 hours on the clock. We've got Kerry Berkman's here from West Kelowna and pending 30th birthday coming up not long. And our congrats to everyone who's actually celebrating their birthdays today. Some of those athletes, so we've got Dave Beck there, and I believe it's on TikTok and on YouTube. He's got millions of viewers, by the way, the man from Brentwood Bay. We got Eldis and Hallie Dunford waiting for Julie Simmons, as she's just coming on through the line. Pablo Montenegro from Toronto is there with Alicia Morales Avia. Beth Richardson out of Victoria now clocking. Mike Stallman, Lisa Long, Philip Lee, Mike Statham out of Souk. We used to host 70.3 or half Ironman in Souk a few years ago.
And there is such a strong running culture in Vancouver, Steve. And we had the Sun Run about 3 weeks ago, and now this event. And although we're the third largest city in Canada, this year has become the largest marathon in Canada.
And it was great to see one of the people who's done it many times, and a great ultra-marathon there, Matt Sessions, just went across the line. He's actually won events like the Gold River to Tassis event, 64 Ks on a rough logging road as well, by the way. Michael Truman, French went through. We got plenty of people from Vancouver Island, but right across Canada, literally, we got every province and 2 of our territories represented.
And if you add all the people up, it's over 6,000 entrants. And that surpasses Ottawa. Ottawa used to be Canada's largest marathon, but this year, for the first time, the BMO Vancouver International Marathon is the largest marathon in Canada.
And our congrats to Pablo Bendiola, who just finished. His wife and daughter are there at the finish line, hopefully to congratulate him. Miss Francesca Rainbow clocks in with Michael Spradlin. We got Lana Kwan running in honor of her mother Souk in beautiful Charlotte, North Carolina. There's Joshua Santos, and Austin, Texas, represented by Gracie Brumsigle. There's Graham Jansen from Kitchener. We've got Brittany Schuchak, Dave Holmes, Crystal Pardew, first time running the BMO here with us as Joanna Price, and Paula Osigera Gonzalez through as Richard McAlintosh out of White Rock now. Said he trained for 4 weeks for this, the 29-year-old. Look at the clock as we're about to count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's 4.5 hours on the clock as Darryl Yang comes through. We've got Zipang Chow from Poco next up there. Andrea Bixler, Megan Broman, Dylan Smith, Mario Samano from Philadelphia. Jim Win Choi, first ever marathon. Govinda Gill, Michaela Block, Marco Maduri, Park Shen Cheung. We got Matt Romlevsky from San Mateo, California. There's Kevin Lewis, Brian Galasio, Julia McDowell, Jordan Evans. Don't forget, if you have a moment, if you're finished, if you're recovered, please make sure you say a word of thanks to the incredible volunteers that have made this possible. Your race directors and board of directors that are here, our VIPs who do such a wonderful job. They're watching the action, and the action now on the finish line is people like Sean Marr, Kevin Marshall, Claire O'Toole, We got Zhu Wei from Tokyo. Good to have you with us. Again, we're delighted to welcome some of those people. Otsuka Resama Deshta, Vancouver Marathon, Kanso Kokorosama. We got Mike Middleton, Brooke Jesus from Oliver is there. We got Jianping Chen from West Ham, Rowena Kajugiran. Next up on the line, we got Kira Moffat, I believe Michelle Myring and Chi Wei Lam alongside her with Ryan Chillerbeck. Good to see you, Ryan. He's a great race director in his own right, the man from Gibson's. Mike McClintock, Toby Topkin, Benjamin Kravchenko, first marathon from Oliver's Kolar there as well with Damien Wan and Adam Style. Wilco Vanderkamp, first marathon for the Vancouverite, Kirill Demankov. Next behind him, Glafira Ermankoba. They are together, so we got husband and wife or father and daughter. There's Anne Nicole Equivel, Shannon Wong, Jerry Ahmed, Rory Court out of Northam. Manitoban, who now lives in this area with Bin Yu Daiwei Bian from Beijing, China. Good to have you with us. Crystal Bian next up with Jackson Ferguson out of Victoria, Anu Tharson Sri, Margot Hanlon, Craig Riley, Dinesh Garbaran who's also there, Sergio Padilla out of Mexico with Greg Warder, Coldell. Sherry Gottlieb, we got Mira Magdalena, Archie, Kennedy Parsons, Eric Burbiquette, we got Nicholas Haywood, Nicholas Funk alongside. That's Poco and Chilliwack represented by those two athletes. And Ricardo Curiel, we got Wale Tlapali out of Montreal. Did it again, his second time running this course. The last time was 8 years ago. 4:32 on the clock for him is Kelsey Jack, Jacob Eiserman, and Jorge Tuzer through to the line with Kyle Kwang Young and Shek In Wang. Steve Trevor, Charlie Agudui out of London, his fifth marathon now, as Paul Newman, his first marathon completed. Lucia Nakata and Rachel Kwan, Kane Wyatt, Miguel Fernandez, all closing in with Edward Berg and Sarah Siachia, I believe Noah Duran is there, Jill Harms from Lethbridge, from Snohomish, Courtney Hamilton and June Lee. Here comes Riley O'Sullivan, the 20-year-old, Mary Richards from Bainbridge, along with Eric Cohen. They're together as Beata Butlander out of Toronto clocks in. She's in that women's 55-59, first year in that category now. Teresa Wang is up there, Jacob Nielsen. And looks like S.E. Okabieba. There's Colleen McGowie, Chris Jones, Adam Gaffney, Celine Froman coming on through with Mikhailo Velanish. First marathon for the 22-year-old Vancouverite. There's Fumio Shimazaki is there. Hector is there from Burnaby. We got originally from Mexico City, by the way. Austin Prieste. I'm not sure if he's related to Dave Prieste. He's the owner, of course, of a great hotel in Penticton. There's Grant Terrell from Christchurch, New Zealand. We got Kayla Douglas coming on through. Derek Collier from Portland. We got Neil Johal, Chris Chan, Devon Slade from Whitehorse, Jaffet. I got Lindsay Ryder, Alex Strawn, Marlene Solis Hernandez from Mexico City. We got Lindsay Wu from Burnaby. Kieran is there, Robson, Elizabeth Gibson, Jessica Martins, Andrew Pietro. Marcus Furman from Kelowna closing in. Portland, Xinrong Wang. We got Grant Curlow, Matt Holbrook. We got the Rene Delgado from Mexico City, who dedicates to Patricia Gallegos and Sofia Delgado, I believe. Kwang Yung Chin. We got Anne Bjorklund from Kamloops. There's Chris Allen is racing with his cousin Rob, who's here with us. Amanda Punch coming in with Graham Thompson, Ashley James from Austin, along with Peyton Gonzalez. I believe Luca Walcott, Anna LaSalle and Luke Roundley are all heading in. First marathon for Maeve Russell. Did the half last year, lives in Vancouver, and we're happy that she's done the half and now the 4. Sue Kin Mock from North End closing in with Dal Baswick. His wife Sonia hopefully here, and his daughter Molly watching the action for the man from Mill Bay. Don't forget, Mill Bay will be hosting a 5K on the Saturday, the day before the Victoria Marathon, and half and 8K. Svetlana Liu from Redmond, first time completing a marathon. The lady from Hong Kong, Henry Chan, he's there now. He's coming in. Champion Gu from Vancouver. Johnny Wakefield, Jen McConnell. They're all clocking in with Glenn Cater, Mary Lennington. Another one from Austin, Texas, one of my favorite places to go. Stevie Ray Vaughan right there at the lake alongside the town. Every town has to have a lake, and that's one of the names of a book. As a friend of mine, and don't forget, that's where Lance Armstrong and people like Rick Kent are from. We've got Charlotte Cassie Olsen there going on through. Gabriel Clempton, Shelby Mott there through. Kempt, a very famous artistic name. Anushka Dodd is there. Mark Foley talking about Mark. If Mark Shorter has finished, please come and let us know, Mark. He was doing his 100th. As Brandon Lau dedicates this race to Tina, and Andrea Morissette clocking in with Mitchell Calbone from Oakville, Ontario. Ali Reza Bertoy from Coquitlam, the 72-year-old is there with Carly Contry and Sarah Camille, Barbara Linda. We got Kayla Switlershoff out of Kelowna, first marathon finish there. Sina Kamenehi, where's Nicholas Mostavach. Taylor Gorman, Ken Pratt, Fatima Rose-Tarky. Next up there were Carmen Batsford, Mark Stanley, Heather Chilcott, Bob Anand, the 66-year-old out of Burn, along with Sarah Kennedy, by the way, and Vancouver's Taylor Duncan Barr. First marathon for Taylor at 32 with Nicole Van Zanten, also alongside with Ryan Wrong, Heather Gautier, Sheridan Sashnik, Guillermo Bayard, Stephen Sheward, Keng Hao Chang, 19-year-old Emily Batty from Port Moody, clocking in with Keith Tennant, Lady Smith, Rajneesh Kumar, Kevin Chow. We've got Quentin Gasper there. And he's one of 5 coming from Seattle, Washington. There's Stuart Fina, Regis Schuller, Scott Hansen, Jerome Corredas, Hank Cow, Atsushi Ito from Vancouver with Noah Downey. Guadalajara's Carolina Gutierrez is clocking in. Felicitaciones, she has Marcello Ricci alongside the 23-year-old. We wish you all the very best, guys. We just hope you enjoy the rest of your time here in Canada. So we congratulate these guys. El Comité de las Carreras Voluntarias Patrocinadores y Espectadores. Muchas gracias por su participación en esta grande carrera. There is Mary Isabel Garrido. We got Dokin Chow, Howard Lemos, Ethan Crashley, Danny Wang, Cindy Luer, and Peter Zedi from Mississauga. Next up, Tiva Zanka. We got Harriet Salmon, Brittany Wiseman, Avery Lee, 21-year-old from Victoria, along with Megan Fraser. Same age, same place. Dave Fisher is here as well from Port Moody. Hopefully his wife is watching the action as Daniel Prina is here from Whistler. We got Cambius Ardani, his 6th marathon, and he's out of Richmond. We've got Adrian Lee and Tara Flynn from Victoria. Leif Marston came in from Toronto to join us as Saeed Suleiman Ahmed came in from London to join us as Roger Sanson is there. We got Brianna Clark, first time out there, flew home from New York City. How bad's that? And that home is in Delta. We got Neil Sickert, Chandler Water, Benjamin Pardue, first time with us as well from the man from Washington State. For Curtis Stewart from St. Albert's, 2nd marathon in life at 55 years of age. Scott Donatelli out of Vancouver, the 60-year-old right behind him. With Jim Rutherford, who's also in his age category from Nanaimo. The 56-year-old, there's Kai Merkel. Killian O'Reilly from Reading, all the way from Ireland. Good to have you with us, my man. Sebastian Mark is here. Andrew Pham, Matthew Lakis. We've got Estelle Reyes, Tannis Williamson, Eric Lee, Joel Horrocks from Sherwood Park. It just doesn't stop. Ted Reed, it's been 30 years since his first Vancouver Marathon. He's now the Westband. Eduardo Reynoso, it's 70 years of age. The man from Mexico City now coming up to the finish line as well. And there he is. We can see him just getting close to us at this time. Felicitaciones por excelente tiempo, my friend. We hope you had a good time out there. Welcome to the line. So, bienvenido a la ciudad de Vancouver. There is Mario Kamal and Manuel Mosso, first time marathon finish. We've got Oscar Gutierrez. We got Clint Stibbar and his 2-year-old son is here watching the action, I believe, today is Danny Turner, Andy Lee, Danny Wong, Christine Garucho, Dave Horsfeld. He's moved into the 65-69 division this year with North Vancouver well represented today. Andy O'Callaghan is here from Cumberland. It looks like we've got Matthew Curran next up. We've got Ethan Main, Brian Dick, came in from Nanaimo, Annie G. 2nd marathon for Chan Chia Chu out of North Van. We've got Julia Roma, Dave Wong from Vancouver. Don't forget, there was a Dave Wong who used to host the 15K for many, many years in the late 70s, early 80s. Shui Yang Kwok, Kowloon, Hong Kong, is there at the finish line with Prince George's Cheryl Cornish and Esther Barragan from San Jose del Cabo. Many Canadians go down there. A beautiful place to come from. Alan Hogarth, Jaden Eplet is there from Coquitlam with Colby Giesler, Tyler Henderson, Keenan Proudfoot, Isabella LaRue, Keldon Olmsted, Colleen Fish, Shuli Chow, Caitlin Vanderlee. We've got Sarah Gallagher, Daniel Llanes out of Mexico City. Tony Masil is next up. John Fuller finishing his 17th marathon, I believe. John Asher, father of Caleb and Noah. And Lindsay, his missus, is there. As Dave Aston from Carrigaholt County in Ireland is coming up through with Mark. And we've got a professional violinist coming up the line there. Dina Marks is next behind Dea Duconi and Dale Song. Richard Mansfield at 72. A member of the Prince George Road Runners, I believe. Chloe Greenberg. We got Sean Crow, Molly Turner, Hayden Ord, Alexander Ord. They're together at the line. Well done, guys. Another one of our finishers, Comrade Van Der Eyck. We got Christian Oakenshield. We got Joshua Ruda. Nice to have you with us, a man from Maple Ridge. We got Anthony Greaves, 19-year-old Eva Yueng from Vancouver. There's from Limoges. Nice to have you with us. That's Jasmine Wu, Rodrigo Simidou, Ashton Wang, Sam Day, Mikita Shailin from Toronto, the 24-year-old. It looks like Leroy Gonzaga. We're on Olmsted. Person with lots of support here. We got Michael Yee, Karen Yuen and Ruth Hui running with her sister Eden. and Eden, who is the person. The two Vancouver brides, they're twins, I believe, as well. Fraser McLeod went through. Alina Nuttall from Chilliwack. That was Andrew Metsaros. Ted one up. We got Earl Oda from Michael Teo. Aya Nasha Yima. We got Marco Ferreira from Zapopan. Out of Guadalajara, I believe, from Jalisco. Stephen Montgomery Anderson, his teammates at the Conus Club. We got Cameron Owens. Sahai Garderian from Kelowna. His first race. We got Patrick Ferry from West Kelowna as well. We got Thomas Farron out of Kamloops from Sam Gill, Anisha Varghese, Christine Roby at Marseille. First full marathon for the Vancouver. Right there's Kwok Kwong Cheong as well, Helen Wolf and Jarrett Hayes. Ivan Rodriguez, Dylan Doucette, Victor Liang, Nastasia Swanson and Jordan there together, the Port Moody runners. Daniel Brisson next, the Edmontonian. We got Sarah Anstock, Bradley Dehghan, Guillaume de Albuquerque Neves. The 24-year-old wants to thank his friends who are here and family, hopefully, watching the action as Wasim Garcia out of Houston is next up there. Houston, Texas has Chihuahua from Nicole De Pial from Fort Lincoln, originally out of South Australia, I believe, but now living in Saskatchewan. There's Dana Hart. We got Melissa Rodenberg, Jasper Hoffman, Yu Chen from Vancouver. And interesting, an 18-year-old just went through. I think the youngest athlete we've seen so far is a 17-year-old taking on the challenge of the marathon. And that marathon now 4 hours, 42 minutes since we've seen the first athletes get underway and cross that start line. Tanya Facer next up here with Wei Man Chan and Wak Jink Tam from Hong Kong. They're together. Stephanie Alantos is next up with Madeline Orsini, Jamie Kendi, Bin Su, and Min Hui Chen of New Taipei City. We got Mikola Lysenko from Langley and Lisa Carter in there from Port Moody. There's Jerome Christensen, Axel Schreier Jr. We got Chris Stenberg. Good to see you, Chris. He's actually a professional filmmaker out of Penticton. I've seen his work. He's phenomenal. We got Zach McCown from San Antonio, the home of the Alamo, of course, and we are delighted to welcome him here. And of course, you can go on the river walk there if you are lucky enough to go and visit there. Salina, Texas, Landon Cowles, who's also there. Bruchet come through with Wesley Jones, Nate Chang, Juan Pablo Kelly, Asher Lipson from Port Moody, from Zapopan, who is Juan Pablo. We got Simeon Bronshoff there from Kelowna and Charlene Bradford out of Smithers. We got from Dublin, Ray Buckley, Crystal Gong. And the first marathon for Barry Collins, Alicia Lau next up with Half Moon Bay's Pauline Lauverge. That's 68-year-old. He's through. I believe that looks like we've got James Lau followed by Aislinn. And ladies and gentlemen, Mark Shorter, the 66-year-old from Northland, along with his niece Carrie McGillivray. They come out together, and it's his 100th marathon that he's taken on. There he is, coming up the line in the white and blue strip under the arch at 4:43.37. His mother Shirley sent his best regards. She's happy to see that he's finished. He spends a lot of time with his wife Cara in Oahu as well, but has a home in North Vancouver. But 100 marathons now to his credit. And congrats to my wife for pointing him out, because we were looking forward to seeing him at the line, and we've done so. As Erin Mitra is here, Hannah McGowan, Will Price from Parkland County, Alberta as well, with Stephen Lee, Shalane Grostad, Leah Kumagai. We've got Ling Lockery, Hikaru Merida, Christina, and Kamlesh Kumar. Don't forget the Kumar family, very well known, by the way, because if you're in the music business, you know Kumar Shankar as the nephew of the greatest sitar player in the world, of course, Ravi Shankar. And he was the engineer for nearly all of George Harrison's solo albums. We got to meet him a couple of years ago, so we're very pleased about that. As Michelle Globish from Winnipeg is there, Corey Cheng, Daniel Nay from Dawson City. We got Michelle, followed by Christopher Payne, who's next up there as well from Long Beach, California. Shane Sullivan, Victor Ngo, Megan Livesey, Oliver Z from Vancouver, Yelenas Tristan Ngo is there, Stephanie Potter from Calgary, Sarah Walsh, Emma Black, Gino Lara, Bruce Barn, Thomas Rugiakis from Nijmegen, where they host the familiar walks here. And that is done for the military each and every year, of course. The Nijmegen marches, which are like 50 Ks a day for 4 days. A lot of English race walkers and other walkers go over there to celebrate. But we're delighted to see that they're here with us as we celebrate with some of our Boston Marathon finishers that are here, and all the sort of people that support the sport and particularly support the BMO Vancouver Marathon. Sharon Lockyan Wu from Richmond comes through with Vincent Mercado in there as well. As we got Michael Francis, his 10th marathon, the man from Port Moody. Tammy Mann, her first marathon, the Victoria runner. Hing Fai Wong from Richmond. Kundai Blankson, Perrin Landerboff, Jessica Zawada. Good to see you, Jessica. Emma Boyce from Vancouver. Catherine McGinley also there at the line with Ayako Saito coming in. Thierry Boyce Neuer now out of Vancouver. And the first marathon for Shanna Lieber. She's the 35-year-old out of Northam. Patrick Bernardino from Toronto. Tonya Todd from White Rock and Salima Lally from Surrey heading in with Anna Suichnika out of Vancouver, Jeffrey Liu, Richmond, Dana McKee coming on through. Xia Hui Wu, the 44-year-old, she's out of Vancouver. First time as Raymond is from Hong Kong. That's Wai Man Cheong, by the way, from the New Territories. I've got Saffron Granby, Kieran O'Connor, Sarah Muckle from Strathmore, from Cornell, Michelle Roger, Jeffrey Sonori Shinoki from Coquitlam is there, Giselle Coronel. And she runs for all the dogs and cats that live on the streets by themselves. So we appreciate that very much. She's on the streets, not by herself today, but with 20,000 runners. As Benjamin Despar is there from Montreal. Cassie Kwok, we got Ron Mapu, Ryan Wu, Eugene Lau, we got America Tinoco, Gonzalez, there's Daniel Samai Motlak from Coquitlam, Minoru Nakaoka there, the 47-year-old Vancouver, Erin Chow, we got Nutshap Esaruta, Kelvin Coots, Vincent Perot, Yolanda Barrios, Erin Vandenborn, and Connor Fries. It's Attila Fodor there. Ryan Morgan, Andy Park, Mackenzie Sterling. I'm going as quick as I can. I'm sorry if I miss anyone. There's Danny Kerslake from Saskatoon. The 55-year-old just moved into that division this year. Amadou Diallo is there. Nicole Cormack, Hong B from Richmond. John Livingstone. We've got Jackie Mack, who would like to thank his girlfriend Sheila for working behind the scenes as he wraps up his marathon day. Samuel Gagnon Thibodeau closing in. We've got Dave Thibodeau alongside with Katie Barg, Max Leon, Albert Tremblett, the 75-year-old from Burnaby on his way to the line with 4:47 on the clock. Dominic Smith, his first one with James Trentos. And Danny Duong. Maku Dudney there is Steve Patsy. Don't forget the Dudney Trail. I don't know if he's related to anyone from there, but Alison Greaves, Darren Clare, his second marathon closing in with SU. Next up with Eric Harden, John Gilbert, Rachel Wong, Jordan Fazio, Trish L. Gersma, Tim Lamond. We got Brock Belshard. Belrishard is from Vernon, I believe, and it's his first marathon as it is for a 58th marathon for Jeff Fasula, the 61-year-old from Red Deer County. Alberta, of course. They have a marathon there. They have a triathlon there. There's Jenna Thompson out of Vancouver. Next up there, we got Ian Parfett from Abbotsford, Mike Emino, Brielle Verdette, the 20-year-old Vancouverite. We got Alexander Pribliski closing in. We got Shavon Clark next up, their first marathon coming up. And look at that, the baby in tow. My goodness, a little bit of shake and bake going on there in the final few meters. Bradley Cooper, we got Tian Ross, Van Mierlo, Teruyuki Gashi, Michael Heaslip, Polly Ludlow. We got Morgan clocking in from Kelowna with Mark Goodbranson of the New West, Mexico City's Jennifer Aspiros Bravo. There's Andrea Werner, first of all marathon, and Tatiana Zaitsever out of Burnaby. Lorena Castillo, Fateh Sandhu, 66-year-old Dennis Strasvogel from Prince George is on his way in. Wazam McHugh is there. He's coming up with Crystal Hayward of Abbotsford along with Dmitry Sizov. We got Daniel Babin with his friend Sam Moran, who passed away. He wants to dedicate his race to his friend. Sadly, we lost him through brain cancer. There's Derek West of West Kelowna, James Clancy, Sebastio Payao out of Brasilia. The 65-year-old out the line. Good to see Brazil well represented. Reg Chow, one of our 28-year legacy runners closing in there. We got Kenzie Brown, Huey Wang, Xiao Xing Chen. There is Lisa Harblet, Manuel Zamora, Zachary Cosgrove, Kevin, that is, by the way, who's gone through. Jesse Corzan is there out of Kelowna. We got Matt Bradley from Caledon in Ontario. Fawkes Hoke out there from Vancouver. Giovanni Jeremiah. We got Carl Pidal, Greg Kirk, Julian Grohl. Burnaby and Surrey represented by those three athletes. Joseph Suarez is next up there as well. Veronica Suarez and Luis Felipe Velasco, both closing in together. Mexican runners, Mathieu Gilbert from Longueuil, Quebec. Yash Gill next up with Danielle Elizabeth Palomera Castro from Coquitlam. Jason Hubbard, Nico Orlandi, Pedro Guiaferis, first ever marathon. As Kenneth Moy, Nicole Fioranti, Kamala Olsen, Ted Saburn. Joshua Yamasaki, clocking Joshua just 20 years of age from Woodinville. Hi, Nico. It's Francis Tang clocking in there as well. Sam Hendricks. And 155 pounds of pure role model, as he calls himself. So next up behind him, Dawson Lindell, Carlos Imperial, Jerry Astor, Noemi Fitfield, a first-time finisher at the marathon distance with Mike Garber of Abbotsford, Krista Castellanos, Susan Papuga of Honolulu, Hawaii, 62 years of age. There's Alvin Massison, first marathon for the North Vancouverite with Mei Chung Chang out of Taiwan there from Taipei City. His first marathon for her as well. The 49-year-old is through. Jeff Rivette, Grace Shashuagi out of Amor. There's Michael Shuada, Fang Xiao Chao and Kakuen. We got Brian White and Brandon Steele. TJ Fraser, a 19-year-old local from Zapopan. It's Uriel Rafael Flores. Christopher Lee from Edmonton. We got Liam Goundry from New West. There's Shannon Briggs from Vancouver and Sayaki Komini of Burnaby, first full marathon. And with her husband Brett, we have Heidi Verdago and Brett Virgo from Edmonton. Nice going there, guys. The couple that runs together stays together as he's finishing his first marathon. And Heidi just ran the London Marathon last month as well. And don't forget the other man, the winner today, of course, Yuki Kawauchi. He was the first, not pedestrian, but he was the first non-elite doing that. Even though he is elite, they can step down into the community category. Jack Wilshire there from West Van. For Sober Fitness, he's wrapped up. Fabian Ma, Ben Lee. We got Kathy Duncan here. I want to thank Liz Jansen, her amazing crew. We've got Denise Yang from Nanaimo, Jonathan La, David Muniso. We've also got Nicolas Balan, the first marathon for the 25-year-old local from Trienstein. We've got Hannes Roostolz is there with the Katarina Gregory alongside the 54-year-old from Victoria doing her first marathon. And behind her is Paratosh Arya from Vaughan, Ontario. Kate Bergman is there from Mercer Island. Nada Mohammadian is there. Anatoly Yagmets from Vancouver. From Mississauga, Ashley Amenia, first marathon completed. We got Linda Peruzzi, Robson Alexo. There's Killian James Corbett. We got Viet Vu from New West. From Atlanta, Georgia, Dylan McKenna and Carmen Sal from Vancouver. We got Santina Lynn clocking in. We got James Keeley, partner of Kaylee there at the line. We got John Trueblood from Beeston, Jessica McPhail, the 19-year-old. There's Madeline McLean, Sam Louis from San Francisco. His 140th marathon now completed. Way to go. That is huge performance. And there's Suki Maurice from Vancouver. Clint Lappin from Chilliwack. Sean Ferguson from Reno. We got from Tangerang, that Lucy Connor going through with Kirsten Deasy from Half Moon Bay. Son Jasper asked her to do it. She has now done it. There's Sai Yedavalli, I believe, Marcella Rios. We got Thomas Hubble, Madeline Jones, Emily Barkov. There's Shay Fraser, Patricia Garibay Ayala from Zapopan. Carlo Vincenti is there. We got Nathan Dale, Peter Yinchuin Kwok from Vancouver with Sydney Kaora Hampson, the 24-year-old. There's Jackson Bonu from Surrey, Madison Nardisi. We got Carlos Gallegos from Zapopan. Ballroom dancer Chi Wen Chen is there, and father and Landon and Nolan. Coming from Los Cabos, we got Paula Solveda. There's Caitlin Tang, Deanna Bailey, Haruka Nagai. We got Luis Enrique, Sage Markham next up there, running in honor of his brother Kimi Wan. We want to say a big thank you. Rita Stephanie coming on through from Vanderhoof. Don't forget, we usually see a couple of Wanda and Mark Nemethy. They're usually with us as well. Brian Nemethy, Alex Nemethy. They come from Vanderhoof, or at least Ryan Wanda and Alex do. As Richard Bitcom there is coming on through his 7th marathon finish with us at the BMO. We got Wei Chu, Nadine Setzer, Erin Bennett, Edward Sun, Leslie Cambridge. The first marathon for the North Vancouver. It's Daniel Lean, Carlin Litton and Erasmo Gomez from Adizapan in Mexico. The 67-year-old is now clocking in. And Keen Luong from Vancouver is coming on through Damien Maharaj. We have Gemma Galt from New West, Elena Warrensov out of Kelowna. T. Parker there from Vancouver, running for the first time the marathon distance with Stephen Chan from Burnaby. Is first in the 50-plus division now as well. Ashley Reisberg from Calgary, Jean-Francois Brun from Cape Breton as well. We thank you for joining us. Represent France. We also have Mitchell T next up with John Wang, Christine Hoppy. Cole Methos is there. Farry Ray McGovern and Tende coming in together. One from Winnipeg, one local. Dean Benedetto is there. Benedetto, Allison Leon from Richmond. We got Kate McDonald, her first marathon, and it's her 26th birthday, so 26 miles. What a way to celebrate. Benji Friend is through with Ling Benji, Elliot Reimer, Jackie Brun. And it looks like we've got Renee Everts and Stephanie Human, Samantha Cassis out of London, Ontario. We've got Bernice Pam, Francis Mock, and we've got Wing Wong out of Richmond doing this for Hong Kong Arthur, who finished line. We've got Danny Chang next up there from Richmond as well. Amanda Taylor through Lillian Wu. We've got Kate Newbury, Laura Dennison, White Court represented by Kate. There's Brian Berry and Harris. We've got Jake Jimenez, Stephen Smith, Megan Phillips, Kelsey Orpin, Bromwing Carradine, Pragnesh Patel, Asteria, It looks like Noel Malchi is coming up to Amy Rawlinson. We got a 7-year-old marathon father along with her as they come to the line. The 35-year-old with Jessica McHegg out of Seattle, her second BMO marathon about to be completed.
I'm just thinking about all of the wonderful spectators that came down here. You might be thinking, hey, I might want to run a marathon someday. I hope you're thinking that. And there's so many great races in Vancouver to get involved with. The Run Van Society also organizes the 10K Turkey Trot on Granville Island every Thanksgiving Monday, and the Great Trek Half Marathon are organized by Run Van, who are the same volunteer organization that organized this event.
And a big congrats to Kaylin and Spencer Straub out of Richfield, Washington. They just came in together. Yunya from Japan was also there. Caitlin Tam of Markham, Ontario. We have Anchun or Lauren Zhang. We have Harvey Eng, Cynthia Saicedo, Sarah Kiampava of Vancouver from Kamakura. That's Kyoko Masunaga. Congrats to you and we wish you well. Otsukaresima Deshta, Vancouver Marathon Kanso Omedeto. We appreciate you taking on this challenge. Subarashi Marathon Finish Omedeto. We have Kit Ying Ho, Michelle Tabor, Henry Wong, Paul Beckman. They all come through with Lang Law. Mackenzie Owens out of Vernon, originally out of Edmonton, a first-time marathoner. There's Nikolai Petrovich as well at 19, the Coquitlam man about to wrap up his marathon. We had Edmontonian Victoria Tuano up there as well, Ossie Sabo from Richmond, and Nick Hopewell. Good to see you, my friend. He's now moved into the 50-54 division. He's done the ultra triathlon before, and now, of course, includes on day one you do a 10K swim and a 90-mile bike or 145K. Then they do a 275K the next day on the bike, and then they run a double marathon, 84.4K on day number 3. Let's give them a big hand here. We've got a running for Margot Conrad. That is Stuart Andre. Kelly Voters there. Rachel Stevens, Puyan Zade, Tanya Cole. We got Aiden Sproul, Arturo Marcano. We have Kian Long out of Manville, Texas. Dale Hammer, Tegan Davis, Emma Holmes from Ottawa. We got Grace Holmes from Revelstoke. We got Kaylee Brady from Revelstoke and Josh Reed, the 21-year-old out of Ontario from Thorold. Brian Hope is alongside as well from Kingston, Ontario. And James Johnson arriving from Trail. That is Tyler McCauley and Evan Palmer from New West. They're all in the home stretch there, Dave.
And we're coming up to the 5-hour mark, and it would be fun to try to get the crowd engaged with a huge cheer as we get 30 seconds before 5 hours.
And you can imagine how good it feels for these guys. They want to get this over because it's getting a little cooler. So we're really happy. I don't think we've ever had this many people here at the line. As Raymond Wong, the 64-year-old from Richmond, is clocking in here. Graham McIntosh, Evan Palmer, Tyler McCauley, Fred Smallwood, Rachel Gisbers, Miho Kumamoto, Lisa Bowler's second marathon. The first was in Mexico City. We got Marco Kulgaga there from Vancouver. George Watson, the 53-year-old, his first marathon with us, his 7th run overall at the marathon distance. Mitchell Rutherford coming in, Yunyo Kim, Sandy Situ, and Nippon Agarwal from Surrey. We got Scott Wallace as well from Victoria, Jake Sutherland as well, the 24-year-old Vancouverite. We've got Zach Holland from Campbell River, Ross Williams, Mike Piperzan out of Guelph, Ontario, his first marathon. We are now 1 minute away from the 5-hour mark.
1 minute away. Come on, let's make some noise and really help them up Pender Street. There is a hill coming up Pender. They have run for 5 hours.
And here we go with Shubik Roy. He's a great photographer himself. We'll have his photo on the line with Roxanne Diaz, Koei Lee, Kim Jones, Lana Ladane. We're 40 seconds away from the 5-hour mark. Yuan Yuan, Christine Thomas, Mayran Kanjian from Langley Township, Mia Hay, the 19-year-old Vancouverite, Dylan Runkle running in memory of John Farrow. I think you would appreciate what you've done here. Here we go, 30 seconds. Fabian Christoph is coming. Wendy Johnson, Fernando Moreira, Kimberly Pickett, Robert Eskew, Lisa Chen, Tatlin Ho. Hard as you can, guys. Look at this, as we've got our photographers there to capture the moment. Clock reads, and don't get some of these guys are 5, 10, 15, even 20 minutes. There's 10 seconds till we get to the 5-hour mark. So let's join us in a countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's 5 hours on the clock as we see Nigel Hay there from Regina, Saskatchewan clocking in with Lorena Peters, Sophia Glavis, Matt Albertson, William Gill, Sheen Cardwell, Charlie Marceau Lucier from Montreal, Taylor Brodster, Angie Manville. We got Alex Kahn, Fight for Freedom Indeed, Kirsty Prochowski from Kamloops, Adam Jurgens, Oliver Lloyd, And originally out of England, I believe, but staying up in Whistler. We got Nathaniel Augustin as well from London, Ontario. There's Cathal O'Rourke. He's out of Vancouver. We've got Jennifer Chu behind him, the Surrey runner. And from St. Paul, Minnesota, it's Erin Delaney. Twin Cities Marathon there they have. We today have not only a marathon, we have a half, we have an 8K. We've got Emily Edwards coming in with Zhen Huang, Oliver Lutz from Garten, Austria represented there. Josie Sitiawana at Apoco, Jasper Chima from Vancouver, the 62-year-old Guillermo Alvarez from Mexico. We got Candice Red Sophie out of Richmond. The last time was 10 years ago. So the 41-year-old Candice Reed Sawyer. We got Mariano Colicchio from Vancouver, Jordan Davis, Timothy Alliong from Boston. He's also got Conrad Player behind him. He's out of Seattle. We've got Oliver Harvey from Reigate. That's in England, I believe. Ian Hertzinger is there as well. And we got Jason Bradley running for Len Bradley. We got Sheila Hacken in there. Eric Pimola. Good to see you, Eric. It's good. His family were two of his aunt and uncle were two of the very first people ever to do an Ironman distance race in 1983. And he's running. He's done that himself, but brilliant time. Well done. Therese Long is there. Robin McBeath is there with Elise Fryer. Leah Sturchiak from Kirkland, Washington. Her first marathon was 10 years ago right here in Vancouver. Good to have you back here with us. Annie Lou Escalante Hernandez is there. Jacqueline Foley, mother of three incredible girls. Scarlett, Evangeline and Everly. Hopefully they're watching the action. As Pat Dick from Abbotsford. Yong Sang is there. Eugene Salamanca. We got Melissa Cater, Teresa Gomez. Bradley Gusta, Mohamed Abarawi from New West. We've got Jack Meinhardt, identical triplet as well, by the way, but he says he's the best looking. Ava Neely from Calgary clocking with Luca Bracken out of Fasal de Arcos. Courageous Women of Afghanistan is what she's running for, and we appreciate that. Don't forget, a gentleman, a great Canadian, did a film, and he got some Afghani women running while he was over there, and he did a great job for us as well in producing a documentary on that. It's Jason Hughes, Nate Flavelle, Katrina Barks are coming in. Allison Rondeau is the 31-year-old from New West. There's Martin Cheatham. We got Sebastian Mostovash out of Gatineau, Quebec. Mahalia Cochran, Xinjiang Zhang out of Richmond. There's Chia Che Fu. We got Sunsuke Akaza, Yvette Flores Rosas out of Merida. Brenda Mayland out of Vancouver with Wim Moa, sorry. Todd Series there. We got Dave Lillick out of Guelph. Dean Ritchie, grandson of Leighton, a great legend there. We've got Felipe Santander. We've got Emma's first marathon finish coming up for the 19-year-old from Vaughan, Washington.
And I just wanted to take a short break now because Kate has to go back to Toronto, and she came all the way out to help us do the color, interview people she knows very well, and give her expertise and perspective. So I know you're going to do a little wrap-up, but it's been an absolute pleasure calling this race both live and on the streaming service. Kate.
Well, thank you so much, Dave and Steve. This has been an absolutely spectacular weekend, culminating with an incredible day, 3 different races, 1 finish line, the 51st edition of the BMO Vancouver International Marathon, Half Marathon, and 8K. It's been an absolute honor being out here. The crowds have been fantastic. Don't forget that you can turn your bib in downtown to take advantage of many of the partnerships that we have with local businesses.
And we want to say a big, big thank you to Kate Van Buskirk because what an amazing job she's done. She was our national champion in 2013, 2014, bronze medalist in Glasgow at the Commonwealth Games at 1,500 metres, indoor record holder at the mile with a 4:26. And NACAC 5,000 metres, she got a 3rd there. Been a cross-country team member for our World Championship team as well, and has gone sub 15 minutes for 5,000 metres. Thank you, Kate. What a wonderful job she's done here today.
Well, trust Steve to be the stats guy. Thank you so much for that. And again, whether you've been joining us on the live stream, thank you for tuning in from all over the country and all over the world. And thank you to everyone who is here in person, whether you were cheering, competing, volunteering, working for all of the organizations that put on this incredible weekend, an unbelievable event. Thank you, thank you. Record-breaking numbers, record-breaking energy. We're going to do it all again next year. Make sure that you're here for one of the most anticipated destination marathons in the world. We want to thank you all for joining us, and back to Steve.
Have a safe journey home, Kate. And thank you so much. Wonderful to meet you formally. As Anna Leach just went through the line, one of Canada's greatest boxers as well, I see, was there. As Pedro Francaroli Nato from Coquitlam, Bella's dad, is here with us. Fabian Martinez out of Mexico is coming through the line. We've got Jeff McDonald. Elva Cosgrave from Squamish, the first marathon. There's Jose Fabula living up to that great name. We've got Brian Peck, I think marathon number 11, including Vancouver twice, Boston 3 times, New York City, even Aruba. And there's one of our pacemakers. And don't forget, we have marathon maniacs in the team as well that are coming up. We've got Lisa Aho, Beatrice Santos, Bryce Dallin, Chantrelise, Tommy Chu. We've got Misha Durston from Surrey, a first marathon. Wife and son are here as well. We got about 1,200 left on the course, and don't forget we had 20,000. Sergei Skowrovnikov out of Burnaby is there at the line as well. First marathon, longest distance for him as Chris Shaw comes through with Chris Conway, Ben Tishan as Sammamish. We got Emma McKean from Vancouver and from Brookfield, Wisconsin, Herong Sang. There's Brooklyn Fedoretz Maxwell from New West. We got Dom Griffiths out of Burnaby along with Shauna Foster. Jake Gordon, the first marathon coming up for Ricardo Cordova out of Vancouver, and we've got Matt Arnier from Langley. First marathon for the cyclist from India. So good to have you with us, Madhav. We got Samuel Moran there from Langley as well. Raymond Seymour from Boko. Julia Nakamura. There's Katrina Baptiste from Oliver. Member of the Soyuz Indian band, I believe. So we're delighted to see her in action with us. Sam Baptiste, a friend of ours, used to be the chief of the Soyuz Indian band. And of course, the man now who's done so much work for them is still their chief. As we got Colleen Neyman, Luis Damian Sanchez Guzman. And their chief, by the way, their latest chief, he's been around for a long time. They've done a great job, especially with that resort that they have down there. And that's, if you're a wine taster or you love your wines, that's the place to go. As Gonzalo Arguez from Zapopan comes in, Shamak Faraman from North Van is there, Maria Cleaver from Chilliwack, and from the Costa Rican jungle, I hear. Paulina Andrichenko from Squamish is there. Second local run for Nicholas Genovese, A.V. Lee. We got Kaho Chan, first marathon for the Coquitlam runner. Fanny Yuen alongside with Jeremiah Marino from Poco. From Carsland, Alberta, that looks like Rebecca McKenzie. Danny Greenan out of Vancouver. We got Renee Toxapias there, first marathon for the Calgarian. We've got Jessica Riscala, second marathon for Lorena Barbera from North Band. We've got Zhang Yi Jing from Burnaby. Graham Miller is there. Eduardo Medina from Merida coming back to race with us as well. So, felicitaciones. There's Judith Metcalf from Burnaby along with Pavel Marcheco. Kimberly Lindemann, a first marathon for the Cochrane, Alberta, 41-year-old. Giuseppe Leonardo Di Talisi from San Fermo Bellabata. Great to have you with us. The 61-year-old has got Sachin Govender of Vancouver and Carl Buchanan there from outside. The first marathon coming up. Under the arch they'll go. Marek Gucharski from Edmond. We got Lucas Gabarski from Duval, Washington, the 46-year-old, followed by Cormac Robinson from Daniela, Washington. That's John Deere. We've got Louise Phillips from Sistine. There's Eric Jones from Burlington. Max Blaumauer from Vancouver. We've also got 78-year-old Jan Selman back in action and shortly back at the line. Congratulations, been running many years. We've got Sebastian Arguedas Soli clocking in with Keith Holmes, and Rio Hainekai from Nagahama just arrived from Japan last week and will be a student here with us. Malcolm MP, Carrie Moore. We've got David O'Sullivan, Hjalmar Seltzer from Denver Island closing in. Your sister says you need to hurry up. There's Al Harmon, the 61-year-old. His 20th event, but 19th Vancouver Marathon now completed. Matt Field is there. We've got the Kamloops Run Club represented. I believe Howard Goodman is from there. We've got Maury Lamas from Surrey. His beautiful daughter Andrea watching, hopefully. Julian Pedersen is there. Her last marathon was 25 years ago, so nice to have you with us again. Cameron Chin from North Van is here. Marisa Ashley, Jessica Katzin. We've got Kelly Wang, Lyra Davliachina from Vancouver. First marathon coming in. Denise Koskuna.
And I'd like to just take this. Sorry, I thought you were bumping out. Just wanted to thank our partners that make the marathon possible. BMO, the Bank of Montreal, the Province of British Columbia, Sport Hosting Vancouver, Downtown Vancouver Running Room, Brooks Running, Exact Nutrition, and Noon Hydration.
Stephanie Astel will be turning 60 in 3 days. We wish you well. And I say a big hi to a friend of mine. Nice to see him once again, who's coming on through. We see him, he's done the Comrades Marathon many, many years, and he turns up at our finish lines many times. We just saw Penny Tabitsade there as well, the aspiring author and dentist to be with Jose Gosina, Josefina Gutierrez Limon behind from Zapopan, Tristan Matthews, Selena Jones from Squamish, Sarah Earnhardt from Edmond. That's in Oklahoma, by the way. We've got Sham Pison going through, Urbano Flores Rodriguez from Saltillo, Mexico. There's Calvin Carbonell, Kirkland, Jade Yang Cam Wing. We got Quentin Sweeney, Jordan Reed, another Austin, Texas athlete, and I love it down there. They do a great triathlon. They have a capital 10K there that's very popular. Often won in around 29 minutes. He's a 29-year-old. Monique Dreidiger there from Langley. Manoa Seth from Seattle. Anthony Greville Hampson, the 65-year-old Vancouverite. And we got Mother of Avery, Shanti and Cabri, and that is Tyus Franca Rodriguez from Nanaimo coming in with Raymond Mark Escalona. There's Sarah Nicole Reymanis. We got Ben Ryan, Kendi Gurin, Kirsty is here with Delaney and Fabrice. We got Basie Key, Joanna Schau, Jennifer Kyunki, Lorenz Grunebel. And that's out of München, Munich, of course, I believe. We've got Shelly-Ann Toop from Nanaimo closing in. We've got Neve, the Irish athlete there, the first marathon completed for Neve Whelan there out of Vancouver. We got Mark Kubernik, Poco Quetlam, Poco represented with Dominique Tin, next out of Vancouver. We've got James Reed, the 18-year-old from West Van, a first marathon. Ai Chao Wan next up with Victor Temprano, Sheng Yao Cho. We've got Grace Jenner, Belby Washington, Kyla Drozgowski there. I believe it's her first marathon. Been on a health journey for a couple of years now. The co-curriculum runners closed in with Matt Luce of Westfield, Indiana. He did the Boston Marathon 10 years ago. It's his first marathon, though, since 2016 as Cornelius Poon, Julie Rayburn, Chow Wee Ding, Kim Wilson, Ariane Gassimi, Isaac Lamb are all clocking in there together. I see we had Andre Vachon, Christopher Thomas, and Joseph Kaplan there, Marco Sawyer. Richard Gage, he wants to thank Jalen and Lucas and know that he let them beat him. Pascal Couton, originally from France, now racing out of Coquitlam, of course. There's Martha Gavinsky from Seattle, clocking in, the 30-year-old. We got Mark Shorter, the man who celebrated his 100th marathon here with us today. The Chi Shin Chow from Burnaby clocks in with Michael Burt from Calgary. We got Ethan Sui, the 22-year-old Richmond runner, with Amanda Dominguez out of North Van, and Winnipeg's Tendakai Matsika. There's Aiden Lee from Vancouver and Erin Martinez. She's running her first marathon out of Long Beach, California. Great to have you as a visitor here in Vancouver. As Whiting San and Hendricks Polis Bisson, they're there. And Takashi Tatsumi, 175 marathons to his credit, 74 years of age and 175 marathons.
Unbelievable.
Wow. There's Joseph Serrano is there, Katrina Cheng, Dylan Kong, Michelle Menard, Debbie Callahan. We've got Messias Urafi fundraising for the BC Cancer Foundation. Thank you so much for that. As we got Rob Daniel, of course, our first marathon after having a stroke. So thank you and congrats on getting back on the line. Lorna Ross is there. Hakan Isler, originally from Turkey. And now out of Vancouver, there's Sir Angel from Vancouver. We've got Santiago Badachi from Surrey. Michelle, Tim, Livia, hopefully you're here to witness that finish. There's Dominic Alec and the 30-year-old. We got Lydia and Lana. Your dad just completed his first marathon. There's Ashley Nadashev from Kelowna. Clement Wong. We got Pina Ann Sharma from Gibsons. Kelly Morrison. We got Max Ablimit. He's an Yu-Gi-Oh! And Avery Brana. So don't forget to support the Uyghurs. They've been having some difficulties, of course, where you live in a nation which unfortunately doesn't support you as you would like. As Brendan Bernardo is there, we've got Peyton Brearley from the Canadian Armed Forces. He's one of the medics. It's his 30th birthday. We want to thank all the medics who are involved here. As we've got Shicheng Jiang, the 18-year-old first marathoner coming up for him under the arch he goes. Jessica Weaver's gone through. We've got Toby Eslake from Vancouver. The Tootiness Cowboy in the Wild Wild West, as we like to say. Zephyr is there. We got Chio Kwok, Nadia Milish, Alessandro Pizzeres. We got Haluk Machesi, first timer. We got Andre Felipe, Marino Gomez, I believe. Julia Kakabov. We got Pascal Rondot, Issaquah Washington, and that may be a beer that they've got there at the line. We'll wait to find out. As Laurie Longyear comes through, we got Steve Garaski, the 65-year-old from Bellingham, Washington. There's Adam Paris clocking in, first marathon finish. Carly Robinson. We had a Mr. Philip Robinson closing in early. You remember I talked about the Comrades Marathon, that 90k races. Valine Thwaites out of Oliver's there with Susan Twee. Canadian Marathon Maniac came through just a moment ago. Bradley Hayward, Tiana Tarek, Aman Upal, Matthew Kellogg, Mike Turney, Matthew Barrett, Toshiki Hakawara, they're all clocking in. Daniel Rodzek, the man from Mission, finished the mission today, which was get the line as Ráez Chan did so. Jesus Elias Rangel has done so from Monterey. There's Hannah Gordon as well. Darcy Corder, Will Bunderfield, Jonathan Dawson, Sun Kit Low. We got Eunice Stu, Ryan Boogie, Gary Fitzgerald, Man Kit Hung. They are fast and furious. Darlene Fong is there. First half was completed before. Laura McKecker, Manchun Hung, Rakesh Popley, Miranda Days, Payuki out of Burnaby. There's Jandashit Bra. We got Katrina Babini, Omar Kumas, Daniela Flores Jimenez, and Omar, by the way, just 18 years of age. Matt Perry's there, Lexi Quinn, Peter Costa, Matt Hartwig. We got Farron Walinger, Rita May Valmores, Filipino from Thailand, came to Vancouver a while ago. As Guangjiang Chen is there, Caroline Nadeau, and Hector Barrios. Hector from Mexico, Caroline from Quebec. I got Sarah Sweeney, Eureka Nakano, looks like Miyu Matsukata. There we go. Dominique Francesca Leok, Dusty Wong. Adrienne is there. We got Erin Derbyshire Sheriff next up with Brenda Wheatley, Jim Kwan, Su Ping Chan. We got Nigel Fish. Good to see Taipei City represented once again. That's our fourth athlete from Taiwan, I believe, who's come through line. Phoebe Yanisi Kupkamas there from Merida. There's Thomas Kennedy, Coy Taylor, John Chu. First full marathon for John. And Aubrey DeLima, thank you very much for raising funds for the Canuck Place Children's Hospital. We got Dave Hart, Brent Butcher, Jiang Gu from West Van, Tedeschi Yamura, Dorota Calamars is there with Jerry Lynn, Christine Lascum out of Williams Lake. We got Hyunjin Kim, we got Hamami Shirai, there's Morelia Jacobo, one of our pacemakers. That's a 5-hour pacemaker. That would have been in the last wave. There's two of them as well, so thank you so much. They would have gone off in the last wave, so they were in fact, I believe, 4 minutes inside the time, and so anyone running with them would have done the time that they were hoping for.
And I didn't get a chance to thank all the sponsors. I left off at Noon Hydration, and we couldn't do it without you. Lots of companies step up and really invest a lot of energy. Harmless Harvest, A Kiss Water, Young Pharmacy.
Marathon number 431 is coming up. The incredible Dr. Janet Green, the 69-year-old from Courtenay. Look at that, 431 marathons now being completed. 5:17. My guess is that is a sub 5-hour clocking. Well done, Janet. We have Stephen Goodness. She is one of our legacy runners, of course, as well. And amazingly, she had an accident a while ago that really took a toll on her shoulder, but she has managed to wrap up today's event as she has done on 470 previous occasions. Alana Stewart just went in there. Brandon On and Mercedes Zatino from Nanaimo. We got Jade Reed, the first full marathon for Jade. There's Andres Mercano, Annette Missouriak from Seattle, Jody Fernquist, Robin Gill. We got Connor Wong, John Pham from Mississauga. We also have Christopher Matthews from Woodinville. We got Rong Lee closing in, Ana Lupita Valencia from Merida. Again, we've got so many athletes that came in. It was amazing to see as many Mexicans as we did taking on the challenge. 550 came up from Mexico to join us. Alexina Picard next up to the line. Andrew Chokar. We got Islam Aminul there. First one down. More to come for the 24-year-old Vancouverite. We got Kevin Johnson of Squamish. Michael Grunker finished his first marathon. And Erica Elizabeth Okoa in Zunzu went through with Anthony Wright, Port Moody, and Robin Shee out of Burnaby. Over to you again, Dave.
Yes, and just to want to, again, get to the end of my list of all the sponsors, Stay Vancouver Hotels, Bell Media, BC Athletics, and Athletics Canada. Thank you to all of these companies that year after year come back and support this worthwhile community event. It's the 51st running of the BMO Vancouver International Marathon.
And we just saw Cheyenne Keefe of Victoria closing in there, the 24-year-old, with Wendy Watts, the Graham Z from Burnaby, the 62-year-old. There's Jay Southall from Whistler, Kian Chiang from Bellevue, Washington, and Jeremy Gennati, who lost 100 pounds training for this over the last 10 years out of West Sacramento, California. We had Saeed Krishna from Vancouver. From Los Cabos, Terry Esnal is closing in. From Bowen Island, Maria Whitehead. From Vancouver, Winnie So is about to close in. Maggie Moore is there as well, the Seattleite, 31-year-old, first marathon finish coming up. Amit Hampol from Vancouver clocking in with Shaun D. Smith of Richmond. And Christian Coco there out of Vancouver, the 53-year-old. Behind Christian, we got Karthik Rangaraj out of Calgary, the 45-year-old. He's only 10 metres now away from clocking in, and it will be a sub 5:20 clock time as well for him. Behind Karthik, we've got Horace Tang of Burnaby. We've got Sarah Glazier of Vancouver. They're within the final few metres of wrapping up their day. And we want to thank the people who are greeting them at the finish line. We've got medics there. We've got people who hand out the medals. And we've got our VIPs sitting and eating and drinking. It looks like Mary is down there and Jim Hines. What a job they do for BC Athletics throughout the year. Pretty much every race on the Lower Mainland you see them. And we thank them so much. There's Reece Ream, Adam Long, they're closing in. Chris Johnson is here out of Victoria. Mankili Krishna Kumar from Bethel, Washington. Erin Irving, Gloria Coulthorne from Ottawa. Rich Badovsky from Maple Ridge, from Taipei City, Mei Ling Lin. We got from Hong Kong, Peg Lee Leung. We got Ying Shishu from Vancouver, along with Bryn Scott, Jennifer Turong from Surrey, Hugo Pinot from Surrey, Jeffrey Kibble, who supports veterans battling operational stress injuries. We appreciate that. The man from Victoria. There's Anna Swanson, Trudy Barber, 71-year-old, out of Gibson's clocking in. Anna Jackson out of Northam from Chilliwack, Kalia Tiotti. And from New West, we got John Carver, Melissa Mateo, first marathon for the New West, Melissa. And a first marathon for Brittany Coulter of Vancouver at 32 years of age as well. Brian Brittany from Mercer Island, first marathon closing in here for the 42-year-old in the form of Juliet Toro Tenaro, and Senan De Leon out of Richmond, meters behind, with Sarah Stott, the Vancouverite, another first major marathon and goal completed for Sarah's. Chi Ming Lee from Taipei City there, he's only 25 meters away. And I was talking to Dave a while ago about what he did in Taipei City, but from Voorheesville, New York, Jamie Goodman, Alexander Durazo from Nogales, Arizona, closing in here as well. Helen Sabarin from Gibson's, 81 years of age from Gibson's. There you see heading to the line, ladies and gentlemen, massive run for us. Charlie Shear from Van is behind her. We've got Eric Yearn from Vancouver, 23-year-old. Gerdit Budwal, the 62-year-old from Abbotsford. Been running since high school as we get Julia Hernandez from Atizapan to Zaragoza, the 52-year-old, with Michelle Engel of Nanaimo, Brenda Engel in there from Port McNeil, so mother and daughter, I believe, together. Zuna Lu from Richmond clocking in with Kerry Dipsky of Chilliwack. Awaris running with her daughter, and that daughter is Hayley Dipsky out of Chilliwack. We've got Garan Trinish in there with Hades Orozco from Zapopan, from Whistler, Blythe Solar, Alison Baker out of Burnaby, Don Ignacio from Edmonton, Howard Kwan from Burnaby, Langley Sean Dickey at 45, Darwin Ordis of Abbotsford at 46. Oliver has Tonya Fries for the 30-year-old. Oliver has a 10K there that Jeff Simons has won before. Jeff, one of the best in the business at the Ironman distance. We see Kate Nasato of New West, Erin Fancher from Portland, and Mi Kwan Kwong and Jordan Brown. We also have Roxana Lastiri Rangel from Leon de la Sartama. She's a Mexican autism mum, by the way, that's what she states, but she has now clocked in under the arch. Back to you, Dave.
And it's hard to believe, but these people have been running since 8:30 this morning. So as many of you were getting out of bed, these people were already on the road. So it is absolutely fantastic. And these are the true heroes. These are the athletes that are really, really working hard to bring it home. And we're so pleased that they have such a robust, large crowd. I think this is the biggest crowd that we have had out at the finish line, and they really need to hear you cheering them on.
And amongst those they cheer on, Venkatesh Ayaswamy from Surrey went through. We had, I believe, Gina Kim of Kirkland, Shu Sarai from Vancouver, Angel Lee out of Surrey, just moved into the 60-plus division, as did Alejandro Blumenkranz out of Vancouver. We also have Brian Marley from Burnaby, a first full marathon in 5 years for him. From Los Cabos, Tara Esnal, Jessica Murley from Poco, finishing a first with Jatinda Dhaliwal from Abbotsford. Rohit Joseph next up there.
Way to go, Rohit!
And Ian Tony, that's
way to go, Rohit.
We also have Greg Welsh there from Budaya. Don't forget there's another famous Greg Welsh, a 5-time champion at triathlon from Olympic distance right through to Ironman distance. There's Diego Armstrong, Bruce Edwards, Calgary and Surrey represented with Mark Friesen, Cathal Thurley. We got Cara Evans, the first marathon, and on her 37th birthday for the lady from Kamloops. Behind her, Madison Evans is there. We have Cameron Marshall from Squamish, Nha Lee, the Bury in Washington representative. The 41-year-old is Derek Nickel from Saskatoon. As running to raise awareness of their new company, which is right here in Vancouver. As James Wright of Vancouver is clocking in with Randy Chin of Langley. He wanted to say a big thank you to the volunteers and the people who support him along the way. Greg Litchke from Courtney is here. Cornelius is not here, he's at home, but his coach mentor is here with Marius Small of Hyattsville, Maryland. We got Vancouver's Ruby Wilkinson, Vicky Young from Richmond Hill, Ontario, into that 60-64 division as Mafumi Zella from Vancouver clocks in with Chilliwack's Rebecca Vanderhorst. And from Makati City in the Philippines as Sarita Almora, we had Tyson Tabanya from Vancouver at 19 years of age, also clocking in. And there was Brody McCord of Calgary, Dylan Matthews from North Van, and the first time doing this race for Thea Black, the 46-year-old out of Courtney. Clarissa Turi from Calgary next up, and Kathy Tong from Markham, Ontario, along with Jason T. Kathy is from Markham, Ontario, Jason from West Vancouver, and Phil Robinson. You remember I told you about the 73-year-old from Abbotsford who's run Comrades Marathon 24 times. That is at 90 kilometers. There he is again, my friend. Good to see you. It's one of the greatest races in the universe.
Congratulations.
And we're always delighted to see Phil back in Vancouver with us as he comes under the arch at 5:25.53 as Kaylee Hillman from Halifax, Nova Scotia was right alongside him.
And it's been a record-breaking year on a number of fronts. We had a record number of entrants this year, over 6,000 entries, making this the largest marathon event in Canada. And we also broke the course record for the women's marathon. And I think we've recorded the most enthusiastic crowd ever. It has been absolutely fantastic. Let's bring them on. Come on. Let's hear it. Cheer. Make some noise.
We had the Bakarakis family happy there as Janet and James Lee also clocking. Actually, Sola, Ella Creed, the 18-year-old from Kelowna. Curtis Flack doing a 5th marathon there, the Edmontonian. As Kian Brony from Maple Ridge, first marathon finisher for her, the 26-year-old. Lubomir Magdalene also finishing for the first time. The Kamloops runner from San Carlos, so we've got Sam Sargent. From Nepal, Shanti Adhikari now lives in Surrey, of course. But we got Nicholas Kunst out of Washington State, along with Mackenzie Kohler, Wells Xu from Abbotsford, Nick Monpetit from Vancouver, with William Yan and Chiao Chu Cheng from Richmond, Wendy Hoy, Farazan Razi, and Kirby Sipek from Denver, Colorado, with Alexis. They were going to do their first international marathon. So congratulations. There's Kishore Sivanesan there from Vancouver, clocks in with Sally Tai. Yang Wang out of Vancouver. Maria Felolati from Pasco, Washington, started running only in December of 2019. And that's a 3rd marathon finish for Marifel. We've got Robbie Blythe there as well. She's out of North Van. Never thought she'd be a runner. Now she's the marathoner. Jonathan Bultimer is there. Geordie Mundy. Eric Hudop from North Van. We got Juan Rico from Langley. Zach Hornby from West Kelowna. First marathon finish. Angela Springate from Edmonton. We've also got Siddharth Boomba. And we've got Jordan Funk Shaver. Asian Lee from Vancouver. Gavin Burke is there. Don't forget, sir, the 24-year-old has got Tom Sloan right behind the 68-year-old from Bellingham now wrapped up as well, first marathon. We've got Sandy Parker from Seychelles, also a 68-year-old. Maria Eugenia Muller Ibarra from Vancouver clocking in. And Carlos Capetillo from Monterey. It's a 13th marathon, unlucky for him because it's a 5:28, so he's still got 1:45 till we get to the 5.5 hour mark. As Kyle Allen is clocking with Pete Chan. Christy Mulcahy from Kamloops wrapping up a first full marathon as well, as you can see, heading up the home stretch with Murray Curday from Kirkland, Washington behind, who just moved into the 50-54 division. Netchia de Craga there from Vancouver, and Fee Clunder from Waterford, Ontario, celebrates her 50th birthday, the mother of 3 teenage girls, and hopefully they're all here. If not, they're checking in on the line. As Adil Hamey, the 18-year-old local, comes to the line. Tiffany Andre from Vancouver right behind, as Long Beach, California is represented by Elizabeth Ramirez, who's heading home. We've got Danny Nunez next up here from Seattle, Washington. Behind him, we've got Eduardo Araca Romero, the 37-year-old. Again, it's great to see so many Mexicans and people from South America with us, as Victoria Gerban from North Van comes through. We've got Carla Verge from North Van. We've got Mickey Sullivan from Calgary, Tara Berenger, Margaret Wong from Forest Hills, New York. There's Vancouver's Bong Lim Kim, the 65-year-old. She's now coming up the line with her. The row bottom is Smithers, and the Nanaimo's Emily Robot. We have Eddie Mularis from Bellingham next up here with North Vancouver's Amir Hosseini, as Chris McRae from Surrey clocks in. A first marathon coming up for Dewa Blankson, the 26-year-old. He's now wrapping it up. Came in from Gatineau, Quebec to join us. And from Eugene, Oregon, 23-year-old Abby Frank is coming on through the line. Christine Shin out of Seattle is there. We've got Rachel McCann of Vancouver. We've got Ron Miyataki of Cedro Woolley, Washington, the 62-year-old. But it's the first marathon finish for Burnaby runner by the former 28-year-old Lauren Badiong. And we've got Dimos Papantonio out of Poco coming in there, the 47-year-old. He runs for Canada and he runs for Greece. Justin Dean used to weigh 260 pounds at the end of last summer. Been on a journey to make it possible to get to the marathon. The 27-year-old Vancouverer is going to do so. Congratulations. He's got Mike M from New West behind, along with Marianne Siochi. We've got Zoltan Bass from Vancouver, Byung Chol Lee from Surrey, from Toronto. We've got Wei Min Su and Yuan Chiao. They're coming in together, hand in hand there. They are side by side. We're in the same singlets as well. So good to have so many Torontonians with us. We got Mark Bonus from Sea Shelton. The bonus is getting to the finish line, which he's about to do. We got from Quezon City in the Philippines, Arsenio Balasacan. Dave Kitchell from Seattle. Aika Yamashita from Vancouver. From Cowichan Bay, it's Colleen Watkins, Kelly Kirby, Charlotte Ashton. Mill Bay and Toronto represented there as Alexandra Osorio. Maynard Bees from Burnaby is there. Abdurrahman Ghanan there, the bronze medalist in the highest ultra in the world. So a great one for the Coquitlam athlete as Tarek Talat, first BC Marathon in Canada for the Surrey man. Maria Mendez Diaz next up there with Brenna Epp, Joseph Topley. I don't know if Brenna's related to Anthony yet, but don't forget Ian Helena Tom just came out with a movie called 13 Miles. That's all about triathlon. You may want to check that out. Joseph Topley from London was there. We got Mogil Bachaloon, one of our Mongolian runners. So isn't it good to see a Mongolian runner with us in form of Mogil? Thank you for taking on this challenge. Kevin Gow finishes off the Toronto first marathoner with Cameron McCoy, Trent Harris, Mansi Takafoli from San Francisco. We had Amir Dabishi of Vancouver from Canfield, Ontario. That's Carson Poisson. We got Alison Bailey and Langley represented by Crystal Newford. There's Max City out of Canmore, the 18-year-old. He's out here running around Canada, apparently, as Bailey Wagner from Prince Rupert is clocking in. Shane Todd, first in-person marathon now completed. Some of these people did that, of course, in terms of being online before, meaning they ran the marathon and sent in their times. Pedro Ferro is there. We've got Maria Soto from Burnaby, a second race in Canada. We got Frederick Lesage there from Vancouver clocking in. Adar Samarajan and Melanie Stevens-Franco from Mission. We got Greg Scott running for Doctors Without Borders, Doctors Médecins Sans Frontières. So Hong Kong represented by Scott Gregg. Thank you very much. There's Yun Liu from Vancouver clocks in with Griffin Dent. Chi Wo Chong out of Vancouver. From Avale, Manitoba, Casey Hill clocking through. We got Simon Pape out of Vancouver. Siddharth Suri from North Van, the 24-year-old, about to run and complete the first marathon ever. There's Stella Quam right behind him out of Burnaby. There's Jules Sawatsky from Vancouver, from Gateshead in England, where they have a brilliant half marathon. That is Brent Hope, who just moved into the 50-plus division. We got Colton Mumra at 30 from Chilliwack and James Wang at 60 from Vancouver. From the Far East out of Burnaby, Ahmad Caravana next up there to the line with Ramil Shane of Kelowna, the 25-yard about the clocking. And behind him, also from Vancouver, with a good strong finish, 45-year-old Norman Chang, number 907 with a 5:33.27.
What a fantastic day it has been, Steve. Just so wonderful to see people from 55 different countries converge upon our great city, and thousands of runners achieving the culmination of months and months of hard work and training.
Indeed it is. Norman Chang just went through the line there as Trent Marchingov from Burnaby was behind him with Max Friesen of Langley, Cameron Bockin of Delta, Michael Jaffe of Seattle along with Ali Euster. They came in together. Henry Wynn of Richmond, his second time in this marathon for the 27-year-old. It was 57-year-old Harvey Chow who was right behind him. From Cantonment in Florida, we have Robert Jernigan and Elizabeth Graham coming in together. Tanya Gallagher representing UBC Forestry. She's an alumni, came in from Pensacola to join us. I believe also Milton was Tanya Gallagher there, by the way. So we appreciate Dennis Salanoy as well. Isa Nedster, the Surrey man, clocking in with Jennifer Isley Hall from Delta, second time. Promised her husband she wouldn't do another one, but there we are at the line is Heather Murdoch as well, a first marathon finish for the 30-year-old Edmontonian. Behind her was Kelly Nelson, Minky Yang, Poco and Surrey representatives. Nolan Campbell, at 20 years of age, has now got a marathon finish to his credit. We got Fulok Pan out of Surrey right behind him with Josiah Moore. The Vancouver right, calls himself the sexiest man alive. We heard that yesterday, and that's for you to judge. Cameron Bruce is next up there from Ponte Vedra Beach in Florida. Takuya Takiwa from Arakawa is going to be closing in here. Vancouver Marathon Council Omedito. We do want to say a big thanks as well. Race in volunteer no minasan sponsor and Cookie Yonkasol. We do appreciate these guys. Yako no minasan kono subarashi race ni sankashite I tadeki arigato gozaimasu. As we see Govinda here there from Surrey, his first marathon 6 months ago, he was 40 pounds heavier, so good for you. But take there together, coming up the line with North Vancouver's Garth Villegas and Jessica Orange out of Windsor, Ontario, the 42-year-old, and East Renat, the 33-year-old from Langley, is also about to close on him, wearing one of our blue Run Van shirts, and Julia Evans having a strong finish there, the 33-year-old North Vancouverite. So just moving slightly ahead of her knees. She's about to come under the arch, arms raised, and flying through the line. There we go. Nice photo, my friend.
And an event that began, it's hard to believe, an event that began 51 years ago with 5 laps around Stanley Park and 45 people participating has now grown to 6,000 runners. It's just amazing. This is the 51st edition of the BMO Vancouver International Marathon.
We just saw Kasemsit Yimpasit clocking in there as well. Great job for the 34-year-old from Ampo Muing Nontab. We got Patricia Alimurang out of Coquitlam clocking in from Arlington, Virginia. It's the first marathon finish coming up for Ava Burgart, the 22-year-old. I believe that's Michelle Samai from Coquitlam, who's alongside her. As our next man, looks like he's grabbed maybe a flag there. That's Danielle. We got Roberto. We got Mohamed Al Ray there coming in here. And he's doing it for all the cancer fighters out there. Mohamed El Rafi, thank you very much. The 28-year-old from North Van. Roberto Game is from Vancouver clocking. Danielle Dobson out of Prince George, the 42-year-old. She is about to clock in. Janet Yee, the 61-year-old from Thornhill, Ontario. And I believe it's the first marathon for this man, Mark Holland, the 40-year-old from North Van. He's about to come on through and get himself a benchmark time.
And just want to once again thank all of our volunteers. They were up overnight putting up barricades, stanchions, water stations. We needed to call upon 3,000 people to help us stage this event, and each and every one of them came through. Let's hear it for the volunteers that did an amazing job this year.
And for Merle Coe from New West, the first full marathon, gone through with Lolita Bisisco behind her as well, with Wei Chia Kunga going to be another first marathon there. There's Pirabu Thamakula Singham out of Vancouver. He was the man doing a sprint finish. We had Naomi Parker of Calgary right behind him, Danielle Cardoso, the 31-year-old Vancouverite, and Bexy Han is now approaching the line. Just 18 years of age, his first time doing a marathon. There he is, about to close on in, wearing the white tights. He's going to get a benchmark time for himself. So Bexy Han has got behind him a man from Surrey, I believe it's Ferdinand Buencamino, who's approaching the 58-year-old. He's followed by Emily too from Kelowna. Alongside Emily is Kyle Holmes. And we got Central Okanagan represented also by Shannon Nelson. Emily Matheson from Olathe in Kansas, I believe that is. We got Yuk Kern Man from Surrey approaching with Yasmin Sandhu. We got Aina Prince, a 61-year-old Vancouverite. And Angelo Gabriel Santos from Quezon City is next up here as well. I think that's in the Philippines. We got a second marathon completed there. As Hao Nanjiang out of Burnaby is arriving. We're also going to see Fang Yang from Vancouver, the 29-year-old. And here's someone from Surrey who had a quintuple bypass in December 2019, a second marathon for Edric Perez out of Surrey. Congratulations. Ahmad Bakhtash Nouri clocking in, a member of the Canadian Armed Forces. We also have there Demetria Leong from Toronto, the 26-year-old. There's Lisa Kettle out of Vancouver, along with Brandon Steele, an 18-year-old Hazen Stokes from Vancouver. We got Nolan White out of Stanwood, out of Washington. There's Kelvin Pang, the 69-year-old from Poco. We got Christina Lowe from Vancouver, from Stockton, California. Braden Coates and Natalie Linker running in together, the 24 and 22-year-old. We have Manoj Nambootiri from Coquitlam, along with Philip Marsh. Philip, a 67-year-old from Maple Ridge. We have Adam Crane of Kirkland, Washington, the 41-year-old. And it's going to be a first marathon finish coming up for Christy Singer, the 49-year-old from West Kelowna. Behind her, we got Kendall Nakai from Redmond, Washington, the 22-year-old. And we got Jennifer James of West Kelowna. We got Werner Bernard from Calgary. We got Jenny G of Vancouver. Jiro Abad out of Surrey. Alexander Asprin from Surrey. Alan Kenny, a first marathon finish coming up in his hometown of Vancouver. And Catherine Lee right behind with also Vancouver. And Sean Quigg-Tutt, who represents all those great studs out of St. Albert, Alberta. He's about to come on through, the 36-year-old, with Peter Minwoo Nam from Calgary, the 63-year-old, who's also about to wrap up his day. Behind Peter Minwoo Nam, we do have a Richmond runner in the form of Guang Ma. He's a proud father of Olivia, Mia, and they all were Kobe Bryant fans, of course. We've got Francesca Boulette there from Vancouver, about to wrap up. And don't forget, sadly, she's doing this for her younger brother, Marcel, who sadly passed away at the age of 51, and we're delighted. He would be very proud of you. Craig Martin there from Langley, just going through the line under the arch of 5:41.24. Another runner about to close in here out of Richmond. We got a huge number of runners, and don't forget we have the world's greatest, we think, race walker, Evan from Richmond, but that's Wai Hong Ko. And behind him is 27-year-old John Way from Vancouver's first marathon. We also congratulate Mike Fagans from Seattle clocking in. He just moved into the Masters division as Luke and Karen Street are clocking in, the Abbotsford runners. Behind them we've got Angela Gallus from Mission. We've got Nolan Moore, and they're together, of course, so we congratulate them. Well done as Kai Chung Wee from Vancouver clocking in. Alejandro Mendes Campos from Cabo San Lucas now approaching line, the 48-year-old. We've got, I believe, Tyson Bulmer there. Part of the bucket list of completing a full marathon. He's done so. The 29-year-old wanted to do it before he hit 30, I believe. Is hitting 40 this year as Amit Fatke from Burnaby moved into that division for the first year. And the first marathon for Vancouver's Audrey Cullis about to close on in as she goes under the arch. Over to you.
And all of these people are just fantastic examples of dreams do come true. All the first-timers, what a great feeling to do your first marathon ever in the beautiful city of Vancouver. Congratulations, you're all winners.
And Ivan Melnichenko of Vancouver, that's the first full-time marathon for him at 29. We've got Mo Shabani at 37, Naoki Moran from Langley at 39. Dave Manas, who wraps up in his hometown, doesn't have far to go, but from Everson, Washington there, Paige Swift, who was in the 30-plus division this year, comes to the line with Barzad Balandari behind. Another local, but from Armstrong, the home of the great cheese, that's Leanne Tuininga from Quezon City in the Philippines. Ariane Enriquez is there. Mitchell Chu, a first-time runner taking on the challenge in his beautiful city of Vancouver. The 48-year-old wraps up with Timothy Thang, the 20-year-old from Burnaby, clocking in shortly as well. As Piyan Raskoy from Vancouver, she's about to close in as well, the 39-year-old. Behind Puyan, I believe we've got Corey Hollis. He says his grandmother thinks he's the most handsome guy in the race. That's the Coquitlam runner, the 37-year-old. We've got Zach Fawkes from Fort Moody behind, the 22-year-old. And with them from San Jose del Cabo, 51-year-old Maricela Cardenas Sanchez now arriving as well. So, felicitaciones por el excelente tiempo post the Aagab marathon finish here in Vancouver. I look at behind her was Harold Tarbell from North End. I think it was a BMO in 2014 was his first marathon. The 66-year-old now coming up once again. as Michael Blumenroth is a member of the 100 Marathon Club, came in from Frankfurt, Germany, has done 285 ultras and marathon is his career. Congratulations, Michael. Peter Lee from Vancouver right behind him, the 67-year-old. We had Thomas Lynham in there as well from Vancouver, Irene Chong from the New Territories. And that, of course, we say congratulations to Hong Kong representative. We've got Gabriel Lee, Patrick Lee, Sylvan Lake and Burlingame, California, between those two. As Vancouver's Sherry Amor, Gio Ano is there. We've got Karine Liu, we've got Karen Makatumbas, Caroline Kempfer, Chris Hartman, all in there with Ann Lamb celebrating the 50th birthday here out of Manville, Texas. There's Craig Fuller from Retford, from Spring City, Tennessee. Robert Laws, Yisong Park next up from Vancouver. Anita Bra from Abbotsford. She too clocking in, the 34-year-old, with Eamon McCall from Vancouver. And Arnold Sikadhani from White Rock, the 60-year-old. He's followed by Andrew Garisto of Surrey, Yvonne Tran of Calgary, and two Vancouverites in the form of 20-year-old Johnny Deng and Clayton Rudolph, the 33-year-old. And from one of the biggest marathons around the world, from the Windy City of Chicago, Michelle Lee will be our next finisher. Frida Sung, the 64-year-old from St. Albert, has not done a marathon since 2012. Here she is, 13 years later. 11 years later, we're finishing off here for the marathon in Vancouver. We got Jeremy Rushton there from Vancouver, right behind her with Ho Cheong of Surrey, Alberto Almeida from Vancouver. Another first there is Emily Sue of Richmond, running with the Elite Bodies and for the Canucks Autism Network, and we very much appreciate that. As Meiki Jiang of the 19-year-old, she's out of Vancouver. We got Hikaru Maeda from Richmond and Leopold Chi from Vancouver. Back to you, Dave.
And it is a tradition. Every first Sunday in May, it happens. It started back in 1972, and it keeps on getting bigger and better. The BMO Vancouver International Marathon race weekend is coming to a close in the next hour or two. We'll be here till the end, welcoming the runners to the finish line.
Including people like Bernard Curtin, the 76-year-old who's going to be our next runner to get to the line. He's out of Burnaby. It's the first time marathon for Russell Ramil, the 21-year-old. Sophia Santos of Vancouver is there coming up to the line. We've got Harry Cozens from Northam. From Toronto, Anna Dobrowski, the 19-year-old. We've got Valerie Lowen from Vancouver. From Taipei City, we've got Litin Hang, Xiu Ling Chu, Chia Ying Ku, Mei Lin Ling, and Hui Ying Sai. All of those athletes range in age from, I think, 37 through to 61, and all came in from Taipei City to join us. And from Zapopan in Mexico, Clement Arturo Maldonado Gonzalez is there. Samuel out of Vancouver clocking with Alexander Lambert, the 23-year-old Vancouverite, and Diane Wright, the 60-year-old from Langley, about to wrap up her 27th full marathon and comes in at 5:47:15.
What a fantastic day it has been, and the true heroes of the race are coming in now. Hard to believe they started at 8:30 this morning. Believe it or not, over at Queen Elizabeth Park, ran all the way around Marine Drive, UBC, Spanish Banks, Locarno, Jericho, through the West End and around Stanley Park. And the toughest part is the hill on Pender Street. And so give them some support, give them some energy. Come on, let's hear it for them as they make their way up Pender Street. Make some noise!
And our congrats as we saw Ray De Los Reyes from Richmond close in, and two very young men, Terence Hill and Jonah Andrews, 18 and 19 years old, wrapped up their run together at the line with Matthew Wells of Port Moody, the 52-year-old. Nikesh Patel wrapped up his day, and from Brooklyn, New York, the stand-up comedian Christina Walkinshaw. She just ran her way through the line. There she goes. We got Gillian Bracken who's approaching as well, the Lethbridge runner, the 39-year-old, final year in the Submasters division, no doubt does the moonlight runs as well, the 6K or the 10K. Don't forget, they have the great store there. It's a runner's soul. Dear friends of mine that have run that for years now. And usually Sean is at the top of the big climb on the last 1 kilometre. He usually plays the bagpipes to welcome people home. But again, well done to young Jonah and Terence closing in together. Good friends. There's Carrie Wertheim from Vancouver, a real estate agent locally as well, the 48-year-old. She's coming through there. We got Adeline Domingo as well. She survived, laughs out loud. There we go. Now she's come through. And we got Lee Brown, the CEO and founder of Perspire Sauna Studio from Newport Beach, California, the 37-year-old. That looks like Nate Chang from Irvine, California as well. So congrats to Lee. and to Nate, is about to clock in. Looks like he's got the camera on him as well. We do want to thank the guys who are working here with us. We had 5 cameras around. There was a jumbo screen out there as well. Another couple of runners coming in. It looks like Beta Castro, Nikita Gill from Chicago, Illinois. Beta Castro from Surrey, the 61-year-old. We've got Milandeep Bra from Abbotsford, the 22-year-old. We've got Gilda Sellers out of Vancouver, 62-year-old on her way to the line. There's Michael Brooker from Thorold, Ontario, the 21-year-old. Took his own camelback and camera out. It's going to be a sub 550 for him. And all of these guys are actually faster than what it looks because of those 5 different waves. There's Serkan Golteshi out of Vancouver, the 36-year-old in the blue run van strip. And from Brooklyn, New York, it is Alexis Sepek there, the 35-year-old in the blue tights, and she's 10 meters away from clocking in and a very, very comfortable sub 6 performance.
And we couldn't have asked for better weather today. Many of the runners here ran the Sun Run 3 weeks ago where it poured rain. We had a little bit of spitting, but basically it's been perfect weather for running a marathon or a half marathon.
And our next finisher there will be Mitch Ryan out of Nelson. We had Josh Bessino running on through the Oaks runner. Mitch Ryan there limping away, but going to make it comfortably as Patrick Lupoy from Qualicum Beach is going to be arriving shortly. And then Ping Lapley from Vancouver, happy birthday. Again, it's great to see people like Alina Kunitskaya from Vancouver also about to close on in. The 26-year-old about to wrap up the day. That's number 2942 will be getting a clocking there. It looks as though that's going to be a 5:51 and change as Lindsay Simpson and Santiago Padilla Gonzalez come on through. Santiago, he's out of Guadalajara, a Mexican legend, he says. We've got Vancouver and North Vancouver, Lindsay Simpson. We've got Catherine Iacono from Vancouver, Janie Horn. They're approaching here, just a few seconds separating them. As father, teacher, and first marathoner coming up out of Midway. Good to see that. Rock Creek, Midway, you go through to Greenwood. Used to be a run from Greenwood to Midway. It was an 8-miler, I know that. I was lucky enough to win it twice. We got Julie Kang from West Vancouver also next to approach here. And Boris Ulanovich out of Vancouver with a big, strong finish as Alexei Haddad is next up, the 20-year-old out of Delta. He went storming on through. Boris about to come under the arch, does so comfortably.
It's the 51st running of the Vancouver International Marathon, and we're getting down to the last 2 or 3 400 runners coming in, and we're going to keep the energy going until the last runner crosses the finish line.
As our next female finish out of Kirkland, Washington, says she's a big fan of beautiful British Columbia and especially Vancouver. Weijuan Davis, the 48-year-old, comes under the arch. Back in Vancouver, back to the line. Don't forget, plenty of support for these athletes. The street festival is going on just below us as well. And if you're interested, you can check that out. But I think this is fantastic. Here we are, almost 6 hours into the marathon alone. And when you consider the half marathon started an hour and a half before that, we certainly appreciate those people who have stayed around to provide support. Congratulations,
yes.
As Spencer McLennan, I believe, was that final person to go through there, the North Vancouverite, the 25-year-old, and they will continue to come up here.
And Steve, when you consider the marathon is just one of the events, we did the half marathon, we did the 8K. Altogether, over 20,000 people have reached their goals today, many of them with personal bests, and each one of them has a story to tell about their training and how they got here. So we'd like to thank each and every runner, thank the volunteers, and thank you, the participants that came out to cheer them on.
So really good to see we had some more finishers there. Dave Jorgensen of Vancouver, Javier Flores Canal of Vancouver as well. Do want to thank our medics been out there. Nice to see flowers in the bouquet. Javier Flores Canal went through. Kim Conway coming on through. Jennifer Bernier from Abbotsford. But there's 71-year-old Liz Jericho of Langley. Under the arch she goes. Brilliant job. Thank you so much for taking on this challenge. And we really appreciate those people. Don't forget we had a few athletes in the 80-plus category as well.
And in a couple of hours, the flags will come down. People will fly back to where they came from and have some wonderful memories. It's all about making memories, and over 55 different countries represented.
We can see Manigandan Rakari Krishnan there from Poco coming up to the line, the 46-year-old. Following Manigandan, we got Summer Phillips from Vancouver. We got Gladys Paling from Poco. Michael Wu, first time running a marathon. And Rachel, we're so proud, I'm sure, as Hui Chung Lam from Tin Shui Wai out of Hong Kong. A marathon lover came here to join us as Karine Perrier lost 220 pounds over the last 2 years. Wow. Running this marathon was what this was all about. Our congrats to Karine there, the 34-year-old Calgarian. My, that is so impressive. Lawrence Luong there from Vancouver clocking in. We've got Miljan Cabrillo from Vancouver. We've got Melinda Fernandez approaching. A great dancer, but now about to complete the very first marathon for the new West runner. Mitchael Yonomori, the 72-year-old, is also clocking in there as well. Vancouver Marathon Kanzo Gokorosama. We appreciate you being here with us as Lydia Frederick from Kamloops, the first-time marathon clocking. And Chris Young, just 18 years of age out of Vancouver. And from Colombia, Juan Manuel Capizano Diago, the 30-year-old. We've got Neo Chan out of Taipo. We've got Rachel Hildy from Spokane. Ran with her mother, that mother being Mary Hildy. They're coming to the line with Eric Davidson behind them. 2 Spokane runners, including Bob Hildy. So you've got Bob, Mary, and daughter Rachel. There's one Mayorga from Surrey clocking in. Laurie Dawson out of Burnaby. Mother of 3 fabulous guys, and I hope they're here. That's Smith, Sawyer, and Silas. As Daniel Wilson of Vancouver, the stallion himself is coming to the line. The 28-year-old is followed by Milan Anwari out of Surrey. Look at that. Isn't that great to see? Look at those boys. There they go. Smith, Sawyer, Silas, as Laurie's about to come under the arch. Good on the Burnaby runner and the Dawson family. Hazuki Kuroki there from Vancouver about to clock in. Eric Steele out of Burnaby, as we got Rossi McKee from Culver City and Dane Wise from Los Angeles that are clocking in. Well done, guys. We're looking at the clock, and here we are now approaching 6 hours. And again, though, just a reminder, it's really pleasing to see Yuki Kawauchi. He's still sitting down there eating, drinking, being a great fan of sport. Yeah. What a wonderful ambassador for the sport of marathon running. Fabulous time.
Domo arigato. Ichiban, domo arigato.
And don't forget, Ichiban means number one, as he was here with us today. As we see Rossi McKee, Dame Wise went through, Rod Kenny, his 14th event in Vancouver. So one more run to the line, that will be a legacy run. As Sarah Dixon of New West went through, Jonathan Moron, the 19-year-old Vancouver. Amanda Harriet from Penticton clocking in. Mario Enrique Guevara Bernal from Vancouver. Roy Dello from Vancouver. And fellow Vancouverites include Francine Santos Wilson and Alexandra Yao. She goes to the line. I believe Aaron Brandon is our next man. That's a strong finish for the 38-year-old. His first marathon for the man from Langley. 5:57.22.
And the organizing committee can breathe a sigh of relief. Both events started on time. Last year we had some delays that weren't our fault, but this year the marathon began at 8:30 this morning and the half marathon at 7. Here we are. What time is it now? I'm losing track. 2:30.
And we just saw one of our Greek runners come through there in the form of Athanasios Tourvas, the 41-year-old. We had Sean Jensen of Delta behind him. And first marathon finish coming up for Maple Ridge's 29-year-old Brianna Bedard, now just about 20 meters away from coming under that beautiful arch, and she'll get herself a time of just over 5:58. But my guess is you can knock maybe 20 minutes off of that, so it could be a 5:38 clocking for her. She's going to be followed by another 29-year-old, and it's a local runner with the Run Van shirt on there in the form of Daniel C. Here he is. He's heading home, the racer number 5299, but I think we've got less than 500 runners left on course.
Less than 500, and they have been out there since 8:30 this morning. Boy, they are trying their hardest to get to this finish line.
As the next man to be able to do so is a Surrey runner, and it's going to be a first marathon finish, and therefore a benchmark finish time for Art Efremov, who's the 33-year-old under the arch he goes.
So, and just want to remind you, you're all invited back next year. Just remember, it's always the first Sunday in May, and we're going to do number 52 next year, same time, same place. but we've still got a few hundred runners making their way to Pender and Butte, the intersection where the finish line is set up. It's the 51st edition of the BMO Vancouver International Marathon, Canada's largest marathon.
And we saw El Riascano going to the line. The Winnipeg run, we had Grant Parnell, the 67-year-old from Whistler, Darrell Luck from Edmonton, Claire Cook out of Langley, her first marathon finish at 27 years of age, and the only athlete I've seen today from Harrison Hot Springs, and that was Alex Maslin. I believe that is Robin Weatherspoon who's coming through there from Poco. Don't forget, we used to have Jeremy Weatherspoon, member of our Olympic speed skating team. I think he's since retired the last couple of years. We soon will see another finisher here inside the home stretch out of Vancouver as well. It's the 27-year-old, number 955, Andy Kian Cheng. He's followed by Bernavis Dennis Lai, the 38-year-old. Again, no worries about having to sprint this one out there. And I'm sure, unlike some of the events that we've seen where you've got athletes very, very close together, not the case today. But we've got Sun Yung Park from Vancouver and Janice Briones out of Vancouver. They are all in the home stretch, and we appreciate that very much. As you can see, another athlete in the form of Caledon's Benjamin Davidson. C. Crawford and George Weaver. I haven't seen them yet, but Benjamin, good to see you, because we live very near to Caledon there. The 19-year-old wrapping up his day with Andy Cheng of Vancouver just meters back of him as they're under the arch. From Winnipeg, Manitoba, it looks as though we've got Kevin Richardson. He just turned 54 a couple of days ago as well.
And here she comes, Megan McCaffrey from Victoria. It is Megan's very first marathon. Way to go, Megan! Yeah, you did it! There you go.
I'm right behind her. She went through the line for the first time. Dan Regan, the 65-year-old from Surrey. It's going to be, I believe, his 22nd. He is one of our legacy runners. Congratulations, Dan. Chantel Reed right behind, another first-timer. Mitchell Copham from Surrey is there. Kiran Kang out of Vancouver, who likes to save the turtle. That's the first marathon. First time also from Cancun. Angelica Maria Lara. Adela Chen is there from Coquitlam, the 66-year-old, followed by Brent Murphy of Reno, Nevada. Seppi DeSaba from Coquitlam coming in with Sonny Chan of Richmond. Kunal Rakshid out of Ottawa is there. We've got Elliot Gluck out of Seattle. We've got Peter Van Diepen. This is marathon number 105 for the 68-year-old out of Vancouver. We also had Toronto's Justine Sharda there, along with Kavita Singh and Leilani Amistad. Happy 50th birthday to her mum, by the way. Nice job. As that's for Kavita's dad, the 32-year-old from Surrey. And Justine, recently retired college athlete. She's at the line for the first time at a marathon. Alison Merriweather from Victoria went through. Ravina Gill from Richmond, her first ever marathon, dedicates it to her mother. As we got Kobe Gingras Fox out of Vancouver, Brian Sinclair from Maple Ridge, Andrea Cedarholm out of 150 Mile House, Shauna Engman from Calgary, along with James Hawkins, Danny Lai from Vancouver, 19-year-old Mississauga, Thomas Wynn. Next up there to the line. Well done, guys. There's Thomas just a few meters away from coming under that brilliant arch. Want to thank those people who put that together to really show the big city marathoners what this is all about. Many of these athletes have done other events, of course, as we get ready to welcome Laurie Reiter from Playa del Rey in California. Beautiful location. As Montserrat Mateos from Burnaby is about to wrap up with a first marathon finish coming up for Sophie Chan. The 47-year-old has a second full marathon and maybe a last one for the Calgary's Koji Miyashi. There he is. He's filming his own performance there and finished. The 60-year-old with the first marathon finish for Karina Ing of Richmond, coming in with, I believe, Mervyn Leong of Burnaby and Alan McNabb out of beautiful Lake Country. We got behind Alan, who's a 46-year-old. There's William Deng from Coquitlam. PT 1203. Talking about PTs, don't forget that PT 109. For those John Kennedy fans, you will know what I'm referring to as we get ready to welcome two athletes from Vancouver, Momoka Hamashi and Yumi Suzuki. They're coming in together as from Bella Coola. Isn't that nice to see Kaylee Strobel and Cassie White, two athletes in the 30 to 34 category. And a young man in that category, I think might be an Irishman. We've got Kathleen Connolly there from Vancouver, the 24-year-old. We've got Jeffrey Sham out of Burnaby. Hong Kong Yanga Yafa Babagao. We got Kadia Kamis Nelson, the 19-year-old Vancouverite. We got single mother of two and a healthcare worker from North Van in the former Valley Duke, the 47-year-old, wrapping up her day with Milan Miklosic out of Coquitlam, the 55-year-old, and another avid world traveller out of Vancouver as we got Jocelyn Wong approaching the line. Under the arch she goes. I can see two more athletes who will shortly be at the line. The first amongst them is from Surrey in the former Peter Kim, the 43-year-old. Behind him from Richmond Hill, Ontario, Peter Lau. And then 23-year-old North Vancouverite born in Aderi. And a nice strong finish for him. As we can see, Trevor Haziak is about to clock in as well. He's got company alongside him. Don't forget, we had Jocelyn Wong closing in. We got Yuka Sadaoka from Mississauga. Trevor, by the way, his first ever running event, came in from St. George to join us. Mississauga is represented by Yuka Sadaoki. We got Vancouver represented by Jin Young Choi. And Etobicoke, Ontario, represented by 29-year-old Lara Candelaf, who's at the line. 6:05 on the clock. Two more runners up from Saarbrücken there. We've got Thomas Golevsky, the 58-year-old from Wyckoff, New Jersey. Hugo Delbo, but 72 years of age, from Rocklin, California. Warder Bullock is arriving from Poco. In the last year in the 35-39 division is Gabriel Sanchez. And from North Van, Scott Morrison, the 37-year-old. Don't forget, a whole host of North Vancouverites and Vancouver runners are here with us today, including Wen Tao Wu, number 5960, approaching. He's got Tinchak Paul Lam right behind him, the 27-year-old. He's about to come on through the arch. Camelback on the back, and the medal will go around his neck very shortly. I believe our next runner is out of Burnaby as well. That's in the women's division, the 30-34 division. It's Shirin Kushia. She's followed by a 21-year-old who's come in from Toronto to join us in the black strip at 21 years of age. It's going to be Gloria Liu, number 3248. Again, we really thank those people who have been doing the photographs at the finish line for us as well. For these athletes, they sure appreciate it. Henrik, Dane, Dennis, Eddie, Tim, Michael, Peter, Qatar, Joanne, Brianna, Maria, Eden Hernandez, and Johan Chaplin. Thanks, guys. You do a wonderful job, as well as the crew from Marathon Photos that are out there on the course at the beach, Lionsgate. As we do have Rosalind Hollett closing in. We've got Julie Landry as well there. Nice finishes. So Julie Landry just went through the line. This is Rosalind Hollett, the 62-year-old out of North Van from Minneapolis. The first marathon coming out for Twin Cities. That's where she lives, but this is the one she chose to do. It's Kirsten Oliver. Behind her also, or along with her as well, from Minneapolis. Nice to see that both in the orange strip. That's Daniel Hansen. He's filming the 27-year-olds coming through together with Lisa Bradley of Vancouver, also wrapping up her first marathon. It says a lot about a marathon that one you choose for your first one is one that is known around the world. As Vishwanath Chandramouli of Pitt Meadows is now coming up to the line, the 28-year-old, and through and finished a medal around his neck. All right, we've got some more Vancouverites about to clock in here as well. And that's Tim Rohn in the 40-44 division, Robert Wolf in the 30-34 division. Magnolia's husband, Oscar Oviedo from Victoria, is clocking in with Leif Pedersen out of Richmond. Raymond King from Vancouver, the 27-year-old. We also have Dustin Drews, his first marathon. Hopefully his daughters, Avery, who's 6 years of age, and Isla, I believe, a 21-month-old are here, and his wife, Sonia. We really appreciate that. As Dustin approaches and comes on, the archers from Cambridge, Manitoba, Phuong Nye Nguyen is there at the line with Richmond's Wharton Pang. Wharton is final year in the men's 45-49 division, as Wayne Nguyen is next up here to the line. So Phuong Nye went through. We got Wayne Nguyen from Vancouver, the 21-year-old. He's about to come on through, and his friends filming him. We clocks in at 6:08:57.
And just a reminder that this race is put on by the Vancouver International Marathon Society, otherwise known as Run Van, a non-profit organization with a board of volunteer directors.
And here we go, more runners. Thank you for that.
Go Taipei!
We really appreciate your name. We've got Taipei represented with the flag. We've got Cynthia Johansson coming in, Allison Amratal, Dallin Hushi, and the lady with the Taipei or Taiwan flag out of Taipei City, Yenchun Lin. That was Steve Gomez there from Las Vegas, wraps up his day. The man from Nevada, his final year in the men's 40 to 44 division. Okay. Congrats to all those people who are celebrating birthdays today as well, by the way. We like to give them a big welcome here, and we missed a few, but you go as quick as you can when you've got this many runners with almost 20,000 as Phil Lee from Richmond is about to clock on in. He's had a bit of a struggle with that right leg, I believe, by the looks of it, but we've got Claudia Teresa Espinosa Ramirez from North End, thanks to Coach Marcos, a Mexican accountant who loves sports. She's now there at 55, followed by Vancouver's Fiona Spahiu, the 26-year-old in the orange strip and the red cap, 6:10.13. I see another runner approaching the line here, Camelback there, just to make sure, stay hydrated. That medal's going to look good, and we hope she's feeling good. She's looking good as comes the line. A local there in the 46-year-old Rebecca Gray, followed by Burnaby's Ling Chow. Ling Chow, number 1020. He's about to clock in, the 63-year-old, race walking his way to the finish right now. And says it's his last Vancouver Marathon. We hope not, but he's done very well to get back to the line as a first marathon coming up for the 34-year-old Jacqueline De Leon. There she is. She's out of Vancouver. They both wrap up at 6:10 and change. I think her husband must have filled this one out, as he called her the most amazing wife ever. From Lions Bay, Jessica Wise is there at the line. From Ajax, Ontario, Joanna Bailon is arriving. From Seattle, Washington, Amber Erickson is approaching. From Vancouver, James Sawatsky is there, the 36-year-old, followed by someone with exactly the same birthday, and that's Janet Leung from Pitt Meadows. We've got Hubert Mock, and his wife is here to congratulate and encourage him. He did 42K at 42 years of age. So Hubert Mock is through the line, and we've got two more athletes that are closing in on that finish line. One from Armstrong, a second athlete we're seeing from Armstrong, 39-year-old Chris Lifke. And behind him, another gentleman from Richmond, his final year in the men's 65 to 69 division. Wycam comes under the arch, 6:12 even. Here we go, Langley runners coming up. The next Langley runner we'll see is 32-year-old Hayley Lloyd. She's followed by Sarah Bird, a third marathon approaching for the Nanaimo runner, the 38-year-old, and a very first official marathon for Vancouver's very own Allison Bernal, the 26-year-old. Again, it's great to see how many people take their phones out and record their own finishes. Genevieve, Gillian, and Brittany Richard are about to close in. Two Vancouverites, Brittany in the women's 30-34, and Genevieve, who's just moved into the Masters division, under the arch at 6:12.52. Amazing support from some of the cities we've seen out there as well in terms of the sheer numbers. You see we've got two Seattleites closing in, Nadia Berenia and Kendrick Marcelin. We've got Philadelphia represented by Kyle Trotter. We've got Burnaby represented by both Julian Bosick and Colton Fife. Colton, the 28-year-old, is finishing shortly his very first marathon. Don't forget, Seattle hosts a marathon, and I've been there a number of times myself to take on that challenge, and every single year it rained and it was windy, and you have to stand around for quite a while before the start. However, Seattle's a gorgeous place to visit, but I think we've got 556 runners in this event from Seattle alone. As Tun San Myong from Vancouver's clocking in, the 66-year-old from San Pedro Garza, born and raised in Sinaloa, by the way, so Claudia Bayes, we're referring to there. We've got Jim Cheng of Vancouver at 24. We've got Olivia Zahn of Seattle at 26. They're all approaching the line and will wrap up their day. Congratulations, Olivia. Just a few more meters to go. There's Sandy Asia from Surrey, another 26-year-old who's having a strong finish there. Looks like he's going to be comfortably inside 6:15, probably inside 6 hours. My guess is she may have been in that final wave. If so, remember, that would have been 20 minutes after the start. So that could still be 5 minutes inside the 6-hour mark. Two more athletes approaching. One of them is Michelle Priest, racing in memory of Robert, and it's a first marathon coming up for the 47-year-old Vancouver. That was Audrey Wang Gosselin of Seattle, who strode through the line there, the 26-year-old who's also gone under the arch, but exactly 6:15 for Michelle there. She goes under the arch. And again, my guess is that is a sub-6 performance in actual time. Good to see West Kelowna represented. Kelowna, for years, has hosted a great event there. And that's usually on the same day as what is back as the Royal Victoria Marathon. Unfortunately, it's now cancelled, but thanks to Running Room for doing so much work over the years with that. As Calvin Shabov from West Kelowna, the 35-year-old, is through here. And on the far side, in the black strip, another gentleman from Richmond who's took on the challenge today. He just moved into the 50-54 division this year, and it's Daniel Lay from Renton, Washington. Alessia Zalipiatzik, he is followed by Tysa Thompson there. She's out of Burnaby, the 38-year-old, twice as old as Curtis Doolan, is flying through the line. There he goes. Look at that, the 19-year-old Vancouverite. As we got Brandon Steele also from Vancouver. It looks like Brandon just saying hello to the baby. Didn't want any shaking baby stuff going on here at the line, but family is here to support as he's approaching and coming under the arch. And there he is, finished now, 6:16.17. So you just saw Brandon Steele a moment ago go through the line. Our next athlete, it looks like another North Vancouverite who's approaching in the form of number 509, the 45-year-old Leonardo Isla de Pizarra. We also have Mika Bachman. He too is approaching, the Abbotsford runner. Hasn't run for years, but took on his first marathon and chose to do it right here in Vancouver. As from Gunnison, Colorado, 64-year-old Catherine Smith is going through there to the line. As Calvin Wynn out of London, Ontario, also approaching the finishing area. We've got Karina Mendoza from San Mateo, California. Hopefully her daughters Stephanie and Sophia might be here to witness that finish. And they continue to pour in. We've got another athlete on the far side there, Dawson Armstrong, I believe that is, from Delta. It is indeed the 24-year-old. Two more athletes that are about to wrap up their first marathon, both locals. In fact, all three of these athletes are out of Vancouver. Elbert Bongon, Nazarene Key. We have Thomas Scaria there, I see as well, the 56-year-old in the blue strip. Arms raised, that medal will be around his neck in the next few seconds as he goes under the arch here at 6:18.15.
And as organizers of the event, we can't wait to do it again next year, to improve it, to make it better, to invite more people. But we're going to mark this one a success as we wait for a few hundred more runners to come in. We don't want to shut it down. We'll stay here until you get here. And you have done a fantastic job completing 26.2 miles. Your goals, your dreams are about to come true as you run up Pender Streets towards the finish line at Buttes. We're here for you, cheering you on. Come on, let's hear it for them.
And the man from Hong Kong, Man Yam Lau, just went through the line. The 57-year-old is followed by Zhao Wei Li out of Surrey, the 49-year-old. And Shola Delaney out of Victoria, doing it for her dad, who sadly passed away last year, but he has been so proud that Shauna has now completed her first marathon. Others about to close in include from Saltillo, Paulina Valdez, from looks like also from Saltillo, that is Luis de la Fuente Gando. Nice to have you here with us today. Felicitaciones por excelente tiempo. We hope you enjoyed your stay here. As Robert Hood, as Samanar, a 65-year-old who's completed the trail ultra, is to the line as well with Dave Bergman out of Surrey, the 25-year-old. He said he never wants to run again after this. He said that before he even got to the start line, let alone the finish line. Here we go, two more athletes. Alex Louis, the 18-year-old out of Vancouver, approaching with Trevor Stokes from Vancouver, the 50-year-old. There's Jordan Rodriguez, the 27-year-old. And next up in the blue strip, I believe that may be Brian Lavery out of Delta, about to wrap up his day. His second year in the men's 60 to 64 division. I see another athlete out of Edmonton where they host a great marathon there as well as half. The registered nurse in the ICU came in to join us, our 33-year-old. It's Jacqueline Benito who's about to clock in with a sub 6:22, and my guess is that's probably around a 6:02 clocking. And that's actual time. Don't forget, behind their numbers they have timing chips. So when they get to the start line, they run over a mat. That records their actual personal time. The same thing happens at the finish line. And we do want to thank the people that are here with us as well, that do all the timing for us. So thanks sincerely to the guys from Sports Stats. We really appreciate your efforts for us throughout this event. We'll call in a couple more athletes here. Andy Buckley from West Colonia is one of those. We got Thomas Bolon there from Mexico. Had a new job, a new house, and 2 COVIDs, and so pleased that Thelma Bolon can be with us, the Mexican runner to the line. From Surrey, Ashesh Nupain, he crosses, the 27-year-old is there. Here we go. More runners about to close in. Looks like 4 of them in total. One Arnold for Burnaby. We got Markham's Kathleen Leclerc approaching the line. Others from Burnaby include Shunta Ogura, Misato Suzaki. They're coming in together. Great to see you guys. And again, we can't thank you enough for taking on this challenge. Shunta Misato, Subarashi Marathon Finish Omedetou. Corso Tanashamarate Kodadaisho. Again, when we look at what's happening here, we're able to see more athletes, including Carrie Tipton from Arlington, Virginia, running her 10th marathon, but the first time with her daughter Eva. We got Paul Morgan, the 76-year-old who's out of Houston, Texas. He's done all 50 U.S. states by the age of 75. All 50 U.S. states. Wow. That is very, very impressive. Congratulations, Paul, and thanks for joining us here.
We got a lot of people still coming in. They're coming in a group of about 10 or 15 people right now, running together.
And amongst those guys, we've got Kamloops Shilpi Sharma. She's clocking in. We also have, I believe, Danielle Whitaker from Lebanon, Oregon, who's clocking in. They're both in the women's 45 to 49 division in the marathon. And remember, in that division, we had 172 runners. We do have Haji Batiani from Vancouver. Seemed like a good idea 6 months ago and 6 hours ago. We got Gianna Tetz from Terrace along with Nick Neufeld. They just went through there as well. We also have Bai Peng from New West. She's about to clock in. The 34-year-old. We've got Danica Levajac out of Burnaby about to clock in. We've got Maxine Harvey in there as well out of Burnaby. Alicia Gill, I believe, is going to be our next runner coming on through. The Richmond runner running her very first race. So we really appreciate that. She's got Selena Coombs, the 59-year-old from North Delta, in the green strip there, who's about to clock in as well. As we're at 6:24 on the clock. And again, our thanks to Andre Yell, to Nyla Nguyen Nebo, to Lindsay Burns, Abbas Padawala, Darcy Locke, Shaquille Nurali, Adnan Shakir, Reginald Banak, Sahil Das, Yehoon Yum. They're the sports stats personnel who have been clocking in, timing everybody.
Yes.
As I believe we've just seen Teng Wai Nathaniel Lamb from Tulsa, Oklahoma. First ever marathon in Vancouver. Nice to have you with us. And the only person I believe from Tulsa I've seen so far. But we also had Chris Chan from Vancouver and Lee Deng, the 21-year-old Vancouverite, is approaching the line. And the gentleman in the black strip there, another 21-year-old out of Maple Ridge, his first marathon. He's got a race walk his way to the line right now, and that is Jackson Gingera. We also have Jake Fox approaching the line here as well, the 40-year-old. And right behind him, from Renton, Washington, it just moved into the men's 60-plus division. He too walking his way through to wrap up the day. That's going to be Jack Edgerton.
And I think that the accomplishments that these runners are achieving now is equally as impressive as our winners. You, for heaven's sakes, you've run a marathon. It's absolutely fantastic to see you cross, and you'll walk by Yuki, who is our winner and still here, enjoying seeing them all come in. Doesn't matter whether it's 2 hours, 3, 4, 5, or 6. These people ran a marathon. It's incredible.
And again, we thank all those people who are involved in raising funds for great causes. BC Cancer Foundation, BC Schizophrenia Society, Canadian Mental Health, Canuck Place, the Children's Hospice, Kenneth Gordon Maplewood School, and the Heart and Stroke Foundation. Lots of other charities. We had silver charities, bronze charities involved. And again, I think $16 million has been raised over the years, and 300,000 plus from this event alone.
It's a very worthwhile community event on so many different levels. And just once again this year, we're proud to have been putting on this race for 20,000 runners altogether. The 51st running of the BMO Vancouver International Marathon is still on. It's just as important to recognize our runners that are coming in now than our winners, and you're all winners. What you've accomplished, we are very, very impressed with.
Including Megan Doll from Port Coquitlam, who just went through with Cody Cross out of Calgary, and Evan Denty from Vancouver, the 22-year-old. We've got another athlete that will be arriving shortly, another local that's in the blue strip there from Run Van. That's in the form of 54-year-old Stephen Nee. He's just meters away from going under the arch.
And that hill on Pender, it doesn't look like much, but after you've run 25, 26 miles, it's a killer. It is a killer hill for 3 blocks. But you're getting near the end. You're almost there.
And our next 2 athletes we're able to see include one athlete from Spring, Texas, representing the Lone Star State, 46-year-old Janice Parker. Behind Janice, we have Kimberly Lanny out of Torrance, California. Hey, look at that. We're delighted to see we've still got people in the stands, people who are waiting for their loved ones to come to the line. You can see Rob Decker there stopping for a while. It's a man who could barely walk in 2012. Lost his old way of life and started running, and now he's running into the final 20 meters. The 47-year-old from New West. He's got also on the far side Philip Wong, the 37-year-old Vancouverite, as they both come on under the arch. The medals await them, recovery awaits them, and we say a big thank you, as always, to the Heinz family members that are here with us, Jimmy and Mary. They support so many athletes, support so many of our different races in the Lower Mainland. The Butners are here. Frank Stebner is here as well still. That's great to see. Member Lionsgate Road Runners, who put this event together for the first time in 1972. And of course, the one and only Lynn Kanuka, Lynn Williams as she used to be, if you remember that name, because still one of the fastest 5 and 10K runners around, and 3,000 meters, with a bronze medal at Olympic Games in 1984 and a 5th place in 1988. 2 more runners, both in the pink. We've got Jessica Louison out of Edmonton. We've got Cindy Canish, the 60-year-old, a 23rd marathon coming up, and she's about to come under the arch. Thank you for being here with us in Vancouver. Jessica's just moved through. We've got Barnabas, Demura Hussain, Shikari. He too now is walking his way through. The man in the all-black strip. You see the knee bandaged up, but it's well worth it. Hopefully down the road as Edward Way Gang-Si from Coquitlam is there. His 3rd time running the marathon distance. I believe that's Vivian Chan from Richmond, who's going to be next to arrive over on the far side as well. The 55-year-old Richmond runner coming out of the arch, 6:31 on the clock. We've got Julie Wilson from West Richland, Washington, also about to approach the finish line. 2 more athletes, therefore, with just meters to go. As behind Julie, we've got number 408 at 1 out of Surrey. That's 45-year-old Messiah Sakaguchi, who's about to clock in today. Again, a beautiful big city marathon for these athletes who are willing to make it to the start line, and this is what it was all about. As we have a Chilliwack runner who's about to come through here, a Chilliwackladite, as I like to call them, and that's going to be Corbin Moore, the 34-year-old. Took his own backpack out there to make sure the Camelback kept him hydrated throughout. And again, it got a little cool there, but amazing how many athletes we saw were bare-chested coming into the line. As next up to the finish line, another Vancouverite is 32-year-old number 2829, Danby Kim. Here she is there. High fives all around going through for the athletes with the medals, the food, get some warm clothing on and recover. And hopefully rejoin us at a future event. So from our present vantage point, I think we can see about half a dozen more athletes who are inside the final few hundred meters. The first of whom is going to be, I believe, Greg Armitage out of Vancouver. The 53-year-old, and arm in arm. That's nice to see. It looks like we may have a couple of Irish athletes out of Calgary that are about to close in. Dave Murphy and Catherine O'Flaherty. Here they are, arm in arm, walking their way through to the finish together. Great to see that. And don't forget, Calgary will be hosting their marathon in a Stampede Marathon. Finishes right there in the Stampede Stadium, by the way. A beautiful event if you're lucky enough to do that, and you're lucky enough to be able to be here in Vancouver as another Ran Van Schurk comes into the line from Round Rock, Texas. Here's Janine Dos Remedios, who's now just a few meters away from wrapping up her day, and runs those final few meters to get a 6:34 clock time. But it's well inside that, because these guys are probably inside 6:15 actually in actual time, as we get to see Flora Dupont from, I believe, London. Lives in London. It's her first time in Vancouver. She is a French national. As we have behind Flora Dupont, we have Pinadi Priambodo from Jakarta in Indonesia. So nice to see Indonesia represented by the 53-year-old. And from Vancouver in the black strip, our next finisher will be racer number 982, and that is 23-year-old Valevicius. Again, he's just a meters away from getting that medal around his neck and having a final run to the line. He's going to be followed by someone else you can see limping through the final few meters here. He's one of the men in that 35-39 division. He is a local, and hopefully he doesn't have too far to go to get in his vehicle and get home. And that man is Mr. Brandon Marr, who's now under the arch. Now, we had two finishers previously that came in from Hope to join us. And don't forget, if you were watching Still Standing, that comedian, he does a great job, and they were in Hope recently as Dan Bacon rocks under the arch. There he is, the 49-year-old from Hope. And don't forget, that's where Rambo was originally filmed there, where they got the tunnels. A great series, actually, if you see the young guy who's a great comedian, Johnny, his name is. He does that Still Standing series, and he did one in Okanagan Falls as well as Hope recently, and we say a very beautiful goodbye, I think, to some of the people who looked after our elites throughout, and does a wonderful job. She interviewed the elites yesterday at the expo, does a marvelous job in hosting so many of them who come from around the world. And that Lynn Kanuka, of course, our Olympic bronze medalist, and a fifth also at the 88 Olympic Games. The lady has won the Sun Run, held the record there. There's one Anselmo Enriquez from Richmond clocking in. Shout out, it's Valerie for the best birthday gift ever as we get ready to welcome more finishers here. Neil Turner from Surrey, the 44-year-old coming. Makoko Ishibashi from Vancouver, the 22-year-old is here. Naoki Aratani, the 65-year-old from Kasuya-gun, is also clocking in. Eureka Sukuda out of Vancouver, the 29-year-old. And from Surrey, we've got Baya Bon, and there's Judith Andrews. We've got 64-year-old Judith Andrews at the line. Bahia Bon from Surrey arriving. Susanna Piasecki from Port Moody filming as well as they come on through. The 27-year-old, the 45-year-old, the 64-year-old, and Naoki at 65. They're all through the line. And our next athlete, by the way, from Quezon City, out of the Philippines. Nice to have him with us. This is his 18th marathon, so nice going, my friend. Vicente Santos is the man, the 57-year-old. There's got Max Shibari there from Portland, Oregon, the 22-year-old on the far side. He's about to close on in and come under the arch. He'll be followed by the man with the black Run Van shirt on there as well in the form of North Delta's Eric Stacey at 64 years of age. This is his final year in that division. And when you look how many were in that division today, we had 111 men in that division today. We had 68 in the men's 65 to 69 division. So lots of battles throughout their respective 5-year age categories. We have another athlete from Mexico that's about to clock in here as well. Alejandro Aguirre, the 48-year-old. As we saw Eric Stacey there as well go through just a moment ago. We have Max Chubari, Alejandro's climbing up. We've got Melita Ek, she's out of Maple Ridge, the 38-year-old. We've got Habi Rajput from Langley, the 32-year-old. From Taipei City, it's good to see the Taiwanese flag there. Ching Su, she is now approaching at 48 years of age. She comes under the arch with a sub 6:39. I'm not sure if we got a sumo wrestler or not.
Sumo!
He's bulking up. There we go. Let's welcome Vancouver's very own Mr. Alex Reed clocking into the line there as well. So appreciate that. The 45-year-old has just a couple more meters and he'll get some weight off his chest once it's through the line. Although they have a little extra weight around the neck with the medal. But what a key for that is. Great souvenirs from a wonderful city and a beautifully executed event today. Started off with 46 runners in 1972, 32 of whom finished. The next year we had 69 runners, then 71. and that was in 1974. The first time we had 1,000 runners was actually 1980, when there was actually about 1,600. The first time we had 2,000 runners was in 1982. There was about 2,200 runners then. But here we are. Every one of the events, the 8K, the half marathon and the marathon, all sold out. So we had just over 20,000 runners. And the next one to come to the line, number 4391, approaching right now, wearing the official Run Van shirt there, is another Vancouverite and the former 29-year-old Tommy Fung. Congratulations, Tommy. He's got someone else just behind him, just about 20 meters back. That's a gentleman out of Coquitlam in the form of Steve Dodd. And Steve's in the men's 50-54 division. He too, sensible enough to take a camel back out there, because you never know. There have been races where the sun has come out or an aid station runs out of liquids, so it's not a bad idea. If you know you're going to be doing 5, 6, 7 hours, you might want to take out the goose, might want to take out extra water or whatever your drink of choice is, as choosing this race. And coming in from Redmond, Washington, 38-year-old Shiv Kundaru is going to be the next man under the arch. That's number 2940. I think I can see maybe another dozen runners within 500 meters of the finish line. Just a while ago, Gene King came up and told me there were about 150 left on the course. We've seen about another 20 since then. So if everyone stays on the course, could still be another 100 runners closing in. And one of those should be the man from Coquitlam. Here he is, the 47-year-old pushing the pace to the line, Amir Akundi Asoil. He's followed by Robbie Evangelista out of Edmonton, who's got company, the 23-year-old. The company is 22-year-old Edmontonian Rexon Nanad, and they're coming in together. Congratulations, guys. We hope you enjoyed what you saw out there, what you experienced out there, and what you're about to experience by finishing a marathon. Our next runner to be arriving out of Surrey, the 45-year-old, that's racer number 4512, going to be just over 6 hours 42 minutes, but actually a lot less than that. It may well be a 6:22 clocking for Daisy Rajaratham. And again, really appreciate the fact that we've still got so many people staying around to witness their loved ones closing in, or fellow athletes. Daisy is now closed in as our next one, racing this event in memory of her sister Zara, and it's going to be Jonah Guevara. Here we go, Jonah in the black strip there, approaching the line, the 43-year-old Vancouverite. And I believe our next athlete out of Nova Scotia, so delighted to see them represented. We had 28 runners from Nova Scotia in the event today. Nice to see the Canadian strip being worn there as well. From Wolfville, just moved into the women's 60-plus division as well. That's Sonia D'Angelo Vibert. She's going to clock in with a sub 6:43, probably a 6:23 on the line. She was in the final group of athletes to get underway today. We have 41 runners, by the way, in the women's 60 to 64 division in the marathon. Well, we saw a moment ago Sonia come to the line, and now we have some more runners, including Richmond Siton Chang, the 25-year-old. We also have Taylor Ancrevia, first marathon coming up. Christy made her do it. Well, who is Christy? That's Christy Gonzalez, who's alongside her. So the 47-year-old, the 26-year-old from Maple Ridge, they come under the arch together. Now, usually when we have the leader come through, as you know, we have the motorbikes and the lights flashing, we have the cyclists, and we usually have a train of the same that are at the back end of the field. So we should be able to let you know when the final athlete of the day is coming towards the line, but we're still probably a little ways away from that, as we got 6:45 on the clock, but 6:25 since the final wave got underway. We told you we had over 550 runners and walkers from Seattle, Washington. One of those athletes is now approaching the line as well. Her final year in the women's 40 to 44 division is number 2645, Christina Johansson, who's next to be wrapping up her marathon day here in Vancouver. Don't forget, Ramban is a local non-profit, but also delivers a number of free initiatives, including free youth running clinics, school outreach initiatives, support of elite athletes, the free weekly downtown Ramban club, as well as an ambassador program that gives back to the community. 12 neighborhoods and 3 parks and 6 beaches that they run through if you're doing the marathon portion of the event. It's the only event of its kind in North America with multiple point-to-point courses all merging to energize downtown finish here. And 2 Vancouverites coming here together, 2 38-year-olds together. Hema Variam and Harihar Ramakrishna. Nice job there as Hema and Harihar are under the arch together. Well done, guys. Congratulations. A lot of people were checking in to do the live tracking today, so we hope they were able to enjoy it from afar, where they could tune in and find out how the loved ones or fellow runners are doing, as we have another runner that will shortly be approaching the finish here. Our congratulations to her. As we also want to thank those people who looked after the cheer screen out there. People were able to send messages to particular runners along the route as well. There are plenty of people looking after the street festival as well for us. As we're able to look at, I believe, the Bartrim, we got Ryan Bartrim out of Pitt Meadows, doing it because his cousin did a 3:30 last year. That's his first race, so as we see 24 years of consecutive running the BMO Marathon for Bill Russell, the 61-year-old from Surrey, who goes back under the arch once again. He's one of our legacy runners. Don't forget, he'll finish his 25th, then he'll join a very illustrious list that includes Lee Blady, Murray Curran, Janice and Joan and Leith. They're all members of her family. Brian Campo, Raymond Chu, Rich Chow, Yvonne Cody, Henry Coates, Robin Dickinson. He was back with us today. Dave Horsfield, Phoebe Hahn, Kara Miyazaki, Lucy Pepe, and right now Michelle Twinstra from Port Alberni is about to clock in, the 56-year-old. About to wrap up her day. We've got 6:49 on the clock. Other legacy runners include Carol Peters, Takedo Shibata, Mark Shorter, who we saw earlier, Carl Stamanis, Neil Wakelin, Nancy Fai Wong, Laurie Wang, Ray Mia, and Haruzo Sato. We did have some people who really celebrate some major birthdays as well. We had 20-year-old Charlie Petrick, 25-year-old Rachel Denninger, Steve Sirica, Maura Jennings, Seamus Sweeney, Kaylin Tom, Ruslan Zubakov and Samantha Maker. Another soon-to-be finisher here, And East Van Notary, by the way, and it's her final year in the 45 to 49 division. And that is going to be Judy Armitage, number 251, who's next to be arriving with about 10 meters left to walk her way under the arch and wrap up her day. As they're celebrating their 30th birthdays today, we have Peyton Brearley, Krysta Castellanos, Nicholas Mostavash, Taylor Brinkhurst, and Tatiana Lesbic. We had three in fact, celebrating their 60th birthdays today. Ping Lap Lee, Brent Dunn, and Kelly Lucky. We can still see maybe 2 or 3 more runners. I've got one that's approaching us right now. We're able to look down the road. We've got some flashing lights down there, but that may just be a vehicle picking up some fencing. And nice to see the gear being worn here by our next lady who's about to wrap up her day. And came in from Bellevue, Washington to join us in the final year in the 40 to 44 division as well. Nice looking running gear for Ying Zhang. So there she is, just meters away from coming under the arch. There we have someone alongside their youngster, so it's nice to see where parents can enjoy running through. You never know, the souvenir or the kids later on may take up a challenge, as Pak Chun Cheong from Richmond did today. The 36-year-old, there we go. Hand in hand with the daughter, I believe, there coming through to the line. So congrats to Pak Chun. And Richmond runners, we had a huge number of them. And of course, Richmond's greatest race walker and Canada's greatest walker of all time. Evan Dunphy, and people think, well, he's a good race walker, but he's also a great runner as well. He's won a couple of events at the half marathon distance. He's done around 70 minutes. His father was a great swimmer, and his brother actually does a lot of commentary for TSN. I'm sure many of you can appreciate what it would be like to be out there going for some athletes 6.5 hours or more at this time. swim events. We have to see, I believe this is an 18-year-old out of Coco in the thing that's about to approach line. And that is number 3773 in the form of Lorraine Hills, who's about to pop on in. And again, here we are, we're only about 4.5 minutes away from the 7-hour time. You see, Lorraine's got a big man on the far side. We recorded that finish for him. Going to get the block parties as well. Regis Bay and Kitsilano at the cheer screen out there to support them. It take the messages. In other words, you could be sitting home, you're typing, send them a text, and they would put that on the screen as the athlete approached. So an athlete would go over the time event, they would record the number and therefore the name, and it meant that if someone had sent a message to that athlete, it would appear on the screen. What a great innovation that is. Also, we're so delighted that Athletics Canada with us, recording the event for people sitting at home, so they could see some of the great superstars of the sport, especially at the half marathon and marathon distances. And ladies and gentlemen, we get ready to welcome another superb athlete, the gentleman who came all the way from Clinton, Washington State to join us. We told you there were huge numbers from Washington State as performance done. It's 77 hours to Logan there, so he's now closing in his marathon day. And we can congratulate him. He's about to come under the arms here. Again, we've got some traffic that's moving on the course of this line. They're doing a bit of a ramp up. We are also able to see at least one more person from that line joining this line. It's on maybe 250 to 300 meters away. Gerard now hopefully will recover fairly quickly. To the finisher here. So again, it's great to see that someone has continued at that way. I can see maybe another 4 or 5 that are down the road there a ways as well. Those members of our entrants group coming, the athlete we were referring to, out of North Vancouver, a 56-year-old Joseph man about to come under the arm. Here we go, we've got another athlete who will shortly be with us here at the line. Out of the Westminster in the women's 35-39 category, running with the blue run van, that's on there as well. Yuki Kawauchi is the lady who's on the answer to that, 6:59.56, well done. Again, these guys though are probably at least 20 minutes faster than what you see on the clock. As next athlete, another runner from Langley, and White walking his way through to the finishing area got plenty of vehicles that are now starting to come on through as well. As they do take down along the streets of Vancouver to be able to hand the ropes to motorists as well.
He doesn't have any responsibility anymore. Yeah. But he's still got all his friends, you know. He hurt his shoulder.
So we are going to see maybe two more athletes that will be taking shortly. One of them is now 150 odd meters away from the line. We've seen more vehicles arriving here, again they're doing takedown there, but we want to make sure we bring all the athletes onto here to round out their day. As encouraged to get to the start line, we want to make sure we give them the sort of reception they deserve after 7 hours almost of competition time. Again, quite a few years ago, the longest we ever waited for an athlete to finish a marathon was 10 hours and 39 minutes. I remember that well because my team and I were one of like 5 people waiting for that person to close in. Here we go. These may be the 2 final athletes. We believe it is. We've got 2 of them inside. We've got our scientists here that were following them to make sure all was well and that they were safe. The first among these 2 athletes are now here and come inside the final 40 meters or so. The lady just moved into the 45 to 49 division as well. She's Edmontonian, so we're representing the province of Alberta. And that is race number 6150. Melanie B, who's about to close in and could well be our penultimate finisher here. The penultimate champion amongst 20,000 runners. There's the courage and the wherewithal to take on the challenge of the 8K, the half marathon at 21K, and of course the marathon at 42.2. As I think we may be getting ready to welcome that fine athlete here very shortly. So we would ask you to please join us. We are going to wrap things up with this runner. We believe we haven't been formally told that yet, but we now see anyone else inside. It says a lot that the weather is held on, but the runners have held tough, and we've got one of those runners about to close on in. We're the official Run Van shirt as well, so let's get ready to welcome. He is a Vancouverite, so it's very fitting that things will wrap up with a Vancouverite. It's number 4428. 24-year-old Christian Dominic Ponce now is into the final few meters. 7:07 on the clock, so it could be at 6:47 and change, shocking free, having taken off in that final wave. So Christian Dominic Ponce, under the arch he goes. Congratulations.
Thank you.